500 years ago, the blue star was shrouded in a mysterious beam of light. Since then, the Earth has undergone tremendous changes. Countless creatures have mutated, giving rise to terrifying creatures that roam the world. There's a behemoth that can crush mountains with one foot. There are firebirds that can burn down a city with a flap of their wings. They swept across the human world like a world-destroying natural disaster, bringing endless disasters. However, there's always hope in crisis. Mysterious copies quietly appear all over the world, and countless opportunities for inheritance, power, awakening, etc. emerge. Someone awakened a profession in the dungeon, Frost Apostle. Holding a magic wand, he could freeze the sky with one blow. Even a dragon could hardly break free. Someone awakened a profession, Thunder Messenger. With a roar, 100,000 thunders fell down, shattering the invincible giant crocodile. In an era when stars are shining and heroes are emerging, I have awakened to the most useless profession among everyone, mechanic. My classmates sneered at me, my teachers were disappointed, and everyone believed that I was destined to be mediocre in life. But they don't know, my mechanic can unlock an incredible talent every time he levels up 10 times. Infinite ammunition. While they were still calculating their ammunition reserves and conquering dungeons with trepidation, I was surrounded by countless superpowered machines, Gatlings, rocket launchers, bombers, Terminators, intercontinental missiles, aircraft carriers, and they will never run out. God's perspective, they groped their way forward cautiously, fearing that they would trigger a trap, but I was leisurely enjoying the hot pot, watching the enemy gradually fall into the encirclement of my superpowered army. With a slight smile on my face, it's too easy. Airdrop support when the enemy was still trying their best to arrange tactics and surround and attack the reinforcements. I just raised my hand and pointed lightly. The superpowered army instantly descended thousands of miles away and directly attacked the Sakura country. Abyss instance? Slaughter instance? World War instance? I smiled contemptuously and stepped into the battlefield alone. Because I alone can defeat 1,000,000 troops. At this time, in the awakening hall of a middle school, the students of the graduating class lined up and waited. Excited discussions rose and fell, and everyone was talking about the upcoming awakening. Hey, did you hear? Yuan from Class 2 awakened a Phantom God class, Night Wanderer. Of course I've heard of it. TSK, that guy is really lucky. Night Wanderer is also a top existence in the Phantom profession. It seems that Yuan is going to be very successful now. That's right. It's not surprising that he can awaken the Night Wanderer. After all, in the last test, his spiritual power value was as high as 95, ranking second among our students. It is almost certain that he will awaken the Phantom God profession. However, compared to Yuan, I am more curious about the great God with full spiritual power. What profession will he awaken to? 100 full spiritual power is really a legendary existence. There are actually people who can reach this level. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes turned to the team of Class 1. The young man in front caught everyone's attention. The young man is 1.8 meters tall with distinct facial features. He has a somewhat cool and handsome look, and his eyes sparkle like stars. He stared at the awakening crystal in front of him quietly and slowly placed his hand on it. Instantly, a dazzling white light burst out from the awakening crystal. The light was blinding, and it filled the hall like a little sun. Fuck, he is indeed a master with full spiritual power. Look at the intensity of this light. He is definitely a top-level Phantom God profession. We are going to witness history. The discussions around us rose and fell, and the light gradually faded. The teacher in charge of awakening widened his eyes and looked at the occupation mark on Li Haoyan's forehead in disbelief. Mechanic? I turned around and looked at the full-length mirror next to me, which was specially used to check the professional marks. I was stunned and couldn't help rubbing my eyes. Mechanic, this profession known as the Master of Guns and Cannons, is the most unique among the Phantom professions, nicknamed 3 Seconds Real Man. On the front battlefield, the mechanic is the enemy's most feared existence. Relying on the powerful output of ammunition, he can burst out terrible attack power in just a few minutes, reaching the terrifying level of 1 man blocking the way for 10,000 men. But when the ammunition is exhausted, the mechanic becomes instantly vulnerable, with almost zero melee ability, becoming the easiest target to be knocked down in the team. Moreover, the growth of the mechanic is extremely slow. It takes a lot of resources and time to make and accumulate super weapons. Even in the early stages of the dungeon, it is far less powerful than ordinary professions. If a mechanic encounters an accident during the growth process, he will often face the tragic situation of losing all his resources. The Donglong Empire once spent a large amount of money to train a 9th-level mechanic who performed brilliantly in an international war instance. However, due to an assassination attempt in the toilet, the Empire's marshal was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Since then, the mechanic has been almost abandoned by all parties, becoming the strongest yet most useless phantom profession. I didn't expect that I, who was full of spiritual power and known as a genius, would awaken to such a frustrating profession. Seeing the result of my awakening, the students who were watching started to talk about it. Tis TSK, what bad luck, what a miserable life. This is the unprecedented, full spiritual power genius. I think my own magic swordsman is stronger. For a moment, all kinds of ridicule and discussions filled my ears. The teacher in charge of awakening also showed a trace of sympathy and patted my shoulder. Alas, this is how career awakening is. Sometimes luck is really beyond your control. However, don't be discouraged. Mechanic is a phantom profession after all. With your talent in mechanics, even if you're not a high-level expert, you can still become an excellent mechanical expert. If you take the logistics route, you will still be very popular in the army. There was a dull look in my eyes, as if I couldn't accept this blow, and I stood there in a daze. At this time, the news about my awakening had spread quickly among the students. But at this moment, I didn't pay any attention to those gloating voices and just mechanically looked at the career panel in my mind. Name, Li Haoqian. Occupation, mechanic, level 10, health, 100 spiritual power, 200 strength, 100 physical defense, 100 magical defense, 100 speed, 100. Until this moment, everything on the panel seemed normal. As a top student in the academy, I am well aware that every newcomer who has just awakened a profession will have a career panel in his mind. Among the last 7 items on this panel, except for spiritual power, which is closely related to personal talent, the values of the other items are almost the same. Just like me, my spiritual power value has reached an unprecedented 200 times. This means that my spiritual power is the best among all people. The level of spiritual power directly affects the number of times a professional can use skills, which is equivalent to the mana of the skills. However, I suddenly noticed the last option, talent. As a top student in the academy, I had never heard of such a feature in the career panel. Suddenly, a light flashed in my mind. Could it be that only the awakened ones whose spiritual power value reaches 100 possess this mysterious attribute? Full of curiosity, I couldn't wait to click into the talent panel. As the interface lit up, the first thing that caught my eye was an empty skill bar, with the only skill being Glot Pistol. The skill description reads, summons the Groot Pistol, consuming 1 spiritual power point per minute. When a spiritual power is exhausted, the pistol will automatically retract. When I saw the Groot Pistol floating and spinning in the skill bar, my heart was shocked, and I immediately realized that this was not an ordinary skill. Normally, a mechanic's job transfer skill is to create blueprints and rely on collecting materials to complete the production of superpowered weapons. But this skill directly gave me a ready-made weapon. What does this mean? I can't believe it. Is this the magic of talent? Without hesitation, I quickly walked to the bathroom, locked the door, took a deep breath, and activated the skill. Instantly, a matte silver Glot Pistol appeared in my hand. It was as if nothing was real. My heartbeat accelerated, and I could not calm down. How could it be possible that I could actually summon a weapon? According to my previous understanding, the professional advantage of the mechanic is that it can make a variety of powerful weapons, but the process is complicated and requires a lot of materials. If you die, all the weapons will disappear. My skill skips this step directly. This means that I not only save the trouble of collecting materials, but also can summon powerful weapons at any time, which is unimaginable. I was so excited that I could hardly control myself. I took a few deep breaths and forced myself to calm down. I continued to check the talent panel and found that an icon had been lit. That is the mechanic exclusive talent. Stage 1, unlimited ammunition, limited to superpowered weapons summoned by professional skills. Stage 2 will be unlocked at level 20. This really makes my blood boil. Unlimited ammunition, which means that I can not only summon weapons at any time, but also no longer worry about running out of ammunition. If all skills were like this, wouldn't I be able to easily defeat enemies, level up, and not have to worry about supplies at all? Thinking of this, I feel like my head is about to explode. I have just awakened my profession, and I only have a humble little Groot pistol in my hand. But what about the future? What will happen when my level gradually increases? Gatling guns, rocket launchers, focused laser cannons, drones, terminators. Not to mention fighting 1 against 100. I can even easily destroy an enemy army by myself, let alone a large group dungeon. What are other phantom professions in front of me? Moreover, this is only the first stage of talent. When I reach level 20 and unlock the second stage of talent, what kind of shocking and amazing effects will appear? Who said that the mechanic was the most useless phantom profession? This is simply a god-level existence. When I thought of this, I couldn't hold back my excitement any longer and turned around and walked out. I'm going to find my girlfriend and take her to the dungeon today to experience for myself what real unlimited firepower is. After walking out of Awakening Hall number 1, I ran towards Awakening Hall number 3 without stopping. Today, all the college graduates in the city gathered here for Career Awakening. I was assigned to the number 1 Awakening Hall, and my girlfriend Dougan was in the number 3 Awakening Hall. When I entered the hall, I saw Yuan standing next to the Awakening platform. She has a high ponytail and a delicate face that looks like a work of art carved by God. She has almond eyes, a beautiful nose, and plump little lips. Every smile of hers is full of bright beauty. In our academy, Dougan's reputation is almost the same as mine. My fame is because I set an unprecedented record of 100 full spiritual power points, while Dougan has become a goddess in everyone's heart because of her impeccable appearance. Yes, my girlfriend is not only the top genius in the college, but also the school beauty in the eyes of all boys. Yenna. Before I finished my words, I suddenly saw the blonde young man next to Dougan, and my brows couldn't help but frown. That person was Yuan, another genius in the academy, with a spiritual power value of 95. Earlier, he had also awakened the phantom god profession, and even a relatively strong night wandering god. Yuan pursued Dougan for a whole year, but she remained unmoved. Finally, she took the initiative to pursue me. At first, I thought she was using me as a shield and was not going to agree. But unexpectedly, she persisted for 2 whole months. It was not until I realized that Dougan really liked me that I agreed to her. Since we confirmed our relationship, Dougan has been avoiding chatting with Yuan in public to avoid misunderstanding me. But at this moment, I saw that she was chatting happily with Yuan with a smile on her face. Hearing the name, Yenner, Dougan immediately turned around. When she saw me coming, her expression changed instantly. She glanced at Yuan secretly, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared and became cold. I saw her expression change, and my heart moved slightly, as if I realized something. Yenner, you. Before I finished speaking, Dougan suddenly interrupted me. Li Hao Yen, I told you the day before yesterday that we are over. Don't bother me anymore. As she spoke, she took out her phone from her bag and pulled out a screenshot. The screenshot showed the chat history between her and me. One of the messages read, we're done, followed by an angry emoticon. I was stunned. She waved the phone in front of me and held it casually with the screen tilted to the side of Yuan. This series of actions did not escape my eyes at all. I restrained my expression slightly and stared at Dougan seriously. She looked flustered for a moment, but her forced calm expression could not hide her inner fluctuations. Are you sure? I asked slowly. Dougan breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that I would not expose her lies. Because she knows me, knows that although I appear easygoing on the outside, I am actually a bit cold and arrogant inside, and I don't care to explain or respond to other people's opinions. She secretly glanced at Yuan and put away her phone only after confirming that he had seen the screenshots on his phone. Li Hao Yin, during this year, I found that our personalities are not compatible. In this case, it is better for us to break up early. This will be better for both of us and will not delay each other. Her tone softened slightly, but when she mentioned delay, there was an obvious pause. I raised my eyebrows and I understood in my heart. The screenshot just now was clearly a conversation between us 2 days ago when we were flirting. Dougan deliberately captured part of it. This shows that she was well prepared. However, before the awakening today, our relationship was still good and there was nothing unusual between us. In other words, her attitude change happened at this moment. A trace of doubt flashed through my mind, Was it related to my awakening of the mechanic? Do you know that I awakened the mechanic? I looked at her deeply. Dougan's eyes flickered slightly, and she replied calmly, I just heard someone mention it. Sure enough. Then what did you awaken to? I asked again. Holy priest. She raised her chin coldly. Holy priest? I couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect that when I was about to share the good news with her, she would reveal such a realistic and resolute side. I understand now. It turns out that Dougan's kindness to me was only because of my unprecedented full spiritual power talent. When she found out that I awakened the mechanic and she awakened the profession that was considered the most useless, she immediately abandoned our relationship without hesitation. I shook my head in disappointment and prepared to turn around and leave. I no longer had any interest in getting back with this kind of person, and I was too lazy to say another word to her. Li Hao-yin, you didn't expect that, did you? Reality is always full of drama. No matter how talented you are, it's meaningless if you awaken a rubbish profession like mechanic. Yuan Ting looked at me smugly, with disdain in his tone. What are those old stubborn people in the professional guild thinking? A mechanic who can kill in seconds dares to call himself a phantom god? I think this profession is no different from a sewer. He then hugged Vivian's slender waist, his eyes swept across the milk bottle on her chest, and said proudly, Yenner was right to choose me, because only a powerful knight, wandering god like me, can protect the nanny. Dougan smiled shyly, with no intention of resisting at all. I sneered. The holy priest's nickname is the nurse, who is responsible for restoring the health of teammates. However, from now on, I no longer need a nurse. Sewer profession? Oh yes, it's really dramatic. I responded coldly. Yuan Ting, don't forget to keep an eye on your nurse. Be careful that she may run into a stronger teammate one day and run to feed others' milk. After I said this, I turned and left without hesitation. Yuan Ting looked at my back as I walked away and suddenly remembered the wet nurse in his arms who had fed me countless times. His face instantly became gloomy. Li Hao-yin, without the aura of genius, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant? Don't let me find an opportunity, otherwise. The fire in his heart grew stronger. I left the awakening hall, pondered for a moment, and then headed southeast. There was the dungeon teleportation hall. There are usually two ways for new players to upgrade after their career awakening. The first is to form a team and go out in the wild to fight monsters and gain experience. Leaving the city's shelter, there are monsters everywhere. Although it is unsafe to be too far away from the city, the monsters around the city are a good place for novices to hone their skills. The monsters are not very strong and not very dangerous. Although you will gain little experience, they are safe and you can find high-level professionals to protect you. The only drawback is that every year after awakening, many newcomers rush out to kill monsters. The competition is fierce, and snatching monsters is a headache. The second way is to purchase a dungeon ticket in the dungeon transfer hall and be directly transferred to the exclusive dungeon suitable for your level. This way, no one else will snatch the monsters, and the copy will also provide experience rewards for completing the level. The upgrade speed is much faster than spawning monsters in the wild. The number of players in a dungeon is limited to 4, with a maximum difference of 5 levels. Dungeons like the Dark Forest are limited to levels 10 to 15, and professionals above level 15 cannot enter. Although the dungeon experience will be shared equally with teammates, compared to competing in the wild, clearing the dungeon is obviously a faster option. I walked to the ticket window and handed over 100 gold coins. I want a ticket to the Dark Forest. Although the copy can speed up the upgrade, the price is not cheap. 100 gold coins is almost all my savings. As an orphan, my financial situation has always been tight, and this money is all saved by me through frugality. If I can have exclusive access to the materials in the dungeon, I can still earn back the money I spent on the ticket, I thought to myself. The staff took the gold coins and handed me a registration form. Please fill in the number of people, occupation, level, name, and ID card. I know that this is a precautionary measure to prevent accidents to the dungeon challengers. After all, the difficulty of a dungeon is much greater than that of low-level monsters. It is common for professionals who enter the dungeon to be wiped out accidentally. At least the registration information can tell who died. I filled out the form and handed it back to the staff. He took the form and looked up suddenly, his eyes full of shock. Level 10, a newly awakened mechanic? Yes. I nodded in confirmation. The staff member took a deep breath and his expression changed. Are you looking for death? You actually want to solo the Dark Forest? When the staff looked at me as if I were mentally retarded, I couldn't help but smile. For an ordinary mechanic, it would be tantamount to suicide to play Dark Forest alone. The Tauren in Dark Forest are at least level 10 monsters, and the Elite Tauren are level 11. And the final boss of the dungeon, the Tauren leader, is a full level 12. What's more, the Tauren race has thick skin and flesh, high health, and high defense. It is impossible for any profession of the same level to solo it, let alone a mechanic. Usually, only a big spender who is a phantom god with lots of purple equipment can have a chance to fight in a dungeon. Otherwise, the possibility of soloing a dungeon is almost zero. But I have a special talent. Unlimited ammunition. What's there to be afraid of? Can't I kill a few minotaurs? It's okay. I just wanted to give it a try. Anyway, I have the teleportation crystal. With the speed of the minotaur, even if he can't beat me, I can always run away, right? The staff shook their heads helplessly. Really, you newcomers always refuse to believe in evil and insist on doing such stupid things. But he didn't say anything more. Since I was determined to go my own way, he didn't bother to persuade me. As long as I was willing to pay for the ticket, whether I could pass the level had nothing to do with him. Once you enter the dungeon, you are responsible for your own life and death. If you die in the dungeon, no one will be responsible. Soon, the staff completed the registration and handed me an admission ticket and a teleportation crystal. As long as I leave the battle and use the crystal, I can teleport out. I took the ticket and walked towards the teleportation gate next to it. When I arrived at the primary dungeon area, I stood at the teleportation point of the Dark Forest and activated the admission ticket. There was a flash of white light, and my figure disappeared. As my eyes blurred, I appeared at the entrance of a gloomy forest. In front of me was a winding dirt road that led into the depths of darkness. The forest was dimly lit and the trees were sparse. Faintly, I saw huge figures over 2 meters tall wandering in the forest. Those are the minotaurs in the Dark Forest. They are far away from each other and will actively attack if you get within 5 meters. Of course, if they are attacked, even if they are 5 meters away, they will transfer their hatred to the attacker. My eyes narrowed. Although I had unlimited ammunition, I knew I had to be careful not to pull too many monsters at once. If I were surrounded by these minotaurs, I would still be in danger. Taking a deep breath, I activated my skill, Glot Pistol. A flash of white light appeared, and a matte silver Glot Pistol appeared in my hand. I thought about it, and the pistol quickly left my palm and floated in front of me. This is the passive skill of the mechanic, Superpower Control. Through Superpower Control, the mechanic can control all the superpower weapons he made with his mind. After all, in the later stages, the number of superpowered weapons of the mechanic is extremely large. Without this skill, it is simply a sewer profession to control it with just your hands. At the same time, I saw the spiritual power value drop from 200 to 199. This means that the Groot pistol will exist for the next 60 seconds, and the spiritual power value will be deducted by 1 point every minute to extend the existence time of the super weapon. During this time, I can use these weapons unlimitedly because unlimited ammunition. Time is precious. I dare not waste it, and continue to summon the Glot Pistol. In the blink of an eye, 10 Glot Pistols appeared in front of me, with their black muzzles pointing forward. That's right, because there is no need to manufacture. As long as the spiritual power is sufficient, I can summon multiple super weapons at the same time. 10 Groot Pistols, each lasting 1 minute, consuming 10 points of spiritual power. My spiritual power is 200. Although spiritual power will recover automatically, the recovery speed is far slower than the consumption. In other words, I must clear the dungeon within 20 minutes. That should be enough time. With excitement gleaming in my eyes, I walked towards the depths of the Dark Forest. The effective range of the Glot Pistol is 50 meters, but I knew that my marksmanship was average, so I decided to close the distance. In the end, I stood 20 meters away from the enemy, holding 10 Glot Pistols and firing at the same time. Bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by dense gunfire, blood mist instantly burst out from the Minotaur. It barely turned around without even taking a step before it collapsed under my fierce fire. Kill the Minotaur and gain 10 experience points. As the kill notification floated in the air, I couldn't help but gasp and whispered, "This speed is too amazing." I was so excited that my body was shaking slightly, and a huge sense of satisfaction surged in my heart. Unlimited firepower. This is the true power of the mechanic. This is the fighting style I pursue. My initial understanding of the Tauren's defense and my own attack power made me feel relieved. In the following battle, I still kept a distance from the enemy and started to focus fire accurately at about 20 meters. In less than 2 seconds, the Minotaur fell quietly like a sieve. Fortunately, the monsters in the dungeon have their own unique hatred mechanism. Unless you're within 5 meters of them, they will not actively attack even if they hear gunshots. With the firepower support of 10 Groot pistols, I killed my way into the depths of the dark forest. On the way, I encountered 2 elite Minotaurs. Faced with endless ammunition suppression, they only barked a few more times than ordinary Minotaurs, and then fell to the ground, becoming my source of experience. Each elite Minotaur brought me 20 experience points, twice as high as ordinary Minotaurs. Dark Forest is a primary dungeon with a boss, 2 elite monsters, and 47 ordinary Tauren. Under the crushing of my powerful firepower, in less than 10 minutes, I crossed the entire forest and came to the deepest part of the Dark Forest. Next to a fire in the distance, a giant Minotaur over 3 meters tall was patrolling, its silver armor flickering in the firelight, exuding a strong aura of threat. When I saw the final boss, I didn't hesitate. With a thought, 10 Groot pistols started firing bullets crazily at the same time. Moo! Although the Minotaur boss's defense was twice that of an elite monster, under my intensive firepower, it fell to the ground before it could run 3 steps. Kill the Minotaur boss and gained 50 experience points. Ding dong. Cleared the Dark Forest and gained 100 experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations on setting a new record for the fastest time to clear the Dark Forest and gaining 200 experience points. Seeing the dungeon prompts flashing one after another, my eyes lit up. Fuck, the rewards for refreshing and clearing the level are so generous. Ding dong. Congratulations on reaching level 11. Shit, I've upgraded. As expected, the experience gained by playing a dungeon alone is ridiculously fast, much better than a group of people crowding outside the city to grab monsters. I quickly opened the career panel and saw that the spiritual power value in the attribute column was full due to the upgrade. Not only that, there were 5 more free potential points at the top of the panel, which could be allocated at will. Without saying anything, I added all my potential to my spiritual power. With the 5 basic attributes given by the level increase, my spiritual power value soared to 210 points, enough to summon an extra Glot pistol, which can be used for up to 10 minutes. At this moment, a purple light flashed before his eyes, and a piece of armor fell next to the Minotaur King. I was stunned for a moment. Then I reacted and a look of surprise appeared on my face. No way. Purple equipment actually dropped from a normal copy? I walked over quickly and picked up my equipment. Name: Bull King's bright silver breastplate, unbound. Type: light armor. Attributes: strength plus 14, spiritual power plus 14. I was a little disappointed inside. Light armor? What a pity, it's not suitable for me. The equipment in this world is divided into 5 types: cloth armor, leather armor, light armor, heavy armor, and plate armor. Magicians usually use cloth or leather armor. Magicians and warriors use light armor, and physicalians use heavy or plate armor. My mechanic is a magician and can only use leather armor. Of course, it is possible to wear other types of equipment, but not only will the attribute bonus be inappropriate, but the defense bonus of professional expertise will also be lost. Forcing it to use is not worth the loss, so professional players rarely do this. Accessory equipment can be used universally as long as the attributes are suitable. The equipment levels from low to high are: white equipment, junk; green equipment, ordinary; blue equipment, excellent; purple equipment, rare; pink equipment, artifact level; orange equipment, legendary level; and gold, epic equipment. White equipment can be found everywhere and is cheap. Green equipment is commonly found in ordinary monsters or dungeon monsters and can be sold for at least 1 gold coin in an auction. Blue equipment is dropped by elite monsters and will definitely drop from dungeon bosses and can be sold for dozens of gold coins in an auction. Purple equipment has a low drop rate. Only bosses drop it, and the drop rate is only 10%. In the auction house, the price is hundreds of gold coins, and ordinary players need to save up for a long time to buy it. Although I have no use for this purple outfit, I can take it to the auction house and exchange it for a few hundred gold coins. As for the pink suit, it is even rarer. The dungeon boss and elite monsters have a very low chance of dropping it, with an explosion rate of only 1%. Only the lucky ones can get it. If it drops, it can be sold for at least a few thousand gold coins. If you are lucky, the pink suit with top-grade attributes is even more valuable. In addition to this armor, the Minotaur King, as a boss, also dropped a blue item, the Minotaur King's leather belt. This is exactly what I need, so I equipped it without hesitation, and my spiritual power increased by 11 points. I had cleared all the monsters in the Dark Forest. I was busy killing monsters during the battle and didn't pick up many things. Excited, I put away the purple equipment and started to collect other spoils. 2 elite Tauren dropped a blue item each, and the other ordinary Tauren dropped about 20 green items. There were also Tauren teeth, leather, fine iron fragments, and other dungeon materials. These materials may be useful to other mechanics, as they are needed to create super-powered weapons using blueprints, but they are worthless to me and can only be sold for gold. I did a quick calculation and found that, excluding the purple outfit, I could earn almost 200 gold coins just by auctioning these items. The entrance ticket to the Dark Forest only costs 100 gold coins. In other words, if you play the dungeon alone like me, you can not only quickly gain experience, but also make a lot of money. Thinking of this, I didn't want to waste time and activated the teleportation crystal immediately. 3 seconds later, I appeared in the dungeon hall with an excited look on my face and headed straight for the auction house. The staff member was stunned when he saw my expression, and then he subconsciously glanced at the clock. Why did this guy come out so soon? Looking at him like this, did he get anything? No way. He got the blue equipment? No. How is that possible? You have to kill at least 10 ordinary Tauren to encounter the first elite Tauren in the Dark Forest. How can a mechanic who just changed his job to a mechanic finish it in 10 minutes? The staff shook their heads and thought amusedly, impossible. But at this moment, the panel above the Dark Forest portal suddenly updated a message. The fastest record for clearing the Dark Forest, 25 minutes and 12 seconds. Clearer, Li Haotian. The staff member was stunned and stood up suddenly. Crash! The chair fell to the ground. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the screen again in disbelief. Fuck, he shouted in shock. You know, the previous fastest record was 1 hour, and that was done by a team of 4. How could Li Haotian, a newly transferred mechanic, complete the game in just half an hour? Could it be that the Tauren in the dungeon had made a collective sacrifice? The staff shook their heads and quickly discarded this ridiculous idea. Although the Minotaurs are reckless, they are not so stupid. How could they commit mass suicide? What the staff didn't know was that it only took me 10 minutes to clear the Dark Forest, and the rest of the time was mostly spent collecting materials. After all, collecting materials by myself is indeed a bit inefficient. Could it be that he discovered some bug? The staff member looked confused. They really couldn't understand how a mechanic who had just changed jobs could solo the Dark Forest. In order to facilitate professionals in buying and selling equipment, the auction house was set up next to the dungeon teleportation hall. After entering the auction house, I found a vacant window and without hesitation put out all the items I was going to sell. The trading rules of the auction house are simple and clear. Sellers only need to hand over the equipment or materials they want to sell to the staff, who will give a suggested selling price based on the current market price. If the seller is satisfied with the price, he can directly put the item up for sale. If you're not satisfied, you can adjust the price based on the suggested price, and then put it up again. Once the item is auctioned, the auction house will charge a certain percentage of the agency fee, and the remaining part will be directly deposited into the seller's account. When I took out the Bull King's bright silver armor, the teller's eyes flashed with surprise. "Oh, young man, you're lucky you got this," he said with a smile. I couldn't help but ask with some anticipation, "What is the market price of this equipment?" The teller quickly checked the market price and said with a smile, "There are quite a few newly awakened professionals recently. The Bull King's bright silver armor is very suitable for light armor professions. The last piece has just been bought. The market price is 500 gold coins." I asked thoughtfully, "When was the last piece of Minotaur King's armor hung up?" The teller nodded. "It was sold out in just 2 days after it was put up." I thought about it for a moment and said decisively, "Then I'll pay 600 gold coins." The teller glanced at me with a hint of appreciation. "Young man, you are quite good at seizing opportunities. Okay, give me the equipment." I chuckled and handed him the armor that shone with a light purple luster. During this period, many newly awakened professionals emerged, and purple equipment like this was often the first choice for the children of those families. After all, artifact-level pink equipment is too expensive, and the upgrade speed of professionals in the early stages is not slow. Buying pink equipment is too luxurious, and you have to change equipment after wearing it for a short time. Although blue equipment has lower attributes, it is not decent enough, and the children of the family usually don't take a fancy to it. Purple equipment is moderate, a few hundred gold coins apiece, not too expensive, and has good attributes. It can show status without being too ostentatious. After I put the purple equipment up for sale, I also sold the other blue and green equipment and various materials I found in the dungeon. The auction house will directly purchase these ordinary items, saving me the trouble of putting them up for sale again. After clearing the dungeon's loot, I managed to earn 223 gold coins, enough to buy 2 more dungeon tickets. With the money, I quickly left the auction house and walked towards the copy teleportation hall again. At the same time, at the other end of the auction house, a young man with a sly look in his eyes looked at me leaving, took out his cell phone, and made a call. Outside the city, Yuan Ting was lying under the shade of a tree, proudly hugging Dougan's slender waist and touching her thighs from time to time, attracting envious glances from others. At this time, the security guards sent by his family were working hard to kill monsters. Although the level of these security guards was not high, it was still easy for them to deal with the low-level monsters around them. At this moment, Yuan Ting's phone suddenly rang. He looked at the caller ID and answered the call. "Hello," Yuan Ting said lazily. "Brother Yuan, I bought the last piece of light armor. Now I have all the equipment you need." Yuan Ting's eyes flashed with joy, and he said eagerly, "Send it over once you have bought everything." The lackey on the other end of the phone suddenly lowered his voice. "Brother Yuan, I want to report a situation to you. Do you know who hung up the last piece of Bull King armor?" Yuan Ting said impatiently, "It's none of my business. It will end up in my hands anyway." "It was Li Haotian. I saw him sell the bull-headed king armor with my own eyes." "Li Haotian." Yuan Ting was stunned for a moment, frowning. He's a newly awakened mechanic, and someone actually teamed up with him to clear dungeons? "No, Brother Yuan, I followed Li Haotian to the dungeon teleportation hall. He bought a ticket by himself and entered the Dark Forest dungeon without any team at all." Yuan Ting's eyes narrowed, and he stood up suddenly. "What did you say? He cleared the dungeon alone?" "Yes, Brother Yuan, he went in alone." Yuan Ting fell into deep thought. This is impossible. How could he, a mechanic, clear the Dark Forest alone? He whispered to himself. After a moment, he instructed, "Keep watching him. If Li Haotian can really clear the dungeon alone, notify me immediately." "Yes, Brother Yuan." After the call was hung up, Yuan Ting's face turned gloomy. Dougan, who was standing next to him, also heard the conversation and was stunned. 20 minutes later, Yuan Ting's phone rang again. "Fuck, Brother Yuan, that guy's out. 22 minutes and 36 seconds. He broke the speedrun record." Yuan Ting's eyes widened, and he shouted in shock. "What did you say? 22 minutes? He broke the record. Shit, that guy teleported into a new dungeon, the Thunder Ruins. He went in alone." Dougan covered her mouth in surprise. "Thunder Ruins? Isn't that a dungeon that only level 12 people are eligible to enter?" He is already level 12. Yuan Ting's mood became extremely complicated. According to his calculations, if Li Haotian could really clear the dungeon alone, it would mean that he could enjoy the monster experience in the dungeon alone, and it might even be possible for him to quickly reach level 12. But how could a lousy mechanic like him clear a dungeon alone? "Let's go to the dungeon teleportation hall." Yuan Ting gnashed his teeth and said. 10 minutes later, Yuan Ting, along with Dougan and a group of security guards, walked into the dungeon hall in a menacing manner. His eyes quickly swept across and locked onto the triangular-eyed young man next to the Thunder Ruins portal, and he quickened his pace as he walked towards that direction. "Is that kid still in the copy?" Yuan Ting asked, gritting his teeth. "Yes, I've been keeping an eye on him, and he hasn't come out yet." Yuan Ting sneered, nodded, and turned to look at the display panel next to him. The latest clearance time of Dark Forest was clearly visible, and a name was also marked next to it. At this moment, the atmosphere in the dungeon hall changed. The onlookers stopped and whispered, "What the hell? Soloing Dark Forest? It actually broke the record. How'd they do that? Li Haotian? Why does this name sound so familiar? Don't tell me you don't know. He's the big mechanic with full spiritual power. Is it him? Is that true? I heard that he awakened a mechanic. Although the mechanic is a phantom profession, How could he possibly clear a dungeon solo at his new job level? Could it be that he discovered a bug in the dungeon? Yuan Ting's eyes lit up as he listened to these discussions. Li Haoyan found a trick to get around the dungeon bug? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could a mechanic who had just changed his job do such a thing? But soon, Yuan Ting's face changed. He knew in his heart that if Li Haoyan really found some tricks, he would definitely not reveal them to him after he had ridiculed him before. What should he do? Meanwhile, I was making great progress in the Thunder Ruins. Thunder Ruins is a level 13 dungeon, and the monster is the Dark Thunder Rhino, which has stronger attack and defense than the Tauren, but moves slower. For me, this high attack, low speed monster is just right for my fighting style. With my previous experience of soloing the Dark Forest, I have more confidence in my firepower output. In order to improve the efficiency of defeating monsters, I spent a lot of gold coins to buy a full set of green cloth armor. Although the defense of cloth armor is not high, it can increase the most spiritual power. Now my spiritual power has reached 300, which is enough to support 20 group pistols firing continuously for 15 minutes. There are 30 more monsters in the Thunder Ruins than in the Dark Forest, a total of 80. But facing Glot with unlimited ammunition, the Dark Thunder Rhino is not worth mentioning at all. Bullets flew wildly, and the Dark Thunder Rhino leader fell to the ground with a shrill roar. Even its horn was dented by my punches. 2 blue lights flashed by, and 2 blue items dropped. When I saw one of the leather armors, my eyes lit up. Not bad. It adds 20 points of spiritual power, which is considered the best among blue equipment. I quickly picked up the equipment and decided to wear it first. It would not hurt to increase the spiritual power value. I could sell it at the auction house when it is eliminated. Next, I started collecting the materials dropped by the Dark Thunder Rhino. The rhino horns and rhino skins were more valuable than those dropped by the Tauren. After I finished clearing the battlefield and looked at my experience points, I couldn't help but sigh. It's really getting harder to level up as time goes on. I only got 60% of the experience points by myself. Forget it. I have enough money for tickets, and it's no problem to fight a few times. I shook my head and crushed the teleportation crystal to exit the dungeon. He's out. He's out. What the hell? 21 minutes. He also found the speedrunning bug. Oh my god. This must be the special talent of a full spiritual mechanic who can sense the bugs in the dungeon. As soon as I came out, there was a sudden uproar around me, with exclamations ringing in my ears. Oh my god. What the hell is this? Why are there so many people gathered here? I was shocked by the gazes they gave me. Then, I looked up at the display board of Thunder Ruins. The fastest clearance record of Thunder Ruins, 21 minutes and 21 seconds, cleared by Li Haoyan. When I saw this message, I instantly realized that the news of solo speedrun had spread. Master, can you tell me how you got stuck in this bug? I'll give you 100 gold coins, please. Get lost. You dare to ask for only 100 gold coins? I'll give you 1,000 gold coins. Master, please help me clear the dungeon. Brother Haoyan, can you help me with some fighting? I'm a Naga. I can heal and I'm very smooth. When I saw the blue-haired girl twisting her slender waist, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. Hinagia, your fish scales are no good no matter how smooth they are. I complained in my heart. Everyone has misunderstood. I didn't encounter any bugs. I cleared the level solo based on my own strength. Don't try to take shortcuts. Steady upgrades are the right path. I sincerely advised everyone while pushing through the crowd and heading towards the auction house. Bug? Huh. Who are you looking down on? I am a bug. The tickets I just bought are used up, so I have to deal with the materials and exchange them for gold coins to continue clearing the dungeon. When I walked out of the hall, everyone showed disappointed expressions. The existence of copy bugs is nothing new, but some people will treat it as a secret to make money and will not disclose it. As for what I said about soloing based on strength, whoever believes it is a fool. How can a rubbish mechanic who just changed his job have strength? Just as I was about to leave, a familiar figure suddenly stood in front of me. I looked up and immediately raised my eyebrows. Dougan, you're blocking the way. Dougan showed an awkward look on her face, but as she thought of my experience and benefits from solo dungeons, the awkwardness was instantly suppressed. Instead, there was a slight warmth in my heart. Haoyan, I was just joking before. Let's make peace. There was a hint of urgency in her voice. I am the recognized school beauty of Ching College, and you're the most outstanding talent in the college. Everyone has always praised us for our talent and beauty. Moreover, the mechanic is weak in defense, and the holy priest I awakened is a leader in the auxiliary system. He can add defense buffs and heal injuries. This is simply God's arrangement. Dougan became more and more excited as she spoke, with a gleam in her eyes, as if all this was truly destined. As I listened to her boasting, a sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. "No need," I said calmly. "You were right before. We are not compatible. Let's separate. This way we won't waste each other's time." I deliberately emphasized the word delay, and Dougan's bright smile froze an instant. After saying that, I didn't even look at her, just pushed her away and walked outside. Her holy priest? Even if it's a phantom god assistant, I'm too lazy to take a second look now. Once the green team mask is torn off, who can guarantee that this kind of woman won't turn against you at the critical moment? Keeping her around will only cause trouble for yourself. What's more, when my level is raised, I don't need any auxiliary profession at all. My firepower is unlimited, and my super weapon has strong defense. It is harder than climbing to the sky for others to hurt me. Treatment? I don't need it at all. I walked into the auction house next door. Dougan stood there with her mouth slightly open, her face full of disappointment and embarrassment. The strange looks from the crowd made her even more embarrassed. At this time, Yuan came out with a gloomy face, coldly glanced at the crowd of onlookers around him, and shouted angrily, "What are you looking at? A bunch of country bumpkins who are not doing their jobs. You want to fight with me?" Although the onlookers were dissatisfied, they did not dare to refute. After all, Yuan was wearing purple equipment, was a phantom god, and had the powerful power of the Yuan family behind him. Ordinary people did not dare to offend him easily. What's more, I don't want to reveal the tricks to get around the bug, so there's no point in them staying. Yuan looked at the auction house angrily, his eyes full of jealousy, and cursed in a low voice. It's a pity that poor boy Hao Ian didn't fall for it. If he was willing to take you to play the dungeon together, I would know how he got stuck with the bug. Damn it. A trace of regret flashed in Dougan's eyes. Yuan didn't understand that if I really accepted her, she would follow me wholeheartedly, never return to Yuan, and would not reveal the tricks of catching bugs to him. Before, she chose Yuan purely to use the power of the Yuan family to quickly upgrade and obtain equipment, to prepare for the college selection 3 days later, and to strive to enter the 2 best superpower academies in the Donglong Empire. But if I can clear the dungeon alone and pass it easily, then if she clears the dungeon with me, the leveling speed will definitely be much faster than killing wild monsters with Yuan. Moreover, if 2 people were to do a dungeon, there wouldn't be much equipment to distribute, and the revenue from the dungeon ticket would be enough to offset the cost. If she had done a dungeon with me within 3 days, she would have leveled up very quickly. Compared with Yuan dungeon team, the upgrade speed is much slower, the experience points are more, and the efficiency is low. But I can reach level 12 in a few times when I enter the dungeon alone. This speed is faster than a rocket. I went to the auction house and sold the materials I collected in the dungeon and the equipment I didn't need. I also took back the gold coins for the Minotaur King's armor that Yuan had bought. After deducting the handling fee, I earned more than 1,200 gold coins. I didn't use the gold coins to buy equipment and immediately walked towards the dungeon hall. I decided to reach level 20 within 3 days, because only when I reach level 20 can I unlock the second stage of talent skills, and then I will have a 100% chance of passing the college selection. All the new professionals in the East Dragon Empire dream of entering Tsinghua College and Beida College. These 2 colleges are not only top-level institutions, but also provide students with the opportunity to join high-level guilds. The high-level dungeons were almost entirely controlled by these guilds. Without the support of the guild, participating in a high-difficulty dungeon was simply courting death. Back in the dungeon hall, I bought 8 tickets to the Thunder Ruins. As the level increases, the experience required increases. I calculated that at the current upgrade speed, I would have to clear the Thunder Ruins 8 times to reach level 15. The ticket to the Dark Forest only costs 100 gold coins, but the Thunder Ruins cost 120 gold coins, so 8 tickets cost a total of 960 gold coins. For ordinary professionals, this is a lot of money. But for me, it is not a problem at all to play the dungeon alone and get all the spoils. From afternoon to evening, I have been busy in the Thunder Ruins, and even the staff in the dungeon hall have become numb. Finally, when I used up my last ticket and entered the Thunder Ruins, I expertly summoned 20 Groot pistols, surrounded myself with them, and steadily advanced toward the boss area. As the last round of crazy firepower poured down, the Thunder Demon Rhino leader fell to the ground with a bang, and his health dropped to 0. Ding dong. Congratulations on reaching level 15. Seeing this tip, I was excited. I immediately opened the attribute panel and thought to myself, level 15, just in time to unlock a new skill. New skill in Chapter 8, Gatling Gun. The first few attributes were still increasing steadily. Li Haoyan didn't even bother to look at them and directly added all the 5 points of free potential rewarded by the upgrade to spiritual power. Then he couldn't wait to click on the last column, Talent, and looked at the skill column. In the empty skill bar, below the bright silver glot pistol, there was a black super weapon that was several times larger in size. Skill, Gatling Gun. Skill description, summons a Gatling Gun. Every minute the Gatling Gun exists, it consumes 2 points of spiritual power. Note, after the spiritual power value returns to 0, the Gatling Gun will automatically retract. When he saw this thing, Li Haoyan couldn't help, but his eyes lit up and his whole body trembled with excitement. Fuck, I thought level 15 would only unlock an automatic rifle or something, but it turned out to be a Gatling Gun. As a top student, when Li Haoyan saw these words, he immediately mobilized the relevant knowledge he had learned in his mind. The Gatling gun uses 6 14.7mm caliber barrels in a circle, and its firing rate can reach an astonishing 1,000 rounds per minute. The speed of this firepower outpouring is even more powerful than Li Haoyan's current 20 Groots combined. Even though the spiritual power consumed per minute is twice that of the Glot pistol, its firepower density is completely incomparable to the Glot pistol. After reaching level 15, with the spiritual power added by his equipment, Li Haoyan's spiritual power now reaches more than 400 points. What does more than 400 spiritual powers represent? This means that Li Haoyan can summon and use 20 Gatling machine guns at the same time within 10 minutes. With the talent of infinite ammunition, his Gatling gun can always maintain the highest firing rate without having to change magazines. 20 Gatling guns mean more than 20,000 rounds per minute. Moreover, superpowered weapons will not experience problems such as firepower attenuation or barrel overheating. This also means that there will be no vacuum period when Li Haoyan unleashes his firepower. With this kind of firepower, not to mention monsters of level 10, even monsters of level 20 or 30 can't withstand it. From now on, his efficiency in clearing dungeons will increase by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, Li Haoyan immediately summoned out 20 black Gatling machine guns without saying a word. Those black gun muzzles were like the eyes of the devil, staring fiercely ahead. Li Haoyan licked his lips excitedly. His eyes scanned the surroundings and then fell on a huge rock next to him. As Li Haoyan thought about it, 20 Gatling guns fired at the same time. Da-da-da-da-da. A rainstorm of debris suddenly shot out from a huge stone that was 2 people tall. In just a few seconds, the stone was shattered into powder by the ferocious firepower. Hiss! Although he was mentally prepared, even Li Haoyan, the instigator, couldn't help but gasp when he saw the scene before him. Damn, this is too violent. Satisfied with taking back the Gatling machine guns, Li Haoyan's eyes showed a fanatical look. The firepower is enough. Now, what I need most is spiritual power. After exiting the career panel, Li Haoyan suddenly saw the purple light next to the boss. He was slightly startled and said in surprise, "Huh, I'm so lucky that I got another purple outfit." Li Haoyan hurried over to check the equipment attributes. Name, Magic Rhino Bracelet, unbound. Type, accessories. Attributes, speed increased by 10 points, spiritual power increased by 40 points. Sure, it's actually a bracelet, and it happens to be something I can use. Li Haoyan nodded with satisfaction and put on the equipment directly. After exiting the Thunder Ruins, Li Haoyan immediately ran to the nearby auction house and sold all the materials and equipment he had obtained from the previous dungeon, exchanging them for more than 2,500 gold coins. Only then did he leave contentedly and go back to sleep. The next day, as soon as the sky began to brighten, Li Haoyan couldn't wait to go to the copy teleportation hall. But what he didn't expect was that Yuan Ting and Dougan were also here. In addition to them, there were 2 security guards following Yuan Ting. When he saw Li Haoyan, Yuan Ting's expression changed slightly. Li Haoyan has reached level 15 and is in a good mood. When he saw these 2 guys, he suddenly remembered Yuan Ting's words of mockery towards him yesterday. His eyes rolled and he walked towards them. "Hey, isn't this the powerful night-wandering god, young Master Yuan? Why, instead of robbing wild monsters today, you're planning to come and play in the dungeon?" Li Haoyan said sarcastically. Beside him, Dougan looked at Li Haoyan with complicated eyes, feeling very uncomfortable. Because when Li Haoyan came over just now, he never looked at her directly from beginning to end, as if she was a passerby, not even worth a second glance. Yuan looked unhappy. Li Haoyan, don't be so proud. Isn't it just a blind cat that found a trick to exploit the bug? You're just hanging around in the Thunder Ruins. With a rubbish job like yours, you're destined to be useless in the future. Oh, really? Then let's wait and see. Li Haoyan laughed and walked towards the ticket office nonchalantly. Seeing Li Haoyan's smug look, Yuan snorted angrily and walked towards the Thunder Ruins. After a whole day of killing wild monsters yesterday, his level finally reached 13. Today, he specially found 2 level 15 security guards and prepared to enter the Thunder Ruins to give it a try. He just didn't believe that Li Haoyan could find the bug in the copy, but he, such a powerful Night Wanderer, couldn't find it. Not only him, several groups of people who have reached level 12 have entered the game today. They're all hoping for a lucky break and are trying to find a bug that will allow them to quickly clear the Thunder Ruins. Li Haoyan came to the ticket window and took out 700 gold coins and handed them to the ticket seller. Give me 5 tickets to Glatt Canyon first. Glatt is a higher level copy, so the price of the admission ticket is naturally higher at 140 gold coins per ticket. The ticket seller was the one who watched Li Haoyan frantically solo the dungeon yesterday. Looking at Li Haoyan's handsome face, he was even a little numb. Oh, 5 tickets to Thunder Ruins, right? Hiccup. What did you say? Glatt Canyon. Because Li Haoyan had spent most of the day clearing the Thunder Ruins yesterday, the ticket seller subconsciously thought that Li Haoyan was still clearing that one. But he had only said half of his words when he suddenly realized what was happening and couldn't help but exclaim. Glatt Canyon. This is a dungeon that can only be entered by level 15. He is already level 15? What the hell is this upgrade speed? As the ticket seller exclaimed, many people in the hall were attracted by the movement here. Just as Yuan was about to activate the admission ticket, he heard the words Glatt Canyon. His whole body froze, and he turned to look over here. Li Haoyan smiled faintly. That's right, Glatt Canyon. 5 tickets. Chapter 9. Glatt Canyon. Firepower is king. Li Haoyan took the admission ticket to Glatt Canyon from the bewildered ticket seller and turned to walk towards the teleportation area. The level of Glatt Canyon is slightly higher than that of Thunder Ruins, and the teleportation area is right next to Thunder Ruins. Li Haoyan passed by Yuan, winked at him and grinned. Mighty Master Yuan, keep going if you go slow, or maybe I can even find the bug in Glatt Canyon. Hearing Li Haoyan's sarcastic voice, Yuan face turned purple with anger. After taunting, Li Haoyan laughed, walked into the teleportation area of Glatt Canyon, and disappeared in a flash. Seeing Li Haoyan teleporting into the Glatt Canyon alone again, many other people in the dungeon teleportation hall stopped preparing to enter the dungeon and gathered here instead. Damn it, he entered the dungeon alone again. Hey, do you think he would get stuck in the dungeon bug again this time? Nonsense. If he wasn't sure, would he go in alone and seek death? I'm so envious. Is this the value of full spiritual power? This is too exaggerated. I've never heard of a mechanic who can level up so quickly. Oh, let alone the mechanic, he's probably the fastest leveler among all the professions. He reached level 15 in just one day. What a beast. The discussions of the people around surged like a tide, and the originally quiet dungeon teleportation hall suddenly became lively. Yuan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, Glatt Canyon has a simple terrain. There are 150 monsters in total, which is almost twice the number of Thunder Ruins. Moreover, the monsters are also densely distributed. In this kind of environment, I don't believe that a lousy mechanic like him can continue to bug. Having said that, Yuan simply sat down next to him and stared at the teleportation area of Glatt Canyon without blinking. He wanted to wait for Li Haoyan, the lucky guy who liked to show off, to come out and then taunt him harshly. Otherwise, he really couldn't swallow this. Dougan stared blankly at the empty Glatt Canyon teleportation area, and his heart suddenly became bitter. After all, she had spent a year with Li Haoyan and knew what kind of personality he had. If he wasn't absolutely sure, Li Haoyan would definitely not enter the dungeon alone to cause trouble. Therefore, she was sure that Li Haoyan was absolutely confident that he could complete the dungeon alone. Dougan was so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. If I hadn't said yesterday that I wanted to break up with Li Haoyan, I should be level 14 today, right? Then I will continue to do one more day of dungeon today. Even if the experience will be divided equally, I will definitely be able to reach level 15. However, now Li Haoyan is already level 15, but he is only level 13. Even though this is just a simple difference of 2 levels, in fact, the experience value is probably twice as much as that from level 10 to level 13. It's too late to regret. At the entrance of Glatt Canyon, the air was slightly distorted, and Li Haoyan's figure appeared quietly. This is a huge canyon entrance with only a 10-meter wide passage in the middle leading straight to the depths of the canyon. The entire canyon is yellow-brown in color, with towering rock walls on both sides and extremely steep terrain. And on the central road, there were densely distributed little men with hunched bodies, gray skin, and ferocious looks. Frost Goblin. Some of these goblins held spears, and some held staffs. They formed groups of 3 and patrolled back and forth in the Glatt Canyon. Unlike the Minotaur and Thunder Rhino, the Frost Goblin in Glatt is much smarter than the former 2, which is obviously a result of cooperation. Level 15 professionals have unlocked their second professional skill, and their combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Therefore, this dungeon, which can only be entered by players at level 15, is obviously much more difficult than the previous ones. However, in Li Haoyan's eyes, the difficulty of this copy has actually decreased significantly. He looked at the Frost Goblin in front of him, excitement in his eyes, and licked his lips gently. These little arms and legs look so weak and unreliable. Li Haoyan muttered something in a low voice and began to use his skills. Gatling Gun. A huge machine gun over 2 meters long instantly appeared above Li Haoyan's head, and its 6 black gun barrels exuded brutal, murderous intent. Looking at the 2 spiritual power points deducted from his attribute panel, Li Haoyan grinned. It's just a drop in the bucket. The next moment, at Li Haoyan's call, a series of Gatling machine guns quickly appeared, almost submerging Li Haoyan. With the purple outfit just now, Li Haoyan's spiritual power value has now exceeded 400. That is to say, even if he summoned 20 Gatling machine guns, it would be enough to last for 10 minutes. Maybe it was because they were being pointed at by too many black gun muzzles, but several groups of Frost Goblins not far from the entrance seemed to sense the danger and started looking over here one by one. Li Haoyan chuckled and bent down slightly. Then he stomped his right foot on the ground and rushed into the valley in an instant. At the same time, the densely packed Gatling machine guns in front of him opened fire at the same time. Crackle! The sharp whistling sound of ammunition fired from the gun barrel suddenly resounded throughout the world. Because of his talent of unlimited ammunition, Li Haoyan doesn't have to worry about running out of bullets. The dense ammunition, like countless plows, wreaked havoc on the earth. Unlike the Groot pistol, the Gatling machine gun has an effective range of 1,000 meters. Li Haoyan didn't even need to look. Under the pouring of ammunition from 20 machine guns, the Frost Goblins within 1,000 meters ahead were instantly torn into pieces of flesh. Not even a whole bone could be seen. In an instant, waves of blood flew. 5 minutes. However, in just 5 minutes, Li Haoyan rushed to the boss area where the Frost Goblin King was. He didn't even get a clear look at the boss's appearance before the meat grinder-like rain of bullets had already turned the boss into a pool of meat paste. Kill the Frost Goblin and gain 30 experience points. Kill the Frost Goblin and gain 30 experience points. Kill the Frost Goblin Elite and gain 50 experience points. Kill the Frost Goblin King and gain 100 experience points. Ding dong. Clear Glatt Canyon and gained 300 experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations on setting a new record for the fastest time to clear Glatt Canyon and gaining 500 experience points. A series of prompts flashed quickly before Li Haoyan's eyes, like the crazy barrage of comments in a live broadcast room with millions of fans. Li Haoyan stopped, took a breath, turned around, and looked at the canyon behind him with a look of joy in his eyes. Haha, cool. It's so fucking satisfying. That's what a mechanic is. A true mechanic who puts firepower first and can defeat hundreds of enemies alone. Chapter 10, Crazy Upgrade. Level 20 goal achieved. Looking at the results he achieved within 5 minutes, Li Haoyan's eyes sparkled. Even though the difficulty of the dungeon had obviously increased significantly, Li Haoyan's speed in clearing it became even faster. The Gatling machine gun really lives up to its reputation. 20 Gatling machine guns fired at the same time, with unlimited bullets and a firing rate of 20,000 rounds per minute. The final result was a thorough sweep. Now, Li Haoyan can even be sure that with his current firepower, even if he enters a copy of more than 20 levels, he will definitely be able to crush all the way. These low-level monsters have no power to resist at all. Li Haoyan's heart was filled with burning heat, and he immediately began to clean up the battlefield, collect the materials and equipment dropped by the monsters, and then leave the copy. The crowd outside were still chatting when they suddenly saw a ball of white light lighting up in the teleportation area of Glac Canyon. They subconsciously glanced at it and were ready to look away, because only 15 minutes have passed since Li Haoyan entered the copy. And everyone knows that the difficulty of Glac Canyon is much higher than that of Thunder Ruins. It took Li Haoyan more than 20 minutes to speed through the Thunder Ruins before. Now, even if he could find a bug in the dungeon, it would still take him more than half an hour to clear the more difficult Glac Canyon. However, when their eyes fell on the person who appeared, the area suddenly became dead silent. Li Haoyan, why is he coming out now? Could it be that it failed due to a bug? There was a look of surprise and suspicion in everyone's eyes. But then, a message was immediately updated on the display board above the Glac Canyon, putting all the messy speculations of the crowd back into their stomachs. The fastest clearance record for Glac Canyon, 15 minutes and 21 seconds. The one who passed the level, Li Haoyan. Looking at this line of big red words, the surroundings were quiet at first, and then exploded. Wujie, Nima, am I blind? 15 minutes to solo Glac Canyon? Holy shit, could this guy be the Frost Goblin Prince? Yuan Ting's whole body was shaking violently, and he stared blankly at the display board above the copy, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Dougan opened his mouth into an O shape, and even the small tongue on his throat could be seen clearly. He was completely stunned. Although she thought Li Haoyan could clear the Glac Canyon solo, she never thought that Li Haoyan could complete it in such a short time. That's a total of 150 monsters. This also includes 5 elite monsters and a boss. Did Li Haoyan go straight to the boss area? Didn't he need to loot the enemies? This is definitely not a bug on his part, but a bug in the copy. Dougan was not the only one who had this idea. Several people in the crowd around him had already started to have flickering eyes. There were even a few people with decisive personalities who rushed directly to the ticket office, decisively bought an admission ticket to Glac Canyon, and then walked directly to the teleportation area without even forming a team. Seeing someone disappear in the Glac Canyon, Yuan Ting finally came back to his senses. He stared at Li Haoyan with an incredulous look for a long while. When he saw Li Haoyan activate another ticket without hesitation and disappear in the Glac Canyon teleportation area, he could no longer sit still. He grabbed Dougan and rushed to the ticket window with gritted teeth. A security guard nearby stared blankly at his young master buying a ticket and walking towards Glac Canyon. After hesitating for a while, he asked, "Young master, what are you doing?" "Nonsense. Of course we should try Glac Canyon. Didn't you see that everyone else has already been teleported in?" Yuan Ting said, gritting his teeth. The security guard was even more confused. "But, master, those people have already reached level 15, but you are only level 13. Yuan Ting paused, and his body stiffened slightly. "Shit, I almost forgot about this. I was really pissed off by that kid." Yuan Ting cursed in his heart awkwardly, turned around, and walked towards the Thunder Ruins. An hour later, Yuan Ting, with a gloomy face, reappeared in the copy transmission hall with Dougan and 2 security guards. With 2 level 15 security guards helping to kill monsters, Yuan Ting and his team's efficiency in clearing the dungeon will naturally not be low. But the reason why it took them a full hour to get out was mainly because Yuan Ting refused to give up and spent a lot of time inside conducting various tests in an attempt to find out how Li Haoyan got stuck. The result is self-evident. Li Haoyan's bug is actually himself. Unless Yuan Ting can drag Li Haoyan to the dungeon together, otherwise, he will never be able to find Li Haoyan's trick to lock the bug, even if he chooses to die. When Yuan Ting came out, he learned from the discussions of the people around him that Li Haoyan had entered the Glac Canyon for the 5th time, and he was stuck in a bug situation. At this point, even if Yuan Ting looked down on Li Haoyan's profession as a mechanic, he had to admit that Li Haoyan's full spiritual power of 100 did seem to have given him some unique talent. At least when it comes to copy strategy, he can't catch up with Li Haoyan. Thinking of this, Yuan Ting, who believed that his talent was not inferior to Li Haoyan, became furious and pulled Dougan outside. Since he couldn't rely on dungeons to quickly gain experience and level up, he could only go out into the wild to kill monsters. With the help of security guards at home, at least I can get by on a steady basis. By the way, we also need to ask the security guard to bring the newly purchased big tent. You, Li Hao-Ian, like to play dungeon solo, right? I will play your girl solo to vent your sexual desire. In the next 2 days, apart from eating and sleeping, Li Hao-Ian spent almost all his time on clearing dungeons. With the powerful firepower of 20 Gatling machine guns as escort, Li Hao-Ian's efficiency in clearing the dungeon alone was so fast that even he was amazed. By the evening, Li Hao-Ian had reached level 18 and unlocked the next more difficult dungeon, the depths of the Glatt Canyon. The next day, early in the morning, in front of many people's shocked and envious eyes, Li Hao-Ian took all the materials and equipment he had collected from the dungeon to the auction house and sold them in exchange for tens of thousands of gold coins. Then he used all the tens of thousands of gold coins to buy admission tickets to the depths of Glatt Canyon. Even though there are only 2 levels from 18 to 20, as the level increases, the experience required for upgrading increases almost exponentially. The experience points required for these 2 levels are probably dozens or even hundreds of times more than when Li Hao-Ian first started upgrading. Li Hao-Ian seemed tireless. Under the numb eyes of the ticket seller, he teleported into the depths of Glatt Canyon again and again. Da-da-da-da-da. Tireless gunfire sounded from the depths of the canyon, and the boss in the depths of the Glatt Canyon, the Fire Goblin King, was shot into a pulp once again. Ding dong! Congratulations on reaching level 20. Seeing the sudden upgrade prompt, Li Hao-Ian's whole body was shocked and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Level 20 finally reached. Chapter 11 New Talent, God's Perspective. Li Hao-Ian didn't even bother to look at the equipment dropped by the boss, but immediately opened the attribute panel to check it out. Then he added 5 points of free potential to the spiritual power value. Li Hao-Ian immediately pulled the panel to the bottom and clicked on the talent column. When Li Hao-Ian saw the new skills in talent, his surprised expression froze for a moment. These 2 skills, according to the knowledge he had learned, any professional would unlock 1 more skill every time he or she increases his or her level by 5. In other words, under normal circumstances, there should only be 1 more skill at level 20. However, 2 of them appeared from Li Hao-Ian. Li Hao-Ian hurriedly checked it out of curiosity. A skill, Rocket Launcher. Skill description: summons a rocket launcher to launch a powerful attack on the enemy. Every minute the rocket launcher exists, it consumes 4 points of spiritual power. Note: after the spiritual power value returns to 0, the rocket launcher will automatically retract. Li Hao-Ian's eyes sparkled. Wow. Finally, there are weapons with high-powered range of effect, killing capabilities. Although the spiritual energy consumed has doubled, given the attack power of the rocket launcher, this consumption is definitely worth it. You know, with the talent of unlimited ammunition, Li Hao-Ian doesn't need to worry about the consumption of his rocket launcher. With this thing, combined with the Gatling machine gun, one for attack and the other for mopping up, it is enough to form a sufficient fire suppression network in a small-scale battle. With this kind of power, it is simply invincible in low-level dungeons. Li Hao-Ian took a deep breath and shifted his gaze to another extra skill. Achievement Reward Skill, Exoskeleton Armor. Skill description: summon exoskeleton armor, greatly increasing the user's strength, defense, and speed. For every minute the exoskeleton armor exists, 4 points of spiritual power are consumed. Note: after the spiritual power value returns to 0, the exoskeleton armor will automatically retract. When Li Hao-Ian saw the first line of introduction, he was stunned for a moment. Achievement reward? What achievement? The textbook doesn't seem to mention it. Is there such a thing for professionals? But then, he was amazed by the effect of this skill. Ordinary mechanics have 2 biggest disadvantages. One is that they are not durable enough. This problem has been solved with the blessing of Li Hao-Ian's unlimited ammunition talent. Secondly, the mechanic's ability to protect himself is relatively weak. When facing a sudden attack from the enemy, or when the enemy's abilities are rather strange, the mechanic can easily be robbed by the enemy. But if he had exoskeleton armor, Li Hao-Ian's self-protection could make up for some of the shortcomings in this area. At least, it won't be so easy to be killed instantly by the enemy's sneak attack. In addition, the exoskeleton armor has an even greater benefit for Li Hao-Ian. It increases Li Hao-Ian's running speed. With Li Hao-Ian's current firepower, he can basically kill everyone in ordinary copies in seconds. There was even a situation that was extremely absurd for ordinary professionals. That is, Li Haoyan's travel speed was far less than his speed of clearing the map. You know, the effective range of the Gatling machine gun is as much as 1,000 meters. At this distance, Li Haoyan could even be said to be killing as soon as he sees it, so his map-running efficiency was naturally a bit slow. The exoskeleton armor not only greatly increases his movement speed, but also has 6 mechanical tentacles similar to spider legs, which can help Li Haoyan quickly pass through dangerous terrains. In other words, although this thing does not improve much in terms of attack power, it is more functional in terms of defense and assistance. It is definitely an extremely practical super weapon. After seeing these two newly unlocked skills, Li Haoyan looked at the talent on the right with great anticipation. On the original columnar icon, in addition to the infinite ammunition at the top, another icon lights up below. Mechanic exclusive talent. Phase 2. God's perspective. Note 1. Create a 360-degree holographic image perspective in your mind, and you can freely zoom in on any point in this perspective. Note 2. The initial range of the God's perspective is 100 meters in diameter, centered on itself. Every time an enemy is killed, the range of the God's perspective expands outward by 1 meter. Note 3. Level 30 can unlock the third stage exclusive talent. Li Haoyan was slightly startled, then immediately came to his senses. 360-degree holographic image can also be zoomed in freely. And every time you kill an enemy, the God's perspective can expand. Fuck, isn't this just like inserting wards over a large area? Hiss. Li Haoyan took a breath of cold air. This isn't talent. It's clearly cheating. The mechanic is already known for his attack range. If it is combined with a God's perspective, wouldn't he be invincible? In the later stages, if high-level professionals want to grow up, they have to kill hundreds of millions of monsters. If these monsters were converted into a God's perspective, he would be able to control hundreds or thousands of square kilometers centered on himself at any time. Any slight movement in it could not escape his sight. This is fucking equivalent to being invincible by nature, and it's impossible for the enemy to launch a sneak attack. Thinking of this, Li Haoyan became a little dazed. These talents are really one more incredible than the other. Li Haoyan took a few deep breaths and then forced down the incomparable excitement in his heart. He began to think about another thing. Tomorrow is the selection conference jointly organized by major universities. Should he play a few more copies to expand the observation range of his God's perspective? After a while, Li Haoyan slowly shook his head. Forget it, don't waste money for now. The current God's perspective is a range of 100 meters in diameter, and based on the college selection situation in previous years, except for him, the levels of other professionals are probably around level 15 at most. For low-level professionals of this level, a 100-meter warning range is enough to deal with them. What's more, he also has a Gatling machine gun and a rocket launcher to form a firepower network, both of which have a range of up to 1,000 meters. At this distance, even without the help of a God's perspective, his direct coverage bombing with his eyesight is enough to eliminate all enemies. Compared with the God's perspective, what he lacks most now is actually spiritual power. As long as his spiritual power is sufficient, with the help of infinite ammunition, his firepower can be maintained and will never decline. After thinking it through, Li Haoyan did not waste any more time and immediately began to clean up the battlefield. There was actually a purple outfit. Li Haoyan picked it up with surprise and found that it was a leather armor, which was just right for him. He changed his rubbish green clothes without hesitation. After confirming that all equipment and materials had been picked up, Li Haoyan left the copy and walked quickly towards the auction shop next to him. Chapter 12. Does the mechanic also need a staff? He sold everything he had obtained during this period and exchanged it for more than 10,000 gold coins. Then, under the auctioneer's surprise gaze, Li Haoyan bought out several pieces of purple clothing in succession, and his entire body was completely transformed from a shotgun to a cannon, with the green and blue clothes all turning into noble purple. He opened the attribute panel again, looked at the spiritual power value on it, and finally nodded with satisfaction. 630 points. This amount of spiritual power is enough for him to summon 10 Gatling machine guns and 10 rocket launchers, and keep them firing at full power for 10 minutes. Li Haoyan was sure that with his current firepower, let alone the Phantom God profession, even if all the new professionals in this session were added together, they would not be able to match him. Student, don't you want a weapon? The auctioneer kindly reminded him when he saw that Li Hao-Ian bought a set of purple clothes, but did not buy the weapon, which is the most important thing for a professional. A purple item just went on sale this morning, the AK-47 with a fire attribute enchantment. When activated, it can add fire attribute attacks to any skill. The output is stable, and it is not prone to jamming. Do you want to take a look? Li Hao-Ian was slightly startled, and suddenly remembered the weapons. Damn, I have so many super weapons that I have forgotten the most important weapon for most professionals. Generally speaking, the most suitable weapons for mechanics are various firearms. Weapons like AK-47 are not only popular among mechanics, but people in other professions also often buy one for self-defense. Although their mastery of firearms is far inferior to that of mechanics, the attack power of AK-47 can still play a significant role in battles between low-level professionals. The only downside is that if you're not using a professional weapon, the spiritual power consumption will be more than twice the original, and the durability of the weapon will also drop significantly. Wait. Li Hao-Ian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of something. If a weapon is to be effective, it needs to be activated by a professional and used as a medium to perform skills. But if the weapon is locked, it is only equipped but not used. Then the weapon is equivalent to becoming a pendant, which only provides basic attributes to the professional but does not produce any effect. This one will have a huge impact on ordinary professionals. For example, for a wizard, a top-quality staff can not only reduce the consumption of spiritual energy when a wizard is chanting, increase the power of the spell, but also speed up the casting speed. But for Li Hao-Ian, the weapon's bonus effect doesn't seem to be important at all, because all of his means of attack come from the superpowered weapons summoned by his skills, and he doesn't need any weapon effects at all. In other words, Li Hao-Ian doesn't have to use weapons that suit him. Even if he uses weapons from other professions, it won't have much impact on him. For him, the most important thing is spiritual power. If he could get a weapon with high spiritual power, even if he just locked it and didn't use it, it would be able to provide Li Hao-Ian with a large amount of spiritual power. Thinking of this, Li Hao-Ian immediately asked the auctioneer, "Do you have any top-quality magic wands?" Auctioneer, aren't you a mechanic? You don't want a gun, you want a staff? What the hell is this? Yes, but my friend, the staff is not suitable for you to use. Are you sure you want to use the staff? The auctioneer kindly reminded. Li Hao-Ian nodded decisively. Yes, I want the staff. That's okay. The auctioneer had no choice but to open the search bar on the staff and show it to Li Hao-Ian. There's actually an artifact-level pink staff, and it happens to be level 20. When Li Hao-Ian saw the noble pink color in the search results, his eyes suddenly lit up. Slow Goblin Staff. Spiritual power increased by 150. Price, 2,000 gold coins. Damn, so cheap. Seeing the price of a staff, Li Hao-Ian couldn't help but exclaim. Generally speaking, the price of an artifact-level pink suit is at least 4,000 or 5,000 gold coins, and 2,000 gold coins is really a bargain. Weapon effect. Spell power doubled. Skill cooldown increased by 50%. Casting time increased by 50%. Note, you can't have your cake and eat it too. 50% plus 50% equals 1. This is a fair trade. But then, when he saw the weapon effect of this staff, the corners of his mouth twitched. Fuck, what kind of stupid effect is this? Fairness be damned. Doubling the power is good, but increasing the skill cooldown by 50%? Damn, the mage's endurance is not that good to begin with, and you increase the skill cooldown by 50%, what's the point? As for increasing the release time by 50%, that's even more ridiculous. A mage is already easily interrupted when casting a spell, resulting in spell failure. If you increase the time by 50%, doesn't this create opportunities for the enemy? No one wants this thing even though the price is so low. The negative effects are too serious. The higher the level of the equipment, the stronger the additional effect. But the additional effects are not all positive. Sometimes negative effects may occur. The scale involved needs to be measured by professionals themselves. Obviously, no normal mage would be willing to use this thing because of its negative effects. It's not worth it. But the basic attribute of this staff has a spiritual power blessing of up to 150 points. Wow, it's indeed a pink outfit, and it's also the staff with the strongest spiritual power enhancement. This thing is indeed useless to a mage, but to Li Hao-Ian, it is definitely a real artifact. With this magic staff, Li Haoyan's spiritual power can instantly increase to more than 800 points. Such a high spiritual power value, apart from the natural recovery effect of spiritual power, is enough for him to summon 20 Gatling machine guns and 10 rocket launchers and fire at full power for 10 minutes. As for the negative effects caused by using the artifact, it is not a problem at all for Li Haoyan. Because he had no intention of using this thing at all, he just regarded it as a prop to increase basic attributes. After equipping the staff, he directly locked it and used it as a trekking pole. It did not affect his mechanic skills at all. This thing seems to be tailor-made for Li Haoyan. He said without hesitation, "I want this." The auctioneer looked at him in astonishment. "Are you sure? Although the artifact-level pink equipment is precious, the staff is not suitable for you to use, not to mention that its negative effects are so strong." Li Haoyan waved his hand, and 2,000 gold coins fell out. He was even a little impatient. Okay, let's trade quickly." The auctioneer had no choice but to use the teleportation device to transport the pink suit from the warehouse to complete the transaction. After getting the weapon, Li Haoyan equipped himself with it without hesitation and locked it. Spiritual power value, 805. Li Haoyan turned and left with excitement on his face. Fully equipped and ready to go. Tomorrow's college selection is really exciting. Chapter 13. High School Selection Conference begins. Just when Li Haoyan completed the transaction, in the capital of the Donglong Empire, Tianjing City, suburban villa park. A luxurious villa covering an area of 500 square meters is located in it, with spacious courtyards in front and back, and the decoration is extremely grand. On the third floor of the villa, there is a bedroom with pink as the main tone. The sound of water in the huge bathroom gradually stopped. After a moment, a tall girl opened the frosted glass door and walked out of the bathroom. She was wrapped in a thick, soft towel, but even so, it couldn't hide the majesty of her chest and the roundness of her buttocks, and her long legs were mostly covered. But the half of the calf exposed was still dazzlingly white. Ding dong. A notification sound came from the phone. She opened her phone and took a look of surprise on her face. Huh? The goblin staff I put up for auction was actually bought by someone. A hint of curiosity appeared in her lively eyes, and she shook her head gently. Interesting. I wonder which novice mage dares to use this thing. After saying that, the girl casually threw her phone back on the bed and prepared to dry her hair first. Just then, a deep male voice came from outside the house. We're going to Xixiang City to hold the selection meeting tomorrow. Have you packed your luggage?" The girl replied in a clear voice, "I'm ready, Dad. You are the student representative of our college. You must show some spirit and don't embarrass your father." The girl giggled and said, "Don't worry, Dad. I'm a level 29 elemental controller and the most outstanding genius girl in Tsinghua Academy in the past 100 years. How could I possibly embarrass you?" "You girl." The deep male voice seemed a little helpless, but he did not refute the girl's boasting. The next morning, brilliant sunshine fell from the sky and spread across the entire Xixiang City. As one of the largest city barriers in the Donglong Empire, Xixiang City is a very important stronghold in the annual college selection conference. At this time, all the new professionals, including those from the surrounding 10 satellite cities, have gathered in the huge Four-Elephant Square. Qingshan College, where Li Haoyan was studying, also occupied one of the areas in the square under the leadership of the college teachers. On one side of the square, a huge platform had already been built, and the teachers and leaders from the admissions offices of major universities in the Donglong Empire had already taken their positions. In the center of the platform, 2 huge tables are the most conspicuous. Behind the table on the left sat a middle-aged man with a straight nose, square mouth, and a dignified appearance. The man had a faint smile on his face, and there was a hint of kindness in his majesty. Behind the man stood a graceful young girl. The girl was tall with long, straight thighs that seemed to account for half of her body. Her facial features are bright. Her chest is like a towering mountain. Her ponytail is standing high behind her head, and she exudes confidence in her liveliness. Behind the table on the right was a middle-aged woman with a serious expression. She had straight eyebrows, slightly high cheekbones, and tightly pursed lips. She looked very stern. Behind her, there was also a young girl standing. This girl seemed to be carved out of the same mold as the middle-aged woman. Her eyes were slightly raised, her chest was as smooth as a mirror, and she carried a spear behind her. Her expression was calm, but her eyes showed pride. These two are the admissions teachers of the two best colleges in the Donglong Empire, Tsinghua College and Beida College. Seeing that the admissions representatives of each college were already in place, the host of this college selection meeting came up to the two and said respectfully, "Master Jiang, Master Yuan, the students participating in this college selection meeting have arrived. Please take charge of the overall situation." Tsinghua College and Beida College have an independent status in the Donglong Empire and have trained many powerful professionals. The teachers of these two academies all hold positions in the military, so the host of the conference called them adults. The middle-aged woman with a serious expression nodded slightly, turned her head and looked at the side and said, "Teacher Jiangzhen, everyone is almost here. Let's get started." Jiangzhen smiled slightly. The last college selection meeting was hosted by our Tsinghua College. This time, I'll have a troubled teacher, Yun Miao. Yun Miao was not surprised at all and nodded. The college selection has always been hosted alternately by Tsinghua College and Beida College. This time, it is Beida College's turn. Yun Miao stood up and stood in front of the platform. She sternly glanced at the new professionals below and said, "I am Yun Miao, the admissions teacher of Beida College. I declare that this college selection conference has officially begun." Yun Miao's speech was simple and straightforward, without any unnecessary preparation or exaggeration, and he went straight to the point. "Student representatives from each college, please line up, stand 2 meters apart on the open space below." Yun Miao pointed to the open space below the platform and spoke lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, a student walked out from behind each college admissions teacher and headed towards the open space below. Jiangzhen smiled and turned around, saying to the girl behind him, You can go too." The girl giggled. "Yeah." After everyone stood in line below, Yun Miao stretched out his hand in the air, and a golden staff appeared in his hand. Seeing the golden light, the new professionals below couldn't help but exclaim. Gold represents epic quality. In the formation of Qingshan College, Li Haoqian couldn't help but smack his lips slightly. He murmured in a low voice. As expected of a teacher from Beida College, his every move is epic. He is really amazing. You know, epic weapons can only be produced by large-scale group copies, and the production of each epic weapon will cause bloodshed in the group copy. Because once an epic weapon leaves a large group instance, it will be bound to the professional, and others will not be able to use it even if they obtain it. Therefore, if you want to obtain epic equipment, you can only fight for it in the group. With weapon in hand, a low spell quickly came out of Yun Miao's mouth. Then, Yun Miao shouted in a low voice, "Refractive mirror!" She simply waved her staff forward, and a layer of brilliant golden light suddenly shot out and landed on the student representatives from various colleges on the open space. Then, the students' bodies shook slightly, and a golden shadow like a clone stepped out of their bodies and stood in front of them. Yun Miao waved his staff again, and another layer of golden light enveloped the area. The golden shadows slowly melted and expanded under the illumination of the golden light, turning into a huge, translucent mirror. In the mirror, there seemed to be an illusory human figure looming. Sweeping the mirrors, Yun Miao said in a deep voice, "Now, I will announce the rules for this selection meeting." Chapter 14 Selection Rules, 3 Challenges. Hearing Yun Miao's voice, Li Haoqian's expression became a little more serious. He knew that although the college selection conference was held once a year, the selection rules were different each time. Yun Miao glanced at the newcomers below. His voice was calm, but everyone could hear it clearly. "These students in front of you are all the best among the freshmen of the previous year in each college. And in the mirror in front of them, there is a projection of themselves. The projection can use all of their own abilities, but its overall strength is only half of the original body. Each of you will have 3 chances to choose. Enter the light mirror and withstand the attack of the projection inside for 3 minutes. Then you'll be qualified to enter the college represented by that student." At this point, Yun Miao paused for a moment, then continued. "I want to remind you that representatives from different colleges have very different levels and strengths. And the number on the nameplate on each college representative's chest represents the student's current level. So, you should think carefully before making your choice. Otherwise, if you choose an opponent that exceeds your ability, it will be equivalent to wasting an opportunity. And if you fail all 3 challenges, it means you will be eliminated from this college selection meeting and can only wait until next year. This selection meeting will last until 12 o'clock at night. Those who have not completed the challenge before 12 o'clock will also be considered eliminated. Let's begin. After saying that, Yin Miao turned around and walked back to his seat. Jiang Jin frowned and looked at Yin Miao. Teacher Yin Miao, the rules you made may seem simple and straightforward, but they're actually quite difficult for those newcomers. Yin Miao glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Are you saying that the information is not equal?" Jiang Jin nodded. The talents of those student representatives are not bad to begin with, and they have studied in various colleges for a year. Although the newcomers can roughly know the strength level of the student representatives through the nameplates and the occupation marks on their foreheads. But the apparent level and actual combat power are two completely different things. It will be difficult for them to choose the academy and opponents that suit them. Yin Miao's face was calm. So, I gave them 3 chances to choose. If they are not brainless idiots, they should make a conservative choice first, at least to ensure that they will not be eliminated. On this basis, we will strive for a better college that is more suitable for us. Jiang Jin pondered for a moment and shook his head gently. That being said, given their age and experience, I'm afraid not many of them can do this. Yin Miao's expression froze, and his tone became cold and stern. Teacher Jiang Jin, have you forgotten the last world copy? Jiang Jin showed helplessness on his face. As a professional, if you want to grow and develop, talent alone is not enough. If they only rely on their own talents and abilities to fight recklessly, they may be able to be proud for a while at the low level. But what about at the high level? Large group dungeons, killing dungeons, world dungeons. These high-level dungeons will kill you if you are not careful. How many so-called geniuses has our Donglong Empire lost in the recent world copies? Not to mention many, half of the people died in the last world copy alone. The Inyang masters and ninjas of Sakura country, and those old Russians of the United States, which one of them is not eyeing us covetously? At this point, Yin Miao snorted coldly. Over the years, our empire has produced too many useless people. They're all garbage that only look good, but are useless. It's a waste of national resources. What we want is not the talented first-tier professionals, or the more powerful phantom professionals, but the real elites who are wise, courageous, and dare to think and act. If they can't even make the most basic self-judgment and choices, even if they grow up, they will just be cannon fodder. We at Beta don't need such students. Jiang Jin looked at Yin Miao, whose expression was cold and hard, shook his head and sighed, and said no more. In recent years, the Donglong Empire has indeed shown a tendency to lack successors. In the square, because of Yin Miao's previous remarks, all the students participating in the college selection meeting began to chatter and discuss. Really? The rules of this selection meeting are too crude. That's right. Although the skills for each profession are fixed, those student representatives have already studied in the academy for a year. They must be far superior to us in terms of skill mastery and form development. They let us choose like this. It's obvious that they don't want us to pass. Hey, what should we do? I just looked around and found that those student representatives are at least first-tier professions, and there are even many phantom professions among them. Moreover, their lowest profession level is above level 24. Even if that phantom can only exert half of its strength, it may be difficult to deal with it. Amid the discussions and complaints of the people around him, Li Haotian came to the front of the students and looked at the 2 student representatives in the middle. Jiang Mu, a level 29 elemental master, Yunlan, a level 29 battle mage. Li Haotian looked around and found that except for this girl, the representatives from other academies were only level 27 at most. The gap was indeed obvious. Looking at the 2 girls with very different temperaments, Li Haotian murmured in a low voice. As expected of the representatives of Tsinghua and Beida, not only are they both phantom professions, but their levels are also obviously higher than those of other academies. Li Haotian hesitated for a moment. Tsinghua and Beida are both the best academies in the Donglong Empire. They are on par with each other in terms of teaching quality and the number of strong people they have trained. For ordinary people, being able to enter any of these 2 colleges is a great blessing. Li Haotian, looking at you like this, are you still planning to take over Tsinghua College and Beida College? Just when Li Haotian was hesitating, a mocking voice came from beside him. Li Haotian turned around and saw that it was Yuan Ting and Dougan. Yuan Ting showed a mocking expression on his face. Li Haotian, this is a college selection meeting. It depends on real strength. You can find crooked ways to bug in the copy. Do you still want to bug here? Li Haotian sneered. What's your business if I have a bug or not? I don't know who wanted to imitate me a few days ago, but it's a pity that my IQ is not high enough and I don't have the chance to do so. Yuan Ting was immediately furious. You are still stubborn. Li Haoyan, today I will show you what a true phantom god profession is. Compared to my night walker, your crappy mechanic is only good enough to catch a bug. Other than that, it's useless. As he spoke, Yuan Ting walked towards the magic mirror in front of Yunlan with an arrogant look on his face. Qingshan College, Yuan Ting, the 16th level night wanderer, challenges Beida College. Chapter 15. The battle between Qinghua and Beida. Yunlan, who was standing proudly beside the magic mirror, looked at Yuan Ting in surprise, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Level 16 Night Wanderer? Yuan Ting's whole body was ablaze with purple light. He displayed his rare equipment in front of everyone and nodded reservedly. That's right. Yunlan nodded slightly, with a smile on her face. Not bad, go ahead. Hearing Yunlan's praise, the new professionals around all showed envious expressions. You know, this person is an elite student representative of Beida College. Students who can enter Beida College are naturally gifted. Those who can represent Beida College in the college selection conference are the best students of their class. Getting her comment of not bad already hinted at one thing. Yuan Ting had a great chance of passing the assessment of Beida College. Yes, senior. Yuan Ting was also secretly delighted and replied shamelessly, as if he had already passed the assessment and successfully obtained admission to Beida College. Li Haoyan had an expression of watching a show and was not in a hurry to make a choice. He watched Yuan Ting step into the magic mirror of Beida College. The requirement for the assessment is to withstand the phantom attacks of representatives from each college for 3 minutes, and it is still early in the evening. With Li Haoyan's strength, he was naturally not in a hurry at all. At this time, many impatient new professionals have already chosen their goals and started to enter the magic mirrors of various academies to make their first attempt. But more people are still watching those students with the same goals as themselves take the lead in challenging themselves, trying to find some skills that can help them pass the test from others' experience of being the first to try. Unfortunately, the world in the mirror seems like a single-player copy. Not to mention the onlookers, even the mirror's body, the elite student representatives from various colleges could not know the battle situation inside. Time passed quickly, and the students who first entered the Magic Mirror Challenge have come out one after another. Except for a few students who showed joy on their faces, most of the students looked depressed. Obviously, their judgment does not match their abilities. In front of Beida College and Tsinghua College, everyone's eyes were focused on the magic mirror of Beida College. They all wanted to know whether Yuan Ting could pass the assessment of Beida College. Holy crap, it's already been 2.5 minutes, and it feels like he might be having a moment. TSK, as expected of a night wanderer who is in the upper middle level among all the phantom gods. His fighting power is indeed strong. He can even hold on until now. Humph, don't you see? That guy is dressed in purple. He must be a descendant of a big family. The increase in power brought by this purple outfit alone is already exaggerated. As time went by, more and more people were talking about it, and even many people nearby were attracted by the commotion here. Huh, isn't this the mechanic who got stuck with the bug? Why is he here too? He doesn't want to challenge Beida College and Tsinghua College, does he? It's so funny. The Mirror Challenge is not a dungeon. There's only one big boss in it. Does he expect to find a bug in the Mirror Challenge? Mechanic? I've heard of him. He's the only student at Qingshan College with full spiritual power, right? Huh, what bad luck with such a strong talent. He awakened a useless mechanic. That's right, leveling up quickly is useless, even if he can be ahead of us in the early stages. After reaching level 20, a crappy mechanic will probably be less useful than a second-tier profession. The sound of laughter occasionally rang in his ears and reached Li Haoyan's ears. Li Haoyan's expression was calm, but he was not moved at all. If he was really just an ordinary mechanic, he might feel a little sad listening to these discussions. But as a mechanic, he is actually completely different from those mechanics who need to save up money slowly. Not only do you not need to collect materials to make super weapons yourself, but you also have the blessing of unlimited ammunition and a god's perspective. A mechanic with unlimited firepower, let alone crushing the phantom profession of the same level, even if he is 1 or 2 levels higher than himself, can only kneel down and sing the song of conquest under the ravages of unlimited firepower. At this moment, a bystander shouted sourly, "Fuck! It's been 3 minutes. He really passed the assessment of Beida College." The crowd was in an uproar. Then, the magic mirror beside Yuan flashed, and Yuan Ting, with disheveled hair and tattered clothes, reappeared, gasping for breath. Although he looked embarrassed, the pride on his face was even greater than before. He looked at Yuan and said, "Senior Yuan is worthy of being the best student of the previous class of Beida College. She is really amazing. A phantom with only half the strength is so powerful." Fortunately, the test only lasts for 3 minutes. If it lasted even 1 minute longer, I would probably be killed by the senior's sister. Yuan chuckled and shook her head slightly. This freshman is quite good at speaking, and his words are obviously flattering. The refraction mirror is one of her teacher's special skills, and the rules set by the teacher naturally make it impossible to kill the opponent. The most he can do is beat him up and throw him out. You're not bad. It has only been 3 days since your profession awakened, and you have achieved this level. You are worthy of being the Night Wanderer. Stand behind me. When the assessment is over, we will take you back to Beida College, and you will officially become a member of Beida." Yuan said lightly. On the high platform, Yun Yao's serious expression relaxed a little, and he nodded slightly. Jiang Zhun smiled and congratulated. "Teacher Yun, congratulations on Beida College being the first to open." Yun Yao glanced at him and smiled faintly. A level 16 Night Wanderer is indeed quite good. Judging from the equipment he is wearing, he must be from a big family in Xixiang City. His overall quality is indeed much better than those grassroots ones. Hearing this, Jiang Zhun frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. Because he was born in a grassroots family, he was able to achieve his current success. I don't know how much effort he put in and how many times he was looked down upon before he was able to take root in Tianjing City. Jiang Zhun's voice turned cold. The children of big families are indeed better than ordinary people in terms of innate conditions, but whether they can become strong depends on themselves. Although talent and equipment are important, they can only take you to the path of becoming strong. As for how far you can go in the end, it mainly depends on a person's character and wisdom. Yun Miao raised his lips in a hint of sarcasm. Professionals are different from ordinary people. Professionals with rubbish talents and lack of resources, how much can they achieve no matter how hard they work? As he spoke, Yun Miao's gaze fell on Li Haotian in front of the crowd. For example, this student. Although it is a phantom profession, its actual role is probably not even as good as that of the second-tier profession. Back then, Marshall Li went against all odds and spent so much money to train that grassroots mechanic. Isn't that the best example? 10 years of hard work, but it was easily destroyed by a little ninja. Yu Qinghua spent so many resources, and this is all you got. Yun Miao shook his head and said, "Marshall Li has become a little confused in recent years." Chapter 16. The Mechanic with a Staff. When Jiang Zhun heard Yun Miao mention the marshal, his face immediately darkened. Marshall Li was born in Qinghua and is the pride of all Qinghua students. But ever since the mechanic was successfully assassinated by the Sakura country, Marshall Li's prestige has suffered a huge blow, especially Beida College, which is a competitor of Qinghua College. Because of the rise of Marshall Li, Beida was suppressed by Qinghua for decades. As a result of this accident, Beida College was criticized, but the people from Qinghua College couldn't refute it. It was obvious that they had almost ensured the safety of the mechanic. So who knew how the assassin from the Sakura country passed through so many screenings and managed to get to Tianjing City and successfully assassinate him? This matter is really weird. Faced with Yun Miao's inappropriate remarks about the marshal, Jiang Zhun was indignant, but he could only endure it and said nothing more. Below the stage, Yuan Ting, who had successfully passed the assessment of Beida College, smoothed his messy hair and looked at Li Haotian with pride. "Li Haotian, see? This is the difference between a true Phantom God class and your rubbish pseudo-Phantom God class." Yuan Ting's eyes were turned down, his nostrils pointed downward at a 45-degree angle, and his expression was full of contempt, as if he had already reached the pinnacle of his profession. You can get stuck in a dungeon for a while, but can you get stuck for the rest of your life? In a confrontational dungeon after level 30, can you still prevent the enemy from attacking you? Accept your fate. You are just a rubbish mechanic, comparable to a pseudo-Phantom God in the sewer. The people around looked at Li Haotian with an expression of wanting to see him escape in shame and anger. However, seeing Yuan Ting's look as if he was destined to be the protagonist Li Haoyan's eyes flashed with strong sarcasm. He walked forward slowly, and also came to the illusion mirror of Beida College, and sneered, "Tsk tisk, look at you. You're only 2,500. You just passed an assessment. If you don't know, you would think you're already a 100-level god." Seeing that Li Haoyan still dared to be stubborn, Yuan Ting's face instantly fell. He was about to fight back, but unexpectedly, Yin Lan in front of him spoke first. Yin Lan's eyes swept across the artifact-level goblin staff behind Li Haoyan, and a trace of disdain appeared on his face. "Just passed an assessment? How can you, a mechanic with a staff, have the courage to say such things?" Humph, a newly transferred mechanic, the most useless phantom profession, is so vain that he dares to comment on others. Li Haoyan narrowed his eyes and looked at Yin Lan. Yin Lan raised his eyebrows and scolded. "What are you looking at? The international status of our Donglong Empire has been declining year by year in recent years, and it is because there are more and more people like you who are not pragmatic. Do you think a divine staff is rare? Can a pink suit attract attention? Humph! After 6 years of compulsory education on superpowers, you don't even understand the consequences of using weapons across professions. What an idiot! If someone like you is accidentally dragged into an abyss dungeon or a confrontation dungeon, you'll probably be doomed in a matter of minutes. It's a sheer waste of the Empire's resources." Behind Yin Lan, Yuan Ting felt secretly happy when he heard this. He didn't expect that although senior sister Yin Lan looked aloof, her words were so sharp that they almost pierced his heart. "Senior Yin, please don't say that. The Li Haoyan in front of you is the top student in Qingshan College who has always been ranked first. He also has an unprecedented full spiritual power value of 100. Who knows, this staff may be of great use to me." Yuan Ting spoke up for Li Haoyan in a sarcastic tone. Li Haoyan gave him a strange look and muttered to himself, "Hey, is this guy's professional passive skill called accidental success? Don't mention it. His guess is pretty accurate." Yin Lan looked back at Yuan Ting. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but then she said nonchalantly, "So what if you have full spiritual power? When you awaken a mechanic, let alone full spiritual power, even if your spiritual power doubles, it's still a rubbish profession. The mechanic is playing with a magic staff. Do you want to practice the dog beating stick technique? For a fellow like you, don't even think about holding out for 3 minutes under my phantom's attack. You will be thrown out before even half a minute." Li Haoyan's eyes flashed coldly, and he looked at Yin Lan with interest. "Not even half a minute? Are you sure?" Yin Lan smiled proudly. "Humph, a rubbish profession. Half a minute is flattering you." Li Haoyan laughed, reached out to take the staff from behind, and strode towards the magic mirror in front of Yin Lan. His figure flashed and disappeared in the mirror, leaving behind only a defiant laugh. A frog in a well knows nothing. The power of the pink staff is enough to blow your dog head off. With a wow sound, the people around were in an uproar when they heard Li Haoyan's declaration. Yin Lan was so angry that her pretty face turned red and her body trembled slightly. How dare a kid who had just awakened his profession 3 days ago say that she, a student representative of Beida College, was a frog in a well? One incredible thing. She gritted her teeth and said, "You ignorant brat. Wait until you are beaten out by my phantom, and then I'll see how you can still pretend." Beside Yin Lan, a look of curiosity and solemnity flashed across Jiang Yuyu's beautiful face. She had looked at the transaction records yesterday and found that the staff she had put up for auction was bought in Xixiang City yesterday. Although the slow goblin staff is very effective, its negative effects are also a huge flaw. She didn't believe it was such a coincidence that there would be 2 people in Xixiang City who would buy this kind of staff. So she was almost 99% sure that her staff was bought by the mechanic named Li Haoyan in front of her. Is it ridiculous for a mechanic to carry a staff? Of course it's ridiculous. But the problem is this goblin staff is a level 20 equipment. This means that Li Haoyan has reached level 20. Just now, those people were only busy mocking Li Haoyan, but they didn't think of it at all. It is truly astonishing that a mechanic who has been awakened for 3 days can reach level 20. Of course, this may also be related to the fact that the slow goblin staff is too useless and has an extremely low drop rate. Everyone only knows that it is a pink outfit, but does not know that it is a level 20 artifact equipment. Jiang Wu thought about how Li Haoyan showed no shame or anger at all under the ridicule of everyone just now, but instead looked calm. He suddenly had a premonition in his heart. This mechanic seemed to be different from ordinary mechanics. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Jiang Weiyu stared at the magic mirror in front of Yuan, as if expecting some miracle to happen. After Li Haoyan stepped into the magic mirror, he found himself teleported to a place that looked like a coliseum. 50 meters in front of him stood a young girl. Apart from the lifeless eyes, there is no difference between him and Yuan outside. A line of prompts suddenly appeared in front of Li Haoyan. Preparation time. 10 seconds. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Chapter 17. Focus fire. Instantly kill the phantom. Looking at the countdown that appeared in front of him, Li Haoyan was not surprised at all, because when he was watching outside, he had already heard people who had passed the test talk about the situation in the magic mirror. But this is normal. After all, those participating in the assessment are all newcomers. If you're not prepared at all and are attacked by those elite students as soon as you enter, it would be too harsh. The Yuan phantom on the opposite side stood there motionless, while Li Haoyan quickly used the exoskeleton armor to add a layer of defense for himself. At the same time, it can also greatly improve his own strength, speed, and other attributes. Then, 20 black Gatling machine guns and 10 rocket launchers quickly appeared, with the black muzzles of the guns and cannons all aimed at Yuan's phantom, bringing the entire area around Yuan into the attack range. 4, 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. Da 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 da. Boom, 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 boom. 20 Gatling machine guns opened fire at the same time, but the violent rain of bullets did not hit Yuan, but blocked the area within 10 meters around her. The remaining 10 rocket launchers concentrated their firepower on Yuan. Li Haoyan raised his lips slightly and murmured, "Battle mage, a different kind of mage, fast, with strong melee skills and sharp attacks. But as long as I block all your evasive space and then bombard you with rocket launchers, no matter how strong you are in close combat, can you still escape under my fire?" Sure enough, the Yuan phantom on the opposite side was just about to take action, but faced with the overwhelming hail of bullets, he was instantly stunned. He stood there in a daze, not knowing how to react. The phantom clone created by Yun Miao through the refractive mirror can not only inherit 50% of the original body's strength, but also possess 100% of the original body's combat experience. But the problem is, even though Yuan was the best student in the previous class, she had never met a jerk like Li Haoyan. At level 20, encountering this level of fire suppression, what's the point of fighting? Boom, boom, boom. A huge explosion sounded. With a bang, in just a blink of an eye, Yuan's phantom was blown into a sky full of light by the rocket launcher and disappeared. Li Haoyan grinned. Is this the phantom god profession? Nothing more than that. As Yuan's phantom disappeared, a strong sense of distortion swept towards Li Haoyan, just like when he was teleported in just now. Li Haoyan's mind moved, and he immediately canceled all his skills. The Gatling machine gun, rocket launcher in the air, and the exoskeleton armor on his body disappeared instantly. Outside, on the high platform in the square, Yun Miao, with a cold and arrogant look on his face, trembled slightly, and his pupils contracted instantly. This, Jiang Zhen, who was standing next to her, sensed something was wrong with Yun Miao and turned to look at her in surprise, wondering what was wrong with this arrogant woman. Yun Miao stood up suddenly, took a few steps forward, stared at Yuan with his eyes fixed, his face full of shock. Because just now, she felt that the illusion she created disappeared. Moreover, this phantom is her favorite disciple, Yuan. No, this is impossible. How could a mere mechanic? Yun Miao muttered with disbelief in his eyes. There are only two possibilities for the phantom to disappear. 1. She took the initiative to cancel it. 2nd, it was beaten to pieces. But with Yuan's strength, even if this phantom is only half as strong as her real body, there is no way it can be defeated by a mechanic who has just changed his job 3 days ago. Because of the words Li Haoyan left before entering the magic mirror, the chaos below continued. Everyone was looking at Yuan, who had an unpleasant expression on his face, and were still talking about the mechanic who dared to speak harshly to the top students of Beida College. At this moment, a ray of light flashed, and Li Haoyan's figure reappeared in front of everyone. When he saw him appear, Yuan Ting's eyes suddenly lit up. He laughed loudly and strangely. Ha ha! As expected of a useless mechanic, he couldn't even last 20 seconds before he was knocked out. Li Haoyan, are you pretending again? Are you pretending in front of me again? Now tell me, Who is the frog in the well? Aren't you going to use that shabby artifact staff to smash Senior Sister Yen's dog head? You stubborn rubbish. How dare you? Ha ha ha. Yuan Ting seemed to want to attract the attention of everyone in the square, and his voice was so loud that he was yelling at the top of his lungs. The crowd burst into laughter, and various sarcastic voices quickly followed. I am dying of laughter. From now until now, he has only been inside for more than 10 seconds, right? He is indeed worthy of being called 3 seconds real man, so damn fast. Maybe he has already defeated the top student from Beida in such a short time. The voice was full of sarcasm. Jiang Fu, who was beside Yun Lan, was also slightly stunned when he saw Li Haoyan appear. But when she looked carefully, the confusion on her face slowly turned into surprise and disbelief. Because she discovered a detail. After Li Haoyan reappeared, he was no different from before he went in. If he was really created by Yun Lan's phantom, it is impossible that his clothes would not be wrinkled and his hair would not be the slightest bit messy. Could it be that he really managed to blow up Yun Lan's head in such a short time? No, Yun Lan's illusion? Just when this incredible thought arose in Jiang Wuyu's mind, the magic mirror in front of Yun Lan suddenly made a series of crackling sounds. Then, in the shocked and bewildered eyes of everyone, there was a slight bang sound, and it exploded and disappeared. As expected of a rubbish mechanic, I really overestimated you. I didn't expect that you could only take 20 seconds. Over there, Yun Lan was still focusing his fire on Li Haoyan with a mocking look on his face, but he stopped talking halfway through. She stared blankly at the magic mirror that disappeared before her eyes, with a trace of confusion in her eyes. Magic mirror? Broken? What's going on? Why did the teacher suddenly remove my refraction mirror? Yun Lan subconsciously turned around and looked towards the platform. Then, she saw Yun Miao standing on the edge of the platform, staring at her with disbelief on his face. What's wrong with the teacher? Why does she have that look on her face? Yun Lan had just said something in her heart, and then her whole body suddenly stiffened, and then she followed Yun Miao's gaze and looked behind her. Because she found that Yun Miao was not looking at her, but at Li Haoyan behind her. Yun Lan's eyes suddenly widened, her mouth slightly opened, and she looked at Li Haoyan in shock. The teacher's expression had already told her that the refraction mirror was not removed by the teacher on his own initiative. That said, Yun Lan turned her head suddenly, staring at Li Haoyan with her eyes, but she couldn't finish her words. Yu. Chapter 18. Passed the assessment. Joined Tsinghua College. The crowd that was still laughing around seemed to have noticed something was wrong, and the discussion slowly died down. Their puzzled eyes moved back and forth between Yun Lan, Li Haoyan, and Yun Miao on the podium. Looking at the shocked expressions of Yun Lan and Yun Miao, their hearts skipped a beat, and suddenly an incredible thought arose in their minds. Li Haoyan looked around at everyone and gently waved the staff in his hand. The smile on his face gradually widened. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. My staff can really blow your dog head off. With a loud boom, the scene exploded. There was a burst of incredible exclamations from everyone. This mechanic with a staff actually blew up the phantom of the top student from Beida. This is impossible. How on earth did he do that? Could this also be a bug? Holy crap. Is a divine staff this powerful? That's true. Jiang Wuyu had a shocked expression on her face. This guy actually smashed Yun Lan's phantom? When mechanic uses a staff, is there any hidden effect or extra bonus? Jiang Wuyu's lively eyes flashed with a light of inquiry and curiosity and fell on Li Haoyan. Yun Lan stared at Li Haoyan with an unpleasant expression and asked, "A mere mechanic can never defeat my phantom. What tricks did you use in there?" Refraction mirror is a skill that comes with Yun Miao's refraction staff of light and is usually used by Yun Miao to train younger disciples. But even Yun Miao, the spellcaster, could not perceive the specific situation in the magic mirror. In other words, Yun Miao and Yun Lan could not see the battle that Li Haoyan had just had in the magic mirror. Therefore, they all didn't know what means Li Haoyan used to blow up Yun Lan's phantom. Seeing Yun Lan still being arrogant, Li Haoyan sneered, "Why, you can't stand the mechanic you look down upon beating up phantom? Does your assessment also involve recounting the battle process?" Yun Lan was so angry that the two little buns on her chest bulged. "All right, Yun Lan." Yun Miao on the high platform suddenly interrupted Yun Lan and looked at the staff in Li Haoyan's hand with a flash of shock in his eyes. After hearing that Li Haoyan was a mechanic, she actually didn't pay much attention to this new professional. So no one noticed that the artifact-level staff behind Li Haoyan was actually a level 20 slow goblin staff. This mechanic actually soared to level 20 within 3 days of his career awakening. How'd he do it? She also heard the discussions of the people below just now. Is it really just a bug in the dungeon? But the problem is, there's more than one copy in the range from level 10 to level 20. Could it be that he encounters bugs in every copy? Yin Miao always felt that something was wrong. Your name is Li Haoyan, right? Although I don't know how you did it. Since you defeated Lanner's phantom, you have passed the test. Stand behind Lanner. When the test is over, we will take you back to Beidou College. Yin Miao said in a deep voice. Li Haoyan raised his eyebrows, glanced at Yin Miao, and then looked at Yuan Ting, who was gritting his teeth with a gloomy face. A strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. I don't think I ever said I wanted to join Beidou College. Yuan Miao's expression changed, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. What do you mean? Li Haoyan chuckled. If I remember correctly, you just said that the rule of the assessment is that everyone has 3 chances to challenge. But there is no rule that says that as long as you pass the illusion mirror test, you must enter that academy, right? Yin Miao showed an expression of disbelief on his face. Being able to study at Beidou College is the dream of all new professionals. Don't you want to? Li Haoyan sneered and said, the highest institution of learning in our Donglong Empire is not just Beidou College. After saying this, he didn't even look at Yunlan and turned to walk towards Jiang Wu Yu next to him. Facing Jiang Wu Yu's surprised and stunned eyes, Li Haoyan smiled slightly. New mechanic Li Haoyan, I wonder if he can challenge Tsinghua College? Oh, of course. Jiang Wu Yu finally came back to his senses from the series of accidents just now and answered excitedly. An unprecedented full spiritual power value. He is obviously a mechanic, but he carries a magic staff, and he has reached level 20 in just 3 days after changing his job. This Li Haoyan is so mysterious. On the high platform, Jiang Zhen finally reacted. He quickly stood up and walked to the edge, looking at Li Haoyan with burning eyes. Li Haoyan nodded slightly, glanced at Yunlan and Yuan Ting sarcastically, and stepped into the magic mirror in front of Jiang Wu Yu. Just like before, the illusion mirror still showed the open space similar to the Colosseum, and Jiang Wu Yu's phantom was standing not far away. The 10-second countdown prompt appears again. Li Haoyan used the same trick again, first using the exoskeleton armor, and then summoned out 20 Gatling machine guns and 10 rocket launchers, densely arranged in front of him. As the countdown ended, violent firepower erupted again. Jiang Wu, the controller of elements, didn't even have time to finish reciting the spell before he was engulfed by a hail of gunfire and artillery fire and exploded into pieces of light in the sky. The familiar feeling of distortion came again. Li Haoyan released his skill, and his figure disappeared. The outside world was completely quiet, and no one dared to laugh at Li Haoyan anymore. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at the magic mirror in front of Jiang Yu. Yin Miao's pupils shrank slightly, and his body stiffened again. After more than 10 seconds, Jiang Yu's phantom was also blown up. Li Haoyan's figure reappeared in front of everyone, his face still calm and his breath still steady. It was as if he had just taken a walk, and even his clothes and hair were not the least bit messy. The magic mirror in front of Jiang Yu made a clicking sound again. Then in the next moment, it exploded. Although Jiang Wu Yu had anticipated such a result, she was still shocked when her phantom was easily destroyed by Li Haoyan. Yinlan is a combat mage with extremely strong close combat capabilities, while she herself is an elemental controller with extremely strong long-range attacks. Isn't this Li Haoyan afraid of neither long-range nor close combat? Even if he reached level 20, it had only been 3 days since he changed his job. How could he possibly have accumulated a super weapon that could instantly kill himself and Yunlan Phantom? It's incredible. Li Haoyan smiled as he looked at Jiang Wu, whose lips parted slightly and whose expression was a little silly, and asked, Senior, I should have passed the selection test for Tsinghua College, right? Before Jiang Wu could reply, Jiang Zhen on the platform excitedly said loudly, Of course, Li Haoyan, you have exceeded the assessment requirements. We at Tsinghua College are honored to invite you to join us. Chapter 19 Dougan. You ruin my future. As soon as Jiang Zhen said this, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Afterwards, Various voices of envy and amazement arose one after another. Oh my God, he actually passed the Tsinghua College assessment. He even had a teacher from Tsinghua College personally invite him to enroll. How'd he do it? Does the mechanic have any hidden bonuses when he wears a staff? Yuan, who was representing Beidou College, also had a look of disbelief on his face, with his fists clenched and his teeth clenched. Yuan Ting behind her was so jealous that his eyes turned red, and he stared at Li Haoyan intently. Compared with the embarrassment he had just experienced when passing the assessment at Beidou College, Li Haoyan was so calm and composed that he simply pinned him to the ground and rubbed him. What's even more outrageous is that he only lasted 3 minutes under Yunlan's phantom attack, while Li Haoyan directly blew up the phantoms of Yunlan and Jiangwu Yuyu within 20 seconds. How on earth did that little bastard do that? If Yunlan had not just spoken rudely to Li Haoyan, Yuan Ting would even have suspected that Beidou College and Tsinghua College had teamed up to act against Li Haoyan. On the high platform, Yun Miao's face also turned pale. Li Haoyan's behavior just now was a slap in the face of Beidou College. Silence. Looking at the noisy discussions below, Yun Miao became angry and roared. After the crowd below quieted down, she glared at Li Haoyan, who was standing behind Jiangwu Yuyu, and shouted, "The selection will continue. Anyone who dares to make noise again will be disqualified from the selection." Amid the strange looks from the new professionals, she grabbed her staff again and waved it towards Yunlan and Jiangwu, emitting a golden light and condensing a new refractive mirror in front of the two. After doing all this, Yunlan returned to his seat with a sullen face. The light in his eyes kept changing, and he glanced at the young man behind Jiangwu from time to time. The college selection continued. Jiangwu was idle and looked at Li Haoyan curiously. He asked in a clear voice, "Li Haoyan, how did you defeat Yunlan and me?" Li Haoyan smiled and winked at her. "I'm a mechanic. Of course I rely on super weapons." Jiangwu curled her rosy lips slightly. "Humph, if you don't want to say it, forget it. You are not honest at all." As a top student at Tsinghua College, Jiangwu Yu has a relatively good understanding of the initial combat power level of the mechanics. With Li Haoyan's strength having just been awakened for 3 days, she didn't think that her phantom would be killed in less than 20 seconds. It must be that Li Haoyan had other means, but didn't want to tell her. Li Haoyan shrugged innocently. He really didn't lie. He did kill the phantom with a super-powered weapon. However, the number of his super weapons may be slightly more. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened and the sun slowly set over the mountain. As the selection deadline of 12 o'clock approaches, those new professionals who are still hesitant have to grit their teeth and choose a college representative for the assessment. Some will pass, while others will be eliminated. Cheers, regrets, and cries of pain came one after another. Dougan sat behind the student representative of Tsinghua College with a sullen face, but his eyes were always directed towards Tsinghua College, towards the young man with a calm face and his eyes closed. As a first-line professional holy priest, her talent is definitely good. Due to his cautious character, Dougan first chose Tsinghua College, which is famous for training auxiliary professions, for the assessment. With the help of the Holy Priest's Shield of Light, she managed to hold on for 3 minutes and passed the test. She then challenged Beidou College and Tsinghua College. But facing the attacks from Yunlan and Jiangwu Yuyu's phantoms, she only managed to hold on for 2 minutes despite trying her best. The final result, naturally, was failure. At this moment, Dougan's heart was filled with all kinds of emotions: regret, anger, resentment, loss, dissatisfaction. If she had not broken up with Li Haoyan, she would have been able to reach at least level 17 or even level 18 by following Li Haoyan and clearing dungeons during these 3 days. Why is it that she has only reached level 15 now? And in order to get Yuan Ting to give her the purple equipment, she forced herself to stay up late with Yuan Ting for the past few nights. But even so, Yuan Ting only gave her 3 or 4 pieces of purple clothing. If she followed Li Haoyan with what Li Haoyan had gained in the dungeon, she would have been wearing purple clothes by now and would have a high probability of passing the selection assessments for Beidou College and Tsinghua College. It's not like now, where I can only enter the second-level Tsinghua College. Li Haoyan, you cruel bastard. You ruined my future. You deserve to die. Damn it. Dougan clenched his fists, resentment flashing in his eyes. On the high platform, Yun Miao glanced at the time and stood up. She raised her hand, grabbed the staff, and swung it in the air. The golden light was exceptionally brilliant in the night, and the translucent mirrors in front of the representative students of all the colleges disappeared instantly. A few students who were taking exams in the microscopes were also forcibly ejected. Yin Miao said in a deep voice, "The time is up. The college selection for this year has ended. Those who did not pass the selection can come back next year." As soon as these words were spoken, the crying in the audience became louder. As a new professional, if they cannot enter college, they can only study on their own for the next year. The speed of self-study progress is definitely much slower than that of college students. In the future, the gap between them and their peers will become larger and larger. Yin Miao looked disdainfully at the crying losers below, then turned to look at Yunlan and the dozen or so freshmen who had passed the selection test behind Yunlan, and said coldly, "From Beida College, follow me." "Yes, Teacher Yun." Everyone behind Yunlan agreed in unison, with pride and complacency in their eyes. They do have reason to be proud of being able to pass the assessment of Beida College. Only Yuan Ting was looking towards Tsinghua College with a cold gaze. Like Beida College, there are also more than 10 freshmen who have passed the assessment behind Jiang Wu Yu. But overall, the freshmen here are obviously more embarrassed in appearance. This is not because Jiang Wu Yu's phantom is weaker than Yunlan's, but because most of these new professionals do not have many purple outfits, so it is much more difficult for them to resist the phantom's attack. Tsinghua College has a nickname among the people, called the College for Poor People. The Beida College is known as the private school for the nobility. Although both are the highest institutions of learning in the Donglong Empire, the backgrounds and tendencies of these two academies can be seen from their names. Jiang Zhen, who was born in a grassroots family, looked at the freshmen below, whose faces were full of expectation and excitement. It was as if he saw himself decades ago. He smiled gently and said, "Congratulations, little ones. From today on, you will truly embark on the path of professionals." Chapter 20, Surprise. Random Abyss Dungeon. "Yes, Teacher Jiang." The freshman of Tsinghua College responded excitedly. Jiang Wu's beautiful face also broke into a smile. "Dear juniors, congratulations on passing the assessment. You have one night to go back and pack your things. Tomorrow morning, we will gather here again. We will return directly to Tianjin City through the city teleportation array." As the two highest institutions of learning in the Donglong Empire, Tsinghua College and Beida College are both located in Tianjin City. Everyone agreed, left, and went back to pack their luggage. Under the secret attention of Jiang Zhen and Jiang Wu, Li Haoyan also left with everyone. Late at night, in Xishang City, in a villa in Lianhua Villa. In a magnificent hall, Yuan Ting sat on the leather sofa with a gloomy face. Opposite him was a middle-aged man wearing a well-tailored suit and with a slick-back hair. The middle-aged man held a cigar as thick as an adult's finger in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. After a long while, he slowly spoke. "You mean Li Haoyan is hiding a secret?" Yuan Ting nodded and said, "Dad, I have fought with that phantom of Yunlan. I am sure that if Li Haoyan did not have other means, he would never be able to kill the phantom of Yunlan within 20 seconds. Yunlan is a phantom god class, and the attack power of a battle mage is even stronger than my Night Wanderer. What's more, Yunlan is a level 29 battle mage. Even if that phantom is only half as powerful as Yunlan's real body, it is still not something a mechanic who has just changed his job 3 days ago can contend with. Don't forget, Yunlan has studied at Beida College for a year. Being able to serve as a student representative of Beida, Yunlan's strength is definitely the elite among the elites. But even so, her illusion couldn't even last for 20 seconds in front of Li Haoyan. This is totally abnormal. With such a huge gap in strength, doesn't it mean that even Yunlan's true form is no match for Li Haoyan? How is this possible? Hearing what Yuan Ting said, the middle-aged man nodded slightly, indicating that he agreed with his son's point of view. "So what do you think is the secret he is hiding?" Yuan Ting frowned and thought for a long time, then shook his head helplessly. "I don't know either, but I have a feeling that the reason why Li Haoyan can constantly get stuck in dungeon bugs and quickly clear dungeons alone must be related to the secrets hidden in him. If I could know his secret, maybe I could become as strong as him." Besides, Yuan Ting's eyes sparkled. "Dad, don't you want to know how Li Haoyan got stuck in the dungeon bug? He can always get stuck in the dungeon from level 10 to level 20. Does this mean that even if he reaches a higher level in the future, he will still get stuck in the dungeon? Dad, if we can master his secret, then we will never lack copy resources again, and it will definitely greatly speed up the development of our family. Copy resources. The middle-aged man repeated in a low voice, seeming a little hesitant. But he is now a student of Tsinghua College. If we want to deal with him, we must ensure that this secret does not leak out. Otherwise, if we offend Tsinghua College, we'll be in big trouble. Yuan Ting said viciously, I know, Dad. You arrange the people first. I will always pay attention to Li Haoyan's movements. Once we find an opportunity, we will. Yuan Ting made a ruthless gesture of wiping his neck. At this moment, suddenly, a dazzling red light suddenly shot in from the window. Yuan Ting and the middle-aged man immediately noticed something unusual and quickly got up and went outside to check the situation. This is... The middle-aged man looked in amazement at the red beam of light outside the city that seemed to penetrate the sky and the earth, with a look of shock on his face. Random abyss copy. Li Haoyan had just returned home, packed up his things, and was getting ready for bed when he was also attracted by the red light outside the window. He looked at the red beam of light in surprise. The limited level is level 30. Li Haoyan muttered to himself when he saw the 3 bars faintly visible in the light column. As a top student, the knowledge about the abyss copy immediately came to Li Haoyan's mind. Abyss copies, which are divided into random abyss copies and targeted abyss copies, are the most profitable copies besides large group copies and world copies. As the name suggests, the random abyss copy will appear randomly at any location in the world. The most notable feature is the red beam of light that seems to penetrate the sky and the earth. The location of the red light column is the portal to the random abyss copy. The number of horizontal bars in the light column represents the level of entry into the random abyss copy. As for the other type of directional abyss copy, you can only enter by relying on the abyss tokens produced in the random abyss copy. No matter which abyss copy it is, it represents a large amount of abyss materials and experience, and any abyss monster may drop pink and purple equipment, and the drop rate is 10 times that of an ordinary copy. More importantly, the abyss copy is the only copy that can produce legendary orange equipment. In addition to the golden epic equipment, the legendary orange equipment produced in the abyss dungeon is the best equipment that low-level professionals can get, because golden epic equipment is only produced in large group dungeons. As for large-scale group dungeons, only professionals above level 50 are eligible to enter. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, a series of notification sounds came from Li Haoyan's mobile phone. He opened his phone and saw that it was Jiang Zhen who was sending a message in the newly created freshman group. Jiang Zhen at everyone, a random abyss copy has appeared in Xixiang City. During the period when the random abyss copy appears, all city teleportation arrays within a radius of 100 miles will be blocked. Our return trip tomorrow morning is cancelled. We will return to Tianjing City after the random abyss copy is conquered. Looking at this news, Li Haoyan was not surprised at all. Because of the characteristics of the blocked areas of the random abyss dungeon, he had learned about it in textbooks before. Once a random abyss copy appears, all professionals within a radius of 100 miles can only enter but not exit, which is equivalent to a forced blockade. Ordinary people who have not awakened their professions will not be affected. Moreover, this only in but not out policy has level restrictions. For example, the random abyss that appears now has an entry restriction of level 30, so the forced blockade within a radius of 100 miles is also level 30. All professionals above level 30 are not allowed to enter. Buzz, 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 dash. A shrill alarm sounded from the City Lord's mansion in the center of Xixiang City. The City Lord's majestic voice sounded. Professionals of Xixiang City, the abyss dungeon that appears this time is limited to level 30. Professionals below level 30 can go to the teleportation entrance on their own to attack the abyss dungeon. The time limit for this abyss dungeon is 3 days. I wish you all good luck. Chapter 21 Undercurrent. The grown-up Yuan Ting. Upon hearing this voice, all the professionals in Xixiang City looked solemn, because they know that random abysses are all time limited. For every 10 levels you enter, the time required to complete the strategy will increase by 1 day. For example, this random abyss is limited to level 30, and the time required to complete it is 3 days. If it is limited to level 50, then the time for the strategy is 5 days. Once the attack time has passed, the Lord in the Abyss copy has not been killed. Then, the Abyss copy will release the Abyss Mist, submerging everything within a radius of 100 miles, transforming all living beings in it into Abyss creatures without intelligence, and only with the desire to kill, and taking them into the Abyss. Therefore, once a random Abyss copy appears, it will be a life and death crisis for all professionals in the area. But unlike the solemn expressions of others, Li Haoyan's heart was full of excitement. This was because the number of monsters in the Abyss dungeon was much greater than that in the regular dungeon. It was simply the best place for him to kill monsters and increase his god's perspective range. Thinking of this, Li Haoyan immediately collected some drinking water and food at home and prepared to go to the area where the light column was located. At this time, another message came from the mobile phone. Jiangzhen at everyone, gather at the entrance of the Abyss. Your level is too low. You are not allowed to enter the Abyss dungeon without permission. Obviously, Jiangzhen is going to put them under collective control. I'm afraid that these fearless young calves will quietly run into the Abyss dungeon to die. Li Haoyan raised his brows as he looked at his phone, then walked out of the city. Lianhua Villa. Yuan Ting looked at the red beam of light that pierced through the sky and earth, and suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned back to look at his father and said excitedly, "Dad, our chance has come." The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled, and he immediately understood what his son meant. "Ting, do you think that Li Haoyan will also enter the Abyss dungeon? Do you want to deal with him in the Abyss dungeon?" Yuan Ting nodded heavily. "That's right. From what I know about Li Haoyan, since he has a secret hidden in him, and this secret can allow him to resolve the phantoms of Yunlan and Zhang Weiyu within 20 seconds, then there's a high probability that he will choose to enter the Abyss dungeon to give it a try. Although the Abyss dungeon is dangerous, it is also a great opportunity for professionals. Whether it's the high experience points from the Abyss monsters or the high-quality equipment inside, Li Haoyan will definitely not let them go." The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said decisively, "Okay, I will immediately gather people and send level 30 professionals into the Abyss dungeon to deal with Li Haoyan. I will force him to reveal the secret of the dungeon bug." Yuan Ting thought for a moment and said, "Father, Li Haoyan is a tough talker. We may not be able to get his hidden secrets just by interrogating him. I have to go in too. As long as we can catch him, I can use the Night Wanderer's soul-devouring skill to forcibly read his memory. By then, no matter how hard he tries, he won't be able to keep the secret. At the same time, we can also prevent him from deceiving us with lies." The middle-aged man was startled and looked at him with some concern. "But son, you are only level 16 now. In the level 30 Abyss copy, even the lowest level Abyss monster is above level 27. This," Yuan Ting smiled confidently. "Dad, if I remember correctly, our family should still have an Abyss contract, right? With the Abyss contract, our people can be teleported in at the same time and won't be randomly separated. I have level 30 bodyguards following me. Even if I encounter any danger, they can definitely help me delay for 5 seconds. At that time, I can just activate the Abyss contract and be teleported out by force. There shouldn't be any problem with safety." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression relaxed slightly. He patted his son's shoulder with appreciation and said with emotion, "Tinga, you have grown up. With you and our Yuan family, the future is promising." Yuan Ting smiled proudly, very proud. Li Haoyan went straight to the area where the Abyss light column was located. Although it was late at night, the road was crowded with people and very lively. These are the people who rushed to the Abyss teleportation entrance to watch. The emergence of the Abyss copy is related to the lives of all professionals in the area. Although professionals above level 30 cannot enter the Abyss and cannot see the strategy situation in the Abyss dungeon, they obviously cannot sit still if they are asked to wait at home. After leaving Xishan City, all the wild monsters outside the city had disappeared and consciously retreated 100 miles away. They had already sensed the breath of the Abyss and automatically retreated away. Li Haoyan arrived not far outside the West City. A huge red light column with a diameter of more than 10 meters stands here, quiet and silent, but giving people a creepy feeling. At this time, many people had gathered around the light column. The circle in the middle is composed of teachers and student representatives from various colleges who came to host the University Selection Conference. Li Haoyan immediately saw Jiang Zhen and Yun Miao, the leaders. He came behind the crowd and hid himself among them. Yun Miao glanced at the representatives from various colleges. Although his expression was serious, he was not too worried. She said in a cold voice, "Okay, the representatives of each college for this college selection have arrived. I will first tell you about the precautions, and then you can enter the Abyss dungeon and start the strategy. First, the teleportation of random Abyss copies is also random. That is to say, after you enter, you will be randomly teleported to any area of the Abyss copy, but you will never be teleported to the core area where the Abyss Lord is located. Second, there are endless monsters in the Abyss dungeon. As long as the Lord is alive, the Abyss altar he guards will continue to produce Abyss monsters. Therefore, based on these 2 points, if you want to conquer the Abyss dungeon, the longer you delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for you. Also, if the professional player who is clearing the dungeon is not strong enough and kills monsters too slowly, in the later stages, the number of Abyss monsters will pile up and it will be difficult to clear the dungeon. At this point, Yin Miao paused for a moment and glanced at the student representatives from various colleges and universities. But this time, our luck is pretty good. Because of the college selection, you are all elite students below level 30 from each college, and most of you are above level 25. With the local professionals in Xixiang City, as long as you quickly gather together after entering and then charge together, with everyone's strength, it shouldn't be a problem to conquer this Abyss dungeon. Okay, I've said everything I need to say. Time is precious, so please go in. The student representatives from other colleges all looked serious, their eyes flickering with excitement and trepidation, and they all answered in unison, "Yes." After saying that, they walked into the crimson beam of light one by one and disappeared in a flash. Li Haoyan also followed the crowd and walked toward the light column. Suddenly, a stern shout came from behind Li Haoyan. "Stop! You are a level 20 mechanic, and you dare to go in and seek death." Chapter 22 Abyss Dungeon. The raiders begin. Hearing the scolding, Li Haoyan raised his eyebrows and turned to look expressionlessly. At the front of the crowd, Yun Miao, who already had a stern expression, now raised his eyebrows and stared at Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan glanced at her indifferently, his eyes slightly cold. He had no intention of meeting Jiang Zhen and the others, so he went in quietly. Unexpectedly, his whereabouts were exposed by this woman. Moreover, as an admissions teacher at Beida, Yun Miao's tone of voice was quite condescending, which made him very uncomfortable. A level 27 Abyss monster. Although it is a bit higher in level, it has no intelligence, only the instinct to kill, and a single ability. Generally speaking, her true strength is only equivalent to that of an ordinary professional at level 20 or so. Li Haoyan raised his lips slightly. If we compare her to Yun Lan, your elite student, she shouldn't be much stronger than her phantom, right? This kind of strength is not enough to make me seek death. Li Haoyan had a calm expression, facing Yun Miao's gaze without any intention of backing down. "You ignorant boy, do you think the Abyss dungeon is the same as the college selection? The phantoms I create are not intended to kill people, but the Abyss monsters will not hold back." Yun Miao scolded with a gloomy face. As a newly transferred mechanic facing an endless stream of Abyss monsters, how many bullets can you afford? You can't even accurately assess your own capabilities. The East Dragon Empire is becoming weaker and weaker because of you, the blindly confident losers. Beside him, Jiang Zhen's face suddenly darkened. "Teacher Yun Miao, please be aware of your identity. This is too much." Yun Miao snorted coldly and looked at Li Haoyan with disdain. "A grain of light dreams of becoming the bright moon. Since you want to go in and die, I'll let you see how big the gap is between the trash Phantom God class and the real Phantom God class. Don't think you're amazing just because you used some trickery to pass the college selection. You're still unsightly in front of our Beida elites." Yun Miao looked at Yun Lan, who was about to step into the light column, and said loudly, "Yun Lan, I will give you one day to lead everyone to conquer this Abyss copy." "Yes, teacher." Yun Lan stared at Li Haoyan fiercely, strode into the light column, and disappeared. On the other side, Li Haoyan was pulled to Jiang Zhen by Jiang Yu. Jiang Zhen looked at Li Haoyan deeply. He did not blame him for his behavior just now. Instead, he whispered, "Li Haoyan, are you sure you want to go in?" Li Haoyan nodded seriously. "Teacher Jiang, don't worry. Since I dare to go in, I am absolutely sure that I can protect myself. I will not joke with my life." Jiang Zhen's eyes flickered. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and took out a parchment scroll that emitted a faint white light and handed it to Li Haoyan. He said in a deep voice, "This is the Abyss contract. Yu also has one. It can ensure that you will not be separated when you are teleported in. If you encounter danger in the Abyss instance, you can activate the Abyss contract, which will allow you to forcibly escape from the Abyss and teleport out." Li Haoqian glanced at Jiang Zhen in surprise. Of course he knew about the Abyss contract. In the auction house, the Abyss contract was a rare item worth 100,000 gold coins, and it was in short supply. He didn't expect that Jiang Zhen would actually be willing to give him this thing as a life-saving trump card. The emotion in his eyes changed slightly. He took it solemnly and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Teacher Jiang. I will remember this favor." Sensing the sincerity in Li Haoqian's eyes, Jiang Zhen nodded with relief and said to Jiang Liu, "After entering the dungeon, you two must take care of each other and never separate." "I understand, Dad." Jiang Wu looked at Li Haoqian curiously and agreed clearly. She knew that Jiang Zhen was actually telling him to take good care of Li Haoqian in the Abyss dungeon, but he was just being more tactful in his words. After saying that, the two turned and walked towards the column of light, stepping into it hand in hand. Jiang Zhen looked at the two people's disappearing backs and murmured, "It takes 3 days to change jobs and reach level 20. I can deal with Yunlan, and you use phantoms within 10 seconds. There's an old saying in the East Dragon Empire that special people must have something special. Li Haoqian, please don't let me down." On the other side of the light column, Yuan Ting and several big men hid in the crowd, watching Li Haoqian and Zhang Wu being teleported into the Abyss copy at the same time. Yuan Ting's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he whispered, "He really went in. Let's go too. This time, he can't escape even if he has wings." "Yes, master." Stepping into the beam of light, Li Haoqian felt a slight dizziness. Then, the scene before his eyes changed, and he appeared in a barren mountain range surrounded by dead trees. There was a faint smell of sulfur in the air. Li Haoqian looked around and saw the same scene everywhere. In the distance ahead of them was a huge mountain. The mountains were also pitch black, as if they had grown out of hell. There was a flash of blood-red light on the top of the mountain, and at the same time, the faint roar of a devil could be heard from there. On this side of the mountain, there is a huge slope that winds down and connects to the black forest full of dead trees below. There are towering rocks on both sides of the hillside. At first glance, the hillside looks like a water channel extending from the top of the mountain to the bottom. At this time, tall figures were faintly visible on the hillside, moving downwards. Jiang Wu looked at the scene in front of her leisurely, a serious look on her beautiful face, and said, "The Abyss Lord has summoned many Abyss monsters." Li Haoqian looked at the terrain that meandered downward on the hillside in the distance. His eyes lit up, and a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. This terrain seems to be very suitable for closing the door and beating the dog. An idea suddenly popped up in his mind, an idea that could help him kill monsters quickly. "Let's go. Let's go and take a look first," he said impatiently. Jiang Wu looked at him in surprise. "Go over? Just the two of us?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Li Haoqian asked puzzledly. Jiang Wu pointed at the shadows speechlessly and said, "Didn't you see? There are probably nearly 200 Abyss monsters gathered at the bottom of the hillside. Add those on the hillside, and the number of Abyss monsters is probably more than 500. We're going to get killed if we go over there." Don't underestimate Jiang Wu Yu, as he is a level 29 elemental controller and a top student at Tsinghua College. But the monsters in the Abyss have thick skin and strong resistance. Even if she is an elemental controller who is good at AoE output, she can only kill dozens of them at most before her spiritual power is exhausted. Even with spiritual power potions to replenish, it would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of more than 500 Abyss monsters. What's more, the Abyss Lord on the top of the mountain is still summoning Abyss monsters continuously. Li Haoqian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't lead you to get killed. Trust me, let's go." As he spoke, a light flashed on Li Haoqian's body, and a metal exoskeleton with an extremely mechanical beauty was put on. He controlled his legs and pushed forward, and amid the clanging sound of machinery, Li Haoqian quickly rushed towards the hillside. Abyss Copy, the strategy begins. Chapter 23. Kill the fire demon and gain experience crazily. Looking at Li Haoqian, who was walking away as fast as a steel warrior, Jiang Wu covered her lips in surprise. Exoskeleton armor. Isn't this the manufacturing blueprint for a level 30 mechanic? Why does Li Haoqian have it now? Hey, wait for me. Seeing that Li Haoyan was getting farther and farther away from him, Jiang Liu finally came to his senses and quickly controlled the power of the wind element to chase after Li Haoyan. As a phantom profession, the elemental controller is naturally friendly to various elemental attributes and can master the mysteries of multiple elements. The two of them quickly approached the bottom of the mountain. As they got closer, Li Haoyan could finally see the appearance of those abyss monsters. They are nearly 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with a strong and sturdy build, dark skin, 2 curved and thick devil horns on both sides of their heads, sharp teeth protruding from their lips, eyes with amber vertical pupils, and a ferocious appearance. What was even more shocking was that a layer of faint red flame was burning on the surface of their bodies, emitting a strong smell of sulfur. Jiang Wu said in a deep voice, "This is a fire demon, more of a warrior type, with strong strength and defense. Don't get too close to them during the battle, or you'll be burned by the hellfire burning on them." She looked around, with a hint of fear in her eyes. "Li Haoyan, we have to retreat. There are too many fire demons gathered at the foot of the hill. We can't handle them." Li Haoyan took a quick look at the fire demons that had already run down the hillside, calculated his own firepower, and muttered to himself, "About 200 or so. Not a big problem." Then Li Haoyan squinted his eyes and looked at the hillside. After confirming the terrain, he turned to Jiang Liu and said, "The terrain below is open. I will deal with these fire demons. I will go to the hillside to block the road later and give you experience points." Jiang Liu looked at him in confusion. "You come solve it? There are more than 200 fire demons below alone. How do you deal with them?" Jiang Wu Yu was about to ask, but then her big round eyes suddenly widened. Li Haoyan moved. Faced with these fire demons with thick skin and exaggerated defense, he directly summoned 20 rocket launchers and didn't even plan to use the Gatling machine gun. In terms of range-based lethality, the rocket launcher is obviously much more powerful than the Gatling gun and is more suitable for coverage bombing. Although the absence of the Gatling gun would affect the density of the fire network blockade, he was not alone in the dungeon now, and there was a level 29 elemental master next to him. With a god's perspective to control the surrounding situation and the assistance of Jiang Wu Yu, Li Haoyan can bomb with impunity. With the speed of these fire demons, they definitely could not quickly rush to his side and pose a threat to him. In just a blink of an eye, 20 rocket launchers were neatly arranged in front of Li Haoyan. Then the next moment, the sound of crazy bombing continued. Boom, 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 boom. The 2 fire demons not far in front of Li Haoyan discovered the 2 men's tracks and roared as they prepared to pounce. But in just a moment, the 2 big guys were blown into pieces, successfully killed the fire demon, and gained 150 experience points. Successfully killed the fire demon and gained 150 experience points. Looking at the kill prompt floating in front of him, Li Haoyan's eyes lit up. As expected of an abyss dungeon, the experience value is much higher than that of an ordinary dungeon. Li Haoyan did not delay any longer and immediately activated his exoskeleton armor and walked towards the group of fire demons, shouting, "Start harvesting! Senior Sister Jiang, follow me!" Under Jiang Liu's shocked gaze, Li Haoyan rushed out and began bombarding wildly. Violent explosions suddenly rang out one after another, and the fire demons' broken limbs and arms were like fireworks of flesh and blood, constantly blooming on the black ground. Looking at this astonishing scene in front of him, Jiang Wu Yu finally understood how this guy killed his and Yunlan's phantom. With this kind of firepower, let alone the phantoms, which only have 50% of their original strength, even if they personally took the field, they would not be able to withstand it for more than 3 seconds. Hiss! After a moment, Jiang Wu took a breath of cold air. Li Haoyan's mechanic actually has no ammunition limit? From just now until now, these rocket launchers have never stopped firing. No wonder this guy could reach level 20 in 3 days. The mechanic with unlimited ammunition can simply push through the dungeon. Those people also said that he was stuck with a bug. What the hell, this guy is a bug in itself. 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, Li Haoyan cleared out all the fire demons at the bottom of the hillside, leaving only a mess on the ground. Ding dong. Congratulations on reaching level 21. Looking at the upgrade prompt appearing in front of him, Li Haoyan showed surprise on his face. Wow, this experience is really worth it. The Abyss Dungeon is indeed the best place to level up. Not only that, after killing these 200 monsters, Li Haoyan's God's perspective talent also expanded to a range of 300 meters. In this way, Li Haoyan's bombing accuracy was greatly improved. Li Haoyan opened his attribute panel and saw the free potential given by the upgrade. He said excitedly, "After reaching level 20, the free potential for each upgrade has increased from 5 points to 10 points. Now my endurance can be improved a lot, and my spiritual power has been restored to full." After closing the panel, Li Haoyan looked at the fire demons still rushing down the hillside and rushed over with a big laugh. "Experience points, here I come." Amid the clanging sound of mechanical friction, Li Haoyan drove the exoskeleton armor and rushed up the hillside. There are towering rock walls on both sides of the hillside. Blocked by these two rock walls, the fire demon can only walk down a mountain path. Such a densely packed team is perfect for Li Haoyan's rocket launcher bombardment with unlimited ammunition. With the help of the God's perspective, Li Haoyan can control the rocket launcher to carry out precise bombardment at a distance of 300 meters and will never miss any fire demon. Compared with the open terrain below, Li Haoyan's killing speed on the hillside was even more efficient. In just a few minutes, he had already reached a position close to the top of the mountain. Looking at the last 40 or so fire demons left, Li Haoyan finally stopped the endless bombing and turned to look at Jiang Wu, who was already shocked to numbness. "Senior Jiang, the monsters in the Abyss dungeon are counted based on individual kills. There is no team experience distribution. You can kill the remaining ones." Jiang Wu finally came back to his senses. She subconsciously looked behind her and saw that more than 500 fire demons had slaughtered all the fire demons that had appeared before in just a few minutes. "Okay, I understand." Jiang Wu took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, took out a purple staff, and began the final cleanup work. Fireball, lightning strike, wind blades shooting. As Jiang Wu chanted the spell, various magical attacks streaked across the sky and fell towards the remaining 40 or so fire demons. When Jiang Wu Yu's spiritual power was about 20% left, she finally killed all the fire demons and gained a lot of experience points. Chapter 24, Blocking the Crystal, Killing People. Seeing the power of Jiang Wu Yu's magic, Li Haoyan nodded secretly. The Elemental Master is worthy of being a phantom profession, and the AoE damage is indeed impressive. Jiang Wu Yu's face also showed excitement. She didn't expect that she had been planning to protect Li Haoyan, but in the end, she was led away by Li Haoyan. If Li Haoyan hadn't blocked those fire demons on the hillside, she would never have been able to kill them so easily. Although the experience points she gained were far from comparable to Li Haoyan's, she did not feel dissatisfied at all. Because in a place like the Abyss Dungeon, it is very stupid to use up all your spiritual power. If something unexpected happens, and you have no ability to protect yourself, you will be doomed. The 20% of spiritual power is the amount of mana that must be left to prevent accidents. That's why Li Haoyan roughly calculated the number of monsters and left more than 40 for Jiang Wu Yu, just enough for her to kill. After Jiang Wu Yu eliminated the remaining 40 or so fire demons, Li Haoyan controlled the exoskeleton armor, stepped over the broken limbs on the ground, and walked forward. He saw a huge sinkhole in the middle of the mountaintop. There is a huge hexagram array in the center of the Tianqing, which looks like an altar. And on this altar, there was a huge fire demon that was 5 meters tall and roaring. Every minute, 10 fire demons will walk out of the altar. Obviously, this is the Lord of the Abyss. Seeing the final boss, Jiang Wu pointed down excitedly. "Li Haoyan, the Abyss Lord is over there. Kill it, and even if we complete the strategy of this Abyss dungeon, the Abyss barrier outside will be lifted." Li Haoyan smiled and said, "The Lord is so cute. How can I kill him?" Jiang Wu. Li Haoyan laughed. "It's just a joke. Why do you look so shocked?" Jiang Wu breathed a sigh of relief and said unhappily, "Stop joking. Get rid of it quickly and get out." "Hey, judging from your performance just now, I'm afraid that all of Yuan and the others combined have not killed as many monsters as you. When you get out, I want to see if that old woman Beta dares to speak nonsense again." Jiang Wu Yu's little face puffed up like a bun. Over the years, the competition between Beta and Tsinghua has become increasingly fierce. As one of the best students in Tsinghua's previous class, Jiang Wu has been often treated sarcastically by Beta students, just like Yun Miao treated her father before. Unexpectedly, Li Haoyan shook his head slightly, his eyes gleaming. The Abyss dungeon has just begun, and the time limit this time is 3 days. Such a good opportunity to gain experience. And you don't even have to buy an admission ticket. How can it end so soon? Jiang Weiyu was stunned. She glanced at the fire demon's body parts scattered all over the ground behind her, and immediately understood what Li Haotian meant. You want to? Li Haotian nodded heavily and grinned. That's right. Leave the Abyss Lord here, and let it summon fire demons continuously. How can we miss the free experience? Jiang Weiyu subconsciously said. But if time is delayed, the Abyss copy will become more and more difficult. Before she finished speaking, her voice suddenly stopped, but her eyes quickly lit up. The most important reason why the Abyss dungeon becomes more and more difficult to clear as time goes by is that the Abyss Lord will constantly summon Abyss demons. In the later stages, the number of Abyss demons will even fill the entire Abyss copy. By then, professionals of the same level will naturally not be able to deal with the tide of Abyss demons and will surely die. But the problem is, Li Haotian is here now. With Li Haotian's firepower of unlimited ammunition, he can completely clear out the newly summoned Abyss demons every once in a while. In this way, the number of Abyss demons will not be able to increase at all, and they will only become the dead souls under Li Haotian's cannon and contribute experience points. When he thought of this, Jiang Wu's broad mind suddenly began to rise and fall violently. This is too much. It's like blocking someone's crystal door and killing them. Seeing the burning look in Jiang Wuyu's eyes, Li Haotian knew that she had understood what he meant. He turned around and pointed at the long slope that meandered downwards and said to Jiang Wuyu with a smile, Senior Jiang, please use the earth wall technique to seal off all the turns on the slope, and then we will go down and wait for the Abyss Lord to summon the fire demon. We only need to clean it up once an hour. Jiang Wuyu asked in confusion, why do we need to use earth walls to separate the corners? Li Haotian explained, the fire demons appear continuously. If we don't use the earth wall technique to separate them, we have to clear the fire demons at any time, so we won't have time to rest and recover our spiritual power. If there are earth walls blocking every certain distance, the fire demons will have to spend time breaking through them. With your level 29 earth wall defense, if you can break through a dozen or 20 of them, it should be enough to delay them for an hour. And what happens next, you know? Li Haotian winked at Jiang Wuyu with an innocent look on his face. Jiang Wuyu reacted immediately and looked at Li Haotian with admiration. You are really thoughtful. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, Jiang Wuyu's eyes flickered with a strange light. This guy is not only powerful, but also quite smart. She secretly admired in her heart. Then, the two of them cleaned up the battlefield and collected spoils along the way while casting earth wall spells and walking down. When the two men had collected all the supplies, they immediately began to divide the loot excitedly. I'm rich. 2 legendary orange equipment, 5 artifact-level pink equipment, and hundreds of blue equipment. If I can get these for 3 days, I'll become a rich man in seconds. Li Haotian said excitedly as he looked at the equipment on the ground. Beside him, Jiang Wu stared at the bright yellow staff and couldn't help swallowing. Li Haotian laughed and handed the legendary orange staff to Jiang Wuyu without any hesitation. We are really lucky, Senior Jiang. This legendary staff is just right for your profession. Although it's only level 30, with its legendary quality, it should be enough for you to use before you reach level 50 and awaken. Jiang Wu looked at him in surprise. This is legendary equipment. Are you sure you want to give it to me? As Jiang Wu spoke, he subconsciously glanced at the pink magic wand behind Li Haotian. The staff is only suitable for magic professions. The cost for other professions to use it will be very high, but Li Haotian is an exception. Jiang Wu thought that Li Haotian would use this legendary staff himself. Li Haotian smiled slightly. Senior Jiang, I can feel your and Teacher Zhang's sincerity towards me. As the saying goes, courtesy comes in return. Please accept this staff. Jiang Wu looked at him deeply, and suddenly a bright smile bloomed on his face. Well, thank you. Also, we are about the same age, so don't call me Senior Sister Jiang anymore. It sounds strange. Just call me Yu. Chapter 25, 2 Abyss Lords? Difficult Level Abyss. Looking at the sincere smile on Jiang Wuyu's face, Li Haotian was slightly surprised, and a strange feeling quietly emerged in his heart. He smiled and said, Okay. Jiang Wuyu happily took the staff and said to Li Haotian, You can collect the rest. With this staff, I will gain enough from entering the Abyss dungeon this time. The rest are yours. Li Haoyan nodded with a smile, and without being polite to her, he changed himself into a piece of leather armor from the pink set and put the rest into the inventory. The other orange item was a big sword, which he had no use for, so he put it away for the time being, planning to exchange it with this one if someone had an orange item that suited him after he met up with the others later. Afterwards, the two of them rested on the spot to recover their spiritual power and wait for the next wave of harvest. Another 2 hours passed, and Li Haoyan killed the last fire demon. Jiang Wu once again used the earth wall technique to separate them on the hillside and continued to raise monsters. After defeating 2 more waves of abyss monsters, Li Haoyan's level also rose to level 22. Low-level professionals get experience bonuses when they kill high-level monsters, which makes Jiang Wu envious. Because it's just the opposite. A level 29 professional killing a level 27 monster will get less experience. In addition, the experience points she needs to upgrade are much higher than Li Haoyan's, and she is still a long way from reaching level 30. After sorting out the spoils, Li Haoyan frowned and looked behind him, wondering, strange, more than 2 hours have passed since we came in. The map of the level 30 limited abyss dungeon shouldn't be this big, right? How come there's no one to see except us? Hearing him talk about this, Jiang Wu was also puzzled. Yeah, logically speaking, even if they were teleported in from a distance, 2 hours should be enough for them to gather people to fight over here. How come I haven't seen anyone until now? On the other side of the mountain that Li Haoyan and his companions could not see, hundreds of professionals gathered together and were madly attacking the top of the mountain. Among them was a white figure with a proud and stern face, with a spear sweeping left and right like a dragon, aiming at the fire demon's head. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of soft noises, the fire demon's head exploded like a watermelon. How amazing! For now until now, Senior Sister Yuan must have killed hundreds of fire demons, right? Of course there are. If it weren't for Senior Sister Yuan leading the charge, the number of fire demons would probably be over 1,000 by now. As expected of a top student at Beida College, not only is he a phantom god, but his combat skills are also so sharp. At this rate, we should be able to reach the top of the mountain and eliminate the Abyss Lord at the top of the mountain in, at most, an hour. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen Jiang Wu Yu from Tsinghua College? Hey, and that mechanic, I saw them teleported in together. Why haven't I seen them since? Hey, do we need to guess? It must be that the mechanic came in and saw how powerful the fire demon was, so he found a place to hide. As for the student representative from Tsinghua, maybe he was chosen to be his bodyguard because he was good-looking. TSK. Tsinghua College has really not been doing well in the past 2 years. I don't know if they have been poisoned by the mechanics. Why do everyone from top to bottom like that kind of rubbish profession? 50 minutes later, Yuan chopped off the head of the last fire demon with a spear. He was breathing slightly, but a hint of pride appeared in his eyes. She looked at the huge fire demon in the cenote on the top of the mountain and thought to herself, Jiang Wu Yu, it seems that you still haven't learned your lesson and are only wasting your time on rubbish mechanics. She swung her spear, pointed it downwards with high spirits, and shouted, Everyone follow me. Destroy the Abyss Lord and capture this Abyss dungeon. Beida is awesome. Miss Yuan is amazing. Brothers, grab your weapons and attack. Kill. Seeing that they were about to conquer the dungeon, everyone's eyes showed excitement, and they displayed their magical powers and followed Yuan to rush towards the Lord of the Abyss. Take my spear. Frost Meteor. Yuan found the right opportunity and let out a loud roar. The dark blue, ice-attributed power instantly spread to the entire spear, giving it a frosty color, and he swung it out fiercely. The dark blue shadow of the spear flashed in the air and passed through the eyes of the Lord of the Abyss accurately. Roar! Suffering such a severe blow, the Lord of the Abyss roared madly. Yuan took advantage of the victory and pursued, pulling out the ice spear from the ground again, leaping high into the air, and shouted delicately, Meteor fall. The dark blue light smashed down heavily, and with a crack, it directly pierced through the head of the Abyss Lord, and the spear penetrated deeply into its body. The roar of the Abyss Lord came to an abrupt end, and his huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Everyone cheered in unison. Behind the crowd, Yuan Ting looked at the Abyss Lord falling down with a gloomy face, and said hatefully, Damn it, that cunning boy Li Haoyan actually hid until now after entering the dungeon. It's hopeless now. The Abyss Lord is dead, and the dungeon strategy is successful. Once we teleport out, it won't be that easy to cause trouble to him again. Yuan nimbly jumped off the Abyss Lord, with a proud look on his face, waiting for the prompt that the Abyss dungeon strategy was successfully completed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The pride on Yuan's face became stiff, and a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Not only him, but everyone looked around in confusion. What's going on? The Abyss Lord is dead. Why is there no prompt? And there is no exit portal? The chatter of discussion quickly rose among the crowd. At this moment, the body of the Abyss Lord who had just been killed by Yuan suddenly disappeared, and the altar covered with strange patterns quickly lit up. If the two Abyss Lords are not killed at the same time within 10 minutes, the Abyss altar will be activated. If another Abyss Lord cannot be killed within 6 hours, this Abyss Lord will be resurrected and randomly teleported to any location in the Abyss. After resurrection, the Abyss Lord is no longer restricted and can move freely. Looking at the prompt that appeared in front of him, Yuan's face changed drastically. Two Abyss Lords? Can they move freely after resurrection? Shit, this is not an ordinary random abyss, but a difficult random abyss. It's over. Our people are all here, and the Abyss Lord on the other side must have accumulated countless abyss monsters. This time we are in trouble. Yuan also reacted quickly and said with a dark face, "This is the difficult abyss. The other Abyss Lord must be on the other side of the mountain. Everyone, follow me and find the magic circle that will teleport us to the other side. We must eliminate the other Abyss Lord within 6 hours." Behind the crowd, Yuan looked stunned, then he suddenly realized. In the difficult abyss, 2 people will be teleported directly to the territory of another Abyss Lord. If these 2 people don't find out immediately and pass on the message, allowing both sides to attack at the same time, it will give the Abyss Lord time to summon a large number of monsters. This is why the difficult abyss is difficult. Yuan and the others must be the 2 people who were randomly selected and teleported directly to the other side of the mountain range. Zhang-san, you have awakened Tu Xingsuan. Take us across the mountains immediately and kill Yuan before others find the teleportation array. Yes, master. Chapter 26 Yuan Ting. Come on. On this side of the mountains, Yuan and Jiang Weiyu cleared the monsters again. Yuan was very excited when he saw the upgrade prompt in front of him. Ding dong. Congratulations on reaching level 23. I'm so lucky. I actually got a legendary leather armor this time. After Yuan sorted out his equipment, he couldn't wait to put on the legendary leather armor. Seeing the spiritual power value on the panel exceed 1,000, Yuan smacked his lips slightly. Wow, it's worthy of being a legendary equipment. The spiritual power value is really increased. 1,000 points of spiritual power are enough for Yuan to use 25 rocket launchers simultaneously and continuously for 10 minutes, which greatly enhances the firepower. Jiang Weiyu was about to say something when suddenly a line of prompts appeared in front of them. If the 2 Abyss Lords are not killed at the same time within 1 minute, the Abyss Lord will be resurrected and the second form will be activated at the same time. The resurrected Abyss Lord is no longer restricted and can move freely. The 2 of them were slightly stunned, and Jiang Weiyu suddenly realized, no wonder no one has come here for such a long time. It turns out that this is not an ordinary abyss dungeon, but a difficult one. She looked at Yuan in surprise and said speechlessly, "You kill monsters too easily, which results in the abyss monsters on our side not accumulating, so I have never thought about the direction of the difficult abyss." Yuan was a little embarrassed and was about to speak when suddenly his expression changed slightly, and he looked to the side in front. After these waves of monsters were defeated, Yuan's God's perspective had expanded to a range of 2,300 meters in diameter. This special talent is equivalent to a passive skill and does not consume any spiritual energy when used. Ever since entering the dungeon, Yuan has always set the God's perspective to the maximum. 2 kilometers ahead and to the side, Yuan suddenly saw a mound of earth suddenly rising from the originally flat ground. Then, with a loud noise, several figures emerged from under the mound of earth. And the one leading the group was none other than Yuan Ting. Yuan Ting looked around carefully and confirmed that there were no abyss monsters around before crawling out of the tunnel. Strange, isn't the other Abyss Lord here? Why can't I see any abyss monsters? Several hours have passed since we entered the Abyss copy. Logically, there should be at least 2,000 Abyss monsters here, right? Yuan Ting looked confused. Behind him, a look of doubt flashed across the faces of Zhang San and others. The fire demons move slowly. Perhaps this is not the area where the Abyss Lord is located, so they haven't found this place yet. Yuan Ting laughed sinisterly. This is perfect. Li Haoyan and Jiang Wu are alone. Facing the fire demon army, they will definitely have to retreat. Maybe they're hiding nearby. Let's go. Hurry up. We have to kill Li Haoyan before Yun Lan and the others find a teleportation array. Li Si hesitated for a moment and asked, Master, Zhang Wu from Tsinghua College should also be with Li Haoyan. With her here, Yuan Ting seemed to have thought of this problem a long time ago, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. What are you afraid of? This is the Abyss Dungeon. In the Abyss Dungeon, people can die if they are not careful. Even if she is a top student of Tsinghua College, it is not surprising that she had an accident, right? Wang Er's eyes flashed. Master, what you mean is... Yuan Ting said fiercely, Li Haoyan is now a student of Tsinghua. If we want to force Li Haoyan to reveal the secrets he is hiding, Jiang Wu will definitely not stand idly by. In this case, let's take her with us. As he spoke, Yuan Ting gestured at his neck with his hand. Wang Er and the others looked at each other and nodded heavily. Okay. Li Haoyan had a bird's-eye view of all the actions of Yuan Ting and others. Huh? These guys actually want to kill me? Fortunately, I have learned lip-reading before, and combined with the god's perspective, it's perfect. Li Haoyan's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he murmured with some relief. Beside him, Jiang Wu was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, Haoyan, what are you talking about? Who wants to kill you? Aren't there only two of us? Li Haoyan looked at her, hesitated for a moment, and then told her about his talent of God's perspective. Jiang Wu's eyes suddenly widened, his lips slightly parted, and he said in disbelief, What did you say? Every time you kill a monster, your God's perspective can expand outward by 1 meter? Now it has expanded to a diameter of more than 2,000 meters. How come I've never heard of professionals having talents? Could it be that this is a special ability that only people with full spiritual power have? Also, is Yuan Ting so courageous? He even dares to kill me, Li Haoyan said in a deep voice. Whether it is true or not, we will know after we verify it. We have killed too many fire demons here, which may make Yuan Ting wary. Let's go a little further and wait for them to come to us. Having said that, Li Haoyan immediately pulled Jiang Wu and moved closer to Yuan Ting. The two men quietly came to a distance of 500 or 600 meters away from Yuan Ting and the other four. Li Haoyan thought about it and directly summoned out 50 Gatling machine guns and 20 rocket launchers, which were buried in a fan shape under the black soil in front of them, ensuring that every inch of the area in front of him could be covered without blind spots. When Jiang Wu saw Li Haoyan being so cautious, a strange look flashed in her eyes. He is incredibly talented, but not arrogant, and is thoughtful and well-prepared. With the mechanic's control over superpowered weapons, once Li Haoyan finds something wrong, he can instantly launch an attack with the force of thunder, saving the time of summoning superpowered weapons and giving the opponent a chance to launch a sneak attack. After doing all this, Li Haoyan sneered and waited quietly. A few minutes later, Jiang Wu saw Yuan Ting and his 3 companions cautiously moving towards them. She glanced at Li Haoyan and already believed most of what he had just said. At the same time, Yuan Ting and others also saw Li Haoyan and Jiang Wu sitting on the ground resting. When he saw these two people, Yuan Ting's eyes suddenly lit up and he exchanged glances with Zhang San and others. Hey, isn't this the top student from Tsinghua College? Why is he hiding here to protect this ignorant mechanic? Yuan Ting said loudly. Hearing the sarcasm in Yuan Ting's tone, Jiang Wu's eyes flashed, and he secretly glanced at Li Haoyan. Now, she completely believed what Li Haoyan had just said. If Yuan Ting didn't intend to deal with her as well, he would never be so rude to her. Li Haoyan subconsciously took a step forward and stood in front of Jiang Wu, which made Jiang Wu slightly stunned, with a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. Then he glanced at the 3 bodyguards who were spreading out to both sides in a vaguely encircling shape, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Yuan Ting, you, a waste of more than 10 levels, dared to run into the Abyss dungeon without knowing your place. And you are not qualified to criticize me? Why, with 3 bodyguards, you're brave enough. Yuan Ting's face suddenly darkened. You still dare to be stubborn when you are about to die. Wait until I swallow your soul and get the secret of the dungeon bug. Are you still afraid that you can't level up quickly? Zhang San, Li Si Yuang, catch him. Chapter 27, Clear the Abyss Dungeon and Unlock Barret. Just as Zhang San and his companions were about to take action, Li Haoyan showed a strange expression on his face. So you want the secret of my bug? Why didn't you tell me earlier? It's easy, I'll tell you. With a swish, 50 Gatling machine guns and 20 rocket launchers flew out from the ground in an instant, and the black muzzles of the guns blocked all the escape routes of Yuan Ting and his 4 companions. Yuan Ting and the other 3's faces froze, and they just stood there in a daze. The smile on Li Haoyan's lips slowly widened, but the ruthlessness in his eyes became more and more intense. Look, this is the secret of my copy bug. I have enough guns and cannons and enough firepower. Yuan Ting's eyes were filled with shock, and he screamed, Impossible! Absolutely impossible! It's only been 3 days since you changed your job. How could you have accumulated so many super-powered weapons? Li Haoyan taunted. You know nothing about the value of a full spiritual power value of 100. You have got my secret. Now you can die. Yuan Ting screamed in fear. No, Li Haoyan, you can't kill me. If you dare to kill me, our Yuan family will never let you go. Beside them, Zhang San and his companions were pale, and their legs were shaking like sieves. Even if the 3 of them were level 30 professionals, they would have no room for resistance when facing 50 Gatling machine guns and 20 rocket launchers. A mechanic with sufficient firepower can defeat 100 enemies alone, Li Haoyan said coldly. Those who kill will be killed. Yuan Ting, you said it yourself. In the Abyss Dungeon, people can die if you're not careful. Top students from Tsinghua College can die. Isn't it the same for you, a playboy from Xixiang City? Yuan Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't this what he said before? How did Li Haoyan know? His mouth was slightly open, as if he wanted to say something. But Li Haoyan did not give him this opportunity, and decisively controlled all the super weapons to fire at the same time. Da-da-da-da-da. Boom, 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 boom. The violent hail of gunfire instantly engulfed Yuan Ting and the other 3. Yuan Ting was only level 16. Facing such a violent attack, he couldn't even hold on for a second before being mowed down by the Gatling machine gun. Zhang San roared wildly and instantly erected a khaki protective shield, covering himself, Li Si, and Wang Er. Li Haoyan raised his eyebrows and said in a cold voice, Wow, Tuk Xingxin, you have a good grasp of the control of the earth element. It's a pity that in the face of my unlimited ammunition, how many seconds can you last? Zhang San's eyes widened. Unlimited ammunition? With the speed at which bullets are fired from a Gatling gun, the magazine will be empty in 3 seconds and will have to be replaced. However, 1, 2, 3, the firepower did not diminish at all. Zhang San's eyes showed despair. Is it really infinite ammunition? How can there be such a perverted mechanic? The next moment, with a bang, the shield was directly shattered by the violent ammunition. Zhang San and his companions were instantly torn into pieces by bullets and artillery fire. Li Haoyan disarmed his super-powered weapon, turned to Jiang Wu, and said with a smile, Yu, my attack method has some obvious traces. In case of any accidents, please use fire to clean the battlefield. Yeah, Jiang Wu agreed slowly, and a blazing flame spurted out from her hands, burning all the flesh, blood, and bones on the ground into ashes, merging with the black earth. Then, the 2 returned to the foot of the hill and continued their mission of blocking the crystal and killing people. On the other side, Yuan and his friends finally found the hidden teleportation array at the edge of the map and came here. However, the place they were teleported to was far away from the mountains, and by the time they carefully arrived near the Lord's area, more than 3 hours had passed. On the top of the mountain, Li Haoyan killed the fire demon again, with an expectant look in his eyes. The experience points are finally enough. Sure enough, the next moment, the upgrade prompt appeared in front of Li Haoyan. Ding dong. Congratulations on reaching level 25. Li Haoyan couldn't wait to open the attribute panel and check the skill column. At level 25, you can unlock a new skill. Li Haoyan looked down at the Gatling machine gun, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Skill, Barret Sniper Rifle. Skill description, summons a Barret Sniper Rifle. Every minute the Barret Sniper Rifle exists, it consumes 8 points of spiritual power. Note, After the spiritual power value returns to 0, the Barrett sniper rifle will automatically retract. Oh my god, it's Barrett. If this thing is combined with a god's perspective, it will be invincible. Li Haoyan's body trembled slightly with excitement. Barrett's sniper rifle, commonly known as cannon. The effective range is 2,000 meters, and the maximum range is 6,000 meters. If an ordinary person uses this thing, it will be difficult to ensure shooting accuracy beyond 2,000 meters. But Li Haoyan is different. His god's perspective has now expanded to more than 4,000 meters away. If there are enough Barrett tanks, and they fire at the same time from a high-level perspective, it's terrifying to think about it. Li Haoyan forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart and exited the attribute panel. He glanced at Yuan and others who were 3,000 meters away from here, knowing that they would be here soon. Li Haoyan looked at Jiang. Oh, we have almost gained enough experience points. Let's get rid of it. When Yuan and the others entered Li Haoyan's god's perspective, Li Haoyan had already told Jiang Wu Yu the news. Fortunately, after such a long period of time gaining experience, Jiang Wu Yu has also reached level 30. After a brief discussion, the two decided to end this abyss copy before Yuan and the others discovered it. It is obvious that Li Haoyan does not want to expose his abilities to others. Jiang Wu nodded and agreed. Okay. Li Haoyan's excited eyes fell on the lonely Abyss Lord, and he murmured to himself, "It just so happens that I will use you to test the power of this Barrett volley." Li Haoyan stood at the edge of the Tianqing. The altar at the bottom of the Tianqing was more than 2,000 meters away from him, but with Barrett's shooting range, it was not a problem at all. The next moment, densely packed Barretts appeared in front of Li Haoyan, with all the black gun barrels pointing at the Lord of the Abyss below. Li Haoyan instantly zoomed in the focus through the god's perspective, and then used his superpower to perfectly control the aim of each Barrett. Take my move, fire 100 guns at once. Li Haoyan's eyes flashed with fanaticism as he controlled hundreds of Barrett guns to fire at the same time. Bang! The neat and low roars gathered into an explosion. Then, Jiang Wu Yu was shocked to see that the body of the Abyss Lord, with a bang, exploded into a bloody firework under the sniper attacks of hundreds of large guns. What a powerful force! Jiang Wu Yu couldn't help but exclaim. The Abyss Lord has been eliminated. Congratulations to all the professionals for successfully clearing the difficult Abyss dungeon. The teleportation exit has been opened. You can leave at your own will. Looking at the copy prompt that suddenly appeared in front of them, Yuan and others stopped at the same time. Their eyes were stunned, and their mouths slowly widened. Chapter 28, The Achievements of Two People. The Lord of the Abyss was destroyed? Yuan looked back in confusion. The professionals who followed her in the teleportation were all behind her. Who killed the Abyss Lord here? Suddenly, two figures appeared in Yuan's mind. Jiang Wu Yu and Li Haoyan. Since entering the Abyss copy, she seemed to have never seen these two people. Could it be that the two people who were randomly teleported here were them? Did they deal with another Abyss Lord? No, absolutely not. Jiang Wu Yu's strength is about the same as hers. Although Li Haoyan is a mechanic who can fight 100 people alone, he has only been changed to a new job for 3 days. How many super weapons can he accumulate in such a short time? The Abyss dungeon has been opened for 7 or 8 hours. According to the frequency at which the Abyss Lord summons monsters, there should be at least 3,000 to 4,000 Abyss monsters here. How could the two of them kill so many Abyss monsters? With this order of magnitude, even a professional who has completed Advanced Awakening at level 50 would be exhausted to death. Yuan's heart was filled with shock and suspicion. Her figure instantly jumped out from where she was and ran quickly towards the mountains over there. When the Abyss Lord is destroyed, all the Abyss monsters will be annihilated along with the Abyss Lord. Now, she no longer needs to be alert to her surroundings. Running at full speed with the speed of a battle mage, Yuan arrived at the place where Li Haoyan and his men were blocking the crystal in just a few moments. At this time, the corpses of the Abyss monsters on the slope had all disappeared, turning into black dust. Yuan looked at the portal in the center of the altar with an ugly expression. She gritted her teeth and walked towards the portal. Her vision blurred for a moment, and when the scene in front of Yuan stabilized again, she immediately looked around. Then, she heard Jiang Wu's excited voice. "Dad, I'm level 30. You said before that I would need at least another month. How about it? Isn't your daughter amazing?" Yin Lan's pupils shrank, and his already gloomy expression turned even darker. The one who killed another Abyss Lord was indeed Jiang Wu Yuyu. She and Jiang Wu were the proud students of the previous class of Ching and Beidao respectively, and their strength levels were not much different. But now, Jiang Wu Yuyu has reached level 30 before her, which means that Jiang Wu Yuyu must have killed more Abyss monsters than her. But then, she felt something was wrong. If Jiang Wu had killed all the Abyss monsters over there, then she should be at least 31 years old now, right? Could it be that Li Haoyan also killed a lot of people? Yin Lan's doubtful gaze fell on Li Haoyan, who was standing beside Jiang Yu. It's a pity that unless the professionals take the initiative to show their levels, outsiders can only see the professionals' professional marks, but not their specific levels. At this time, other professionals who participated in the conquest of the Abyss copy were also teleported out of the Abyss copy one after another. The blood-red light column had turned golden, indicating that this Abyss copy had been conquered. Looking at the disciple with messy hair and dirty clothes, Yun Miao had a hint of pride and admiration on his face. When facing an Abyss copy of the same level, it will be a tough battle. When Jiang Wu Yuyu and Li Haoyan came out before, Yun Miao was a little surprised. Why did these two people look so clean? Except for some wrinkles on their clothes, even their hair was not messy. Could it be that the Abyss monsters this time are easier to deal with? But then, Yin Lan, who came out from behind, made her immediately give up her previous idea, and the look she gave towards Jiang Wu Yuyu and the others instantly became sarcastic. The strength of Jiang Wu Yuyu and Yin Lan is almost the same, but Yin Lan and other professionals who came out later are obviously in much worse shape. This shows that they must have gone through a tough battle. Then why do Li Haoyan and Jiang Wu Yuyu seem so calm? The answer is simple. These two people must be hiding behind and doing nothing. But think about it. Facing an Abyss monster of at least level 27, with Li Haoyan's strength of level 20, if he doesn't hide behind and ask Jiang Wu to help take care of him, he will die if he is not careful. Humph, what a rubbish mechanic. Although I don't know what tricks he used to defeat Yin Lan's illusion during the test, but when faced with a real life and death battle, wouldn't his true colors be revealed immediately? Thinking of this, Yin Miao raised his voice a little and praised, "Lanner, you did a good job. Compared with a year ago, you have made great progress. I just heard from someone that this random Abyss dungeon is actually at a difficult level. Although there were two slow-reacting people who held us back and failed to pass on a message in time." Yin Miao glanced at Jiang Wu and Li Haoyan and continued, "But I didn't expect that you guys would react so quickly. Even in such a situation, it only took such a short time to kill two Abyss Lords. Well done." As soon as these words came out, Yin Lan's face suddenly turned red, and the professionals who came out after her all looked at each other with strange expressions. Seeing the changes in everyone's expressions, Yin Miao frowned and suddenly felt something was wrong. What's wrong? Did any other unexpected events occur while you were conquering the dungeon? Yin Miao asked in a deep voice. Yin Lan whispered, "Teacher, after we killed the first Abyss Lord, we discovered that there was another Abyss Lord. After that, we immediately started looking for a teleportation array to the other side, but when we got there, we didn't find any Abyss monsters along the way. Until we were about to approach the mountain range, where the Lord of the Abyss was located." Having said this, Yin Lan paused, biting her lower lip and looking at Jiang Wu Yuyu and Li Haoyan. Yin Miao asked doubtfully, "And then?" "Then, the Lord of the Abyss was eliminated, and the copy strategy is complete." Yin Lan gritted his teeth. Yin Miao was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't react for a moment. After a long while, she spoke again. "You mean you didn't kill the second Abyss Lord?" Yin Lan nodded with a grim expression. Yin Miao seemed a little unconvinced. "That's impossible. According to what you just said, apart from you, there is no one else in the Abyss Lord's area." Suddenly, Yin Miao's whole body shook, as if he suddenly remembered something, and he turned his head abruptly to look at Jiang Wu Yuyu and Li Haoyan. After completing the Abyss dungeon, these two were the first to come out. In other words, when Yin Lan and the others had not yet reached the boss area, Jiang Wu Yuyu and Li Haoyan were already there. Could it be that the second Abyss Lord was killed by the two of them? Yin Miao blurted out in shock, his voice even a little sharp. "Impossible. How can an elemental master and a newly transferred mechanic destroy the Abyss Lord, surrounded by so many Abyss monsters?" Chapter 29. Shocked Jiangzhen. Not only Yin Miao, but also the professionals who appeared later, stared at Jiang Wu Yu and Li Haotian in disbelief. The noisy discussions grew louder. They were all very clear about the mechanism of the difficult Abyss copy. Except for Jiang Wu and Li Haotian, who were teleported to the other side at the beginning, it seemed that no one could kill the second Abyss Lord before they arrived. And just in that period of time, they had learned about Li Haotian's origins and the previous rumors about him from other people. Could it be that the talent of this unprecedented mechanic with full spiritual power really is a bug that causes him to get stuck in the dungeon? He could even exploit the bug in the Abyss dungeon. Otherwise, even if Jiang Wu Yu was a top student at Tsinghua College, it would be impossible for her to kill so many Abyss monsters by herself. Seeing everyone's reactions, Jiang Zhen's face was full of shock, and he looked at Li Haotian. As a father, he naturally knew exactly what level his daughter was at. Jiang Zhen was sure that the person who could do all this must be Li Haotian. But he also couldn't figure out, with Li Haotian's level, what kind of magical bug did he encounter that allowed him to kill the Abyss Lord with the strength of 2 people while being surrounded by so many Abyss monsters. Facing the shocked and puzzled gazes of the crowd, Li Haotian smiled slightly and looked around at everyone. Do you want to know how we managed to kill the Abyss Lord by using a bug? Everyone nodded frantically like chicks pecking at rice. Li Haotian glanced at Yin Miao with a playful look and said seriously, "It's very simple, because my trash phantom profession is too charming. When the Abyss Lord saw me, he immediately bowed his head and died to show his loyalty, and then we passed the level." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Yin Miao's expression, which originally contained a hint of expectation, suddenly became like a sewer, gloomy, dark, and smelly. This bastard is mocking her again. Poochie, a crisp laugh came from the side. Yinlan almost bit her teeth off when she saw Jiang Wuyo's bright and beautiful smile. Compared with the calmness of Jiang Wuyu and Li Haotian, she was so miserable at this moment, just like a dog that had lost its home. The onlookers around also realized that Li Haotian was deliberately disgusting Yin Miao. They wanted to laugh, but because of Yin Miao's identity, they felt extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Zhen looked at Li Haotian in surprise. He was also very curious about how Li Haotian killed the Lord of the Abyss. But he knew this was not the place to talk, so he immediately stepped out to smooth things over. Okay, everyone. Now that the Abyss dungeon has been conquered, the space blockade will also be lifted. I still have to take these new students back to the academy, so I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Jiang Zhen immediately took the people from Tsinghua College away. After returning to the hotel, where he was staying, Jiang Zhen told the other freshmen to go back and prepare for an hour, and then return here to gather and head to Tianjing City. After everyone left, Jiang Zhen left Li Haotian alone. He just waved his hand, and a golden staff appeared in his hand. Then, Jiang Zhen slammed his staff into the ground and said in a deep voice, "Empty barrier." A light silver glow instantly poured out from the staff and transformed into a translucent silver light shield that expanded outward, covering the entire room. Feeling the powerful mana fluctuations emanating from Jiang Zhen and seeing the circle of golden light outside the occupation mark on Jiang Zhen's forehead, Li Haotian admired in his heart. As expected, he is an admissions teacher who can represent Tsinghua College. He has indeed completed the Advanced Awakening. Judging from the fluctuations in his mana, he is probably at least a level 60 professional. Jiang Zhen stared at Li Haotian with burning eyes and asked anxiously, "Li Haotian, can you tell me how you killed the second Abyss Lord while surrounded by Abyss monsters?" Li Haotian glanced at Jiang Zhen, then met Jiang Wu's expectant eyes, smiled slightly, and said, "Actually, it's nothing special. Yu and I took advantage of the terrain to concentrate and divide those Abyss monsters, and then killed them every once in a while." Jiang Zhen looked at his daughter with a strange look. Jiang Wuyu blushed slightly and glared at her father. "Li Haotian and I are about the same age, so what's so strange about calling him by his name?" Jiang Zhen's eyes flashed with understanding, and he turned his attention back to Li Haotian's words. "Use the advantage of the terrain to concentrate and divide them? Kill them every once in a while. But there are only 2 of you. There are so many Abyss monsters. Even if you separate them, you shouldn't be able to kill them all, right?" Jiang Zhen frowned. Jiang Wu looked at Li Haotian leisurely. Li Haotian smiled slightly and said to Jiang Zhen, "Fortunately, with the firepower of the mechanic, we can still kill them all." As he spoke, Li Haotian raised his hand and waved, and a rocket launcher appeared in front of Li Haotian. Rocket launcher? Jiang Jun was stunned for a moment and subconsciously said, although this thing is powerful, if you're facing hundreds of abyss monsters, if you don't have more than 10 of them, you can't. Hiccup. Before Jiang Jun finished speaking, rocket launchers appeared in front of Li Haoyan as if they were free. But in the blink of an eye, the space in front of him was filled densely. Looking around, there were probably at least 50 of them. Looking at the increasing number of rocket launchers in front of him, Jiang Jun was completely stunned. What the hell is this? Isn't this guy a mechanic? How can he use illusion? Jiang Jun couldn't help rubbing his eyes and reached out to touch the rocket launcher in front of him. The tentacles were cold and hard, and they were actually real. He reached out to the side again. 1, 2, 3. All of them were real. These rocket launchers are actually all real, not illusions. Jiang Jun opened his mouth slowly. Li Haoyan, you are. Li Haoyan stopped summoning the rocket launcher and said with a smile, Teacher Jiang, look at this firepower. It should be enough to deal with hundreds of abyss monsters, right? Jiang Jun couldn't even speak clearly, as if his tongue was tied. Enough, enough, enough. Jiang Jun came back to his senses from the shock and stared at Li Haoyan. Do you have someone supporting you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to accumulate so many rocket launchers in just 3 days since you changed your job. Li Haoyan shook his head gently. I am an orphan. Teacher Jiang is in charge of admissions. You should have seen my information a long time ago, right? What about these rocket launchers? Jiang Wu also looked at Li Haoyan with sparkling eyes. She had wanted to ask this question when she was in the Abyss copy, but considering that it involved Li Haoyan's secret, she had held back until now. Li Haoyan said calmly, maybe it's because of the full spiritual power. My skills are different from those of ordinary mechanics. They give me blueprints, and I need to make super weapons myself. And my skill is to directly summon super-powered weapons. Chapter 30, Standing Proudly on Top of the World. No need to manufacture. Just summon super-powered weapons directly. Jiang Jun's eyes widened instantly. Can mechanic do this? This is the first time I've heard of a mechanic who can use super-powered weapons without having to create them. And he can summon so many of them. Jiang Jun's expression changed wildly. After a while, he murmured, no wonder you two can deal with so many abyss monsters. With so many rocket launchers, the firepower is indeed enough. Huh, wait. Jiang Jun seemed to suddenly remember something and asked again, with this number of rocket launchers, the demand for rocket shells is not small. You have only been promoted for 3 days. Where do you get so many rocket shells? Li Haoyan smiled slightly. Oh, that's not a problem. I'm a mechanic and I have unlimited ammunition. Oh, you have unlimited ammunition. Then it's nothing. Wait, what did you say? Say it to me again. Jiang Jun was halfway through his words when he reacted instantly and was so shocked that he almost flew off the spot. Li Haoyan smiled and said, I said, these super weapons I summoned have unlimited ammunition. This is a special talent that appeared after my professional awakening. Special talent? What is this? Why don't I have it? Jiang Jun's eyes were blank, as if he was listening to a fantasy story. Li Haoyan shrugged. I don't know either. It may be because I have full spiritual power. I have searched through the information and didn't find any talent in the attribute panel of the professional. Jiang Jun just felt his brain was in chaos. Can you use super weapons directly without manufacturing them? And there is no limit on ammunition? He had never heard of such an outrageous thing. You should have unlocked more than one skill by now, right? Do all your super weapons now have unlimited ammunition? Jiang Jun stared at Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan nodded. Yes, currently all my super weapons have unlimited ammunition. With a plop, Jiang Jun sat down on the sofa. Even Jiang Wu Yu, who had expected this, covered her mouth in surprise when she heard Li Haoyan say this in person. In that case, when you level up and unlock more powerful super weapons, won't you also have unlimited ammunition? Jiang Jun asked. For now, it should be Liu Tian Nudda. He thought about it and simply showed his attribute panel to the two of them. Now that we've come to this, let's just lay it all out. From the time he spent with Jiang Jun and his daughter, Li Haoyan could tell that they were indeed nice people and trustworthy. Jiang Jun and Jiang Wu immediately came over curiously and took a closer look. The attribute panel at the front is no different from that of other professions, and the most obvious difference is the talent column at the bottom. When Li Haoyan activated his talent, Jiang Jun's pupils shrank instantly. As expected, there is no design drawing. It is just a super weapon. Glot pistol Gatling machine gun. Achievement reward skills. Exoskeleton armor? What the hell is this? Jiangjun couldn't help but exclaimed. Rocket launcher, Bareto? That's not right. Why do you have one more skill? Jiangjun looked up at Li Haoyan. Jiang Wu pulled his father slowly and pointed to the upper left side of the attribute panel. Level 25? What the hell? After just a few hours in the Abyss dungeon, you actually reached level 5 directly. Jiangjun couldn't help but swear. After looking at the skill bar on the left, he subconsciously turned his gaze to the talent on the right. When he saw this, he almost thought it was a cerebral hemorrhage. Mechanic exclusive talent. Phase 1. Unlimited ammunition. Limited to superpowered weapons summoned by professional skills. Note, level 20 can unlock the second stage, exclusive talent. Mechanic exclusive talent. Phase 2. God's perspective. Note 1. Create a 360-degree holographic image perspective in your mind, and you can freely zoom in on any point in this perspective. Note 2. The initial range of the God's perspective is 100 meters in diameter, centered on itself. Every time an enemy is killed, the range of the God's perspective expands 1 meter outward, currently 48 meters. Note 3. Level 30 can unlock the third stage, exclusive talent. Jiang Zhun's voice was trembling. Unlimited ammunition. From a God's perspective, you actually have more than one talent, and one that can grow. This kind of heaven-defying talent effect can be unlocked every 10 levels. The more Jiang Zhun spoke, the more rapid his breathing became. Jiang Yu, who was beside him, covered her mouth in shock and almost screamed. Hoo-hoo. Jiang Zhun gasped for breath and slapped his face hard, even wondering if he was dreaming. After a long while, he adjusted his mentality and looked at Li Haoyan with the eyes of a god. No wonder you level up so quickly. No wonder you can speed through every dungeon. With such skills and talents, how can monsters of the same level stop you? They must be able to sweep you away. You're already so abnormal at level 25. If you wait until your level increases and you unlock more and more talents in the later stages, how terrifying will your actual combat power be by then? Jiang Wu also murmured. No wonder you can sense Yuan Ting and the others approaching. It turns out it's because of this. This kind of incomparable talent effect. Even if you don't unlock talents later, these two alone are enough to crush all the phantom professions. No wonder you were able to blow up the phantoms of Yunlan and me in an instant. With this kind of firepower, let alone the phantoms, even if there were 10 of Yunlan and me, they wouldn't be enough for you to kill. A mechanic who can directly summon superpowered weapons, a mechanic with unlimited ammunition, a mechanic with a god's perspective. We have found a treasure. Jiang Zhun stared at Li Haoyan, excited to the extreme. If you level up and participate in large-scale group dungeons and international dungeons in the future, won't you be able to fight against an entire legion by yourself? Jiang Sheng took a deep breath, patted Li Haoyan's shoulder heavily, and said excitedly and solemnly, Li Haoyan, I want to introduce you to the Marshal. Li Haoyan was stunned. Marshal? Marshal Li from our Donglong Empire. Jiang Zhun nodded heavily. That's right. With your potential, you will definitely be a peerless demon who can defeat 1,000 people alone. No, a country alone. When you reach a higher level, these ordinary regular dungeons and abyss dungeons will be nothing to you. Large group dungeons and international dungeons are your real stage. With you here, our Donglong Empire will definitely be able to get rid of its current predicament and rise strongly. Li Haoyan, are you willing to contribute to the country? Li Haoyan's whole body was shocked, and his eyes instantly became serious. Of course I am willing. 30 years ago, Marshal Li led our East Dragon Empire to gain a firm foothold on the world stage. If there's a chance, I also want our East Dragon Empire to go one step further and stand proudly at the top of the world. Chapter 31, I will destroy you all. Hearing Li Haoyan's declaration, Jiang Zhun's body trembled, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. Well said. As a man of Donglong, I should be so heroic. Jiang Zhun came to Li Haoyan's side, his eyes showing a serious look. Li Haoyan, who else knows about your unique talent? Li Haoyan shook his head. I know it's amazing, but I haven't told anyone except you guys. Jiang Zhun nodded in appreciation. Yes, your talent is too amazing. Once exposed, other countries will regard you as a thorn in their side. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Jiang Zhun thought for a moment and asked, Li Haoyan, if you still have anything you need to pack, go back and get it now. After you arrive in Tianjing City, you may not be back for a long time. Li Haoyan nodded. While I have packed the things, just go back and get them. Okay, then go quickly and come back soon. You, go with Li Haoyan, get the things and come back, don't hang around outside. Okay, Dad. Jiang Wu smiled and pulled Li Haoyan outside. After the two left, Jiang Zhen excitedly made a phone call. After a moment, the call was picked up by the other end. Hello, Zhen. Why did you suddenly remember to call me? An old and gentle voice came from the phone. Hearing this voice, Jiang Zhen's expression became extremely respectful, and he stood up subconsciously. Teacher, I have an important news to report to you. Oh, what important news? The old voice sounded a little surprised. It's like this, I came to Xixiang City for enrollment selection, and I met a new professional here. Jiang Zhen quickly recounted Li Haoyan's situation. That's how it is. Before Jiang Zhen finished speaking, he heard the breathing from the other side suddenly become much heavier and more rapid. Infinite ammunition? God's perspective? Jiang Zhen, this is not a joke. Are you sure? Jiang Zhen said solemnly. Teacher, I have seen Li Haoyan's attribute panel with my own eyes. It is absolutely true. Call. The man on the other side let out a long breath, seemingly trying to digest the shock this news brought him. After a while, the old voice sounded again, saying seriously, Jiang Zhen, when you return, bring him to see me immediately. Yes, teacher. Half an hour later, Li Haoyan and Jiang Wu returned leisurely. Then, other new professionals also packed their luggage and returned here. When the last freshman arrived, Jiang Zhen said decisively, Everyone is here. Let's go back to Tsinghua. Yes. The new professionals all showed excitement on their faces. Led by Jiang Zhen, the group walked towards the city teleportation hall. At this time, in the Lotus Villa of Xixiang City, the Yuan family's villa. The head of the Yuan family, Yuan Tiangang, sat in the hall with a livid face and clenched fists. Master, we have asked almost all the professionals who came out of the Abyss copy, and none of them have seen the young master. Below, a man in black in his 30s knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, According to several people who have seen the young master, after they entered the Abyss dungeon, the young master has been following everyone. After they killed the first Abyss Lord, the young master suddenly disappeared. After that, they never saw him again. The man in black hesitated for a moment and said solemnly, Young master and the others haven't come out yet. I'm afraid. Bang! Ding-ling bang! Yuan Tiangang angrily swept the coffee table over, and the expensive cups shattered to the ground. Seeing the master of the house was angry, the man in black didn't dare to breathe. You go down, Yuan Tiangang said in a low voice. What about the young master? The man in black hesitated. Yuan Tiangang's face was gloomy. No need to ask, call everyone back. This is the head of the family. The man in black was stunned for a moment, then bowed and stepped back. After he left, Yuan Tiangang was the only one left in the empty hall. Yuan Tiangang's expression gradually became ferocious, with crazy anger flashing in his eyes. He growled in a low voice, Dare to touch my son, Li Haoyan, I want you dead. 1 hour after the Abyss dungeon is conquered, the Abyss light column will disappear. At this time, if there are still people who have not come out, they will be forced out of the Abyss copy. But now the red light column outside Xixiang City has completely disappeared, and Yuan Ting and Zhang San and others still have not appeared. This means that they have died in the copy. Those people didn't know where Yuan Ting and the others went later, but Yuan Tiangang could guess. Zhang San, whom he sent to protect Yuan Ting, had awakened his profession as Tuxingson. While the others were still looking for a teleportation array to the other side, Yuan Ting and the others must have already used Zhang San's ability to escape underground to the other side. As for the purpose, it is naturally to kill Li Haoyan, devour his soul, and steal the secret. But now, Li Haoyan has returned safely. Yuan Tiangang didn't even need to think about how Yuan Ting and the others died. It was definitely related to Li Haoyan. Maybe the female student from Tsinghua College was also involved. Ever since his wife passed away, Yuan Tiangang has treated Yuan Ting as his treasure and doted on her. But now he's been killed by Li Haoyan and others. Even though Jiang Wu Yuyu's father was a teacher at Tsinghua College, Yuan Tiangang will definitely make them pay the price and avenge his son. Liang Jiang Wuyo Jiangzhen. Even if you are from Tsinghua, I will make you buried with my son. Yuan Tiangang's voice seemed to come from the underworld. There was a flash of light. The space was instantly distorted, and a strong sense of weightlessness swept over. In just a few breaths, the scene in front of Li Haoyan became clear again. This is also a teleportation hall, but compared to the teleportation hall in Xixiang City, this one is probably more than 10 times larger. Jiang Wu looked at the dozen freshmen leisurely and laughed. Everyone, welcome to the capital of the East Dragon Empire, Tianjing City. Seeing this familiar place, Jiang Zhen seemed a little impatient and immediately led everyone outside. Let's go back to the academy first. Looking at her father, who looked anxious, Jiang Wu stamped her feet and pouted her red lips slightly. Dad, what a mess. Why are you so anxious? Let's go, Haoyan. As he said that, Jiang Wu naturally pulled Li Haoyan's arm and chased after him outside. Li Haoyan didn't notice that at the exit on the other side, Dougan, who was beautiful but had a gloomy face, was staring at them quietly, with a gleam of resentment in her eyes. Bitch, I should have been the one standing next to Li Haoyan. I should have been the one joining Ching. Dougan, burning with jealousy, screamed madly in her heart. Li Haoyan should have belonged to me. You deserve to die. You all deserve to die. If I can't have it, no one else deserves it. Destroy it. I will destroy you all. Chapter 32, Can't Pretend. Under the leadership of Jiang Zhen, Li Haoyan and his party left the teleportation hall and quickly walked towards the interior of Tianjing City. After walking for a while, Li Haoyan looked at Jiang Wu in confusion. You, aren't all the major colleges and universities in Tianjing City, including Tsinghua College, located in the suburbs? How do we get to the city? Jiang Wu smiled leisurely. The headquarters of the academy is indeed located in the suburbs, but our academy's guild has a branch in Tianjing City. We can go directly back to the academy through the guild's internal teleportation array. Tsinghua College's guild. The other freshmen looked at each other excitedly. In the Donglong Empire, each major college has its own guild. The more powerful people there are in the academy, the more valuable the guild will be. There are 3 strongest guilds in the East Dragon Empire. They are the guild formed by Qinglong Academy and the Nuclear Peace Elite, a guild formed by Beida College, Glory of the Dead, and the Dragon Group, a guild formed by the East Dragon Empire's military. It is worth mentioning that the Marshal of the East Dragon Empire, as the #1 person in the military and the honorary president of Tsinghua College, is not only the president of the Dragon Group Guild, but also the president of the Nuclear Elite Guild. Beida College was originally founded by the joint efforts of major families in the empire, and the president of the guild has always been the president of the Council of Elders. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at Tianjing Avenue, which runs through the north and south of Tianjing City, and walked towards the huge green building beside the avenue. Even from a distance, Li Haoyan could clearly see the 4 large gold-plated characters written on the building. Nuclear Peace Elite. This is the branch of Tsinghua College established in Tianjing City. As for the headquarters, it is naturally within Tsinghua College. Jiang Zhen walked into the branch first. Hello, Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang, are you back from recruiting students? For a while, there was an endless stream of greetings. Yeah. Jiang Zhen responded to the people around him with a smile. Li Haoyan looked at this scene in surprise. He didn't expect that Jiang Zhen seemed to have a high status in Tsinghua College. Jiang noticed Li Haoyan's doubts and whispered in his ear, My father is Marshal Li's direct disciple, so everyone respects him. Li Haoyan was suddenly startled. Holy shit, Marshal Li's direct disciple? He didn't expect that Jiang Zhen actually had such an identity. No wonder he vowed so confidently to introduce himself to Marshal Li. It turned out that Marshal Li was his teacher. Standing on the branch's teleportation array, the light in front of my eyes changed. When Li Haoyan saw the scene clearly again, he had already arrived at Tsinghua College's exclusive teleportation hall. Jiang Zhen finally breathed a sigh of relief after returning to his base. Li Haoyan looked around curiously and found that the area occupied by this teleportation hall was surprisingly large, not smaller than the teleportation hall in Xixiang City. In addition to the teleportation array they are coming out of now, there are dozens of teleportation arrays in the hall, and no one knows where they lead to. He turned to look at the dozen or so freshmen and said, Turn right after you leave the door. That's the freshman registration area. Your information has been sent over. Just go over and register your name and follow the admission procedures. You. Take them there and give them a brief introduction to our academy. Li Haoyan, come with me. Having said that, Jiang Zhen immediately pulled Li Haoyan outside. Jiang Weiyu had already guessed where his father was going to take Li Haoyan. He secretly made a face and then turned to the other freshmen and said, "Everyone, come with me. I will take you to complete the admission procedures." After leaving the teleportation hall, Li Haoyan discovered that Tsinghua College, one of the two highest institutions of learning in the Donglong Empire, was actually built on a small hill. Looking around, there are countless buildings densely packed among the lush trees, giving a feeling of being hidden in the woods. The teleportation hall they came out of was located halfway up the mountain, almost at the top of the mountain. After Jiang Zhen came out, he turned and walked toward a small path behind the teleportation hall, which led straight upwards. Li Haoyan hurriedly followed and asked, "Teacher Jiang, where are we going? Don't I need to go through the admission procedures first?" Jiang Zhen smiled and said, "You will take care of your admission procedures for you. Now, we need to go meet someone first." "See someone?" Li Haoyan's heart moved, and he suddenly became excited. He already guessed who he was going to meet. Following the path to a pavilion, Jiang Zhen walked in first, took out a milky white crystal, and said to Li Haoyan, "Come in and stand on the teleportation array." Li Haoyan did as he was told. Then, Jiang Zhen injected his own spiritual power into the crystal, and the teleportation array lit up. Li Haoyan only felt a flash before his eyes, and the pavilion had disappeared, replaced by a small courtyard with a strong farm atmosphere. Jiang Zhen stood in front of the courtyard respectfully and said, "Teacher, I brought Li Haoyan here." An old and gentle voice responded immediately, as if the owner of the voice had been waiting for them. "Come in." "Yes, teacher." Jiang Zhen agreed and walked into the courtyard with Li Haoyan. Entering the hall in front, Li Haoyan saw at a glance an old man with gray hair but a vigorous face sitting at the first seat in the reception room. The old man glanced at Jiang Zhen and immediately fell on Li Haoyan. Jiang Zhen whispered to Li Haoyan, "Li Haoyan, come and meet the marshal." Li Haoyan's body shook, and excitement appeared in his eyes. It turned out to be this person. He took a step forward and said respectfully, "Li Haoyan, I meet Marshal Master Li." Marshal Li's eyes sparkled as he carefully looked at Li Haoyan. He said in a deep voice, "Li Haoyan, I heard from Ajahn that the mechanic you changed has the talent of unlimited ammunition and God's perspective." Marshal Li didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Li Haoyan did not waste any time and simply displayed his attribute panel and clicked on the talent column. Seeing the panel attributes that he had never seen before, Marshal Li's pupils shrank slightly. A talent exclusive to mechanics? There are such strange things in the world, Marshal Li murmured. Suddenly, his eyes focused, and he looked at Li Haoyan excitedly. "Li Haoyan, use your super weapon to attack me with all your strength." Li Haoyan was stunned for a moment, then confirmed, "Try your best." Marshal Li nodded confidently. "Don't worry, at your current level, you can't hurt me." Li Haoyan glanced at the room and shook his head gently. "I'm not afraid of hurting you. I'm afraid this room can't hold my superpower weapon." Marshal Li was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "Can't you fit in?" He subconsciously glanced at his reception hall. In terms of area, even though this place is not particularly large, it is still over 200 square meters. Can it accommodate this? How many superpowered weapons can this kid summon? With strong curiosity in his eyes, he walked outside first. "Let's go outside. I want to see how unique you are as a mechanic." Chapter 33. Marshal Donglong, Master Li. As he spoke, Marshal Li strode outside. Li Haoyan smiled calmly and followed him out. Jiang Zhen fell last with a curious look on his face. Although he had seen Li Haoyan's unique talent and heard his daughter talk about Li Haoyan's battle in the Abyss copy, he had never actually seen its actual combat effect, so he was naturally very much looking forward to it. Arriving at the open space outside the courtyard, Marshal Li stood with his hands behind his back, staring at Li Haoyan with burning eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Come on, little guy. Let me see how strong your attack power can be." Li Haoyan nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and then began to summon superpowered weapons. With a swish sound, densely packed Gatling machine guns quickly filled the space around Li Haoyan like magic. 20, 50, 100, 200, 400, 600, the sky is full of Gatling guns. In just a blink of an eye, 600 Gatling machine guns appeared before their eyes, causing Jiang Zhen and Marshal Li's pupils to shrink. Although Li Haoyan's current level is far from comparable to theirs, this level of superpowered weapons filling his field of vision still gives people an extremely powerful sense of shock. After coming out of the Abyss dungeon, Li Haoyan's level has been raised to 25. In addition, after changing a few pieces of equipment, his total spiritual power value has now exceeded 1,200. For every minute that the 600 Gatling guns exist, a total of 1,200 spiritual power points are consumed. With his current spiritual power, it is just enough. Since he wanted to demonstrate his abilities, Li Haoyan would naturally choose the most eye-catching way. Looking at the densely packed Gatling machine guns in front of him, Jiang Zhen's eyes widened and his mind was greatly shocked. "Marshal, I'm about to begin," Li Haoyan said in a deep voice. Marshal Li nodded, slightly subconsciously. The next moment, 600 Gatling guns roared at the same time, and the overwhelming firepower all gushed towards Marshal Li. Da-da-da-da-da. Because the flames coming out of the gun barrel were too dense, it seemed as if a bright spotlight appeared above Li Haoyan, and the light was blinding. A Gatling machine gun can fire 1,000 rounds per minute. 600 Gatling guns means a total of 600,000 rounds of bullets. What is a hail of bullets? This is a real hail of bullets. Damn it. Jiang Zhen was so shocked that he subconsciously took a step back and couldn't help but swear. Marshal Li's old face also trembled, and the wrinkles on his face twitched violently. Fortunately, he was a super strong man ranked first in the global ranking list, and he had already raised his hand to the air. Suddenly, the air around Marshal Li's body began to ripple, making a muffled bang sound, and immediately formed a huge light shield like water ripples, covering him. The next moment, this huge light shield was instantly covered by Li Haoyan's exaggerated firepower. Bang, 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 bang. The dense sound of air collision continued to ring out, and all the ammunition that Li Haoyan poured on Marshal Li was blocked. Seeing this scene, Li Haoyan's pupils shrank slightly, and he was also extremely shocked. So powerful. Is this the power of the top phantom profession, the creator? He couldn't help but mutter. Master Li, the Marshal of the East Dragon Empire, is known as the strongest professional in the world. The super phantom god profession creator he awakened is a unique profession in the entire world. It was because of his appearance that the Donglong Empire rose from a second-tier country to become a first-tier power that the whole world had to treat with caution. Even the strongest superpower in the world today, the Free Federation, must be vigilant and take it seriously. The creator profession awakened by Marshal Li is considered the strongest profession in the world. The creator has the power to control everything. At the same time, this power can be used to control and change the shape and density of all things. For example, air, water, fire, metal, earth, except for living creatures, everything in the world can be controlled by the creator. Of course, there are limitations. That is, cross-type conversion is not possible. For example, you cannot turn water into fire, nor can you turn air into earth. But even so, Marshal Li's ability is already incredible enough to naturally restrain all professions. It can even be said that it is impossible to kill him without exhausting his spiritual power. For example, now, Marshal Li just waved his hand and condensed the surrounding air into an air shield with amazing density and strong defense, protecting himself completely. No matter how crazy the ammunition from the outside world was, it couldn't hurt him at all. Half a minute passed, and the 600 Gatling machine guns floating above Li Haoyan were still pouring out ammunition without reservation. Marshal Li's eyes were full of shock. Wow, it really is unlimited ammunition. The ground within 10 meters around Marshal Li, except the area he occupied, was swept into a hornet's nest by Li Haoyan, as if it had been plowed by a plow. After confirming that Li Haoyan's ability was true, Marshal Li said in a deep voice, "That's enough, stop." Li Haoyan nodded slightly, and with a thought, the Gatling machine guns in the sky disappeared instantly. Marshal Li waved his hand to disperse the air shield surrounding him, and stared at Li Haoyan with his eyes as bright as stars. Excitedly, great? What a great mechanic. What a great mechanic with full spiritual power. Then, he looked at Li Haoyan expectantly. Li Haoyan, are you willing to become my disciple? Hearing this, Jiang Zhen's face showed surprise, and Li Haoyan was also slightly stunned. Marshal Li said solemnly, Li Haoyan, your ability is too important to our Donglong Empire. When you level up in the future, you will be the strongest professional in the world, more powerful than me. If you're willing to take me as your master, we will do our best to train you. With your leadership, our East Dragon Empire will definitely replace the Free Federation and dominate the countries of the world. He is now completely certain that Li Haoyan will definitely become a turning point for the Donglong Empire. You know, Li Haoyan is only level 25 now, and he is already so amazing after unlocking only 2 exclusive talents for mechanics. In the future, if Li Haoyan raises his level and unlocks more skills and talents, even he will not be able to withstand Li Haoyan's attacks. Even though he can control everything, his control distance is his shortcoming. If Li Haoyan was a mechanic of similar level, he could control the distance well and use super strong firepower for long-range output. With Li Haoyan's talent of unlimited ammunition, once his spiritual power is exhausted, Li Haoyan's super-powered weapon will be able to sweep him into a sieve. No one can withstand this kind of attack intensity. And more importantly, the mechanic itself is a terrifying weapon of mass destruction. For a country, his importance is countless times greater than that of a creator like him. Chapter 34. The teacher is accepting another disciple. Li Haoyan came back to his senses and said excitedly, "Marshal Li, I grew up listening to your legend. You are the pride of all the people in the East Dragon Empire. Of course, I am willing to worship you as my teacher." Ha ha ha! Marshal Li laughed loudly, and his heroic laughter could be heard from far away. "Okay, from today on, you are my 4th direct disciple, and also my last disciple." Marshal Li pointed at Jiang Zhen, who was also shocked, and said to Li Haoyan with a smile, "Haoyan, this is your 3rd senior brother, a level 68 element controller. Jiang Zhen, you should be very familiar with him." Li Haoyan looked surprised and quickly bowed to Jiang Zhen. "Greetings, 3rd senior brother." Jiang Zhen finally came back to his senses at this time, and looked at Li Haoyan with a sigh. "I didn't expect that you would become my junior brother." Marshal Li looked at Jiang Zhen with a serious face. "Ah Zhen, I believe you also know how important Haoyan is to our Donglong Empire. From now on, you must protect him. His life and safety are more important than anything else, including mine." Jiang Zhen's whole body trembled, his face solemn. "Yes, teacher." Marshal Li smiled slightly and continued, "Ah Zhen, I remember there seems to be an uninhabited villa near Ching. From now on, let Haoyan live there." Marshal Li nodded slightly and continued, "Also, go find Qingfeng and Hans Wang now and ask them to come to my place immediately." "Okay, teacher." Jiang Zhen agreed and walked outside immediately without delay. Watching Jiang Zhen's departing figure, Marshal Li turned to look at Li Haoyan with a gentle expression. "Haoyan, you can rest here with the teacher. The teacher has to go out for a while. I will introduce your senior brother and 2nd sister to you later." There was an incredible look in Li Haoyan's eyes. Qingfeng? Frost? Could it be the current president and vice president of Tsinghua College, who are also vice presidents of the Dragon Group Guild and the Nuclear Elite Guild, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan? These 2 people are actually Marshal Li's direct disciples. Wang Qingfeng, a powerful phantom god, a level 78 swordsman, and vice president of the Dragon Group. Ling Xuahan, a powerful phantom god, a level 76 void walker, and vice president of the Nuclear Peace Elite. These 2 people are said to be vice presidents, but in fact they're the real leaders of the 2 major guilds. Because the nominal president of the 2 guilds, Marshal Li Fuzi, has not directly intervened in the affairs of the 2 guilds for several years. In other words, the actual leaders of the 2 major guilds now are his eldest senior brother and his 2nd senior sister. It's so awesome. Li Haoyan agreed excitedly. "Yes, teacher." Then Li Haoyan came into the house, sat cross-legged in meditation, and recovered his spiritual power. Marshal Li thought about it, then flipped his hand, and a huge brush as thick as a baby's arm appeared. Then he threw the brush away lightly. The brush actually floated up by itself and landed on the house, casting a layer of light shield downwards to protect Li Haoyan. Because of the previous assassination incident, even though Li Haoyan was in his own residence at this time, Marshal Li did not dare to be careless. After doing all this, he nodded slightly with relief and left quickly. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Zhen arranged everything and returned. Beside him, there was a man and a woman. The man was wearing a sword robe imitating ancient style and had a perfect inverted triangle body. Although his muscles were not particularly strong, his lines were extremely powerful and full of explosive power. He has regular facial features, high sword-like eyebrows, and a fierce aura about him. This person is the vice president of the Dragon Group and also the president of Tsinghua College, Wang Qingfeng. The woman is tall, with delicate features and noble temperament, just like a snow lotus on an iceberg. At first glance, no one would have thought that such a gentlewoman was the vice president of Tsinghua College and the vice president of the Nuclear Peace Elite Guild. With these two identities, they are definitely top figures in the Donglong Empire. As Wang Qingfeng followed Jiang Zhen to the teacher's residence, he asked curiously, "Junior brother, why did the teacher suddenly call us over today? What is it about?" Ling Xuahan also looked at Jiang Zhen curiously. In the past few years, Marshal Li has been retreating behind the scenes. Unless there is something particularly important, he rarely appears in the public eye. Whether it is Tsinghua College, the Dragon Group, or the Nuclear Peace Elite, they are all left to Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan to handle. Therefore, they were both a little surprised when they were suddenly summoned by the teacher. Facing the questions from the senior brother and the second senior sister, Jiang Zhen smiled mysteriously. "Senior brother, from today on, you have to call me the third junior brother instead of the little junior brother." Wang Qingfeng was stunned for a moment, and he exchanged glances with Ling Xuahan and asked in surprise, "You mean the teacher is accepting another disciple?" Jiang Zhen laughed and nodded. Ling Xuahan's beautiful face was full of curiosity. "Third junior brother, the last time the teacher accepted you as a disciple was more than 10 years ago, right? How come he suddenly accepted another disciple?" Thinking of Li Haoyan's explosive performance before, Jiang Zhen sighed. "When you meet my junior brother later, you will know." Wang Qingfeng's eyebrows moved slightly. "Oh, so the new disciple that the teacher accepted is now in the teacher's courtyard." Jiang Zhen nodded. "That's right." Ling Xuahan asked, "What is the profession of our junior fellow apprentice? Why did the teacher even want to accept another disciple?" Wang Qingfeng guessed. It must be some powerful and rare phantom profession. Could it be the Apostle of Light or the Night Devil? Jiang Zhen shook his head with a strange look on his face. "Junior brother is a mechanic." "Huh? What? Mechanic?" Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan looked at each other in surprise. After hesitating for a long time, Wang Qingfeng asked tentatively, "Does the teacher want to restart the Mechanical God of War project again?" Ling Xuahan frowned slightly. "The Finnish mechanic is certainly very strong. We have previously devoted countless resources to train that level 76 mechanic, who was even able to crush several countries, including the Free Federation in the International War Dungeon. But," Wang Qingfeng's face also darkened, "but it creates such a trump card. The resources consumed are really too great. If an accident like the last time happens, the loss will be unbearable for our Tsinghua Academy and Donglong Empire." Jiang Zhen smiled meaningfully. "Big brother, second sister, don't worry. Junior brother's mechanic is different from ordinary mechanics. His talent is so strong that even the teacher is ashamed of himself." Even the teacher is ashamed of himself. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan were both shocked, their faces full of confusion. The profession of teacher is recognized as the best creator in the world. How could a mere mechanic be ashamed of himself, even as a teacher? Chapter 35, Senior Brother and Second Senior Sister. As they were talking, the three of them had already arrived at the courtyard where Marshal Li lived. However, as soon as they entered the courtyard, the three of them were stunned at the same time. Ling Xuahan murmured, "Mountain and river pen?" Teacher actually values this little junior brother so much that he even left the mountain and river pen behind to protect him before leaving. The mountain and river pen is ranked first on the weapon list and is also Marshal Li's exclusive weapon. It is so famous that everyone knows it. Wang Qingfeng's face was solemn. "Third junior brother, what is the origin of our little junior brother?" Jiang Zhen exclaimed as he moved his eyes away from the mountain and river pen and said, "He is a freshman who just transferred this year. I found him when I went to Xixiang City for the selection and assessment." "Freshman? So, he just changed his job a few days ago?" Wang Qingfeng looked surprised. "A new student who just changed jobs a few days ago. The teacher is so serious?" Ling Xuahan wanted to ask something else, but suddenly, Marshal Li's excited voice came from behind. "Qingfeng, Xuahan, you are here. Let's go in first." The three of them bowed to Marshal Li immediately. Ling Xuahan asked in confusion, "Teacher, where did you go?" Marshal Li waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "I will issue a notice to convene the 100 Lords Council in half an hour. 100 public conference." Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan were shocked and had an incredible look in their eyes. Even Jiang Zhen, who was mentally prepared, was a little surprised. The Council of 100 Guilds is the highest meeting that all guilds in the East Dragon Empire must attend. Normally, it would only be held when it came to major events concerning the fate of the Donglong Empire. The last time it was held was 10 years ago, when the Free Federation targeted the East Dragon Empire in various copies, and Marshal Li angrily proposed a resolution to declare war on the Free Federation. The super-large international war copy that followed that parliament was called World War II. The mechanics secretly trained by the East Dragon Empire showed their prowess in the copy and almost wiped out all the participants of the Free Federation and its allies, shocking the whole world. At the same time, it also made the Donglong Empire a leader among the world's top powers, and other countries no longer dared to provoke it easily. It's just a pity that not long after that, the mechanic secretly trained by the Donglong Empire was assassinated inexplicably, and the countless resources that Marshal Li poured into him were instantly wasted. This has also led to the Free Federation becoming strong again in the international arena in recent years, and suppressing the East Dragon Empire in various ways. Marshal Li's prestige also suffered a considerable blow as a result. But 10 years later, because of the appearance of Li Haoyan, the teacher seemed ready to take action again. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan were stunned and subconsciously turned their gazes to Li Haoyan in the room. It was obvious that the teacher called a meeting of all the employees because of their junior fellow apprentice, the mechanic who had just changed his job. Marshal Li stretched out his hand, and the mountain and river pen, floating in the air, fell back into his grasp and disappeared. Haoyan, come here and meet your senior brother and second senior sister, Marshal Li said gently. Li Haoyan opened his eyes, immediately stood up, and walked over here. He glanced at Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan and quickly greeted them. Li Haoyan, meet senior brother and second sister. The two nodded subconsciously, as if they had not yet recovered from the news. Marshal Li smiled faintly and said directly to Li Haoyan, Haoyan, use your skills and let your senior brother and second sister see it. Oh, by the way, your previous display must have consumed a lot of energy. You probably can't recover much spiritual energy in such a short time. Just summon as much as you can. Li Haoyan agreed. Okay, teacher. Then he thought about it, and on an impulse, he used his skill, the Groot pistol. Bang! A matte silver pistol immediately appeared in front of Li Haoyan. Glot pistol? Is there anything special about this pistol? Why can't I see it? Wang Qingfeng took a few glances at it, but didn't find anything special about it, and his brows immediately frowned. But before he could finish his words, bang, 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 silver light flashed in front of Li Haoyan one after another, and glot pistols flashed out frantically, constantly emerging from the void. In just a blink of an eye, Li Haoyan's area was filled with hundreds of glot pistols. From just now until now, Li Haoyan has only recovered more than 100 points of spiritual power. The glot pistol consumed the least spiritual power, only a little, so he simply summoned all the glot pistols. As for the reason, as a mechanic, a large number of superpowered weapons will make him look more imposing. The originally empty courtyard suddenly seemed a little crowded. Although Marshal Li had just seen the spectacular scene of Li Haoyan summoning 600 Gatling machine guns at the same time, his eyes still lit up, and he couldn't stop being excited when he saw hundreds of Groot pistols appear at the same time again. Then he said in a deep voice, Haoyan, fire at the sky. Yes, teacher. Li Haoyan immediately commanded hundreds of glot pistols to point at the sky and fire wildly. Bang, 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 bang. Instant bursts of gunfire rang out. 5 seconds passed, and the gunshots continued. 10 seconds passed, and the sound didn't stop. A full half-minute passed, and the firepower still did not weaken in the slightest. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan were a little surprised at first. This junior brother had only changed his job for a few days, but he had accumulated hundreds of glot pistols. Could he be a descendant of a big family? But 10 seconds later, they were all stunned. Groot pistol, standard with 15 rounds of bullets. But in just half a minute, more than 50 bullets must have been fired. Why hasn't the firepower been exhausted yet? Is it possible that there's no limit to the bullets in his gun? But how is this possible? What on earth is going on? Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan seemed to understand a little bit why the teacher accepted Li Haoyan as his last disciple. But they simply couldn't understand how Li Haoyan did all this. Marshal Li saw the changes in the expressions of the two disciples and knew that they had already felt Li Haoyan's ability. He smiled and said to Li Haoyan, Hao-Yin, that's enough. Put it away. Li Hao-Yin nodded slightly, and with a thought, all the glot pistols disappeared instantly. Marshal Li waved his hand, and an air wall instantly rose from the surroundings, covering the entire courtyard. Then, he squeezed lightly, and the originally transparent air wall instantly twisted, blocking out the outside world's view. Then he said to Li Hao-Yin, Hao-Yin, share your attribute panel with your senior brother and second senior sister. Li Hao-Yin did as he was told. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan immediately focused their attention over there. Level 25. Didn't he just change his job a few days ago? How come he is already level 25? Wang Qingfeng looked surprised. But when Li Hao-Yin opened the talent panel, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan's eyes widened instantly, as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 36, Mechanical God of War Plan, Restart. They saw clearly that Li Hao-Yin's skills were not the manufacturing drawings of an ordinary mechanic, but directly superpowered weapons. No wonder Li Hao-Yin produced so many group pistols at once, because his skills only count as consumption and have no cooldown at all. If Li Hao-Yin had enough spiritual power, not to mention 100 swords, even 1,000 swords would not be a problem. Also, what the hell is that column on his right called Mechanic Exclusive Talent? Unlimited ammo? God's perspective? Mechanics have this thing? With these two talents, let alone the Phantom God profession, even if the real God comes, he will have to kneel. What's even more outrageous is that you can continue to unlock talents every 10 levels. The first two talents are so abnormal, so the ones after that won't be any bad, right? Hiss. This is not a mechanic. This is clearly a battlefield Terminator. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan looked at each other and saw the excitement and solemnity in each other's eyes. No wonder the teacher wanted to accept him as his personal disciple and valued him so much. So this is the case. Tsinghua College, we have found a treasure. Marshal Li forced himself to control his emotions and said in a deep voice, Qingfeng, Xuahan, do you have any questions now? Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan looked extremely serious and shook their heads earnestly. Marshal Li nodded and said, Hao-Yin is only level 25 now, and the superpowered weapons he unlocked have limited power. But even so, as long as he changes his equipment and increases his spiritual power with a number of superpowered weapons he can summon, no professional below level 50 can withstand him. Once he reaches level 50 or above, he can collect epic equipment by killing dungeons and large group dungeons. The attack power he can burst out can even kill all phantom professions below level 80 in seconds. If it is paired with a high-level soul-restoring potion, Wang Qingfeng's eyes instantly became fiery. If that's the case, he alone can even crush an entire army from other countries. Marshal Li said emphatically, not bad. And this time, we don't even need to invest any resources to create superweapons. All we need to do is protect him and let him grow up as quickly as possible. Marshal Li stared at Li Hao-Yin with burning eyes. When Li Hao-Yin's level reaches above level 80, it will be the time for our Donglong Empire to dominate the world. Ling Xuahan glanced at the teacher hesitantly. Teacher, for the international copy in a month, should we? Marshal Li shook his head decisively. No. Compared with Hao-Yin's safety, the international copy in a month is no longer important. Although Hao-Yin's attack power is strong, his defense is still insufficient. If he is exposed so early, the Free Federation and Sakura country will definitely send people to assassinate Li Hao-Yin. I will never allow this to happen again. Hearing this, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan nodded subconsciously. Indeed, compared with Li Hao-Yin's safety, temporary interests are not important at all, as long as Li Hao-Yin can reach level 80 and become a high-level professional. With the powerful equipment bonus, he has enough power to protect himself. Combined with his countless superpowered weapons, even if there are assassins who really want to attack him, it won't be that easy. What's more, Li Hao-Yin's special talent will be unlocked one more every 10 levels. With more talents, Li Hao-Yin will become even more powerful. Speaking of this, Li Hao-Yin was also somewhat helpless. If it were a head-on confrontation, he really wouldn't be afraid of anyone now. But if he encounters those sneaky phantom professions that deliberately attack him, he has to be careful. Sigh, I don't know if the later talents can increase my defense or improve my survival rate. Li Hao-Yin couldn't help but mutter to himself. Ling Xuahan's beautiful eyes were also filled with fiery brilliance. When Hao Yian's level is raised, he will be able to summon large-scale war weapons such as transformers, aircraft carriers, war fortresses, intercontinental missiles, and sky cities. When the time comes, if we enter a large-scale group dungeon, a killing dungeon, or an international war dungeon, we only need him to command the superpowered army and control the overall situation from a bird's-eye view. Even if he doesn't have any other special talents, we will be invincible. Wang Qingfeng nodded heavily, inexplicably excited. That's right. Hao Yian's God's perspective can be expanded by constantly killing monsters. By the time he reaches level 80, the number of monsters he has killed may be tens of millions. At that time, his God's perspective could even cover an area of hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. My God, at this distance, he can even monitor the entire Sakura country in our Donglong Empire. It's even more exaggerated than satellites. Jiang Zhen was also excited. Mechanic is originally a super long-range attack profession. In this way, Hao Yian can completely control all the movements of the enemy and achieve super long-range precision strikes. Hey, it's really exciting just to think about it. Ling Xuahan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his face was filled with murderous intent. When the time comes, if those Japanese in Sakura country dare to make any small moves again, I will directly let Hao Yian summon thousands of intercontinental missiles to flatten Fushan Mountain and directly sink their little broken island. Imagining the scene of densely packed intercontinental missiles streaking across the sky and falling on the islands of Sakura country, Jiang Zhen couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. He gave Ling Xuahan a thumbs up and said in awe, "Second senior sister is worthy of being the leader of our nuclear elites. She is really nuclear level." Wang Qingfeng turned his head and looked at Li Hao Yian with an extremely strange expression. It is said that a machine can defeat 100 or even 1,000 at once, but this guy can defeat a whole country alone. This is going against the will of heaven. Marshal Li's eyes were bright. He waved his hand to interrupt the fantasies of several of his disciples and said in a deep voice, "Okay, since you all understand the principle, then next, we will start to exert our strength in secret. I now announce that the Mechanical God of War plan has been relaunched. All future strategic plans will be arranged and coordinated around Hao Yian. But before Hao Yian has enough power to protect himself, this matter must be carried out in secret and must not be leaked out. Anyone who dares to harm Hao Yian will be killed without mercy." Wang Qingfeng and the other two looked solemn and answered loudly, "Yes, Marshal." Marshal Li nodded slightly, turned around and said, "Xuehan, you are a void walker. You can travel through space. From today on, you will be responsible for taking Hao Yian to the wild to kill monsters and let him reach level 30 first. After level 30, Hao Yian will be able to enter the Endless Altar. With his special talents and the attack power of the mechanic, he will be able to gain experience even faster. I believe it won't be long before Hao Yian can reach level 50. After level 50, there will be a large-scale raid and a world boss. By then, I will equip Hao Yian with a complete set of epic equipment. His Mechanical God of War will be basically complete." "Okay, teacher." Ling Xuahan agreed excitedly. Marshal Li smiled coldly and said to Jiang Zhen, Zhen, you stay and look after Hao Yian. Qingfeng, Xuahan, let's go and hold a meeting of 100 officials." Chapter 37, National Prohibition Order. "Yes, teacher." Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan answered excitedly. Soon, the three of them arrived at the Nuclear Peace Elite Conference Room. Wang Qingfeng turned on the projector and sat in his seat. As the distorted light began to change, the scene before the three people's eyes began to ripple like water. Marshal Li had a calm expression as he watched the scene before him begin to change. While waiting for the ripples to subside, the three were no longer in the Nuclear Peace Elite's conference room, but had come to a larger conference room. There was a huge long table in the middle of the conference room, with 2 rows on the left and right filled with people. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan sat in the 2 front seats on the right side of Marshal Li. On the upper left side of Marshal Li is an old man with a serious face and elegant clothes. He is the president of the Glory of the Dead Guild, Zhou Tianshou. At the same time, he is also the chairman of the Council of Elders of the East Dragon Empire. Below Zhou Tianshou is the vice president of the Glory of the Dead Guild, Yin Jinhai. Below them are the leaders of the major guilds in the Donglong Empire. Hey, do you know why the Hunter Council is being convened today? I don't know. I also received the notice at short notice. I heard that it was initiated by Marshal Li. Strange. Nothing major seems to have happened recently. Could it be because of the International War dungeon in a month? That shouldn't be the case. In recent years, Marshal Li has been hiding behind the scenes. Even in International War copies, it was Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan who came forward. The presidents of the major guilds were still discussing, when suddenly, Marshal Li appeared in the meeting room. Everyone's expression was startled, and they immediately fell silent and sat up straight. Marshal Li looked around at everyone, paused briefly at Zhou Tianshou, and Yun Jinhai on his left, stood up first, turned around respectfully, and looked at the big screen. The originally dark screen flashed slightly, and a middle-aged man wearing a luxurious black and gold robe appeared. Marshal Li bowed slightly to the middle-aged man and said, "Your Majesty, welcome." "Your Majesty." Everyone spoke at the same time and bowed to the middle-aged man on the screen. The middle-aged man wore a purple gold crown and had a faint smile on his face. "Presidents, there is no need to be polite. Since everyone is here, Marshal Li, please preside over the meeting." "Yes, Your Majesty." Marshal Li Nudda. Since the emergence of various monsters and professionals, the military strength of all countries has been greatly weakened, and professionals have gradually become the only measure of whether a country is strong. Although the imperial system of the Donglong Empire continued, the emperor's power had been greatly weakened. He was usually mainly responsible for administrative management and more often represented a noble status. As for military force, it is all controlled by the major guilds, led by the 3 major guilds of the East Dragon Empire. Marshal Li stood up and looked around at everyone. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice became solemn. "I heard from Qingfeng that in the previous killing copies, our Donglong Empire was ambushed by the Sakura country and the Free Federation and other countries. The losses were not small." Hearing this, Zhou Tianshou, the president of the Glory of the Dead Guild on Marshal Li's left, frowned slightly. The vice president Yin Zhenhai below him also had a flash of light in his eyes. The expressions of the presidents of other guilds also turned strange, and they exchanged glances quietly with doubts in their eyes. Just this? Marshal Li hasn't been involved in the affairs of the major guilds for many years. Now, he suddenly proposes to convene a meeting of 100 guilds, just for such a small matter? Ever since Marshal Li led the East Dragon Empire to rise, the East Dragon Empire has been secretly targeted internationally by various countries led by the Free Federation. Isn't it normal to be ambushed by these countries? Not to mention the killing dungeons, even the Abyss dungeons, faction confrontation dungeons, and large group dungeons. As long as the people of those countries get together, the Donglong Empire will be ambushed or targeted by the other side every time. Is this worth convening 100 Dukes Council? But Marshal Li is the #1 person in the Donglong Empire after all. Even though his prestige was damaged due to the previous assassination, his contribution to the East Dragon Empire meant that as long as he was still Marshal Li and the chairman of the Nuclear Peace Elite and Dragon Group, his position would never be shaken. Faced with Marshal Li's questioning, the guild presidents were puzzled, but could only respond respectfully. Indeed, especially the Free Federation and Sakura country. They can even be said to be blatant. Even Kimchi country has not been as respectful to us as before in recent years. In the last Abyss instance, several young professionals from our guild encountered Ichiro Kobe from Sakura country and were brutally killed by him. Listening to the answer from below, Marshal Li remained expressionless and nodded slightly. According to the report Qingfeng gave me, the reason why our Donglong Empire professionals are frequently ambushed in various dungeons is that there's a great possibility that the enemy's spies have obtained our action plan in advance before the dungeon is opened. How is your spy search going now? The presidents of the major guilds looked at each other and shook their heads in confusion. There are many spies in every country. The Donglong Empire is vast and rich in resources. It adopts an open national policy and has a complex population. It is not easy to catch those spies. Zhou Tianshou, the president of the Glory of the Dead Guild, frowned slightly and spoke slowly. President Li, spy investigation has always been a long and complicated task. The presidents are already doing it, but it is difficult to achieve any obvious results in a short period of time. You should also be aware of this. Zhou Tianshou is not only the president of the Glory of the Dead, but also the president of the Council of Elders. In the Donglong Empire, his status is equivalent to that of a prime minister, and his position is comparable to that of Marshal Li. Therefore, He is the only one who can be addressed as president instead of Marshal Li. Marshal Li glanced at him calmly, then looked at everyone, his eyes instantly becoming fierce. In recent years, the new professionals in our East Dragon Empire have been weak. If they're killed by the Free Federation a few more times, won't there be no successors? Since you can't find the spies they sent in, then why don't you just give up looking for them? As the Marshal of the East Dragon Empire, I propose that starting today, the East Dragon Empire implement a national ban, block foreign professionals from entering the entire territory, and close the international teleportation array. As for the foreign professionals who are still stranded in the East Dragon Empire, you have 1 day to expel them all. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell silent at first, and then an uproar broke out. Except for Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan, who were well prepared and had unchanged expressions. The presidents of all other guilds were all shocked. Even the emperor, who was attending the meeting, looked at Marshal Li in surprise. Ban on the country? This is a big move. Once this order is issued, the Donglong Empire will be equivalent to closing its doors to the outside world. Given the Donglong Empire's current international status, this will surely cause a huge uproar and spark discussions and speculations from countries around the world. Chapter 38. Has anything big happened recently? Zhou Tianshou and Yun Jinhai, the president and vice president of Glory of the Dead, looked at each other in shock, but could only see doubt and confusion in each other's eyes. As one of the 3 major guilds in the Donglong Empire, this news came too suddenly for them. Prior to this, the Dragon Group and the Nuclear Peace Elite Guild had not released any news at all, not even the slightest sign. Everything is fine now. Why are they suddenly going to implement a ban on the country? Is it really just because we were targeted by other countries a few times in the copy? Impossible. There must be some hidden secret that they don't know. Zhou Tianshou thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, President Li, the ban on the country is not a trivial matter. If it is suddenly implemented, it will greatly affect our information exchange with the international community. What's more, if we close our borders just because we were targeted by the Free Federation and other countries a few times in the dungeon, it would make our East Dragon Empire seem too cowardly. Marshal Li said calmly, In another month, the international war will begin. Since we are unable to identify and eliminate the enemies that have come in, we will kick them all out. The Sakura ninjas can even find out when the mechanical god of war, a specially trained, goes to the toilet, and they can easily assassinate him. Who knows how many of their people are hiding among us? If they find out our strategic layout for the international war dungeon in a month, who among you can take the responsibility? Zhou Tianshou seemed to want to say something, but Marshal Li did not give him the chance at all. He simply waved his hand and said, Wang Qingfeng, you will lead the Dragon Team to be responsible for border security, and the Nuclear Peace Elite and Glory of the Dead will assist you. Yes, sir. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan agreed immediately. Marshal Li turned and looked at Zhou Tianshou and Yun Jinhai. Yun Jinhai, vice president of the Glory of the Dead, exchanged glances with Zhou Tianshou and said solemnly, Yes, sir. Like Wang Qingfeng and others, Yun Jinhai is only the vice president, but most of the time he is responsible for managing the affairs of the Glory of the Dead Guild. As the chairman of the Council of Elders, Zhou Tianshou usually only participates in major affairs, such as today's Council of 100 Elders. Marshal Li nodded slightly and looked at the presidents of the guilds below. As for the other guilds, you will cooperate with the 3 major guilds to clean up the internal affairs and expel all foreign professionals from the country. At this point, he paused for a moment, his eyes emitting murderous intent, and he said in a deep voice, After 1 day, if anyone is found to have secretly hidden a foreign professional, he will be charged with treason and executed without mercy. Hearing this murderous declaration, everyone was shocked and looked stern. It is obvious that Marshal Li is serious this time. Yes, sir. Receive. I will follow your orders, sir. Marshal Li nodded with satisfaction and said solemnly, This meeting is over. Adjourned. After saying this, he turned around and bowed slightly to His Majesty the Emperor. His figure slowly faded away, and he withdrew from the online meeting. Seeing Marshal Li leave, everyone also took their leave one after another. In the conference room of Beida College, Zhou Tianshou, with a serious face and elegant clothes, stepped out of the projection with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Beside him, Vice President Yun Jinhai had a puzzled look on his face, also thinking about what had just happened. Suddenly, Zhou Tianshou looked at Yun Junhai and asked in a deep voice, "Has anything unusual happened in the Empire recently?" Yun Junhai hesitated for a moment and shook his head in confusion. "No, everything is normal in the Empire. Nothing special has happened." Zhou Tianshou's eyes sparkled. "What about Tsinghua College?" Yun Junhai frowned and said, "Apart from the new students enrolling, there doesn't seem to be anything else going on recently, right? Strange, I don't seem to have noticed anything special. But if there was nothing special, why would Master Li suddenly make such a big move?" Zhou Tianshou said in a serious tone. Master Li would not attack without reason. The loss of a few copies is not worth him forcibly enforcing the ban on the country. His eyes flashed, and he said decisively, "Something is wrong. Something must have happened recently that I don't know about. Jinhai, send someone to investigate immediately. Whether it's at home or abroad, you must find out the real reason why Master Li is isolating the country from the outside." "Yes, President." Yun Jinhai agreed and walked outside immediately. After a while, he distributed all the president's requirements through the union's internal communication, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the door of Yun Jinhai's office was pushed open again, and a middle-aged woman with a stern face walked in. It was Yun Miao, who was going to Xixiang City to be in charge of the college selection. Yun Miao looked at Yun Jinhai in confusion. "Brother, I heard that Marshal Li suddenly convened a meeting of 100 officials. What happened?" Yun Jinhai glanced at his sister and shook his head. "Just now at the meeting, Marshal Li enforced the ban on the country." Yun Miao's body trembled slightly, with a look of astonishment in his eyes. "Banned the country order? Has any major incident happened in the country recently? Why did they even issue a ban on the country order?" Yun Jinhai shook his head helplessly and repeated what Marshal Li said at the meeting. Yun Miao frowned and said, "Being targeted in the copy? Just because of such a small loss, they implemented a ban on the country? It feels a bit wrong." Yun Jinhai nodded and said, "We are also wondering. In recent years, Marshal Li has not even asked about the international war copies. How could he suddenly come out and implement a ban on the country because of the loss of personnel in a few copies? Something particularly important must have happened recently, which would cause Marshal Li to suddenly convene a meeting of 100 officials and make such a resolution." Yun Miao pondered doubtfully and murmured, "Marshal Li suddenly expelled all the professionals from abroad. It must be that there is something that needs to be kept secret, and he doesn't want foreign countries to know about it. But recently, that there doesn't seem to be anything particularly major happening in the country." Yun Jinhai asked curiously, "The Dragon Group is mainly responsible for the security of the Empire. I just asked someone, and it seems that nothing special happened on their side." "Yun Miao, you have a lot of dealings with Tsinghua College. Has anything big happened in Tsinghua recently?" "Big deal? It seems not. Tsinghua is following normal procedures. Apart from the recent enrollment of new students, there seems to be nothing special." Speaking of this, a light suddenly flashed in Yun Miao's eyes, and the figure of a young man emerged in his mind. Could it be him? But then she shook her head in amusement, thinking to herself, "I'm so sensitive. He's just a mechanic who's upgraded quickly. How could he be worthy of Master Li using the ban on the country order?" Back then, Tsinghua College mobilized the entire school to produce a level 76 mechanic, but in the end, he still died easily. Unless Master Li suffers from Alzheimer's disease, how could he repeat the same mistake and issue a ban on a mechanic who just changed his job? Chapter 39, Li Haoyan's Treatment. Throwing aside the ridiculous thought in his mind, Yun Miao said seriously, "I understand, brother. I will pay more attention to the movements at Tsinghua College recently." Yun Jinhai nodded slightly. "Well, that's the only way. Okay, you go and get busy first." "Okay, bro." After saying that, Yun Miao turned and left. In Marshal Li's courtyard, 5 masters and apprentices gathered together. Marshal Li said to Wang Qingfeng, "Qingfeng, you must keep an eye on the matter of the ban on the country. You must expel all foreign professionals by this time tomorrow. No one is allowed to stay in Donglong. Especially the borders, they must be strictly guarded. If there are any illegal immigrants trying to sneak in, kill them directly, no mercy." "Yes, teacher," Wang Qingfeng said seriously. "Han Shuang, I suddenly issued a ban on the country today. Those guys in the country will definitely try to find out the news. In the short term, I believe they won't think of Haoyan, but if time goes on, it's hard to guarantee that it won't be leaked. From today on, your and Ajin's primary mission is to help Haoyan level up quickly and try to get him to level 50 as soon as possible. As long as it helps him accumulate experience, Hao-Yin can use all the resources of the Dragon Group and the Nuclear Elite without any conditions. After reaching level 50, let Hao-Yin equip a full set of epic equipment, and add Advanced Awakening. His self-protection ability will be greatly improved. At that time, we will decide what to do next based on the special talent that Hao-Yin has unlocked. Ling Xuahan's cold face was full of seriousness, and he nodded and said, "Okay, teacher." Finally, Marshal Li looked at Jiang Zhen and said, Zhen, the fewer people know about Hao-Yin's existence, the better. From today on, you will teach Hao-Yin alone. Hao-Yin's profession is a mechanic. Among the phantom professions, mechanic is a special profession. He doesn't need to learn and hone his combat skills. You only need to teach him the theoretical knowledge about professionals. I understand, teacher. Jiang Zhen also agreed. Since the emergence of professionals, there have been major changes in the teaching of professionals. Because there are great differences between various professions, large class collective teaching, as in the past, is no longer applicable. Therefore, all colleges and universities now adopt the retro master-apprentice model for teaching new professionals. In Tsinghua and Beida, two of the top universities in the country, all the teachers are professionals who are at least level 50 and have completed Advanced Awakening. After the enrollment of new professionals is completed each year, the college will assign them to different teachers based on their professions, and they will be responsible for the teaching and training of the new professionals. Just like Wang Qingfeng, Ling Xuahan, and Jiang Zhen, their teacher is Marshal Li. But for Li Hao-Yin, this mode of teaching is just right for him to hide himself. After all, compared with the previous large-class teaching model, the master-apprentice teaching model is much more private. Li Hao-Yin no longer has to show up in public all day to deal with other professionals, increasing his risk of exposure. Marshal Li nodded slightly and said seriously, regarding Hao-Yin's skills and talents, the fewer people know, the better. You are all my disciples. Apart from you, I cannot fully trust anyone else. This is related to the future of the East Dragon Empire. Be careful. Once we train him, our Donglong Empire will surely take off again. Yes. Wang Qingfeng and the other two answered loudly and excitedly. After seeing Li Hao-Yin's abilities, they knew exactly how important Li Hao-Yin was without Marshal Li emphasizing it. He alone is equivalent to a national strategic weapon. Marshal Li smiled and said to Jiang Zhen, Zhen, take Hao-Yin back to rest first. Han Shuang still needs to cooperate with Qingfeng to implement the ban on the country. After all foreign professionals are expelled tomorrow, you can start to help him gain experience and level up. Yes, teacher. As they spoke, Marshal Li's four major disciples went their separate ways and began to get busy. Under the leadership of Jiang Zhen, Li Hao-Yin headed all the way to the back mountain. Soon, they arrived at a secluded place with beautiful mountains and clear water. Jiang Zhen brought Li Hao-Yin to a 3-story building and said with a smile, Hao-Yin, from today on, you will live here. As he spoke, Jiang Zhen raised his hand and pointed to the side. The building next to it is my residence, and the 2 buildings over there belong to senior brother and second senior sister respectively. If you need any help in the future, you can come directly to us. There is a protective array set up by second senior sister around this area, so there shouldn't be any problems with safety. In addition, the teleportation array over there can directly teleport to the teleportation hall of our Tsinghua College, making it convenient for us to enter and exit. Li Hao-Yin looked at Jiang Zhen's introduction with a look of surprise. These small buildings are all independent villas, with a small courtyard of at least 200 square meters in front of the villa. The courtyard is exquisitely decorated with rockery, flowing water, pavilions, and small terraces, and the environment is excellent. Compared to his previous residence, this yard alone is 3 times as big as his previous residence. Li Hao-Yin was a little stunned. As expected of Tsinghua College, the accommodation conditions are too good. Jiang Zhen laughed and said, That's because your accommodation is good. Even I only moved here after I broke through level 60. Li Hao-Yin was about to say something, but suddenly, a clear voice came from the side. Huh? Hao-Yin, you're back. Before he finished speaking, a tall figure ran out excitedly. You. Li Hao-Yin turned his head and looked a little surprised. Aren't you helping other freshmen with their admissions procedures? Jiang Wu smiled and said, The admission procedures are very quick. I'll be back soon after I finish them. Hey, someone came over here to clean the house just now, and I guessed that you were going to live here, and it turned out to be true. Li Haotian also laughed. That's good. We'll be neighbors from now on. Jiang Wu blinked his bright eyes and said with a smile, Yes, we'll be neighbors from now on. My new neighbor, are you going to invite me to visit your new home? Li Haotian laughed and said, Let's go, I also want to see what my new home looks like. As he spoke, Jiang Wu naturally pulled Li Haotian along and ran inside excitedly. Looking at this lively young couple, Jiang Zhen showed a meaningful smile on his face, but did not stop them. Last year, his wife died in an international war instance. Although Jiang Wu Yu didn't seem to be affected at all, he still had a smile on his face every day. But as a father, Jiang Zhen knew very well that his daughter's optimism was actually largely pretended because she didn't want him to worry. But just now, he could clearly feel the joy and happiness emanating from his daughter's heart. His junior brother was like a ray of light that suddenly appeared, shining into the Donglong Empire and quietly into Jiang Weiyu's heart. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhen was slightly startled, and his expression became a little strange. Li Haotian is his junior fellow apprentice. So doesn't that mean he is one generation younger than Jiang Weiyue? But then he shook his head, put aside this strange idea, and walked inside. Forget it. Why think so much? This is an ancient feudal society. Let's just talk about our own things. Chapter 40. Speculations about the Free Federation. The next day, the Donglong Empire was like a sleeping lion that suddenly woke up. All the Imperial Guards of the Dragon Group were dispatched to set up camps and defenses in the border areas of the Eastern Dragon Empire that were most easily accessible, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. The other major guilds, under the leadership of the Nuclear Peace Elite and Glory of the Dead, began to comprehensively eliminate all foreign professionals in the Empire and expel them all. At the same time, the royal family of the East Dragon Empire issued a notice to countries around the world. From now on, the entire territory of the East Dragon Empire is blocked. Anyone who trespasses into the border will be regarded as a provocation to the East Dragon Empire and will bear the consequences at their own risk. As soon as this official letter was released, it immediately caused an uproar internationally. Countries around the world have begun to speculate what the deeper meaning of the East Dragon Empire's actions is. Considering the international war instance 1 month later, everyone began to suspect. Is the Donglong Empire planning some big move? Liberal Federation, National Conference Room. Unlike the 3 major guilds of the Donglong Empire, the Free Federation has integrated all the guilds, big and small, across the country to form the strongest guild, Yuan. The Source God Guild is not only the highest military organization in the Free Federation, but is also responsible for managing the national administration, which is equivalent to the national parliament. The various chapters are scattered across the country, and each chapter is responsible for managing a state. If any major event occurs, all branch leaders must respond to the call of the headquarters and contribute to the country. For example now, Parker Williams, the president of the Source God Guild, looked solemn and dignified as he scanned the people below him. I'm sure everyone has already known about the East Dragon Empire's ban on its nationality. So far, except for the professionals in their own country, everyone from other countries has been forcibly expelled from the country. Everyone, tell me, have your people found out any information about this? The presidents of all the branches looked at each other, and low voices echoed in the meeting room. But after a moment, it could be seen from the confusion on their faces that they obviously didn't know why the Donglong Empire suddenly implemented a ban on the country. James Gordon, the president of the Gotham branch, spoke hesitantly. President, could it be that the East Dragon Empire has some secret plan because of the international war instance in a month? After hearing James's speech, the presidents of other branches nodded slightly. Obviously, they all had such a guess. Because at this stage, apart from the international war copy in a month, there seems to be nothing else worthy of the Donglong Empire's execution of the national closure order. And according to those who were expelled from the East Dragon Empire, nothing special seems to have happened in the East Dragon Empire recently, and everything is normal. Parker Williams' face was solemn, but there was a gleam in his eyes. After a moment, he slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No, it doesn't look like an international war copy. Masterly is not a fool. If they really have any secret plans for the international war copy, they should not act so openly. Implementing a national embargo at this time would clearly tell everyone that we are preparing secret weapons to deal with the international war in a month. This doesn't make sense." Bruno Collins, president of the Huadu branch, frowned and said, But if it's not an international war instance, what else is worthy of the East Dragon Empire issuing a national closure order? Could it be that some powerful world boss appeared in the East Dragon Empire, and they don't want people from other countries to participate? Or maybe they got some extremely powerful legendary epic with incredible effects, and they want to keep it secret? Could it be that Master Li suddenly died? Are they afraid that we would find out and start a war? It's so funny. Can you use some brains? Master Li is a level 88 creator, the top of the level list, even better than the president. What the hell is wrong with him? You can't do anything to him. Fuck. Which fucking side are you from? Do you want to fight? Fuck you. I'm telling you to use your brain instead of just your head. Noisy discussions rang out from the conference hall, with all kinds of messy speculations arising one after another. Parker Williams helplessly looked at the meeting room that had suddenly become chaotic and shouted with a headache, "Everyone be quiet. What a mess." Seeing the president getting angry, all the disputes and discussions finally subsided. Parker Williams looked at everyone with a serious face, thought for a moment, and finally set his eyes on James Gordon. "James, notify the Sakura Nation and ask them to find a way to sneak into the East Dragon territory. Make sure to find out the real reason why they have implemented the national lockdown order. I always feel that Master Li, that old wolf, seems to be planning something bad again. President, why should we let those Japanese people from Sakura country send people? Wouldn't it be more direct if we send people ourselves?" One of the presidents asked immediately. Parker Williams glanced at him and said, "Idiot. The people of the Free Federation look so different from the people of Donglong. What's the point of sneaking in?" "Ah." The president paused for a moment. James nodded and said, "I understand, President." Parker nodded slightly and waved his hand, saying, "Okay, let's do this for now. Before we get any definite news, we must closely monitor all movements of the East Dragon Empire." "Yes, President," everyone said loudly. Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild Headquarters. Kinjin Kobe, the president of the Amaterasu Guild who is highly respected by all the Sakura people, is looking down at the big screen. "Kinji Kobe, you already know that the East Dragon Empire has implemented a ban on the country. Although the East Dragon Empire has been suppressed by us in recent years, their overall strength should not be underestimated. Your Sakura country is adjacent to the East Dragon Empire. If the East Dragon Empire is really planning some big move, given the feud between you and East Dragon, you'll be the first to suffer. President Parker asked me to inform you that you must find a way to send someone to infiltrate the East Dragon Empire in the shortest possible time to find out the real reason why East Dragon implemented the ban on the country." Kinjin Kobe looked embarrassed, but facing James, he did not dare to show any disrespect. After all, for a small country like Sakura Country, if they didn't have the support of the Free Federation behind them, they would have long been annexed by the East Dragon Empire across the sea. They have no choice but to comply with any request from their financial sponsor. "Hi." Kinjin Kobe bowed in response. "Okay, that's it. Just do it as soon as possible." James nodded with satisfaction and closed the video call. As the big screen went black, the Amaterasu leader Kinjin Kobe, who had been servile just now, immediately straightened his back and put on a proud and noble posture. He thought for a moment and said majestically, "Come here." "Hi, President." A subordinate ran in respectfully. "Notify Ichiro to come over. I have something to tell him." Chapter 41. As long as you gain experience, you can take double pills. The subordinate bowed and walked away backwards. A moment later, a young and arrogant voice sounded outside the door. "Father, are you looking for me?" Kobe Kinjin showed a proud smile on his face and said majestically, "Ichiro, come in." The wooden door opened, and a young man who looked to be in his 20s with semi-long hair walked in. The young man had an extremely delicate face with a kind of feminine handsomeness, but the arrogance in his eyes added a bit of viciousness to this femininity. There is no doubt that he is the idol of all young people in Sakura Country and the pride of the Kobe family. He is Ichiro Kobe, who is known as the strongest young generation in Sakura Country. Kambi Kinjin looked at his son and said slowly, "You should know about the East Dragon Empire's ban on the country, right?" Kobe Ichiro nodded nonchalantly. "I know, just seal it. It's no big deal. Donglong hasn't had any decent young professionals in recent years. They are becoming increasingly useless. When I reach level 50 and complete the Advanced Awakening, I will crush them directly." Kobe Kinjin scolded in a calm tone, "Baga, what did I teach you? When facing the enemy, you must not underestimate them. Otherwise, one day you will suffer a great loss. Kobe Ichiro paused for a moment. Then he slightly restrained the arrogance on his face, stood at attention, and said, "Hi." Kobe Kinjin's expression eased slightly, and he said seriously, "The East Dragon Empire suddenly implemented a ban on the country. There must be some unspeakable secrets behind it. The international war will begin in a month. I suspect that their ban on the country is most likely a preparation for the international war. There's an old saying in Donglong, which goes, knowing yourself and your enemy means you can fight 100 battles without danger. To be on the safe side, we must find out the real reason why Donglong has forbidden the country as soon as possible and make preparations early." Kobe Ichiro asked in confusion. "But father, Donglong has already implemented a ban on the country. Even our people can't enter. How can we find out the news?" Although there is not much difference in appearance between the Sakura people and the Donglong people, the constipated accent of the Sakura people can be easily recognized once they open their mouths. What's more crucial is that the awakened professions of the Sakura people are too different from those of the Donglong people. Even if they can sneak in, they can only pretend to be ordinary people. Otherwise, once you use your professional abilities, you will be discovered immediately. Kobe Kinjin smiled proudly. "It is indeed difficult to break through their transit blockade, but since we can't get in, we can let them come out on their own initiative. Then we can capture their people and interrogate them, and maybe we can get something." Kobe Ichiro's eyes lit up. "Father, you mean?" Kento Kobe knew his son had guessed what he was thinking, and he nodded heavily. "Great. Let's use this." By the afternoon of the next day, the Donglong Empire had completed the blockade of the entire territory and closed all international teleportation arrays. The ban on the country has been implemented. In the spacious hall of Li Haoyan's residence, Jiang Zhen had just finished teaching Li Haoyan. Suddenly, there was a flash of light nearby, and a dark crack suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and a tall and cold figure walked out. It was Ling Xuahan, who had just finished dealing with some matters. Second senior sister, Liang Han. Ling Xuahan's cold face showed a gentle smile, and he said, "Junior brother, the ban on the country has begun. From now on, there will be no foreign professionals in the entire Donglong Empire." At the same time, all major cities have also implemented temporary control. All professionals are not allowed to leave the city without permission. We can go to the wild to level up without worry. Hearing this, Li Haoyan was shocked. Even the city is under control? With such a big move, other professionals won't have any objections, right? Ling Xuahan smiled faintly. "Do you have any objections? With our 3 major guilds coming forward, who dares to have any objections? Their opinions don't matter compared to your safety. Besides, this temporary control will not last too long. Once you reach level 30, you can enter the Endless Altar to gain experience. At that time, with the help of the Endless Altar and wild monster spawning, your leveling speed will be further improved. When you reach level 50, you can start a large-scale group dungeon, and the temporary control can be cancelled." Jiang Zhen also smiled slightly. "Yes, Haoyan, you have to know that your importance now is different from that of ordinary professionals. Even we are far inferior to you. As long as we can help you level up quickly, everything else doesn't matter." Thank you, third senior brother and second senior sister," Li Haoyan said seriously. Ling Xuahan smiled and shook his head. "Let's go, there's no one in the wild now. We can boldly kill monsters and level up without worry." As she spoke, Ling Xuahan waved her hand, and a dark space crack appeared again. She pulled Li Haoyan and Jiang Zhen to her side, and the silver-white force of space instantly protected the two of them, and then she stepped into the space crack. As a void walker with the phantom god profession, Ling Xuahan's mastery and application of the power of space has reached perfection. The main reason why Marshall Li chose her to be responsible for leveling up Li Haoyan was that Ling Xuahan could travel through space at will and go anywhere to kill monsters and level up. At the edge of the Valley of the Dead, 200 miles away from Tianjing City, a silver light flashed, and the figures of Li Haoyan and Ling Xuahan quietly appeared here. Li Haoyan looked down intently, his gaze fixed suddenly. I saw that the empty valley below was filled with densely packed undead creatures. At a glance, there were probably thousands of them. Level 32 Skeleton Warrior, Level 33 Zombie, Level 35 Headless Horseman. Wow, these are huge amounts of experience. Ling Xuahan had a hint of excitement in his eyes. He took out a blue pill from his pocket and handed it to Li Haoyan, saying, "Junior brother, eat it, and we can start working." Looking at the blue pill, Li Haoyan was immediately surprised and asked, "Is this the Tianling pill?" Ling Xuahan smiled and said, "Yes, the teacher said that before you reach level 50, you must eat Tianling pills to gain experience points. This will maximize your leveling speed." Tianling pill, also known as double pill, is a pill that can only be refined by auxiliary professional alchemists. At the same time, it is also a good thing that all professionals dream of when leveling up. Its effect is very simple. That is, within half an hour after taking the pill, the experience points gained will be doubled. Applicable to all dungeons and monsters below level 50. Such a small pill was sold for 200,000 gold coins at the auction. Not to mention ordinary people, even ordinary small and medium-sized families are reluctant to let their younger generations use it. Only truly large families or top guilds would occasionally use it during certain special periods, such as when clearing high-difficulty, high-experience dungeons like the Abyss dungeon. He is not as extravagant as Li Haoyan. He takes double pills as long as he gains experience. Chapter 42, Kobe Kenjin's Plan. Li Haoyan took the pill and swallowed it while sighing. As the pill went down his throat, a 30-minute countdown suddenly appeared in front of Li Haoyan's eyes, which represented the double experience time of the Tianling pill. Seeing Li Haoyan take the double pill, Ling Xuahan no longer hesitated. He stretched out his hand into the air and grabbed a gorgeous magic wand that emitted a brilliant golden glow and looked like it was carved from diamonds. At the same time, a light flashed on Ling Xuahan's body, and a golden epic suit suddenly appeared, replacing his original casual clothes. Then, the golden light faded, revealing the original bright silver color of the epic suit. Epic set, Silver Moon Goddess. Li Haoyan's eyes lit up as he watched. The Silver Moon Goddess suit was one of the top 5 suits in the East Dragon Empire's equipment rankings. I really want to reach level 50 soon. When I reach level 50, I will be able to wear epic equipment. Li Haoyan thought in his heart with a look of longing. Ling Xuahan wasted no time. After putting on his equipment, he turned and looked at Jiangzhen. "Third junior brother, you protect the younger junior brother. I will clear the monsters." Jiangzhen nodded. "Okay, second senior sister, I'll take care of Haoyan. You just focus on killing monsters." Ling Xuahan smiled and nodded, then disappeared from the spot in a flash. This is Jiangzhen's responsibility. The reason why he was brought out is to let him protect Li Haoyan when Ling Xuahan is killing monsters to prevent accidents. The space was torn apart, and Ling Xuahan appeared above the canyon, waving his staff downwards. "Dimensional storm." Ling Xuahan shouted in a low voice. Squeak! With a burst of dense, space-tearing sounds, countless silver-white, dimensional blades covered the Valley of the Dead. These dimensional blades, condensed by the force of space, were like a downpour, instantly sweeping over the undead creatures in the canyon. And every undead creature touched by the dimensional blade was cut into pieces with a snap. The team successfully killed the skeleton warrior and gained 400 experience points. The team successfully killed the zombies and gained 440 experience points. The team successfully killed the headless knight and gained 480 experience points. The next moment, the screen full of kill prompts almost filled Li Haoyan's entire field of vision, making Li Haoyan marvel in admiration. When there are enough wild monsters, and there is a high-level professional team to lead the clearing, the speed is much faster than clearing the dungeon by himself. Moreover, Ling Xuahan's skill is a large-scale AoE group damage. This skill can directly clear a blank space in the canyon, and hundreds of monsters disappear in an instant. Moreover, this wild monster gathering point was obviously specially selected by Ling Xuahan. The highest level of all monsters did not exceed 35, which happened to be the upper limit of the experience points that Li Haoyan could gain by killing wild monsters. Because according to the rules, when a professional is killing wild monsters, if the highest level of the wild monsters exceeds the professional's own level by more than 10 levels, he will be penalized for experience, and the experience points gained will be greatly reduced. If the difference is within 10 levels, the closer the monster level difference is to 10 levels, the greater the experience value gained. If combined with the double pill, Li Haoyan's efficiency in gaining experience can basically be maximized, and he can take off directly on the spot. As those undead monsters were destroyed, countless materials and green equipment exploded all over the ground. But looking at these equipment, Li Haoyan didn't move at all and was too lazy to pick them up. Are you kidding? You've already spent 200,000 gold coins on the Tianling pill. Why are you wasting time picking up these garbage? If you have this much time, you might as well kill more monsters. In just a few minutes, thousands of undead monsters in the entire canyon were all wiped out by Ling Xuahan. Li Haoyan watched in surprise as his experience value instantly increased from 1% to 12%. So fast. You know, as the level increases, the span of experience points is also quite huge. If an ordinary professional were to upgrade normally, it would probably be dozens of times slower than Li Haoyan. Seeing Ling Xuahan clear out a gathering place of wild monsters in such a short time, Li Haoyan thought again of the benefits of the policy of temporary urban control. If all professionals are unable to leave the city to kill monsters, it would be equivalent to Li Haoyan and Ling Xuahan occupying all the wild monster gathering points in the Donglong Empire. With Ling Xuahan's ability to travel freely through space, she can take Li Haoyan to quickly clear monsters at wild monster gathering points of various levels. In this way, not only can the secret be kept, but there is also no need to worry about being seen by others. Moreover, since no one is competing for the monsters, the efficiency of monster farming can be maximized. I have to say that in order to allow Li Haoyan to upgrade quickly, Marshal Li really tried every possible way. After Ling Xuahan had cleared out all the undead monsters in the canyon, Ling Xuahan, dressed in a silver-white suit and looking like the god of time and space, reappeared in a flash. She smiled gently at Li Haoyan. Done. Let's go to the next wild monster gathering point. As he spoke, Ling Xuahan waved his hand again and took Jiang Zhen and Li Haoyan and disappeared into the space crack, directly teleporting to the next planned monster spawning area. At this moment, the door of Wang Qingfeng's office, who was in charge of Tsinghua College, was suddenly knocked. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Qingfeng said calmly, "Come in." A subordinate from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs pushed open the door and said respectfully, "Vice President, Kenjin Kobe from Sakura Country called via video and wants to meet with you." Wang Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. Amaterasu's Kenjin? What does he want to do? The subordinate said, "The Early Rice College in Sakura Country has applied for cross-border exchanges with our college recently, but now we have implemented a ban on the country. Kobe Kenjin wants to discuss cross-border exchanges with you." Transnational communication? Wang Qingfeng was slightly startled, and after a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand nonchalantly. It seems that this is indeed the case. I almost forgot about it. Tell him that all activities are canceled during the ban, and we can talk about it later when we have time. The subordinate bowed and agreed. Yes, Vice President. Sakura Country, Amaterasu Headquarters. Let's talk about it later when we have time. Although we have already expected that Donglong would not be able to carry out cross-border exchanges at this time, Wang Qingfeng's statement is really not polite at all. Kobe Ichiro said gloomily. Kenjin Kobe's face also darkened. As the president of Amaterasu, the most powerful guild in Sakura Country, the other party was too lazy to even give him the most basic respect and directly asked a subordinate to pass on the message, which clearly showed that they did not take him seriously. Kenjin Kobe snorted angrily, with a faint light flickering in his eyes. Baga, the East Dragon Empire, is becoming more and more arrogant. He suddenly turned his head to look at Kobe Ichiro and said fiercely, "Ichiro, follow the plan and start the faction confrontation copy. For those below level 50, the maximum number of people allowed to enter a faction confrontation dungeon is 50. We have the greatest advantage in this type of small team-level dungeon. Choose 10 close combat experts from the Samurai Division and 10 Vanguard Scouts from the Ninja Division to cooperate with the 30 Yin-Yang Masters from the Yin-Yang Division. Based on the level of low-level professionals in the East Dragon Empire in recent years, with you leading the team, they will definitely be defeated. Since the East Dragon Empire likes to be a coward, let's force them out." Chapter 43. Provocation from the Sakura Country. Hearing his father's words, Ichiro Kobe's eyes showed excitement and bloodthirsty light. Just in time. I didn't get enough kills in the last Abyss dungeon. This time, I must kill to my heart's content. Ha ha ha. Half an hour later, a piece of news suddenly appeared in the dungeon hall, attracting the attention of countries around the world. The Sakura Kingdom took the initiative to challenge the East Dragon Empire to a camp confrontation. In the Free Federation, when Parker Williams, president of the Source God Guild, heard the news reported by his subordinates, An amused smile appeared on his lips. Interesting. It seems that those Japanese from Sakura country can't get in either. Are they trying to force information out of us in the dungeon? Donglong Empire, Tianjing City Dungeon Hall. All the professionals looked at the camp copy challenge prompt angrily, and angry shouts and curses rang out one after another. Above it, there is a challenge declaration by the Amaterasu Guild of Sakura Country to open a faction confrontation copy. Under the age of 50, Sakura is invincible, and life and death are left to fate. Fuck, is the Sakura Country so arrogant? How dare they challenge us like this? Fuck it, I can't stand it anymore. Those short guys from Sakura Country actually dare to call themselves invincible? Are there any brothers below level 50? Come in with me and beat them up. Fuck, count me in. I hate those Japanese showing off. A wave of abuse suddenly broke out in the dungeon halls of various cities in the East Dragon Empire. Many professionals over level 40 signed up to participate in the faction confrontation, ready to teach the Sakura Country a lesson. Faction confrontation copies can only be initiated by guilds. The confrontation venue is fixed in the Canyon of Kings, divided into red and blue sides. Each side has 50 people entering the dungeon to engage in a camp confrontation. Within the limited conditions, both camps can select their own players to enter. This is equivalent to a simplified version of the International War instance, which is usually used by major guilds to hone their coordination and provide experience for newcomers. But usually, faction confrontation copies are conducted in the home country. Even when communicating internationally, all the major guilds have to make prior agreements. Otherwise, it would be no different from a naked provocation. However, this faction confrontation copy in Sakura Country is not aimed at a certain guild, but at all guilds in the East Dragon Empire. Moreover, they dared to make such a declaration. This is not a training or exchange at all, but a naked provocation. Tsinghua College, Dean's office. A subordinate rushed in a hurry and shouted, "Dean, Sakura Country has opened a faction challenge dungeon to all guilds in our country. Many students in our academy have been angered and have also participated." Wang Qingfeng frowned. Faction confrontation dungeon? What level of faction confrontation dungeon is it? Within level 50. Level 50? Could it be that they're looking for trouble because we rejected their exchange visit? Wang Qingfeng sneered. Childish. Those below level 50 are all low-level professionals. The onmyoji of Sakura Country can indeed have a lot of advantages at this low-level stage. But what's the point? The strength of a country depends mainly on its mid- and high-level combat capabilities. Even if they win this kind of game-like confrontation, will other countries still look up to them? Don't worry about them. If they want to play such low-level games, just let them play by themselves. The subordinate's face was full of worry. But President, the Sakura Country's challenge declaration is life and death are up to fate. I am worried that they may. Wang Qingfeng suddenly raised his head and stared at him intently. What did you say? Life and death are determined by fate? The Sakura Nation wants to kill people in the faction confrontation copy. At this time, more and more people gathered in the copy halls of major cities in the Donglong Empire. All of these people were staring at the battle report of the faction confrontation copy with excitement. Hey, we took down the first defense tower in the bottom lane so quickly. The Sakura Country is not that great. They just boast a lot. We took down the top lane defense tower first. Awesome. There are 3 passages leading to the opponent's camp crystal in the camp confrontation copy, and there are 3 defense towers on each passage, for a total of 9 defense towers. Generally speaking, victory is achieved by breaking through the opponent's camp crystal. First of all, you need to try to destroy the opponent's defense tower and weaken the opponent's defense. This not only requires the professional himself to be strong enough, but also requires a certain amount of wisdom and planning. Most of the time, the sooner you break through the opponent's defense tower, the more advantage you will have in the subsequent camp confrontation. Although you can't see the specific camp confrontation scene from the outside, you can roughly judge which side has the advantage from the offense and defense situation of the defense tower. Those Japanese from Sakura Country are just shouting so loudly. But look, it hasn't been long since we took down 2 defense towers. They can't do anything about it. Beida and Tsinghua are still the best. Look at Shangguan Jie and Wang Rui's points. They're far ahead of the others. They must have led the team to push down those 2 defense towers. Seeing that their side had the upper hand, excited discussions broke out in every dungeon hall. However, at this moment, suddenly, the middle lane tower on the red team was also pushed by the opponent. The discussion on the field suddenly stopped and then started again. It's okay, it's okay. We've already taken down 2 of the other side's towers, so it doesn't matter if we give up 1. That's right. What's going on? Why did Shangwan Jie's name turn gray? Fuck. Shangwan Jie is dead? Those idiots actually killed him. Then, not only Shangwan Jie, but Wang Rui's name also turned black. On the red camp side, the names of more than a dozen people instantly turn gray. In the faction confrontation copy, when the name turns gray, it means death. Oh shit, our second tower in the middle lane was also pushed. What's going on? Could it be that those squashes took aphrodisiacs? Why are they so strong? It's over. The 3 towers in the middle lane have also fallen. They've taken over the high ground. Then, a few minutes later, the red team's crystal was still there, but the members of the red camp died at a faster rate, and their names turned gray one after another. What's going on? With the enemy's advantage, they should have destroyed the crystal long ago. Are our people still holding on and defending the high ground? Fuck, what are we defending? Those damned idiots from Sakura country have no intention of pushing the crystal. These bastards want to kill us all. Fuck, has the Sakura country gone crazy? How dare they challenge our Donglong so blatantly? These squash don't think they're their white dads, do they? Damn it. 10 minutes later, all members of the red camp turned gray. The red camp, everyone died. In an instant, all the copy halls of the Donglong Empire were silent for a while, and then exploded instantly. How dare the Sakura country, a mere country, be so arrogant? Chapter 44, Level 30. New Skill Tank. This matter, Amaterasu Headquarters, Copy Hall. With a look of arrogance on his face, Ichiro Kobe laughed heartily. Killing is so fucking satisfying. Kobe Kinjin asked in a deep voice. Ichiro, did you get any useful information from the interrogation? Kobe Ichiro suppressed a smile and shook his head. No, I don't know if these guys really don't know or are just pretending. They know nothing about the Donglong Forbidden Country. Kambi Kinjin frowned slightly. Perhaps their status is too low, and they can't access secrets of this level. Next to him, an Amayoji offered a smart suggestion. President, since their status is low, why don't we raise the level of the faction confrontation copy to level 50, or even 60 or above? For professionals of this level, the chances of coming into contact with secrets should be much greater, right? Kambi Kinjin looked at him like a fool and cursed. Baka! There are many professionals above level 50 in the East Dragon Empire. It's fine if we bully their low-level professionals, but you want to kill yourself by raising the level to 50. The yin-yang master quickly shrank his neck and dared not say another word. Ichiro Kobe frowned and said, it's definitely not possible to raise it to level 50. I was lucky. I got a complete set of Onmyoji's exclusive legendary orange equipment at level 40, which can increase the ability of all Shikigami by 50%. With this magnitude of attribute bonus, coupled with 5 high-level Shikigami, I can almost sweep all professions at level 40. But when they reach level 50, the professionals of the East Dragon Empire will have advanced awakening bonuses, and their strength will be greatly improved. They will be difficult to deal with then. But if we only have these low-level professionals below level 50, it is indeed not easy for us to obtain useful intelligence. Kobe Kinjin's eyes flickered, and he said, there is another way. If you want to bring in professionals above level 50, you could just set the level and equipment balance. Even without the level 50 advanced awakening and epic equipment bonus, with your strength, you can still crush them. Kobe Ichiro said excitedly, good idea. Haha, this time, I will rub the face of the East Dragon Empire on the ground. Just when all the people of the East Dragon Empire were filled with anger, suddenly, the camp confrontation in the copy hall changed again. Sakura country activated the level and equipment balance function in the faction confrontation copy and continued to shout, Donglong's low-level professionals are all garbage. Replace them with your mid-level professionals. Fuck, so fucking arrogant. Some big guys come and kill them. Even if there's a balance between levels and equipment, the basic attributes of intermediate professionals are much stronger than those damn pumpkins. Is there no one left in Donglong? Where are the people from the 3 major trade unions? Don't be cowards at a time like this. The dungeon hall was suddenly filled with curses. Under the provocation of the Sakura country, a dozen level 50 professionals suddenly appeared and brought a group of level 40 professionals to re-enter the camp to fight against the copy. However, more than 10 minutes later, the names of these people turned gray again. The red camp was once again completely wiped out by the Sakura country. What's going on? When did the Sakura nation become so strong that even a level 50 Big Brother can't beat them? That's impossible. Even if their Onmyoji have an advantage at a lower level, there shouldn't be such a big gap. Just when everyone was confused and puzzled, the leader of the Sakura country camp suddenly revealed his name. Sakura country, Amaterasu Guild, Kobe Ichiro. At the same time, the challenge statement for the faction confrontation copy was also changed. The first person below level 50, the sick man of Donglong, come and fight if you don't agree. When they saw this name, everyone had an expression of realization and gnashing of teeth on their faces. Shit, it turns out to be that sissy Kobe cowherd. Damn, this guy is so lucky that he has collected all the legendary suits exclusive to Onmyoji. That's a 50% bonus to Shikigami, and it's not much different from the ordinary epic suit. I almost died at his hands in the last Abyss dungeon. This is troublesome. With his 5 powerful Shikigami, Kobe Jurang is completely invincible below level 50. There is no way to defeat him. We in the East Dragon Empire are full of talented people. I don't believe that there is no one who can match Kobe Cowherd. What about those top students from Tsinghua and Beida? Come on. Just when the dungeon hall was in chaos, Li Haoyan, under the leadership of Ling Xuahan, traveled to various wild monster gathering points in the territory, frantically killing monsters to gain experience. For a whole day, Ling Xuahan and Jiang Jun took turns to fight. Whenever they arrived at a place, they would use their ultimate skills to cover the place with firepower and kill people indiscriminately. By the time the sun set, Li Haoyan's level had finally reached 30. Upon hearing the news, Ling Xuahan and Jiang Jun were both shocked and gathered around excitedly. Finally 30. Haoyan, come take a look at your skills and new talents. Even Ling Xuahan, who has a cold personality, had a hot look in his eyes. Li Haoyan was also a little excited and nervous and directly opened his attribute panel. The 10 points of free potential are still added directly to the spiritual power value. Then, Li Haoyan immediately pulled the attribute panel to the bottom and opened the talent column. Sure enough, after level 30, a new skill was unlocked. Skill, Heavy Tank. Skill description, summons a heavy tank. Every minute the tank exists, 16 points of spiritual power are consumed. The heavy tank has the following functions: movement, radar detection scanning, and attack. The main gun has a caliber of 125 millimeters, a flat shooting distance of 3,000 meters, and a maximum elevation range of 16,000 meters at 45 degrees. It can be equipped with other superweapons. Note, after the spiritual power value returns to 0, the heavy tank will be automatically retracted. Seeing the effect of this skill, the three of them gasped at the same time. Jiang Jun exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, the maximum range is 16,000 meters? If you use your God's Eye view to aim, the enemy won't even know where you are and will be killed. This is too abnormal." Ling Xuahan was also shocked. More importantly, with the defense of a heavy tank, no professional below level 50 can break through it with one strike. Even if the phantom professions with the most abnormal attack power focus their firepower, they will have to fight continuously for more than a minute. If this is equipped with other superweapons, if it is in a closed venue, wouldn't it be invincible below level 50 and sweep all the way? Starting from level 30, the mechanic will have powerful heavy superweapons. At this time, if the mechanic has accumulated enough, he will actually have the strength to fight against 100 enemies of the same level. For example, if the mechanic hides inside the tank to output damage, the enemy basically has no way to deal with the mechanic until the ammunition is exhausted and the enemy breaks the tank's armor defense. And if this mechanic is Li Haoyan, then it would be even more confusing. You know, Li Haoyan's tank has no ammunition limit. Chapter 45 New Talent, Mechanical Substitute. After spending such a long time killing monsters, Li Haoyan's God's perspective has already expanded to a range of nearly 30,000 meters, which is a full 30 kilometers. With a maximum range of 16,000 meters of this heavy tank, Li Haoyan is fully capable of using the main gun to carry out long-range precision strikes with a God's perspective, and he can do so without stopping. By the way, he can also monitor all movements within 30 kilometers. With his current spiritual power, he can easily summon dozens of tanks. If the tanks are equipped with Gatling machine guns, rocket launchers, and Barretts, the firepower coverage will be increased. Dozens of tanks are rolling over. No matter whether you're a phantom god or not, everyone has to kneel down. The main point is to treat everyone equally. Unless the opponent can run 16,000 meters away in an instant before the shell hits the ground. Otherwise, he will be exposed to Li Haoyan's attack range, and it will be useless even if he can become invisible. Don't forget, heavy tanks are equipped with radar monitoring systems. This is fucking terrifying. Moreover, only ultra-long-range attack professions like the mechanic can attack at this distance, while other professions can only passively take the beating. Dealing with low-level professionals is like a high-tech civilization bombarding knife-wielding natives. Jiang Jun and Ling Xuahan looked at each other, and while they were shocked, they couldn't wait to look at the talent column next to them. At this time, in addition to the original infinite ammunition and God's perspective in the talent column, a new string of text lit up. Mechanic exclusive talent. The third stage, mechanical substitute. Note 1. When a main body is attacked, you can choose to exchange positions with one of the summoned superweapons and let the superweapon bear all the damage for you. Note 2. Level 40 can unlock the fourth stage exclusive talent. Seeing this talent, the three were stunned. Jiang Jun raised his head and looked at Li Haoyan hesitantly. Junior brother, if I follow this explanation of talent, can I understand that as long as you still have spiritual power and can summon superpowered weapons, it is equivalent to immortality? Li Haoyan subconsciously thought. The talent doesn't seem to have a cooldown time, right? In this case, this talent should always be effective. Then, it seems to be no different from immortality. Hiss! 3 deep inhalations were heard at the same time, almost swallowing up this small piece of air. Ling Xuahan was shocked and said, This is too abnormal. Even the invincible golden body of Buddhism can only be used once a day, and you can use it at will. Li Haoyan's eyes sparkled, and he said eagerly, How about we give it a try? Ling Xuahan and Jiang Jun looked at each other and nodded heavily. Then Li Haoyan took a few steps back, thought about it, and summoned out 10 group pistols at once. According to the explanation of mechanical stand, there is no regulation on the type of superpowered weapon that bears the damage for the original body. In other words, the judgment of this mechanical substitute is based on quantity, and there is no requirement for quality. In this case, the Glot pistol is naturally the best choice. Seeing the Groot pistol floating next to Li Haoyan, Ling Xuahan asked cautiously, Junior brother, are you ready? Li Haoyan nodded excitedly and expectantly. I'm ready. Come on, second senior sister. Ling Xuahan's eyes focused, and he waved towards Li Haoyan casually. Then, a bright silver cross flew out of his hand and headed straight towards Li Haoyan. Space cross slash. The sharp cross slash arrived in an instant and landed on Li Haoyan. Then in the next moment, Li Haoyan's body flashed with light and suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was a matte silver Groot pistol. Crack! The Glot pistol was instantly split into 4 pieces by the spatial crosscut and fell to the ground. Ling Xuahan and Jiang Jun subconsciously looked to the side. Li Haoyan's body suddenly rose up beside him, replacing one of the Glot pistols. Li Haoyan quickly checked his body and touched it, and sure enough, it was intact. Although they had expected this, Ling Xuahan and Jiang Jun were still shocked. The mechanic, as a phantom profession with explosive attack power, has always been looked down upon by people. The 3 most important reasons are: 1. Poor battery life. 2nd, it takes a long time to take shape and consumes too many resources. 3. After a wave of outbursts, you will immediately become a burden to the team and can easily be attacked from the back row by assassin-type enemies. But now, Li Haoyan has made up for all 3 shortcomings. As long as there is spiritual power, you can bomb the entire course with unlimited ammunition. His skill is to directly provide superpowered weapons, and he can summon them infinitely without having to spend extra resources to build and accumulate assets. Coupled with the innate mechanical substitute he has now unlocked, Li Haoyan's current spiritual power alone is equivalent to having thousands of lives. Unless the opponent can kill him 1,000 times in seconds, Li Haoyan will not die at all. What's more important is that Li Haoyan is only level 30 now. When his level is increased in the future, With the spiritual power value of a magic profession, it will easily be more than tens of thousands. What's the point of killing him? Suddenly, Ling Xuahan's eyes moved, as if he had thought of something, and he looked at Li Haoyan with a burning gaze. Junior brother, I remember you said that after these superpowered weapons of yours are summoned, as long as you don't actively cancel them, they will not disappear automatically, but will continue to consume spiritual power to maintain their existence, right? Li Haoyan nodded. That's right, second senior sister. Why did you suddenly think of asking this? Ling Xuahan said excitedly. Then if you summon a Groot pistol and put it home, will it also remain in existence? Li Haoyan's eyes lit up. Second senior sister, what do you mean? Ling Xuahan nodded heavily. This is equivalent to a golden medal of immunity from death. For professions above level 30, the natural recovery speed of spiritual power has been greatly improved, and the Groot pistol only consumes a little spiritual power per minute. This consumption rate can be fully compensated by the natural spiritual power recovery rate of the magic profession, and there is even a large margin. As long as you always have a Groot pistol at home, no one can kill you. Not only that, it is also equivalent to a safe teleportation point. While helping you resist damage, it can also teleport you to a safe area. It kills two birds with one stone. Jiang Zhen opened his mouth wide. Can we still play like this? Li Haoyan's mind instantly expanded, and he said excitedly, with my current natural spiritual power recovery speed, I can afford to supply not only one, but even several Groot pistols at the same time. Inspired by Ling Xuahan, he instantly thought of several cool ideas. Hey, if that's the case, there are a lot more ways to play. Chapter 46 Headshot Teleport. Hearing Li Haoyan's words, Ling Xuahan immediately asked curiously, Oh, have you thought of other uses for it? Li Haoyan chuckled. Second senior sister, if we only keep a Groot pistol at home, then if something unexpected happens, won't we have no choice but to go home? This is too inconvenient. I can carry a Groot pistol with me. If I'm attacked, I can use the Groot pistol to take the damage from me, so I don't have to teleport back home. Besides that, I can also leave a Groot pistol at home in the Tianjing City Guild, or in other places I often go. In this way, isn't it like a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows? Even if the enemy wants to ambush me, it will be impossible. Jiang Zhen suddenly realized, that's right, if you leave a few more places, even if an enemy targets you in the future, he won't be able to find every one of your teleportation points. This way it will be much safer. Li Haoyan nodded and said, Yes, that's what I mean. He said excitedly, Not only that, I can also use these Groot pistols as a mobile teleportation array at any time. No matter where I want to go, as long as there is a Groot pistol left there in advance, when I want to go there later, can I be teleported there instantly through the mechanical stand? Ling Xuahan asked in confusion. It seems that your mechanical substitute cannot teleport actively? It will only take effect when it receives fatal damage. Li Haoyan chuckled. That's easy. Can't I just summon a superpowered weapon and shoot myself in the head? The talent notes don't say that fatal damage must come from the outside, right? Ling Xuahan and Jiang Zhen's eyes widened immediately. Hiss! Headshot teleport? You're such a freaking genius. Being so cruel to yourself. Li Haoyan continued. When I get to the area I want to go to, I will summon a Groot pistol to make up for it, and I can continue to teleport next time. This is much more convenient than the city teleportation array. More importantly, this method can also be used for dungeon exploration and outdoor fixed-point teleportation. It's like infinite flash. Li Haoyan's eyes lit up as he spoke. In addition, I can also let others carry the Glot pistol and use the Glot pistol as a location to summon me. The superpowered weapon I summon is spiritually connected to me. If the distance is too far, I may not be able to control it to attack, but I can sense it. As long as we agree on a signal in advance, such as tapping the gun 3 times in a row, I can sense it immediately. If you need my help, just shoot 3 times, and I will immediately kill myself with a headshot and then teleport to that person. With my attack power, it will definitely be of great help. As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Xuahan and Jiang Zhen looked at each other, subconsciously imagining such a scene in their minds. Li Haoyan's level is low now, so for professionals of their level, he may not be of much help. But what if Li Haoyan reaches level 50, 60, or 70 in the future? It is no exaggeration to say that he alone is definitely worth thousands of troops. Imagine if they were out there fighting the enemy or were ambushed by the enemy. When the enemy thought they had won, they suddenly took out their grot pistols and fired 3 times. Then, Li Haoyan descended from the sky with hundreds of superpowered weapons. What kind of expression would the enemy have? Damn, it's so exciting just thinking about it. This is a true strategic-level existence. Call. Ling Xuahan exhaled, looked at Li Haoyan and sighed. Teacher's decision is indeed correct. As long as you can grow up, our Donglong Empire will surely take off again. Jiang Zhen also shook his head and sighed. Junior brother, your mechanic-exclusive talent is getting more and more abnormal. Now, I'm more curious about the talents you haven't unlocked yet. Li Haoyan chuckled. Third brother, don't talk about you. I'm also very curious. Ling Xuahan smiled helplessly. Don't worry, with the speed at which we kill monsters, it won't take long to reach level 40. She looked up at the sun that was about to set and said to Li Haoyan, Junior brother, it's getting late. Let's stop here for today. Let's go back and have a meal and rest. By the way, change your equipment into pink ones. When you reach level 30, you can go to the Endless Altar. After the sun sets, the danger in the wild will increase exponentially. To be safe, we will only come to the wild to kill monsters during the day and rest at night, allowing these monsters in the wild to recover. If you're free at night, you can go to the Endless Altar by yourself. At this point, Ling Xuahan smiled and said, as a single-player instance, the number of monsters in the Endless Altar is extremely staggering, and it is extremely challenging for any profession. But for a mechanic like you who has unlimited ammunition, the Endless Altar is like it was tailor-made for you. Li Haoyan nodded excitedly. Okay, second senior sister, let's go back now. Ling Xuahan casually tore open a space crack, took Li Haoyan and Jiang Zhen in, and disappeared. Tsinghua College, Dean's office. Wang Qingfeng frowned, and the fire in his eyes fluctuated like a volcano about to erupt. Suddenly, a space crack appeared quietly, then expanded, and 3 people walked out of it. They were Ling Xuahan and the other 2 who had returned after gaining experience. Ling Xuahan saw Wang Qingfeng's angry face and asked in surprise, Big brother, what's wrong with you? Did someone make you angry? Wang Qingfeng saw junior brother Ling Xuahan and his junior sister coming back, and said in a deep voice, Those Japanese people from Sakura country are too arrogant. Today they... In just a few words, Wang Qingfeng told his fellow students what had happened today. That Kobe Ichiro relied on his legendary suit that was exclusive to Onmyoji to suppress our Donglong Empire in the faction confrontation dungeon for an entire afternoon. So far, our Donglong Empire has lost hundreds of professionals below level 50, many of whom are elite students from Tsinghua and Beida. What's even more annoying is that in order to attract professionals above level 50 to participate by balancing their levels and equipment, he even enabled the faction energy storage and used the auras produced by the faction confrontation dungeon as rewards, attracting hundreds of mid-level professionals above level 50 to die. With a bang, Wang Qingfeng slammed the table angrily. But he keeps saying things like, wealth and honor are sought through risk, and the best halo is obtained by those who are capable. I really want to kill that brat. Upon hearing this, the faces of Ling Xuahan and the other 2 instantly turned gloomy. Ling Xuahan's face was filled with murderous intent. Is the Sakura country seeking death? How dare they provoke us so arrogantly? Wang Qingfeng said in a deep voice, Those Japanese people in Sakura country should not dare to oppose us so blatantly. If I am not mistaken, it must be instructed by the Free Federation again, and the purpose is to test the reason why we implemented the ban on the country. If we take action against Sakura country, the Free Federation will definitely take the opportunity to get involved. It's not the first or second time that they have used Sakura country as a pawn. Chapter 47. Li Haoyan goes to battle. Is it the Free Federation behind this again? Jiang Zhen frowned. Ling Xuahan's mask was frost-covered. Even if the Free Federation was behind this, the people killed by the Sakura country were real, and they deserved to die just the same. Wang Qingfeng was somewhat helpless. It's true that he deserves to die, but below level 50, that little sissy Kobe Ichiro is really a bit tricky. Besides, I think the Amaterasu Guild probably drew a lot of elites to cooperate with Ichiro Kobe. In this small-scale faction confrontation dungeon, the Onmyoji and the Shikigami can fight with more people. If there are ninjas attacking secretly, our professionals below level 50 will be at a disadvantage. Hearing Wang Qingfeng's words, Li Haoyan's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, "Big brother, how about letting me try?" Wang Qingfeng was stunned for a moment and looked at Li Haoyan in surprise. "You? No. What if something unexpected happens in the dungeon? What's more, if you participate in the faction confrontation dungeon, your abilities will be exposed to your teammates. If they are accidentally leaked, it will be troublesome." Li Haoyan thought for a moment and asked, "Big brother, as I recall, there doesn't seem to be a rule in the faction confrontation dungeon that the number of people in both camps must be the same, right?" Wang Qingfeng nodded subconsciously. As long as the number of people is within the limit, any number of people will do. Li Haoyan smiled slightly. "That's easy. I remember that you can hide your name in the faction confrontation copy. As long as I hide my name and participate alone, can I continue to keep it secret?" Wang Qingfeng's eyes widened instantly. "You're going to fight the camp alone?" He shook his head like a rattle. No. Those Shikigami are fine, but the ninjas of Sakura country are the best at all kinds of escape techniques, invisibility, and assassination. If they get close to you by accident, even if you have unlimited firepower, you won't be able to withstand a single blow from them." Hearing Li Haoyan's words, Ling Xuahan's expression slightly moved, revealing an excited look. "That's not necessarily true. If I equip my junior brother with a full set of pink clothes and increase his spiritual power, those Japanese squashes in Sakura country will really not be my junior brother's opponent." Wang Qingfeng looked at Ling Xuahan with dissatisfaction. Junior brother's attack is indeed powerful, but the key is that he has no life-saving skills. If he is attacked by the opponent, it will be troublesome. We can't take such a risk. Ling Xuahan smiled and said, "Big brother, junior brother has now reached level 30. Wang Qingfeng subconsciously said, "Even if I reach level 30, I can't withstand a blow from the opponent." However, before he could finish his words, his body suddenly shook and he reacted immediately. Although other professions will see improvements when they reach level 30, it is unlikely to bring about any major changes. But Li Haoyan is different. When he reaches level 30, he will be able to unlock a new talent. Could it be that? Wang Qingfeng looked at Li Haoyan impatiently. "Junior brother, have you unlocked a new talent? What is the effect of the new talent?" Li Haoyan chuckled, and without explaining, he directly displayed his attribute panel. Mechanic exclusive talent. The third stage, mechanical substitute. Note 1. When the main body is attacked, you can choose to exchange positions with one of the summoned superweapons and let the superweapon bear all the damage for you. Note 2. Level 40 can unlock the fourth stage, exclusive talent. Oh my god! When Wang Qingfeng saw the description of this talent, his eyes widened. This talent doesn't have a cooldown time or a limit on the number of times it can be used. He looked at Li Haoyan blankly. Li Haoyan nodded with a smile. "We have tried it, and there is indeed nothing. Doesn't that mean that unless you use up all your superpowered weapons, you are equivalent to being immortal?" "Yeah, that's about it." "Damn, you're trying to be invincible. It's like you're cheating." Wang Qingfeng couldn't help but swear. Ling Xuahan added, "Big brother, take a look at the new skills that junior brother has unlocked." "Oh, yes, at level 30, junior brother's skill has also been unlocked." Wang Qingfeng quickly looked at the skill bar. Heavy tank, maximum range 16,000 meters. Hiss! Wang Qingfeng took a breath of cold air. He said in a daze, "I remember that the map of the faction confrontation instance seemed to be only about 10 kilometers in radius? Doesn't this mean that Haoyan's skill can fire all over the map? Directly bombard the opponent's crystal with your own crystal?" Ling Xuahan nodded heavily, his eyes shining brightly. "That's right. Moreover, after such a long time of killing monsters today, Junior Brother's God's perspective has expanded to a range of 30 kilometers. He can completely take in the map of the entire faction confrontation instance and monitor the overall situation. Plus, heavy tanks are equipped with radar detection and scanning devices. Even if the Sakura Nation ninjas can become invisible, as long as they get close to me, I will be discovered immediately. At that time, I will only need to focus my fire to kill them instantly. And even if they can really sneak attack me, I still have a mechanical substitute. As long as I throw out a few dozen group pistols just in case, I will never lose. Wait, let me sort it out first." Wang Qingfeng paced quickly in the room excitedly. There are tanks attacking with concentrated fire, bombing the entire map, and dozens of group pistols to guard against assassin sneak attacks. If we combine this with dozens of Gatling guns and rocket launchers to provide short and medium-range firepower coverage, this is simply invulnerable. Wang Qingfeng swung his fist heavily and laughed out loud. Good fellow. This is equivalent to being invincible from the very beginning. Li Haotian smiled and said, Big brother, can you rest assured now? Wang Qingfeng's eyes flickered. I'm relieved. I am relieved. This time, I will make sure those Japanese squash from Sakura country pay the price. Junior brother, let's go now. Those Japanese dared to provoke our Donglong. This time, it's our turn to fight back. Having said that, Wang Qingfeng excitedly took Li Haotian and others to the dungeon hall. At this time, a large number of Tsinghua students gathered in the dungeon hall, looking at the Sakura country camp indignantly and cursing at the dungeon. If I ever get the chance to catch these damn bastards, I will kill them. Fuck, Kobe Cowherd's legendary suit exclusive to On My OG is too buggy. It's impossible to defeat anyone below level 50. I really can't get over this, it's too disgusting. Is there no talented boss in our Donglong Empire who can come out and take care of him? Alas, he has several powerful Shikigami, and with their equipment, it's impossible for anyone below level 50 to defeat him. Listening to the noisy discussions, Li Haotian looked up and saw the declaration on the faction confrontation copy was extremely glaring. Are all the people below level 50 in Donglong sick men? There's no one left? Li Haotian's eyes flashed with coldness, and he murmured, Sick man? I'll kill you if I can't. Chapter 48. One person's camp confronts. Ling Shuahan glanced at the declaration on the notice board. His eyes flashed with coldness, and he warned Li Haotian, Junior brother, all your blue clothes have been replaced with pink clothes. Add to that the legendary equipment you got in the Abyss dungeon before, and your total spiritual power value has exceeded 2,000. It should be enough for firepower. After you go in and complete the first wave of summons, focus on snatching the opponent's red and blue elite monsters. The red and blue elites can provide you with a 30% attack power bonus and a 30% soul recovery speed respectively. With these two buffs, you can cast it freely. Li Haotian nodded seriously. Okay, second senior sister, I understand. After saying that, Li Haotian entered the camp to fight against the copy teleportation array through the hidden channel specially opened for him by Wang Qingfeng. Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild. Kenjin Kobe looked at the faction confrontation copy information on the public notice board with a smug look on his face. An hour ago, no one had entered the Donglong Empire's camp confrontation copy preparation room, and it had been empty ever since. Obviously, the low-level professionals of the Donglong Empire were scared of being killed by Kobe Ichiro. Even though he was extremely angry, he didn't dare to enter rashly. On the blue side, representing the Sakura country, Ichiro Kobe arrogantly opened the global chat permission. While chatting with the onlookers all over the world, he mocked the low-level professionals of the Donglong Empire, saying that they were all sickly young men, and none of them could fight. Hey, everyone says that Donglong is a world-class country, and the number of professionals is the highest in the world. I didn't expect that they are all eccentrics. I am really disappointed. Young Master is so powerful that those little brats from the East Dragon Empire can only wait to be killed when they see him. That's right. In my opinion, if you break through level 50 and become a mid-level professional, even those in the East Dragon Empire who have completed Advanced Awakening will not be your opponent. Abroad, low-level professionals from the Free Federation looked at the chat window and laughed. TSK, TSK. This time, Donglong has really lost face. He was simply rubbed to the ground by those dwarfs from Sakura country. Hey, you know what? That sissy Kobe Ichiro is quite capable. He actually suppressed Donglong like this. He was lucky. He got a set of top-quality legendary suit. However, he can only have fun below level 50. If he encounters those professionals in the East Dragon Empire who have completed Advanced Awakening and are not restricted by level and equipment, he will be finished in minutes. Yes, in terms of the combat power of mid- and high-level professionals, Sakura Country and Donglong are still far behind. At this moment, a professional nearby suddenly asked in surprise, Huh? Donglong has another person coming in. Oh, even after being killed like this, there are still people in Donglong who are so stubborn. Interesting. As long as someone starts it, it's possible that others will join. Wait until Donglong's people are all here before calling me. I want to see how long they can hold out this time. Damn it, this guy actually locked onto a faction. Does he want to fight 50 people from Sakura country alone? What? One person can lock the camp. As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly attracted everyone's attention, and the crowd gathered around with a whoosh. Holy siete! He has really locked on a one side, and he has even initiated a request for war? Who is this person? He is so tough. He hit his name. Wow, he's actually an unsung hero. Interesting. In the East Dragon Empire, the changes in the faction confrontation copy also aroused heated discussions among everyone. Damn, our Donglong is really full of passionate men. This guy is really brave. How do you know it's a man? Maybe he's a heroine. Hey, to be able to do such an arrogant thing, except for the void god of war Ling Xuan back then, I have never seen a woman so tough. Well, that's true. In the Blue Camp's preparation room, 50 Sakura country professionals participating in the camp confrontation copy looked at each other in disbelief. One of the Yin-Yang masters hesitated and asked, "Who on earth is this guy? Does he really want to fight 50 of us alone? He's not carrying any secret weapon, is he? The kind that requires martyrdom. Baga, what secret weapon have you seen that allows one person to defeat 50 people? Who said there isn't? A mechanic can fight 100 people alone. What the hell? A mechanic below level 50 wants to fight 50 people in a faction confrontation dungeon? Are you crazy? That's right. Without the protection of other professionals, I could just turn invisible and kill him with one sword. How can he use his head to fight 50 of us?" Ichiro Kobe was also confused and puzzled. He frowned as he looked at the professional from the East Dragon Empire, whose name was full of question marks. After knowing that I was leading the team, how could he be so confident that he could fight 50 people at once? Strange, I haven't heard of any particularly powerful people among the low-level professionals in the East Dragon Empire. Forget it. Maybe he's just a brain-dead, angry young man who's looking for death and is blinded by anger. Ichiro Kobe thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Finally, he shook his head and clicked start. In the red team's preparation room, Li Haoyan's eyes flashed coldly, with excitement and murderous intent on his face, as he looked at the most conspicuous name in the opposing camp. "Kobe Ichiro, dare to provoke my Donglong Empire. You're seeking death." Suddenly, a strong white light appeared in the preparation room, submerging Li Haoyan. As the scene before his eyes changed, the familiar feeling of teleportation quickly faded away. When Li Haoyan's focus became clear again, he had arrived at an open space similar to a square. In the center of the open space, there is a red crystal suspended in the air. Li Haoyan looked around and murmured, "Is this the battlefield for the faction confrontation dungeon, the Canyon of Kings?" The next moment, Li Haoyan summoned dozens of Groot pistols without hesitation and scattered them around the crystal of his own camp. Then, he expanded his perspective, and his vision quickly spread outward. In the blink of an eye, the entire map of the Canyon of Kings appeared in Li Haoyan's field of vision. This is a canyon that is similar to a rectangle, with the red position where he is located and the blue position where the Sakura country is located at the two opposite corners of the rectangle. In the entire canyon, there are 3 roads, upper, middle, and lower, which can lead to the enemy's position. The canyon is divided by a river in the middle, and there are 9 defense towers on the roads between the two camps. In Li Haoyan's field of vision, 50 people appeared on the opposite position. Among them, there were 10 people wearing black night clothes, with black cloth covering their faces and holding kunai in their hands. After they were teleported out, they quickly disappeared and fled in all directions. Li Haoyan knew that these should be the ninjas unique to the Sakura country. They were particularly good at hiding, sneak attacks, and assassinations, and were the natural enemies of magic professions. Chapter 49. Fire all over the map. In addition, there were 10 burly men in samurai attire and holding swords, also divided into 3 groups and marching towards this side. This is a samurai from the Sakura country, a typical warrior profession, who is good at frontal attacks. As for the remaining 30 men and women in robes, they immediately made incantations and summoned a large number of strange-looking creatures, which swarmed towards this side. Undoubtedly, these are the magic professions that the Sakura country is most proud of on Myoji. The most conspicuous one among them is naturally Ichiro Kobe, who is known as the #1 young generation in the Sakura country. Depending on the talents of each on Myoji, the quality and quantity of the Shikigami summoned are also different. Most on Myoji can only summon 1 or 2 Shikigami, and only those with high talent can summon 3 or more Shikigami. Li Haoyan was shocked to see that Kobe Ichiro summoned 5 Shikigami. Li Haoyan murmured, Yin-mo, Tsong Fong Ikimo Kirin, Gunu, Ibaraki Duji, Tamamanomi. No wonder this guy can kill so many professionals in Donglong. With so many high-level Shikigami, both offensive and defensive, coupled with the 50% amplification of the Onmyoji exclusive orange equipment, the strength is indeed good. But then, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. What a pity, in front of me, these are not enough. As soon as Li Haoyan had a thought, bang, 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 bang. Huge heavy tanks began to emerge one after another. But in the blink of an eye, 50 medium tanks appeared in front of Li Haoyan. Over there, after releasing 5 Shikigami, Ichiro Kobe immediately rushed to the location of the blue elite monster in his camp. As a mage, if he had a 30% bonus to his soul recovery speed, it would definitely greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. Once I get the blue buff, I'm going to have a good fight with that ignorant guy. Ichiro Kobe muttered to himself as he looked excitedly at the blue elite monster that had revealed itself in the distance. In the red side's position, Li Haoyan also watched the opponent's movements with amusement. Click, click, click. The main gun muzzles of 20 of the tanks quickly began to adjust their angles, pointing at the opposite blue elite monster camp. Then the next moment, with a bang, 20 tanks opened fire at the same time. Boom! The blue elite monsters in the blue camp were instantly blown into pieces by the main guns of 20 tanks. A circle of blue halo immediately appeared under Li Haoyan's figure. At this moment, he felt that his spiritual power recovery speed had increased significantly, and his spiritual power value began to recover quickly. Blue buff, got it. Ichiro Kobe originally had an excited expression on his face, but the next moment, the huge roar and explosion immediately frightened him so much that he stopped in his tracks and watched the blue elite monster in the distance disappear in a flash. His pupils shrank instantly, and he said in shock, what's going on? Has that guy already come over here? Can he teleport? At the same time, a muffled sound was heard from the other side of the blue camp, almost at the same time. Kobe Ichiro looked up in disbelief and said in surprise, that direction seems to be the location of the red elite monster. Could it be? The other Onmyoji who followed Kobe Ichiro quickly controlled his clairvoyant Shikigami to rise rapidly into the sky and look towards the other side. After a moment, he said in shock, Master, the red elite monster on the opposite side has also been killed. Kobe Ichiro was shocked. Impossible. The red elite monster on the opposite side is 2,000 or 3,000 meters away from here. With such a long distance, even a mage can't cover both sides at the same time. Could it be that the person opposite is a mechanic? Thinking of the artillery fire that just killed the blue elite monster, Kobe Ichiro's expression suddenly changed. He thought of the one with the longest attack range among all the professions in Donglong. In the red camp, there was another red halo under Li Haoyan's feet, increasing damage by 30%, and the red buff was obtained. Li Haoyan grinned and murmured, Hey, the buffs are all ready. Let's start pushing the tower. Click, click, click. The main guns of 50 tanks adjusted their direction again, targeting the first defense tower in the middle lane. Boom! With a chorus of roars, 50 main guns simultaneously hit the enemy's first defense in the middle. The durability of the defense tower dropped by more than half in an instant and began to become shaky. Then the next moment, boom! Another round of volleys, and the first defense tower in the middle lane collapsed. The Onmyoji who controlled the clairvoyant Shikigami opened his mouth in shock when he saw the defense tower being destroyed in an instant. He said in horror, Master, the other side has destroyed our first defense tower in the middle lane. Kobe Ichiro's pupils trembled, and he said in disbelief, What? How can it be so fast? His eyes flashed wildly, and he roared with a ferocious expression. With such strong firepower, the opponent must be a mechanic. Baga, find his location and surround him immediately. He has accumulated so many superpowered weapons before he reaches level 50. His identity must be extraordinary. Catch him for me, young master. I have a feeling that he must know the real reason why Donglong issued the ban on the country. In fact, the Donglong Forbidden Kingdom is very likely related to him. Could it be that Old Man Masterly has restarted the mechanical god of war plan? Boom! 9 heavy tanks under the control of Li Haoyan drove out of the high ground and came to the 9 defense towers on the upper, middle, and lower roads, ready for battle. The radar monitoring system on the tank has a range of 5 kilometers, and the distance between these 9 defense towers can just cover the entire area where our camp is located. Just when these tanks were in place, Li Haoyan saw through the radar scanning system that several enemy ninjas crossed the river in the middle and sneaked towards the location of the red and blue elite monsters. Li Haoyan sat in a tank on the high ground of his own camp with his brows raised, muttering, "Want to learn how to steal red and blue buffs from me? You're courting death." Click, click, click. The remaining 40 tanks, neatly arranged in front of the high ground, immediately started moving. Through the god's perspective, aim at the Sakura country ninjas that are sneaking over. The next moment, there was a loud boom, and they opened fire at the same time. Boom! The Onmyoji who controlled the clairvoyant Shikigami's eyes widened instantly. He saw from afar that 5 or 6 flames were rising simultaneously in various places of the Red Army's camp. And in the midst of those flames, there were pieces of shattered limbs and flesh. All the ninjas who sneaked into the Sakura country were killed instantly. At the same time, he also saw clearly the situation on the opposite high ground. See the heavy tanks densely packed on the edge of the high ground, and the lonely tank hiding behind these tanks. Needless to say, he could guess that the mechanic must be hiding in that single tank. Seeing the rows of black gun barrels, Yin-Yang Master felt his scalp tingling and subconsciously said, "Master, the person opposite is indeed the mechanic. I found his position." Chapter 50 Victory. Kobe Ichiro was shocked and said hurriedly, "Where is he? Send a signal quickly to have everyone surround him. The mechanic's attack is terrifying, and he is good at ultra-long-range combat. We must rush to his side as soon as possible." However, the Yin-Yang Master who controlled the 1,000 Miles' eyes could not stop trembling all over, his teeth chattering in shock. It took him a while to come back to his senses and said in disbelief, He is on the high ground of the red team. The mechanic didn't come out at all." The expression on Kobe Ichiro's face froze, and he screamed, "What did you say?" He carried out all the attacks just now on the high ground. "This is impossible. The high ground opposite is about 7,000 to 8,000 meters away from us. What kind of super weapon could he use to attack here? And with such great power?" The 1,000 Miles Yin-Yang Master said in disbelief, "They are heavy tanks, and there are so many of them." Kobe Ichiro was stunned and asked in confusion, "Heavy tank? The power of this thing is indeed terrifying. Its maximum range can indeed cover this side. But it's such a long distance, even radar can't detect it. How did he achieve such a precise strike?" Then, Kobe Ichiro suddenly remembered the words "a lot" that the 1,000 Miles Onmyoji said, and asked gloomily, "How many heavy tanks does he have? Judging from the firepower just now, there must be at least 10, right?" The 1,000 Miles Yin-Yang Master subconsciously counted and stammered in shock. 1, 2, 3, 4. My Amaterasu. He has 50 heavy tanks." Kobe Ichiro's eyes widened instantly, and even his voice changed. You said, Mr. Duo? 50 cars. Fuck, he's pointing the gun at us. Run. The 1,000 Mile Onmyoji roared in fear and rushed back. Kambi Ichiro's pupils shrank instantly, and he quickly made a hand gesture and shouted, "Shikigami substitute technique." The next moment, the firepower of dozens of tanks poured down here, blasting a huge scorched crater in the area. The 4 or 5 Onmyojis following Ichiro Kobe had no time to escape from the attack range and were instantly blown into pieces. Even the Onmyoji with clairvoyance was not spared. Only Ichiro Kobe reacted quickly. Instead of running away, he used the Shikigami substitution technique to escape the disaster. Li Haoyan looked at Kobe Ichiro, who had escaped the tank bombing range in an instant, and looked scared, raised his eyebrows, and murmured, "The little sissy reacts quite quickly? Hey, interesting, let's play slowly." On the other side, Kobe Ichiro was so frightened that he quickly retreated to the high ground of the blue camp. At the same time, he yelled, "Everyone, spread out and rush over to kill that mechanic." The other Sakura country professionals who had already scattered did not have clairvoyant Shikigami. Although they were also surprised at the opponent's powerful firepower, they did not know how powerful it was. From the previous artillery bombardments, they also noticed that the mechanics on the opposite side seemed a little unusual, but under the order of Ichiro Kobe, they subconsciously rushed towards the opponent's camp. Li Haoyan sat in the tank with his arms and legs spread out, and through a god's perspective, he had a panoramic view of the professionals from the Sakura country running around, accurately grasping all the movements on the battlefield. Afterwards, dozens of tanks on the high ground began to fire wildly and bombarded on a large scale. You should know that the mechanic's artillery coverage is not a point-to-point attack, but a ranged damage. Even if the shells did not hit the enemy directly, it was enough to cause casualties within dozens of meters around the landing point. The samurai, ninjas, and onmyojis of the Sakura country were not professions with strong defensive capabilities. They were instantly blown to pieces by Li Haoyan's artillery bombardment. In just one round, more than 20 people in the blue camp were killed. The remaining survivors were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They dared not continue to rush into the red camp and turned around and ran back. Baga, is there really only one mechanic on the other side? Why does he have so many super weapons? It's terrible. We are doomed. He must be Dong Long's secret weapon. Quickly retreat back to the defense tower and use it for cover. Wait until that bastard runs out of ammunition. Then we'll rush over and kill him. Yes. We still have defense towers. Amid the chaotic shouting and yelling, the dozen or so surviving Sakura country professionals quickly hid in their own defense towers. Li Haoyan smiled coldly. You want to play dirty tricks with me? I'll tear you all down. As they spoke, all the gun barrels rotated at the same time, pointing at the top lane tower. Bang! With a coordinated roar, 50 main guns fired at the same time. Boom! The defense tower was immediately blown into pieces, and its durability was immediately shaky. With a 30% attack power bonus from the red buff, Li Haoyan's artillery power is simply terrifying. Under the defense tower here, 2 professionals were terrified. Run. This defense tower is going to be destroyed. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Bang! Another round of salvos. Boom! The defense tower was directly destroyed. Ka-ka-ka. All the tanks turned their guns again, aimed at the second defense tower on the top road, and fired again. The huge and dull sound of artillery fire resounded throughout the canyon, and the defense towers of the blue camp were quickly destroyed. When all the defense towers were destroyed by Li Haoyan, the remaining professionals of Sakura country could only huddle on the high ground trembling, their eyes full of fear and confusion. An yin-yang master with disheveled hair and dull eyes muttered, How is this possible? How is this possible? How on earth did he lock onto us from such a long distance? Could it be? This is the legendary blind sniper? Kobe Ichiro huddled at the back with a look of fear on his face, screaming hysterically at the sky. Who are you? Who the hell are you? I am Amaterasu's young master. If you dare to kill me, my father will never let you go. Li Haoyan had a blank expression on his face and muttered in a low voice. As expected of the Japanese gourd from the Sakura country, he likes to yell and play tricks at every turn. Unfortunately, I can only understand Donglong's lip language, not the bird language of the Sakura country. He glanced at his spiritual power, which was about to be exhausted, and said softly, Bye. A tank consumes 16 spiritual power points per minute, so 50 tanks consume 800 points. More than 3 minutes have passed since the faction confrontation copy began. Fortunately, Li Haoyan harvested the red and blue buffs of his own camp in the middle, which gave him a 30% mana recovery speed and attack power bonus, which allowed him to hold on until now. The next moment, bang! With the last round of salvos, the terrifying firepower instantly crossed the entire battlefield and landed on the blue team's high ground. The professionals from the Sakura country, including Ichiro Kobe, were blown into pieces with a loud bang. Victory! All the blue team members are killed. The red team wins. Chapter 51 Female Boss. Outside Copy Hall. After Li Haoyan locked onto the camp and demanded a war, the dungeon halls in all the cities of the Donglong Empire immediately became noisy. Oh my god, who is this guy? He's so brave that he actually went to war with the Sakura country. Could it be that he was dumped by his girlfriend and couldn't bear it anymore and committed suicide? TSK. I've seen people jumping off buildings and hanging themselves, but this is the first time I've seen a man take on 50 people at once to commit suicide. It's damned heroic. Hey, that's strange. You said he had the courage to commit suicide. So why is he hiding so much and not even daring to reveal his name? Maybe he's afraid that the girlfriend who dumped him will be sad? Fuck, isn't this so sweet? I'm crying. You guys are really talented. Stop your nonsense. The faction confrontation has begun. Can you please shut up and watch carefully? Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild. Kobe Kinjin also said with disdain. 1 against 50? Ha, there are really weirdos every year, especially in Donglong. However, after a few dozen seconds, everyone saw that the first defense tower of the blue camp turned gray. The dungeon hall of the East Dragon Empire was instantly in an uproar. Oh my god, Brother Tangian is so awesome. He fought 50 people alone and even took the lead in destroying the opponent's middle lane tower. This is turning grief and anger into strength, exploding the microcosm. Kento Kobe frowned as he watched his own defense tower being destroyed, feeling something was wrong. Huh? What's the other person's profession? Why is the damage so high? The tower's being pushed too fast. Dozens of seconds passed, and suddenly, the names of 6 people in the blue camp turned gray at the same time. There was silence in the dungeon hall at first, and then everyone's eyes widened and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Fuck, he killed 6 squashes from Sakura Country at once. How did he do it? Oh my god, could he be some hidden master practicing in seclusion? He's so damn powerful. Kinjin Kobe's body trembled slightly and his eyes became solemn. More than 10 seconds later, several professionals from Sakura Country turned gray again. After a while, all the professionals in Sakura Country suddenly turned gray. Next, the blue camp's defense towers turned gray one after another at an astonishing speed. Moreover, professionals in Sakura Country are also dying continuously. In the dungeon hall of the East Dragon Empire, everyone looked at this scene, their mouths wide open in shock, and kept exclaiming OMG. Not only them, but also the spectators from major countries around the world were all stunned. Those golden-haired people in the Free Federation who were watching the fun even suspected that the Sakura Kingdom had suddenly turned against them and joined forces with the East Dragon Empire to put on a show. Fuck, my eyes are clear. Holy shit, is there such a fierce man hidden in Donglong? WTF, am I hallucinating? Bro, why don't you try to slap me? Bang. SH. 3 minutes later, the few remaining names of the blue camp instantly turned gray. Among them is Ichiro Kobe, who is known as the #1 young generation in the land of Sakura. Hiss! The sound of inhaling air echoed in the copy halls of various countries, and the peak oxygen consumption of the entire planet increased instantly. Oh my god, he actually won. He took on 50 opponents and killed them all. Who's this big guy? He's so awesome. Please introduce him to me. I want to marry him to you. Promise yourself? What if this is a female boss? Then I will no longer like men from today on. No matter how wild a gun is, it can't compare to a finger of a female boss. You're awesome. Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild. Kinjin Kobe's eyes suddenly widened, his whole body began to tremble violently, and his lips quivered wildly. Ichiro. The next moment, Kinjin Kobe's eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot, and veins on his forehead bulged. He roared wildly as if he was out of control. Baka! Baka! Who on earth is it? Who dares to kill my precious son? On the notice board in the dungeon hall, the faction's declaration against the dungeon suddenly changed. That's it? The first person below level 50? You're fucked. When seeing this line of words, there was a loud boom, and all the copy halls of the Donglong Empire were boiling almost at the same time. Oh, Donglong is awesome. The boss is so mighty. Haha, I bet the boss is from Yuecheng. Fellow countryman is awesome. It's so funny. I don't know if those illiterate people in Sakura Country can understand our Donglong's profound language and literature. The moment these words came out, the same scene happened in all countries around the world, looking for someone who had stayed in Donglong to translate the last few words. Kobe Kinjin looked at his subordinates with a gloomy face. Tell me, what does the last sentence mean? The subordinate looked at his own president tremblingly and said hesitantly, President, do you really want to know? Kinjin Kobe slapped his subordinate in the face, and with a pa sound, a slap mark instantly appeared on his subordinate's left cheek. Kobe Kinjin shouted, Baka, I told you to say it. The subordinate struggled for a long time and whispered with a look of grievance, Eat shit. Pa, another slap. Kobe Kinjin yelled, Speak louder. I can't hear you clearly. The subordinate stiffened his neck and yelled, Eat shit. An incredible expression appeared on Kinjin Kobe's face, and then it twisted instantly, with his anger skyrocketing. Ori Nima, you dare to scold me like a bastard? Die for me. Kobe Kinjin kicked over and with a bang, his subordinate flew into the air and hit the wall heavily, foaming at the mouth. He raised his hand tremblingly and pointed at Kobe Kinjin, saying with difficulty, Ashiba, you told me to say that. The next moment, he tilted his head and fell into a baby-like sleep. In Tsinghua College, outside the hidden passage of the dungeon hall, the two leaders of the Nuclear Peace Elite and Dragon Group were looking at the notice board with satisfaction. Haha, so cool. It's really fucking enjoyable. That old guy Kobe Kinjin must be mad now. Wang Qingfeng looked pleased. Ling Xuahan exhaled heavily and said excitedly, Junior brother is really amazing. He is worthy of being a mechanic with unlimited ammunition. Even Kambi Ichiro, who has collected a full set of legendary suits, can't hold on for a few minutes. Jiang Zhen raised his fist fiercely and said excitedly, This time, the Sakura country suffered a great loss. We slaughtered all the successors of Amaterasu in front of the whole world. And it was a 1 versus 50 fight. At this time, the content on the bulletin board changed again. Sakura bastard, get excited for me. I can't kill you. As soon as these words came out, the dungeon hall exploded instantly. Fuck, she's really a female boss. Oh my god, there is actually such a heroine in Donglong. She is so domineering. Sister, please support me. I don't want to work hard anymore. Wang Qingfeng and the other two were stunned at the same time. Then, Wang Qingfeng was the first to react. He couldn't help but exclaimed, Junior brother is really good at playing. This trick is really clever. Ling Xuahan chuckled. Now, those guys from abroad will be led by the nose by my junior brother. Chapter 52, Mystification. Sure enough, when Li Haotian said this, everyone's thoughts were immediately misled by him. Free Federation. At this time, several important leaders of the Source God Guild were gathered in the office of President Parker Williams, staring intently at the live broadcast in the copy hall. Parker Williams frowned slightly, a puzzled look on his face. When did such a strong woman emerge in Donglong? How come I have never heard of her? James Gordon, president of the Gotham branch, also had an incredible look on his face. Below level 50, Kobe Ichiro from Sakura country is indeed the ceiling level among professionals. Even Bruce Wayne from our country is just about the same as him. But this mysterious strong man from the East Dragon Empire was able to kill 50 Sakura country professionals, including Kobe Ichiro, in such a short time. This is too exaggerated. Bruno Collins, president of the Huadu branch, also had a serious expression on his face. Her combat power is indeed too strong. Is there such a powerful professional below level 50? Parker Williams said solemnly, there are many types of professionals in the East Dragon Empire, and there are also many powerful phantom professions. Among them, many professions can fight against many at once, such as summoners, mechanics, beastmasters, night wanderers. At this point, Parker Williams couldn't help but shake his head. There are at least 10 known powerful professions, and they also have some particularly powerful new professions popping up from time to time. It's really hard to say. James Gordon frowned and analyzed. According to the information we have learned, the awakening of professionals in the East Dragon Empire is actually quite related to gender. For example, mechanics and beastmasters are usually awakened by men, and the proportion of women is very small, less than 10%. For summoners, it's the other way around, with women making up a much larger proportion. For night walkers, it's half and half. If Donglong, the mysterious professional, is a woman, we can roughly define a range of known professions. Bruno Collins shook his head and said, this uncertainty is too great. Also, don't forget another possibility. Maybe this tough woman is not a professional below level 50. A cold light flashed in Parker Williams' eyes. Bruno is right. If the opponent is a professional in his 50s, the possibility of participating through level and equipment balance will be greater. After all, compared to professionals at level 40 or above, the basic attributes of professionals above level 50 are still much stronger, especially the evildoers at level 50. Parker glanced at the two of them and said in a deep voice, send the order and ask those professionals who have been in the East Dragon Empire to see if they know any information about this female professional. For a guy this strong, even if he deliberately hides himself, he won't be unknown. Yes, President. Yes, President. They both agreed in unison. In the East Dragon Empire, Faction Confrontation Instance. As the victory message appeared in front of Li Haoyan, another line of words also floated up at the same time. Ding dong. The enemy's spiritual power has been completely absorbed by our crystal. Do you want to transfer the energy of the enemy's crystal to our crystal? Li Haoyan was slightly stunned, and then immediately remembered what Wang Qingfeng had said before. In order to attract professionals above level 50 from the East Dragon Empire to participate, Ichiro Kobe and his team also activated the camp energy storage, using the aura produced by the camp confrontation copy as a lure. Originally, the winner has always been the blue team, where Ichiro Kobe and his team are, so the camp's energy storage is also the blue team's crystals. And now, after his victory, he can naturally transfer the energy that Kobe, Ichiro, and others had previously accumulated into the crystal on his side. Transfer. Li Haoyan naturally chose to transfer without hesitation. At the same time, relevant information about the special equipment and halos produced in the faction confrontation copy quickly emerged in his mind. Halo is a relatively rare piece of equipment. Its only production channel is the faction confrontation copy, and it is subject to certain conditions. If you want to condense the aura in the faction confrontation copy, you must sacrifice at least 100 professionals to condense the aura through faction energy storage. The more professionals are sacrificed, the more spiritual power the camp crystal absorbs, and the better the properties of the condensed halo will be. But the problem is that the properties and effects of aura condensation are random. Moreover, only professionals who participate in faction confrontation copies can wear it. Once you leave the camp to fight the copy, the halo will immediately be bound to the professional and no one else can use it. In such a situation, unless it was a guild war, no guild would be willing to sacrifice so many people to condense an aura of random attributes. If you sacrifice hundreds of professionals, but finally condense an attribute that you can't use, it would be a real loss. After doing all this, Li Haoyan exited the Canyon of Kings and returned to the dungeon preparation room. At this time, the global chat permission in the preparation room was still open and dense barges of comments were flashing rapidly. But the difference from before is that before, the world was full of ridicule towards the Donglong Empire. But now, the spearhead has turned to the Sakura Kingdom. The Sakura country has gone too far this time, and actually exploded a deep-sea mother dragon. What about Amaterasu's Kenjin? How'd it feel to see your son off so early? Please share. TSK. Donglong is indeed a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, not to be trifled with. Any random woman who comes out can challenge 50 at a time. It's really terrifying. Brother upstairs, you don't know that the women of Donglong are even more sturdy than the men. There are so many Donglong men who can't climb to the top of Shudao Mountain. Looking at the chat comments flying all over the screen, Li Haoyan grinned, and then closed the speaking rights of other countries in the world, leaving only the Sakura country. We're the squashes from Sakura country. I have 49 of you. Come and fight me if you don't agree. Suddenly, a name filled with question marks posted a message on it. People from other countries were cursing because they were banned from speaking, and suddenly they saw this name full of question marks. In the various dungeon halls of the East Dragon Empire, everyone was slightly startled when they heard this sentence, and then they were instantly shocked. Things have changed, and it's our turn this time. The idiots from Sakura country are not convinced. The female boss is begging for abuse online. Sakura country, Amaterasu Guild. Veins on Kenjin Kobe's forehead were throbbing and his eyes were bloodshot with anger. He yelled wildly, "I want that bitch dead. Where's the ninja club? Pick 50 good fighters from the Hidden Mist village and have them use the Hidden Mist technique to kill that bitch." The head of the ninja department was also angered by Li Haoyan's remarks and agreed loudly. Chapter 53. Invisibility? I'll just plow the ground with artillery fire. A few minutes later, people finally started to enter Sakura country again. Wang Qingfeng and the other two raised their eyebrows slightly as they looked at the name of the Sakura country that appeared one after another in the blue camp. Hozuki Mochizuki, Hozuki Mingyue, Hashigaki Himkawa, Hashigaki Gang Ban. The Hozuki family and the Hashigaki family are all from the Hidden Mist village. Kambi Kinjin wants to use assassination tactics. Ling Shuahan sneered, "Humph, Haoyan's tanks have radar scanning devices, and there are enough of them. Sakura country still wants to assassinate? Go to your death." Faction confrontation copy, preparation room. Li Haoyan looked at the battle notification sent by the blue team, sneered, and clicked to confirm. A strong white light lit up in the preparation room again, submerging Li Haoyan. As the scene before his eyes changed, the familiar feeling of teleportation quickly faded away. Li Haoyan returned to the familiar high ground. Not far in front of him was a huge red crystal. This time, Li Haoyan already had experience. Without saying a word, he started throwing tanks outside. In the blink of an eye, 50 tanks appeared again and lined up in front of the high ground. Then Li Haoyan followed the tactic from last time and dispatched 9 tanks to the 9 defense towers respectively, and the radars were installed. On the high ground, 20 tanks began to adjust their guns, preparing to grab the opponent's red and blue buffs first. Over in the land of Sakura, 50 professionals from the hidden mist village of the Amaterasu ninja clan appeared on the high ground. The 2 leading young men looked at each other and gave orders at the same time. Kizuki belongs to the mist hidden technique. Kashiki's the hidden mist technique. Hi. The others responded at the same time. Afterwards, these 50 ninjas quickly began to make seals with their hands in front of their chests as if they were doing a rope trick. More than 90% of the professionals in Sakura country belong to the 3 categories of onmyoji, samurai, and ninja. Although of a single type, their abilities and focuses vary. For example, ninjas among the 3 major categories. This ethnic group also has hundreds of years of history in Sakura country. They live in villages according to their abilities and are proficient in all kinds of strange ninjutsu and taijutsu. Their ninjutsu is similar to the magic of the Eastern Dragon Empire, but they need to use fixed hand gestures when casting spells. Those sent by Kenjin Kobe are all the best in the hidden mist village below level 50. According to their own level classification, they are elite genin. The 2 leaders were chunins above level 50, and they joined in after limiting themselves by balancing their levels and equipment. The elites selected by Kenji Kobe are naturally not bad in ability. In just a blink of an eye, the 50 ninjas had completed their hand seals, their cheeks puffed up, and they exhaled like toads. But the strange thing is that what they spit out was large amounts of thick fog. Moreover, the thick fog spread very quickly, instantly submerging the blue team's camp and quickly spreading to the red team's camp, where Li Haoyan was. After the thick fog was expelled, the 2 leading youths, Hozuki Mochizuki and Hoshigaki Hikawa, looked at each other and immediately said in a deep voice, "Everyone spread out and surround them secretly. Once you spot the enemy, give the alarm immediately and surround and kill them." Then, all the ninjas jumped up at the same time, dived into the thick fog, and disappeared. His figure and breath were all hidden. After summoning the tanks and forming a battle array, Li Haoyan immediately adopted a bird's-eye view to observe the enemy's movements. But it must be said that these ninjas from Sakura country do act quickly. When Li Haoyan brought the other party in his sight, he happened to see these mist village ninjas wearing gray and white tight-fitting clothes disappearing into the mist like dumplings, concealing all their figures. Li Haoyan raised his eyebrows and let out a curious exclamation, because he found that after these ninjas entered the fog, they seemed to have really disappeared. No matter how he narrowed his vision to any point in the thick fog, he could not spot the other party. If you look down from a high altitude, the blue camp in the canyon has been completely obscured by thick fog, and not a single figure can be seen. Li Haoyan didn't even notice the fluctuations in the airflow. It was as if all those 50 ninjas had disappeared. Interesting, it seems that these ninjas from the Sakura country are not all useless. They're quite good at playing hide-and-seek. Li Haoyan murmured, "It's a pity that although the ninjas of the hidden mist village can make themselves disappear completely in the mist, they cannot make the blue and red elite monsters invisible in the mist." Li Haoyan only needs to zoom in, and he can still clearly see the positions of the blue elite monsters and the red elite monsters. Click, click, click! The tank's main gun quickly adjusted its angle, and with a bang, a violent explosion roared on the red and blue elite monsters' side. The 2 elite monsters didn't even make a sound, and immediately gave Li Haoyan a buff. The leader of the Ghost Lantern clan, Ghost Lantern Mochizuki, was using the mist hiding technique to rapidly approach the position of the blue elite monster with a serious look in his eyes. However, just as he was about to approach the blue elite monster, a strong sense of crisis suddenly came over him. Boom! Under his shocked gaze, the blue elite monster was blasted into pieces. The wind pressure generated by the explosion instantly blew away the thick fog. Without the protection of the fog, Ghost Lantern Mochizuki's figure was immediately revealed. He was startled and shouted loudly while quickly spraying out thick fog, hiding his figure again. Super long-range attack. It's a super-powered weapon. The other party is a mechanic. Everyone, pay attention. The other party is a mechanic. Li Haotian grinned. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes and murmured, "So what if they know I'm a mechanic? I have unlimited ammunition in my cannon." The next moment, 50 tanks appeared in front of Li Haotian again. Under Li Haotian's control, all the tanks adjusted their angles on their own, forming a multi-layer gradient, and then opened fire fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. Dense artillery shells poured down towards the blue camp madly at intervals of 20 meters. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions sounded from the river where the two camps met, and then quickly covered the blue side. After confirming that all the opponents were ninjas from the Hidden Mist village, Li Haotian did not hesitate at all and directly adopted intensive coverage bombing. Do you like stealth and sneak attacks? Do you think you can sneak over here quietly because the thick fog hides your figure? Li Haotian had no intention of playing hide and seek with them at all. With 100 tanks and unlimited ammunition, Li Haotian can fully cover every inch of land in the blue camp with firepower. He directly plowed the ground with artillery fire. With the fragile defense of those ninjas, Li Haotian was sure that the opponent would definitely not be able to withstand this level of firepower coverage. If you get touched, you'll either die or be injured. Crazy explosions continued in the Sakura country, mixed with the howls and shocked roars of the Mist Village ninjas. The opponent is really a mechanic. With this firepower density, the opponent's superpowered weapon has already taken shape. Baka. She must be a secret weapon cultivated by some super family in the East Dragon Empire with all their efforts. Help me. Chapter 54. Even the gathering of monsters is omitted. The tank array's bombardment continued for a full minute. During this minute, each heavy tank fired dozens of shells. 100 tanks means thousands of artillery shells. The blue camp was instantly turned into ruins by Li Haotian. As for those ninjas from the Sakura country, not even a complete bone can be found. Less than 2 minutes into the game, the Sakura country camp was completely wiped out. Outside the dungeon hall, after the faction confrontation copy started again, everyone stared at the battle situation on the bulletin board without blinking. Kenjin Kobe's eyes were bloodshot as his gaze moved back and forth between the camp map and the names of the ninjas from the Sakura country. There's only one person on the other side. 50 elites from the Hidden Mist village coordinated with the Hidden Mist technique to cover the entire map and launch an assassination attack. Should be able to kill him. Right? He muttered through gritted teeth. However, 10 seconds later, the name of a Kizuna ninja from Sakura country suddenly turned gray. Kobe Kenjin's pupil shrank. The assassination started so soon? The opponent was so strong? He actually killed the ninja of the Hozumi clan in an instant. But then, Kobe Kenjin screamed in disbelief. Impossible! How can he be so strong? The participants of the blue camp began to die one after another at an astonishing speed. The names on the official brand spread rapidly as if they were infected with the plague and turned gray one by one. Fuck, this battle is too intense. Boss, this is a killing madman. What exactly is the profession of this female boss? She's too fierce. I remember that the Hozumi and Hashigaki clans in Sakura country seem to be from the Hidden Mist village, where they killed in a group sneak attack. I guess the female boss is a summoner. This killing speed doesn't seem to be something a single professional can do. Hey, you know what? It's really possible. Sister, I don't want to work hard anymore. Let me be your summoned beast. 1 minute later, the Sakura country camp was wiped out again. The declaration of the faction confrontation copy has changed again. The hide-and-seek warrior is just this good, so boring. In the Free Federation, Parker Williams' face was solemn, and James and Bruno also fell silent. Too fast, she killed too fast. Even if the Sakura Nation's ninjas have low defense and are all fragile fighters, they can't be so weak, right? In just 1 minute, she killed all 50 enemies. This is outrageous. James and Bruno murmured in disbelief. Parker Williams said in a deep voice, "Have you found any clues? Who is this woman? Why didn't we have any news about her before?" James and Bruno looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. We haven't found out yet. Parker Williams' face darkened as he angrily asked, "What on earth is the information department doing?" This woman's combat power is enough to be classified as a Class B dangerous person, but they are totally unaware of her existence. Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild. Kinjin Kobe smashed the entire office to pieces and roared wildly like an enraged beast. Baka. Trash. All of them are trash. 50 assassins, using the mist hiding technique to sneak attack, couldn't kill even one person. Has the Kirigakure been just sitting there doing nothing all these years? Have they organized any strict training? In a corner of the office, the patriarch of the Hozuki family, Yuya Hozuki, and the patriarch of the Hozuki family, Kikuko Hoshigaki, stood straight with their heads bowed deeply. Hey, President, we never dare to neglect our training. If something like this happens, I'm afraid it's because the opponent's combat power is too strong. Gue Deng Xiongye's eyes were full of pain, and he said through gritted teeth. Hoshigaki Kikuko also had a look of heartache on his face. Yes, clan leader, the other party must be the same as the young master. Not only is she an extremely powerful phantom god, but she also possesses some extremely powerful equipment. Otherwise, she would not have been able to kill so many of us in such a short time. For Kido Yuya and Hoshigaki Kikuko, those who died before were 25 elite descendants of their family. If these people are given some more time, they can all become outstanding disciples who can cultivate to level 50 or above. However, these outstanding disciples died completely within a minute or two and were called waste by Kinjin Kobe. If it weren't for Kobe Kinjin's identity, they really wanted to scold him back on the spot. If our son is useless, what about your son? Ichiro Kobe even collected all the legendary suits exclusive to Onmyoji, but he was still killed by the opponent in just a few minutes. Do you still dare to call yourself the best among the younger generation in Sakura Country? No, it's waste too. Kinjin Kobe finally finished venting his anger. He was breathing heavily and staring at the two clan leaders. After a long while, he said with a gloomy face, "Okay, you guys go out and call Fujino Kawano in." Hearing what Kambi Kinjin said, Kazuna Yuya and Hoshigaki Kikuko immediately breathed a sigh of relief, exchanged glances quietly, and bowed. "Hi, President." Fujino Onamaru is the head of the Amaterasu Guild's martial arts department. It seems that Kinjin Kobe saw that the ninja's assassination was useless against that person, so this time he prepared to find Takebe to engage in a head-on battle. In the dungeon hall of the East Dragon Empire, everyone was still immersed in the fierce battle record of the female boss, who killed 50 ninjas on the opposite side in minutes, and they were discussing it enthusiastically. Suddenly, a surprised voice shouted, Look, those idiots are here to kill us again, huh? Let me see. They're not going to send new ninjas, are they? Is it from Konoha Village or Tsuchiya Village? The Fujino family? The Shinobi clan is scared. Now it's the Mu clan's turn to take action. These squash guys are so bold that they actually want to confront the female boss head-on. It started. It's really exciting, hee. Teleporting into the battlefield again, Li Haoyan had a clear view of everything on the opposite side through a god's perspective. Li Haoyan looked at the group of muscular men who suddenly appeared on the opposite high ground with their chests exposed and their breasts exposed, and asked in surprise, they're all warriors this time. The next moment, all these big men gathered together, yelling and shouting, and rushed towards this side from the middle with great momentum, looking like they were going to have a group fight. Li Haoyan couldn't help laughing. Want to fight me head-on? I'd love that. My tank is thirsty and hungry, The next moment, a dense army of tanks appeared in front of Li Haoyan, and the terrifying gun barrels were raised at the same time, aiming at the group of big men rushing towards him in an orderly manner. Li Haoyan's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he said with a smile, "This is great. The Sakura Country is too polite. They even saved the trouble of gathering monsters." Boom, 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 boom. Dense flames suddenly rose from the red side's high ground and blasted towards the opposite side. Chapter 55. It's great to have more people, right? Kambi Kinjin stared at the confrontation information on the notice board with his eyes fixed, his pupils bloodshot, and he grumbled through gritted teeth. If that bitch is really a summoner, then even if she is a summoner above level 50, the number of her summoned beasts should not exceed 20. With the bravery and strength of our Sakura warriors, we can definitely defeat her 20 summoned beasts. This time, we will definitely be able to. Kobe Kenjin had only said half of his words when his voice suddenly stopped, as if his neck was strangled. His mouth opened unconsciously, his pupils trembled violently, and his neck made a creaking sound, and he was unable to speak for a long time. Because he suddenly saw that the names of the 50 warriors from the Sakura country began to turn gray at a rapid speed. How is this possible? Kenjin Kobe's voice even changed a little. What shocked him even more was that the speed of death this time was even faster than last time. Swish, swish, swish. It's just like cutting leaks. At the same time, in the dungeon hall of the East Dragon Empire, all kinds of deafening screams and exclamations were heard. Oh my god, the female boss is going crazy. Great. It's fucking great. Damn those damn squash. They dare to provoke us Donglong. So they should be killed like this. Kill all the fleas on them. This fighting power is too terrifying. Could this female boss be a new profession in Donglong? Even among the known phantom professions, I don't think she can be so strong. Is this another buggy profession like Marshall Lee's creator? It's so scary, so scary. In less than a minute, because the enemies actively gathered together, Li Hao-Ian was able to turn all 50 big men into meat scraps with just a few rounds of volleys. After confirming that his own camp's crystal had absorbed all of the enemy camp's spiritual power, Li Hao-Ian exited the King's Canyon with satisfaction and returned to the preparation room. Are all the men in Sakura country suffering from kidney deficiency? They're all good-looking but useless. The name represented by a string of question marks continued to speak arrogantly. Baka, Baka. Kenjin Kobe was so angry that his piss bubble almost exploded. Next to him, Fujino Anamu, the head of the Amaterasu Guild's military department, also had a gloomy face. He was angry and extremely heartbroken. He really couldn't understand it. These were 50 elites. How could he die so quickly? What is the other party's profession? Why can he kill them like butchering dogs? The minister of the Onmyoji department, Abe Hidia, looked at Fujino Kimaru's sad face, and a gloating light flashed in his eyes. The three major branches of the Amaterasu Guild often compete with each other in secret, among which the Onmyoji and Muji branches fight the most vigorously. Because the people in the Inyan department like to laugh at the Wu department as a rough man with strong limbs but a simple mind. However, the people in the military department laughed at the people in the Onmyoji department and called them sissies. They only knew how to keep pets and secretly engage in human-animal hybrids. The morals of the Sakura country were corrupted by these trash. For example, there was once a short film in which an Onmyoji and a half-human, half-snake creature named Kyoheim were filming. The film was accidentally leaked and caused quite a stir at the time. Because of these reasons, people from the Inyan department and the Wu department have never gotten along. Moreover, it is said that the current minister of the Onmyoji department, Abe Hidia, likes to climb Bebe Mountain and privately keeps many strong male favorites, which makes the current minister of the armament department, Fujino Onamaru, deeply disgusted. Therefore, seeing that the Takebe and Shinobi suffered such heavy losses, Abe Hyde was naturally happy to see it happen. However, Shinobi Minister Senju Haruma immediately noticed Abe Hidea's impure thoughts. His face darkened, and he suddenly said, "Minister, I suddenly had an idea." Abe Hidea suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Kobe Kenjin said gloomily, "Speak." "President, I think the opponent's combat power is so strong that it is obviously unusual. And this time, the opponent killed people even faster than last time, which shows that he is not afraid of group battles. We can even say that he may be very good at group battles. If she is really a summoner, then the number of her summoned beasts may be far more than 20. It is possible that she has also collected some powerful exclusive professional suits like the young master. Moreover, even if the opponent is not a summoner, but a beast master or mechanic, the beasts and super weapons she has tamed cannot be used infinitely. After defeating our ninja and warrior masters, even if the faction confrontation copy can reset her spiritual power, her mental and ability consumption must be considerable. In this case, if we send another 50 elite Onmyoji in, we can use the number of Onmyoji to suppress her ability to fight in groups, and maybe we could defeat that mysterious woman. And Pei Shioye's eyes suddenly widened, staring at Chinmu Hikaru fiercely, cursing in his heart. "Baga, Chinmu, you idiot. You are so cruel." Chinmu Hiruzen squinted at Abe Hidea, as if to say, "If we have to suffer, we'll suffer together. Don't even think about staying out of this." There was a gleam in Kenjin's eyes, as if he was thinking about what Chime Hiruzen said. After a while, he finally made a decision and said gloomily, "Okay, Xiuyi, you must immediately gather 50 yin-yang masters who have contracted at least 3 Shikigami and go in to kill him. When it comes to group fights, who are we, the Onmyoji of Sakura country, afraid of?" Abe Hidea's eyes went dark, and he almost fell to the ground. Damn Shinmu. An Onmyoji who has contracted with more than 3 Shikigami is truly the elite among the elites. Even Ichiro Kobe, who is known as the strongest among the younger generation in Sakura country, only contracted 5 people. You really want to dig up the secrets of our yin-yang department. You damn black thief. But looking at the will-o'-the-wisp burning in Kenjin Kobe's eyes, Hidea, Abe opened his mouth several times but did not dare to say no. The president is still in grief for the loss of his son. If I dare to refuse, I will definitely suffer the consequences. He glared at Chime Hiru and Fujino Kimaru, who had a sneer on his face, then followed the order and left. Hey, President. After Li Haoyan finished his taunting, he sat in the preparation room in a daze, bored. Suddenly, the blue camp's teleportation array lit up again. Someone new came in. Li Haoyan was slightly startled. Then he got up with a curious look on his face and looked at the names of the new people who had come in. Yua Mikami, Sora Aoi, Roller Yusua, Maria Osua. Wow, it seems that they're all on my OG. Are they trying to challenge me to a group fight? Li Haoyan murmured. These squash from Sakura country are coming in with great force. A ruthless light flashed in Li Haoyan's eyes. Interesting, you think it's great to have more people, right? What a pity. I have more cannons. And with sufficient firepower, I can blow you up in a minute. Chapter 56. Famous Onmyoji of Sakura country. Outside, the dungeon hall of the East Dragon Empire. Look, someone from Sakura country has come up again. Oh, Sakura country is very tough. Let me see who is coming this time. Fuck, isn't this the famous Mr. Song from Sakura country? Oh, it's true. I heard that she is a well-known teacher in a high school in Sakura country. I met her in the last killing copy. TSK. Let me tell you, although Teacher Song looks weak, she has a wealth of combat experience. In Sakura country, many professionals have been defeated by her and have to surrender before they can even hold out for 3 minutes. Damn it. It seems that the Sakura country is really pissed off this time. The ones who came are actually some relatively famous Onmyoji. TSK. Indeed, I have also heard of this Maria Ozawa. She seems to be a mixed blood with strong fighting skills. In the Amaterasu Guild, Kambi Kenjin stared at the notice board and said viciously, I don't believe she can hold on this time. 50 Onmyoji, each of whom has more than 3 Shikigami, plus the Onmyoji himself. The total number is even more than 200. With so many combat forces advancing all along the line, even if she is a professional who is good at group combat, she will definitely die. Seeing the request for war from the blue team, Li Haoyan sneered and clicked to agree. As the vision in front of him rippled, he appeared in the Canyon of Kings again. As soon as he appeared, Li Haoyan quickly expanded his perspective and placed eyes on the entire Canyon of Kings. On the opposite blue camp, a group of Onmyoji wearing wizard robes also appeared at the same time. Afterwards, these Onmyojis released their Shikigami as soon as possible according to the original strategy. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of strange-looking Shikigami appeared in Li Haoyan's field of vision. Afterwards, under the control of the Onmyoji, these Shikigami swarmed out like locusts and swarmed towards the red side. Li Haoyan pondered for a moment and then quickly summoned 50 tanks. At the same time, there were hundreds of Gatling machine guns densely lined up on the high ground. This time, the number of enemies was obviously far greater than in the previous 2 confrontations. With more than 200 enemies, even if he summoned 100 tanks, it would be difficult to cover the entire King's Canyon without any blind spots. Moreover, many of the opponent's Shikigami have special abilities and cannot be wiped out in a short period of time. I'm afraid this battle will continue for some time. However, once he summons too many superpowered weapons and consumes too much of his own spiritual energy, he may be taken advantage of by the opponent's Onmyoji and suffer a disaster. Therefore, for his own safety, Li Haoyan decided that it would be better to use a tank in conjunction with a Gatling machine gun. Tanks can launch ultra-long-range attacks, covering the entire map. If the enemy can really reach our high ground, then these 100 Gatling machine guns will be able to fill the gap in medium and short-range firepower. Although the power of the Gatling machine gun is not as strong as that of the rocket launcher, when a number of enemies is large, the high rate of fire and high-density coverage of the Gatling machine gun will be more practical than the rocket launcher. Not only that, this time Li Hao-Ian even summoned out the exoskeleton armor and put it on himself. Although he had a mechanical substitute to save his life, he still had to have the necessary combat awareness. After summoning enough super-powered weapons, Li Hao-Ian followed the old rules and sent out 10 tanks to bombard the opponent's red and blue elite monsters, and was the first to grab the red and blue buffs. Then, 50 tanks began firing at full speed. On the opposite side, the professionals from the Sakura country, led by several well-known onmyoges, such as Sora Aoi, quickly advanced towards the red side under the cover of their respective Shikigami. However, before they could get far, 2 strong balls of fire and explosions sounded in the red camp. Song Jinkong paused for a moment and said solemnly in a soft voice, "What a powerful artillery attack. It can attack this side from such a distance. The opponent is a mechanic." Maria Ozawa's voice was full of aggression, and she asked in confusion, "Strange, most of the mechanics in the East Dragon Empire are men, right? How come such a powerful female mechanic suddenly appeared?" Song Jinkong shook his head slightly. "I don't know. Maybe it was secretly cultivated by a big family." After confirming the other party's profession, Iya Mikami next to him guessed. "So, the reason why she was able to deal with so many of us so quickly, including Ichiro Kobe, was because the number of super-powered weapons she has accumulated far exceeds that of an ordinary level 50 professional?" Longza Lola nodded slightly, feeling a little relieved. "That should be the reason, but she has already fought 2 battles before. Even if she has an astonishing number of super-powered weapons, the ammunition she carries with her should have been almost consumed. With so many of us, it should be enough to exhaust her firepower and kill her." After learning that the other party was a mechanic, the pressure on several leading onmyoges was suddenly reduced a lot. The more unknown something is, the more frightening it is. Before they came in, what they were most worried about was whether the mysterious strong man Donglong would awaken some kind of profession that had never appeared before and was extremely powerful, just like Masterly in the past. But if it was a known profession, they would have had various plans before coming in. For example, the mechanic. Although this profession has powerful attacks, the spatial equipment that can be used by a mechanic below level 50 will never be infinitely large. The fact that he could carry so many super-powered weapons was beyond the expectations of the Sakura country. Add to that the ammunition for these super-powered weapons, and there shouldn't be much left after 2 battles. Humph! The female mechanic on the opposite side would never have thought that their Sakura country would summon so many onmyoji to overwhelm them with numbers. And they're the elites among the elites, those who have contracted at least 3 Shikigami. In the opinion of Song Jinkong and others, as long as they execute according to the pre-planned tactics, defeating the opponent should not be a problem. After all, these 50 people are the most powerful onmyoji in Sakura country. Boom, 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 boom. After Li Hao-Ian obtained the red and blue buffs, with the help of the god's perspective, 50 tanks began to fire crazily. Densely packed tank, main guns exploded throughout the Canyon of Kings. Faced with Li Hao-Ian's completely unreasonable bombing, the onmyoges of the Sakura country could only curse and swear while trying their best to find gaps in the artillery fire and quickly infiltrate the red side. In the outside world, everyone stared at the faction confrontation copy with wide eyes, especially the names of the onmyoges from the Sakura country. Sure enough, the female boss lived up to everyone's expectations. Not long after, people from Sakura country began to die rapidly, and their names turned gray one by one. But unlike before, this time, the death rate in Sakura country was obviously much slower. Chapter 57, Surprise Attack and Counter Ambush. Kenjin Kobe also stared at the big screen. When he saw that those onmyoges also began to die, his heart sank. The minister of the onmyoji department, Abe Hidia, had a dark face and looked extremely painful. These are the elites among the elites of their Inyang department. But soon after, Kenjin Kobe discovered that the death rate of the Sakura country camp this time was obviously much slower than before. At least until now, there are still more than 20 people alive. Although the losses were still heavy, It was much better than the instant annihilation in the previous battle. For them, this means opportunity. The warriors of Sakura country never fear death in order to win. In the copy, Maria, Ozawa, and others gritted their teeth and finally advanced to an area close to the opponent's high ground under the cover of the Shikigami. Song Jinkong was a little dusty at this time, and his snow-white skin was stained with black patches, as if he was hit hard by Li Haoyan's artillery fire. Mikami Yuya's eyes were filled with fear, and he said in shock, "What a terrible firepower coverage. How much ammunition did that guy bring? It seems like there is no end to it." Lola was also a little scared. Yeah, no wonder she was able to kill so many of us so quickly in the previous confrontation. Her firepower is too terrible. Even if our Shikigami have strong defensive types, we will be doomed if we are not careful. The more talented the Onmyoji of Sakura country is, the more Shikigami he can summon. The Onmyoji selected by Kenjin Kobe this time are all elites who have contracted at least 3 Shikigami. Because of the fragility of Yin and Yang themselves, Onmyojis who can contract multiple Shikigami will choose at least one defensive Shikigami so that they can better protect themselves in battle. It was also for this reason that Li Haoyan's artillery fire coverage failed to completely destroy the enemy, allowing these Onmyoji to advance to the high ground area. Song Jinkong said with a gloomy face, "The opponent is indeed very powerful, but the mechanic is good at medium and long-range coverage attacks. Once we rush to the front, with our current numbers, it will be enough to kill him." The other Yin-Yang masters also had sinister looks in their eyes and said heavily, "Hold on a little longer. We will soon reach the high ground." Li Haoyan watched everyone's actions from a god's perspective. Seeing that the other side was rushing towards this side under the artillery fire, Li Haoyan did not look worried at all. He sneered, controlled the 100 Gatling machine guns hidden behind the tanks, and continued to bombard in an orderly manner. With his swish sound, a Shikigami that looked like a mantis man suddenly jumped out from the grass and rushed towards the high ground. Then, all kinds of strange and bizarre Shikigami jumped out from the bushes one after another, and the Onmyoji followed closely behind and also rushed out. They broke through Li Haoyan's fire blockade and finally reached the high ground. Several leaders, including Sora Aoi, also rushed out. Maria Ozawa quickly looked around and found that they only had about 20 Onmyojis left and about 40 or 50 Shikigami left. Mikami Yua looked at the dense array of tanks on the red side's high ground, and his pupils shrank slightly. So they are heavy tanks. There must be at least 40 or 50 of them. No wonder there is such dense firepower. Song Jinkong said in a deep voice, "Tanks cannot move flexibly at close range, and their shooting speed cannot keep up with us. Let's destroy the tower first, then attack the high ground and kill the mechanic." So Taisnai. Seeing that the enemy base camp was so close, the fear in the hearts of the other Onmyojis subsided a little and was replaced by endless viciousness and murderous intent. Bang, 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 bang. These dozens of Onmyoji immediately began to attack the defense tower frantically, while jumping up and down to avoid the 50 tanks in front of the position. A minute later, the 3 defense towers on the high ground collapsed at the same time, and the last bit of defense was finally destroyed by the desperate attacks of these Onmyojis. The number of Onmyojis was once again reduced by half, leaving only about 10 people. What Sora always said is right. Tanks cannot move quickly or adjust their guns to shoot at close range. But Li Haoyan has too many tanks. 50 tanks, even if they just stayed in place and fire crossfire, would be enough to pose a great threat to the Onmyojis attacking the defense towers. Seeing that the 3 defense towers were finally destroyed, Song Jinkong's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he shouted, "Everyone rush to the high ground and kill the mechanic. Jump over the tank. The tank's gun can't cover the top. Kill." These Onmyojis had already seen the man in mechanical armor behind them and rushed up with red eyes. Looking at these mechanics who were rushing up screaming, Li Haoyan's mouth curled up quietly. As soon as he thought of it, 100 Gatling machine guns hidden behind the tanks suddenly floated up, with their black muzzles pointing at the air. Under Song Jinkong's horrified gaze, they opened fire at the same time. Da-da-da-da-da. The dense rain of bullets covered all the Onmyoji who rushed up. Lola was horrified and screamed in despair. "Huh, she has super weapons. Save me." However, no one could save her, because the other Onmyojis were also caught off guard by Li Haoyan's trick. They screamed and tried to find ways to save themselves. They had not anticipated this unexpected change at all, because in their understanding, heavy tanks, which are super powerful weapons, take up a lot of space. Add to that the matching ammunition, and it is incredible that Li Haoyan has so many of them. In this situation, even if Li Haoyan had other super weapons, it would be impossible for him to crush the opponent in terms of numbers. However, it was unexpected that Li Haoyan actually had hundreds of Gatling machine guns hidden. In the dense and violent rain of bullets, the remaining Onmyoji began to die again. Maria Ozawa screamed angrily and hid in the belly of her defensive Shikigami, Taitongui, trying to withstand Li Haoyan's sneak attack. She yelled angrily, "Hold on." Use defensive Shikigami to hold on. The Gatling gun only has 150 rounds of ammunition. If we hold on, she won't have time to replace the ammunition and we can kill her. However, half a minute later, the intensive firepower showed no sign of weakening and was still firing wildly. Maria Ozawa's eyes were red with anger, and she screamed in a ridiculous and unbelievable tone. Impossible! With the firing rate of the Gatling machine gun, the bullets should have been exhausted long ago. Why are you still shooting? Li Haoyan hid behind the high ground and laughed strangely. Because I can last long. I'm not like those guys in your country of Sakura, who can't last for more than 30 seconds and then give up. Hearing Li Haoyan's mocking voice, Maria Ozawa and Sora Aoi, who were still struggling to hold on, and other well-known Onmyojas were startled at the same time and exclaimed, "You are not a woman, you are a man?" Chapter 58, Golden Battle Order. Then, Song Jinkong immediately thought of Donglong's previous ban on the country, and said in horror, "The previous ban on the country of the Donglong Empire was because of you. Your super-powered weapons have no ammunition restrictions. You deliberately pretended to be a woman to distract other people." Li Haoyan looked at her in surprise, and said with some appreciation, as expected of the famous teacher song in Sakura country, "You still have some brains." It's a pity that this is a faction confrontation instance. Even if you know this secret, you won't have a chance to spread it out. Click, click, click. The 50 tanks in front of the position began to turn their guns and aim at the few remaining Onmyojas. "No, please spare my life. I am willing to swear allegiance to you and will never expose your secret." Sora Aoi screamed. Li Haoyan looked at her coldly and shook his head gently. "Sakura countrymen, I don't believe any of them. Let's go." Boom! The gunfire roared, drowning several people. Looking at the broken limbs and flesh all over the ground, Li Haoyan confirmed that all the opponents were dead. Then he had an idea and dispersed the superpowered weapons. Outside, Donglong's dungeon hall was once again filled with jubilation. "The female boss is awesome." Broken voice. "Fuck, what kind of job is the female boss? She's too strong." There were 50 Onmyojas, and with the help of the Shikigami, there were hundreds of them, and they were all killed by the female boss. There are more than 100. Onmyojas like Sora Aoi and Yuamikami are well-known elites in Sakura country. Although I don't know all the other Onmyojas, I have heard of most of them. If my guess is correct, these Onmyoji are probably all the elites of the Onmyoji department, and each of them has more than 3 Shikigami. There are more than 3 Shikigami? If that's true, then these 50 Onmyojas must number more than 200, right? Damn it, with this level of skill, not to mention the summoner, even the mechanic can't beat him. Yeah, the female boss has fought several games before. It is impossible for her to carry so much ammunition after the level and equipment are balanced below level 50. What is her profession? In the Free Federation, Parker Williams, president of the Source God Guild, had a solemn expression on his face, and there was even obvious fear in his eyes. He said to James and Bruno in a deep voice, "Notify everyone to list this mysterious woman from the East Dragon Empire as a class, a dangerous person, and give me a huge reward for her detailed information." James and Bruno looked at each other and nodded solemnly. "Yes, President." Parker said grimly, 50 Onmyoji, with a total number of over 200. She was able to kill all of them in such a short time. His combat power is so terrifying that he is invincible not only in his own level, but also invincible even in a higher level. Even Master Li back then was probably inferior to her in terms of attack power. If she is already above level 50 and is participating in the faction confrontation dungeon after balancing her level and equipment, then her full combat power is probably enough to deal with a level 60 professional. And if she really grows up in the future, she will definitely be a huge threat to us. At the same time, at the Amaterasu Guild headquarters, Kambi Kinjin and the 3 directors of the Onmyoji, military, and shinobi departments also had solemn expressions on their faces. Even in Kinjin Kobe's mind, he had to temporarily put aside the death of his beloved son and focus all his thinking on this mysterious woman. 50 elite Onmyojis, with the support of more than 150 Shikigami of various kinds, were still completely killed by the enemy. What does this mean? It means that the woman's potential is comparable to that of Master Li, or even stronger. Back then, Master Li of the Donglong Empire hid himself so well that he stayed in hiding until he reached level 70 before appearing in front of everyone. By that time, Master Li had become so powerful that almost no one could kill him. Even if countries around the world regard Master Li as a thorn in their side, it is too late. But this mysterious woman is different. Her potential is equally amazing, but it was exposed much earlier than Master Li. If we don't find a way to kill her now, when she really grows up, she may become a terrifying professional who can crush the Phantom God. For the Sakura country, which is adjacent to Donglong, it would be a disaster if 2 super professionals like Master Li really appeared in Donglong. Various thoughts flashed through Kinto Kobe's eyes. Finally, he seemed to have made some kind of decision and said in a deep voice, "We can't let her continue to grow. This kind of threatening person must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous." After seeing the woman's terrifying potential, this matter has even escalated into a national crisis. At this time, even the 3 ministers who usually did not get along well with each other did not dare to fight among themselves, but united to face the outside world. Abe Hidia, the head of the Inyang department, said in a deep voice, "But the problem is that our people can't enter the Donglong Forbidden Country now. Besides, even if we can find a way to send a high-level ninja to sneak into Donglong and assassinate her, we don't even know her identity." Chin Muharuzan also had a serious look on his face. "Yes, we assassinated the mechanic of Donglong last time. This time, Donglong will definitely take extremely strict precautions against us. Even if we send ninjas in again, it will probably be difficult to succeed in the assassination." Fujino Onamaru was silent for a moment, with a murderous look in his eyes. "What should we do? Should we just let her grow up like this? She has been hiding in Donglong for such a long time. If she hadn't been provoked by us in this faction confrontation instance, we wouldn't even know of her existence. This also means that even if she enters other dungeons in the future, she will definitely hide herself, and it will be difficult for the outside world to detect her. If we miss this opportunity to compete in the faction confrontation dungeon, it will be even harder to find her in the future." Abe Hidia's face was grim. But the problem is, even if we want to defeat her in the faction confrontation copy, with her fighting power, no one below level 50 can defeat her. At this moment, Kambi Kinjin suddenly said, "No, there is still a chance. If a level 50 professional is not enough, what about level 70? Level 70? The 3 ministers were all stunned. Afterwards, it was Chinmu Hiruzan who reacted first. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he said excitedly, "President, you mean, use that?" Kobe Kinjin nodded heavily. "Yes. Golden War Order." Abe Hidia and Fujino Onamaru were shocked all over, and then they remembered that their Amaterasu Guild still had 3 Golden War Orders. With this thing, they can send 3 professionals above level 70 into the camp confrontation copy. Although there will still be level and equipment suppression, with the help of the Golden Battle Order, these 3 professionals will have a chance to go all out. Chapter 59. The 3 Ministers Appear. You know, this is a level 70 professional, and with the original equipment and level, this is a real full-strength attack. However, the faction confrontation copy suppresses the opponent's level and equipment to below 50. If the person using the Golden Battle Pass is a level 79 professional, the gap between the two is almost equivalent to a full 30 levels. This level gap, coupled with the amplification of the equipment, is basically a dimensionality reduction attack, which can completely kill with one blow. Moreover, the Golden War Orders treasured by their Amaterasu Guild were not just 1, but 3. Except for Kobe Kenji and the 3 ministers, even the other high-ranking members of the Amaterasu Guild were unaware of the existence of these 3 Golden War Orders. This also means that the Donglong Empire doesn't know either. if they used 3 Golden War orders and sent 3 professionals over level 70 to kill the woman, the Donglong Empire would never be able to anticipate it. At that time, these 3 people would suddenly burst out with a full-strength attack, which would definitely kill the woman instantly. Thinking of this, Chimu Hikaru hurriedly asked, "President, who should we send in?" Kenjin Kobe didn't say anything, but his eyes were fixed on the 3 ministers. Abe Hidea's body stiffened and hesitantly asked, "We?" Kobe Kenji nodded as a matter of course, his eyes twinkling. "Since we have even used the Golden War Order, of course we have to ensure 100% success. Among all the level 70 professionals in our Amaterasu Guild, you 3 ministers are the best in terms of both level and equipment. It is safest for you to go in person." But, Abe Hyde was also a little hesitant. Kobe Kenjin's face darkened and he stared at him. "What? You 3 are leading the team in person with a golden battle pass, but you can't even deal with a woman who is suppressed by the level." Abe Hyde also muttered in his heart, "It's not you who is being bullied, so of course you are not worried." But he also knew that, not to mention that Kobe Kenjin was a level 81 professional, he could not use the golden battle pass at all. Even if he could really use it, given the old guy's caution, he would definitely not do it himself. After struggling for a while, Abe Hyde could only grit his teeth and said, "Hey, we will definitely kill that woman and get rid of this future threat for Sakura country." Kambi Kenjin seemed to see Abe Hidea's hesitation. His expression relaxed, and he patted Abe Hidea on the shoulder. "Don't worry, you are level 74, and you have 7 Shikigami to protect you. Fujino and Chime are both level 75 professionals, and you all have epics. With you leading the team, that woman will definitely die. Also, although that woman's fighting power is strong, she is not truly invincible. When she was dealing with those 50 Onmyoges before, her speed was obviously much slower. I guess, after so many consecutive battles with our Sakura country warriors, her condition may have begun to decline. With you guys personally taking action this time, you can definitely kill that woman." At this point, Kobe Kenjin paused for a moment and said temptingly, "Besides, your trip is not without any gain. Don't forget, the camp has been accumulating energy for such a long time. Donglong and our country's professionals have contributed hundreds of lives, and they are all elites. According to my estimation, after you kill that woman, the aura produced in this faction confrontation instance will probably be very powerful. If you can create an aura that just suits you, it will be a great gain." Hearing this, Abe Hidea's eyes lit up. "Yes, I almost forgot about the halo. This time the camp's energy storage lasted for such a long time. The aura attributes produced are likely to be of the best quality." Fujino, Kimaru, and Senmi Hiru looked at each other, and there was a hint of burning in their eyes. Halo is a special equipment. Because of the special conditions for its production, most professionals do not have it, not even their 3 ministers. Kenjin Kobe did make one at the beginning, but its properties were just average. If we can get rid of that woman this time, the attributes of the aura produced by this camp confrontation copy will definitely not be bad. Hey, make sure you complete the mission. Hi, long live the cherry blossoms. Fujino Onamaru and Senmi Hirama said loudly. Kobe Kenji nodded slightly, hatred in his eyes, and said, "Since even the golden battle order has been used, we must ensure that nothing goes wrong this time. Go to the 3 divisions and select another 47 level 59 elite professionals. Let them enter with you after their levels and equipment are balanced. This time, you must kill that woman Donglong." The 3 ministers turned and left with heated feelings. At this time, countries around the world are paying attention to this camp confrontation between the Sakura Kingdom and the East Dragon Empire. When they saw that the 50 Onmyoges sent by the Sakura country were all wiped out by the mysterious woman from the East Dragon Empire, they were amazed and felt a little gloating at the same time. Hey, Sakura country is in big trouble this time. Even Amaterasu's junior president was killed by Donglong. It's such a shame. Oh, who told them to provoke Donglong? This is asking for trouble. That's right. Although the newcomers of the East Dragon Empire have been somewhat mediocre over the years and have suffered a lot in various dungeons, the East Dragon Empire still has its foundation. Even the Free Federation is wary of it. How can a tiny country like Sakura Kingdom really think it can fight against them? It's really like a blind man entering a toilet and looking for shit. The dungeon hall of the East Dragon Empire was also filled with discussions. Hey, Do you think Sakura Country is scared? Why hasn't there been any movement for such a long time? He must have been scared by the female boss. TSK. There were 50 elite yin-yang masters, and they were all killed in just a few minutes. That's right. In a small place like Sakura Country, these 50 yin-yang masters should be their strongest force in a dungeon battle between factions below level 50. If they can't even deal with the female boss, I don't believe they have any other tricks. Hey, that's right, huh? Look, Sakura Country has someone on top again. Shit. Are they so stubborn that they dare to come? Let's see who it is this time. Hey, what's going on? Why are they hiding their names too? Damn. Could it be that Sakura Country also has a hidden demon-level expert like the female boss, and is afraid of being targeted after we find out? Haha, are you crazy? All 50 people from Sakura Country have hidden their names. How can such a small place like theirs have so many evil masters? I think they are just bluffing and trying to scare the female boss. That's right, this must be Sakura Country bluffing. Look, the confrontation has begun. Chapter 60. Hatred is dragged into the ancestral grave. At this moment, everyone discovered new changes. Why did Sakura Country show the names of the participants again? Strange. What kind of aircraft is Sakura Country working on? Let me see who's here. Abe Hidia, Fujino Onamaru, Chime Hiru. Why do these names sound so familiar? Shit. Isn't this the director of the 3 major branches of Amaterasu? How do they get in? Oh my god. It seems to be true. But this is not right. 4 faction confrontation copies below level 50. Even if the levels and equipment are balanced, only professionals at level 50 or above can participate. Level 60 can't enter. I remember that the directors of the 3 major branches of Amaterasu are all professionals at level 70 or above. How do they get in? In the secret passage of the Tsinghua College Dungeon Hall, Jiang Zhen, Ling Xuahan, and Wang Qingfeng were also shocked. Wang Qingfeng said solemnly, I didn't expect that the Sakura Country actually hid 3 Golden War orders in private. Jiang Zhen was also slightly startled and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Abe Hyde is also a level 74 on Myoji. His Shikigami, 7 people, has both offensive and defensive capabilities, special abilities, and a high level. It's really hard to deal with him. Fujino Kimaru's 3-sword style is also extremely sharp, and Semi Hiruzen is known as a ninjutsu master, proficient in various advanced ninjutsu. These 3 guys are not easy to deal with. Junior brother. Ling Xuahan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, the directors of the 3 Amaterasu branches are all outstanding level 70 professionals. Even if I were to face them alone, I could only fight 2 against 1 at best. It is indeed difficult. However, even if they can enter the faction confrontation dungeon through the gold battle pass, under the suppression of level and equipment balance, their biggest advantages are basic attributes and the number of skills, as well as that 1 chance to go all out. But Junior Brother has those perverted exclusive talents. With that completely unreasonable firepower coverage, their basic attributes and skills can't actually take much advantage. The biggest threat to Junior Brother is that 1 chance to attack with all his strength. Ling Xuahan paused for a moment, a cold light flashing his eyes, but unfortunately, Junior Brother's newly awakened mechanical substitute has no limit on the number of times it can be used. The 3 of them only have 3 chances to use their full strength. Even if they can kill Junior Brother 3 times, it is meaningless in front of Junior Brother's many superpowered weapons. Ling Xuahan's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement, and he taunted, Hey, 3 ministers are sacrificed together. This time, Sakura Country is destined to lose more than it gains. In the faction confrontation copy, as soon as Li Haoyan was teleported out, he immediately expanded the god's perspective to include the entire canyon. This time, those guys from Sakura Country suddenly hid everyone's names, and this move also made Li Haoyan feel alert. But then he was stunned, because he suddenly saw that the guys on the opposite side actually displayed their names again. Abe Hidia, Fujino Onamaru, Semihirama. Li Haoyan's eyes suddenly showed a solemn look, and he even felt a little unbelievable. Hiss, the heads of the 3 major branches of the Amaterasu Guild in Sakura Country. He was speechless. Fuck, is it that serious? I just killed 200 of you. Why can't you afford to do it yourself? Golden War Pass? I didn't expect that Sakura Country actually had such a good thing hidden. Fortunately, I used to be a top student, otherwise ordinary people really wouldn't know about this thing. Li Haoyan raised his eyebrows while observing. Wow, the Sakura country really thinks highly of me. Even the remaining people seem to have better basic qualities than the previous professionals. That's her no EI, right? And Uzumaki Akihito and Uchiha Yusuke, TSK, they're all well-known masters at the level of level 50 in Sakura country. My goodness, are they looking for only mid-level elite professionals above level 50 this time? Oh, this wave of hatred of mine has really dragged them into their ancestral graves. After confirming the other party's identity, Li Haoyan admired him while thinking quickly in his mind. Then, he followed the previous tactics and summoned 50 heavy tanks and lined them up on the high ground. Then he summoned 100 rocket launchers and set them up in a circle around the high ground. But unlike those tanks, Li Haoyan aimed all these rocket launchers inwards. After making these preparations, Li Haoyan smiled grimly. Game begin. In the blue camp, the three ministers asked their other subordinates to disperse in the form of three-person combat teams. The samurai is in front, the ninja is hiding in the dark, and the onmyoji, as a magic output, lags behind. Then they spread out and advanced towards the red camp. As for the extra onmyoji, he followed Chinmu Hiken to the location of the red elite monster. As a warrior, Fujino Onamaru temporarily acts as a meat shield for Abe Hidia and goes to the location of the blue elite monster with Abe Hidia. This was the tactic they discussed. The red elite monster can increase the attack power by 30%, and it is most suitable for the assassin-type Chinmu Hiken to obtain it, which can increase his attack power when making a surprise attack. The blue elite monster increases the soul recovery speed by 30%, which is naturally the most suitable for Abe Hidia. Although Fujino Kimuru usually dislikes the sinister man Abe Hidia, but at this time, he can obviously distinguish the importance of things and will not trip up Abe Hidia. However, when they split up and were about to approach the area where the red and blue elite monsters were located, with a boom, Li Haoyan opened fire. He mobilized 25 tanks each and bombed Abe Hidia, Chime Hiru, and others at the same time. As a master of ninjutsu, Semi Hiruzen is a cautious person. Along the way, he always pays attention to the movements around him. Suddenly, a feeling of terror came from the sky. Before the shell hit the ground, all the hairs on his body stood up. He didn't even look up before performing the substitution technique without hesitation. With a light bang sound, Chinmu Rigian's figure disappeared and was replaced by a round wooden stake. But the onmyoji who followed him did not react so quickly. Boom! With a loud explosion, the onmyoji and the red elite monster were blown into pieces at the same time. On Abe Hidia's side, they also sensed Li Haoyan's sudden attack in time. Abe Hidia was also horrified. At the first moment, he subconsciously summoned among the 7 people to his front, hoping to rely on it to resist. But this move did not bring him any sense of security. As an experienced professional, Abe Hyde could clearly feel that after his own Shikigami was suppressed below level 50, the opponent's attack had exceeded the Shikigami's defense limit. Chapter 61, New Mechanical God of War. While making these responses, Abe Hyde also looked horrified and exclaimed, "The other party is a mechanic." Then, he gritted his teeth and prepared to use that opportunity to attack with all his strength. You have to do it. His Shikigami does not have the ability to substitute or teleport like Senmi Hiruzen, so he can only withstand this wave of attacks. But at this moment, Fujino Onamaru suddenly said in a deep voice, "I'll do it. You save that chance to deal with a mechanic." Fujino Kimuru had no choice either. As a samurai, his frontal attack power is unquestionable, but in terms of defense, he is at most a durable fighter. Although his ability to resist attacks is good, he will never be able to withstand the concentrated bombardment of Li Haoyan's 25-tank main guns when his level and equipment are suppressed, unless he breaks out to the level of a level 70 professional. But there's only one chance to go all out. If he and Abe Hyde use this chance, they will have no trump card to deal with Li Haoyan. Therefore, when facing Li Haoyan's sudden attack, Fujino Kitamaru could only choose to use that opportunity himself to resolve the crisis and allow Abe Hidia to preserve his strength. Because when Abe Hidia's 7 people Shikigami burst out with full power, not only are their attack forms more diverse, but they're also more powerful than him, making them more suitable as a trump card. As he spoke, Fujino Kimuru instantly pulled out 3 shining samurai swords, 2 of which he held in his hands and 1 in his mouth. His eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle's, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Secret technique. 108 troubled winds." With a loud boom, a terrifying air wave suddenly burst out from Fujino Kimaru's body, turning into an extremely sharp tornado that soared into the sky and headed towards the rapidly falling shells. Clang, 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 clang. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of metal cutting came from high in the sky, followed by a series of explosions. The volley fired by Li Haoyan was actually intercepted and chopped up by Fujino Kimaru in mid-air. After launching this attack, Fujino Kimaru's momentum dropped rapidly and was suppressed to below level 50 again. His face darkened as he shouted, "Everyone, pay attention. The other party is a mechanic. Don't waste time. Charge at full speed and close the distance." All the action teams quickly agreed, and the speed of the surprise attack instantly increased, turning into a series of afterimages and rushing towards the red camp. Abe Hidia and Fujino Onamaru did the same. They did not dare to delay at all and rushed forward like lightning. At the same time, they walked in a serpentine trajectory to try to avoid being targeted by the enemy. Li Haoyan shook his head regretfully and murmured, "Although I failed to kill any of these three guys, at least I ruined Fujino Onamaru's chance to attack with all his strength. Well, it's better this way. If the other two guys don't have a trump card, they probably won't dare to rush to the high ground to kill me. In that case, it will be difficult to catch the turtles in the trap I set." While he was muttering to himself, 50 tanks were still firing fiercely, causing considerable damage to the enemy's combat team that was suddenly attacking. Although these professionals are intermediate professionals who have reached the level and equipment balance, without the blessing of the Golden Battle Pass, they only have a slight advantage in basic attributes and number of skills. Faced with Li Haoyan's blanket bombing with unlimited ammunition, there was not much chance of resistance, and they could only try their best to dodge. The only thing you can pray for is that the shells don't fall on you. But even so, when they rushed to the Red Army's high ground, they also lost 20 or 30 people. The three ministers were mixed in with the crowd and had already gathered together. When they saw dozens of tanks displayed on the high ground from afar, Chimu Rigian's eyes suddenly became gloomy. They are heavy tanks, and there are a lot of them. Fujino Onamaru's eyes showed a look of doubt. Something is wrong. Although he has a large number of tanks, the ammunition equipped in the tanks should have been used up long ago. But we have been charging all the way here, and the tank's bombing frequency has not changed at all. Doesn't it need to change the magazine? Abe Hidia's eyes showed a thoughtful look, and then he cried out in shock. "I know why he was able to kill so many of our professionals so quickly. What's the meaning? What did you think of?" Fujino Kimaru and Senmi Hiruma immediately turned to look at Abe Hidia. Abe Hyde also stared at the rows of tanks above and said incredulously, "I guess his tanks may really not need to change the magazines. This mechanic is different from ordinary mechanics. His tank has unlimited ammunition. The reason why Donglong issued the ban on the country is probably because of him. That old fellow, Master Li, must have restarted the mechanical god of war plan. He is the new mechanical god of war." Fujino Kimaru and Senmi Hiru were shocked all over, their faces filled with shock. Unlimited ammo. New mechanical god of war. Hiss, the Donglong Empire is planning a big move. Seeing that other professionals had already started to attack the high ground defense tower, they were struggling and jumping up and down in the crossfire of dozens of tanks. Shinmu Hiruzen said solemnly, "Without ammunition limit, the enemy's crossfire is too dense. This is not a solution. If more of our people die, even if the two of us have another chance to attack with all our strength, I'm afraid it won't be safe." Abe Hyde took a look at the battle situation, hesitated for a moment, and gritted his teeth and said, "The opponent is a mechanic, and he has unlimited ammunition. It is not worthwhile to use human lives to fight him. We must defeat these 3 defense towers on the high ground as quickly as possible, and then close the distance and surround and attack him. As long as we can get close to him, with the mechanic's fragile defense, a full-strength attack during the day will kill him in a matter of minutes." Chinmu Hiruzen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Your 7 people are good at group attacks. You push the tower, and when the others besiege him, I will hide in the dark and kill him with one strike." Abe Shio also nodded heavily. "That's what I think." Fujino Onamaru said urgently, "Stop talking nonsense and do it quickly." In just a short while, he saw 2 or 3 more warriors die in the crossfire between the defense towers and tanks. Apeshio did not delay any longer and quickly made a strange gesture. Then, a powerful aura arose from him as if breaking through the restraints. Abehide also shouted, 7 killings full moon. Then, 7 Shikigami instantly rose up from around Abe-Hidia, merged in the air, and turned into a blood-red full moon. As Abehide also pointed forward, the blood moon split into 3 and fell towards the 3 defense towers on the high ground. Chapter 62. This mechanic is simply invincible. Abe-Hidia stared at the guy behind the high ground. He wanted to use this trick to kill the mechanic directly, but as long as there were 3 defense towers, the high ground would be protected by the high ground shield. Even if he unleashed a full-strength attack, it would be difficult to break the protective shield and kill the enemy at the same time. 3 smaller blood moons fell like comets, crashing fiercely into the 3 defense towers. With a boom, the defense tower collapsed instantly. When the other professionals saw that the enemy's defense tower was destroyed by Abe Shioya, they shouted excitedly, "Minister Abe is mighty! Kill him! Kill!" Seeing the high ground defense tower destroyed, the remaining dozen or so professionals shouted and rushed towards the mechanic wearing exoskeleton armor. Shinmu Rigian had also hidden in the surroundings, ready to act when the opportunity arose. Fujino Onamaru and Abehide also joined the siege, but for some reason, they both ended up at the back and did not rush to the front line. Li Haotian sneered, thinking to himself, "Oh, you are indeed a cautious leader. It's a pity that no matter how cautious you are, you have already entered my encirclement." The next moment, hundreds of rocket launchers swish up from the edge of the high ground, and the dark holes were all pointing towards the center. Abehide also noticed this change at the first time, and his face changed drastically. There's an ambush. He wants to destroy himself and the enemy. Hiru, kill him quickly. Fujino Kimaru also screamed in horror. They didn't know that Li Haotian had a mechanical substitute, and thought that Li Haotian had reached his end and was ready to die together. Although Shinmu Rigian did not show up, he was also on the high ground, not far away from Li Haotian. If these hundreds of rocket launchers fire at the same time, even Shinmu Hikaru will not be able to withstand it. There are no wooden stakes on the high ground for him to use as a substitute. As for Fujino Kimaru and Abe-Hidia, their chances to attack with all their strength had already been used up. Faced with such a large number of rocket launchers, they are doomed to die. A fierce aura instantly burst out from Shinmu Rigian, and lightning surged. Shinmu Hiruzen roared. Thunder release. 1,000 years of killing. With a swish sound, Shinmu Daytime turned into a blue lightning and instantly rushed in front of Li Haotian. Shinmu Hiruzen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Die. The next moment, Shinmu Rigian's right hand, like a lightning spear, fiercely pierced through Li Haotian's chest. Seeing this scene, Abe-Hidia and Fujino Onamaru breathed a sigh of relief, and excitement appeared in their eyes. Finally killed this damn mechanic. However, the next moment, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Li Haotian's face, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Instead, there was a bright silver Groot pistol. The murderous intent on Senmi Hiru's face suddenly froze, and the pupils of Abe-Hidia and Fujino Kimaru shrank instantly. Impossible. What the hell is this? Since when did the mechanic learn the art of substitution? Shocked shouts were heard from the 3 people. Li Haotian's figure quietly appeared on one of the tanks at the edge of the high ground. With a faint smile on his face, he uttered a word softly, bang. Before he could finish his words, 100 rocket launchers roared at the same time, flooding the center from all directions. Boom! With this violent explosion, the 3 ministers and the remaining professionals from the Sakura country were instantly torn to pieces by artillery fire. Before he died, Shinmu Rigian stared at Li Haotian, who was standing proudly on the tank, his eyes full of shock. He muttered bitterly, "With unlimited ammunition and the ability to use super-powered weapons as stand-ins, Sakura country is in big trouble this time. This mechanic is simply invincible." Outside Copy Hall, after seeing the names of the directors of the 3 major branches of Sakura country, the professionals inside quickly stopped cheering, because some professionals have already explained the role of the Golden Battle Pass to everyone. As the 3 chief ministers of the Amaterasu Guild, it goes without saying that Fujino Onamaru and the others are equipped with top-notch equipment. In addition, they are all powerful professionals at level 78 or 79, and they all have a chance to burst out with all their strength. In this situation, No matter how strong the female boss is, she will definitely be doomed. Apart from anything else, the head of the ninja department, Senmi Hiruzen, is the most powerful assassin in the Sakura country. If he launches a sneak attack with all his strength, not to mention being suppressed to below level 50, even a strong person of the same level as him would probably have difficulty surviving. In other words, this female boss is dead. This time it's over. No wonder all these old silver coins from Sakura country hid their names when they entered. They were afraid that the female boss would discover their conspiracy and refuse to start a war. How shameless. Not only did the three ministers personally participate in the level 50 faction confrontation instance, but they also used such a fucking shady trick. When Sakura country and the Free Federation saw the names that reappeared after the game started, the atmosphere was completely opposite to that of the East Dragon Empire. As expected of one of the three ministers, this is the power of wisdom. That woman Donglong is dead this time. Those guys in Donglong must be mad now. Who asked that woman to provoke our Sakura Empire? She is simply courting death. She deserves it. In the Free Federation, Parker and others finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the names of Fujino Kimaru and other two. President Parker Williams smiled faintly. Jinren is a man with some brains. At least he knows how to strangle this woman in the cradle. James Gordon, president of the Gotham branch, also smiled and said, with the three ministers from Sakura country taking action, there shouldn't be any accidents this time. Bruno Collins, president of the Huadu branch, nodded reservedly and said, what a shame. To be honest, I really want to see what this mysterious woman looks like, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance. A secret area somewhere in the Tsinghua College dungeon hall. Wang Qingfeng watched the names of the Sakura Nation ninjas gradually turn gray, his face full of admiration. Junior brother is really as steady as an old dog. Judging from the speed at which the other party died, he should have only summoned a few dozen tanks to provide fire coverage, right? As he tried to paralyze those three old guys. Ling Xuahan showed admiration in his eyes. That should be the case. Junior brother used the same tactics when dealing with the 50 Yin-Yang masters before. He is most likely lying in ambush on the high ground with the remaining superpowered weapons. Jiang Jun chuckled. I wonder what those three old guys thought when they thought they had succeeded in killing my junior brother, but then saw my junior brother suddenly turn into a glot pistol. As people started to die in Sakura country, the situation in the faction confrontation copy was beyond many people's expectations. The professionals of the Donglong Empire went from cursing and being indignant in the beginning to becoming more and more excited later on, as if their little universes were burning. Chapter 63, Danger Level, S Level. The professionals of the East Dragon Empire looked at the name of the Sakura country, which was beginning to turn gray again, with a slightly stunned look. What the hell? That female boss should have seen Abe Hidia and the others' names, right? She's still fighting and doesn't seem to have any intention of giving up. This is amazing. Even with three ministers leading the team, so many people were killed by the female boss. It's over. The enemy has reached the female boss's high ground. There are only 11 people left in that gang. Those three old guys must still have some big moves. The female boss is finished. Alas, we in Donglong finally produced such an awesome person, but he's going to be killed by the Sakura country again. What a pity. Women are easily carried away. If we had stopped while we were ahead, we wouldn't have lost anything. But now we've lost everything. A while later, suddenly, the remaining 11 names of the Sakura country turned gray at the same time, including three ministers, including Hidia Abe. When everyone saw this information on the bulletin board, the noise and discussions in all the dungeon halls around the world suddenly stopped. Everyone's eyes widened in deathly silence. Wang Qingfeng waved his hands vigorously and said excitedly, Junior brother is awesome. He actually killed the three ministers of Sakura country at the same time. Ling Xuahan and Jiang Jun were also extremely excited. In the halls of various dungeons in Donglong, deafening cheers suddenly broke out. Damn it, the three ministers of Sakura country were actually killed by the female boss. So cool and awesome. She's not a female boss. She's clearly the empress of the world. Sister Empress, I don't want to try anymore. I'm willing to lick your feet for you. Please take me in. Sakura country is really in big trouble this time. The three ministers were slaughtered at the same time. How fucking exciting. In the Amaterasu Guild, Kenjin Kobe sat down on the ground as if he had seen a ghost. The Free Federation, Parker Williams, and the other two were so shocked that they stood up instantly. Parker's face was extremely solemn. He said word by word, "This woman must not be kept." He took a deep breath, feeling both absurd and shocked. Even if she is really a professional at level 50, she was able to withstand the full force attack of the three guys from Sakura Country and even kill all of them despite her suppressed level and equipment. This kind of combat power is probably far inferior to that of Master Li when he was over 50 years old. If she reaches level 60, 70, or even 80 in the future, won't she be even more powerful than Master Li? It's already a headache for Donglong to have Master Li. If this woman is added to the mix, won't they be able to dominate the world? Parker turned his head suddenly and stared at James Gordon, his eyes flashing with fear and trepidation. "James, adjust this woman's danger level to S level. Find her at all costs and kill her. If this woman doesn't die, the East Dragon Empire will definitely trample on our heads in the future." "Yes, President." James Gordon nodded heavily, the horror in his eyes still not subsiding. The notice board for the faction confrontation copy has changed again. "Is Sakura Country okay? You can't do a big one, so you just pooped 3 small ones?" As soon as these words were spoken, all the copy halls in the East Dragon Empire burst into laughter. "It's so funny. This female boss must be a liberal arts student, and her attainments in language arts are extremely high. Haha, I suspect those illiterate people in Sakura Country can't understand it at all. What can we do? I strongly recommend that Sakura Country offer Chinese courses. Even if we can't keep up with international standards, at least we need to ensure normal reading comprehension skills. Do you still want to play in Sakura Country? I want to play Speedmaster. I've played several games, and I'm hungry. I'll give you a quarter of an hour. If no one comes, I'll have to go out for supper." Kinjin Kobe looked at the information on the notice board and was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. He was breathing heavily. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and he stared at the string of question marks on the notice board. Kinjin Kobe's lips began to tremble uncontrollably, and he didn't know whether it was because he was angry or because he was heartbroken. His voice was like a madman, mumbling, "Who are you? Who are you?" Suddenly, Kambi Kinjin jumped up and shouted frantically, Someone come here. Gather all the professionals at level 50 or below in the guild. I just don't believe it. This bitch can keep killing. Beat her to death with a chariot wheel." A subordinate who was on standby outside trembled all over when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and hesitated for a long time, but finally he bravely ran in and said with a look of heartache, "President, you have to calm down. You have to cheer up. 3 ministers have already died heroically. If we continue to send more people in, the number of our young professionals may even plummet. The number of professionals in our Sakura Country cannot be compared with that of the vast East Dragon." Looking at his subordinates with tears streaming down their cheeks, Kinjin Kobe's body trembled, and the madness in his eyes seemed to dissipate a little. He stared at the string of question marks on the notice board with disgraceful eyes, his heart bleeding. With a distorted face, he murmured, "Should I just let her go? My precious son, and there are so many elites of Amaterasu. Even 3 ministers, The subordinate said in great sorrow, "President, please stop. This person must be a genius secretly cultivated by the East Dragon Empire. Maybe the East Dragon's national closure order is also related to her. We can no longer gain an advantage in the faction confrontation instance, so we can think of other ways." Upon hearing the words "closing the country order," Kinjin Kobe's body trembled, and he finally regained some of his rationality as the president of the Amaterasu Guild. There was a gleam in his eyes. After a while, he roared as if to vent his anger. Finally, he gave up the foolish act of giving himself up and walked towards the door. The 3 ministers died at the same time, and the Amaterasu Guild still had many things that needed him to personally step in and solve. Li Haoyan was waiting bored in the preparation room, waiting to see if the Sakura Country would continue to give away kills. To be honest, after fighting so many battles, he was really a little hungry. Ever since he killed the monsters, he hadn't even had time to eat dinner because of the trouble in Sakura Country. A quarter of an hour later, there was no response from Sakura Country. Li Haoyan breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, he could finally eat. "You useless piece of shit from Sakura Country. Now that you're scared, I'm gonna have a midnight snack now. Come back next time if you're not convinced." Li Haoyan left these words and prepared to disband the camp. At this moment, A line of prompts suddenly appeared in front of him. After disbanding the camp energy storage will automatically end. Do you want to collect the aura? Li Haoyan's eyes suddenly lit up. Damn, I almost forgot about this. There's still a loot that has not been taken. Chapter 64. Ultimate Halo Effect, Double Happiness. There was a glimmer of anticipation in Li Haoyan's eyes. In this faction confrontation instance, hundreds of people died. Moreover, a considerable number of them are professionals above level 50. Finally, even 3 ministers at level 70 or so contributed their modest efforts. After storing energy for such a long time, the properties of the aura produced can't be bad, right? Li Haoyan responded decisively. Collect the halo. Ding. Aura is being generated. As the prompts in front of him floated up, wisps of red light began to gather from all directions, condensing into a large red halo in front of Li Haoyan, like a solar corona. Ding. The halo has been generated. Please collect the halo. Li Haoyan looked at the red corona in front of him curiously and subconsciously reached out and touched it gently. The moment he touched the red corona, the properties of this halo automatically appeared in Li Haoyan's mind. Aura, Psychic Bloom. Basic attributes. Increase spiritual power by 1,000 points. Aura Effect. Double Happiness, effective after wearing. Note, after wearing this aura, you'll have double happiness. Happiness 1. When using skills, the spiritual power consumption is halved. Happiness 2. When releasing skills, the number of skills doubles. Seeing this halo effect, Li Haoyan's eyes slowly widened. This double happiness? This skill effect is too amazing. As a very rare special equipment, it is not surprising that the halo has a higher basic spiritual power value. After all, this is something that can only be produced by sacrificing at least 100 people. It is equivalent to being watered with the lives of professionals, so the basic attributes will naturally not be bad. To truly judge whether an aura is top-notch, the most important thing is to look at the aura effect. The effect of this halo is absolutely the best of the best, and it is applicable to all professions. Especially for magic professions, the effect of this effect is simply amazing. When using skills, the spiritual power consumption is halved, which means that the endurance of the magic profession is immediately doubled. Doubling the number of skills is also amazing. If combined with the first effect, the reduction and increase actually means not double the happiness, but quadruple the happiness. This is just an ordinary magic profession. If it were Li Haoyan, the effect of this halo would even exceed that of epic equipment. What is the strongest point of the mechanic? Of course, it is the super powerful weapons of an order of magnitude. However, Li Haoyan's super weapon is different from that of ordinary mechanics. Because he doesn't need to be created. As long as he has spiritual power, he can summon it directly. With this halo, it is no exaggeration to say that Li Haoyan's combat power has quadrupled. Even the ability to save lives has quadrupled. Suppose Li Haoyan has 2,000 spiritual power points, and summoning a Gatling machine gun originally requires 2 spiritual power points. That is to say, under normal circumstances, Li Haoyan could summon 1,000 Gatling guns and then output crazily for 1 minute without any ammunition restrictions. But with this halo, the original cost of summoning a Gatling gun is halved to 1 point of spiritual power. This means that while Li Haoyan's spiritual power remains unchanged, the number of superpowered weapons he can summon has doubled to 2,000 Gatling guns. What's even more perverted is that this halo has another effect. When releasing skills, the number of skills is doubled. In other words, the 2,000 Gatling guns doubled again, directly becoming 4,000 Gatling guns, and they were 4,000 Gatling guns with unlimited ammunition. Oh my god, this scene is so scary just thinking about it. Moreover, this halo effect works on the professional himself. When Li Haoyan raises his level in the future, his spiritual power will increase significantly, and the power of his superpowered weapons will also increase significantly. Only then will this halo really show its power. Li Haoyan was so excited that his whole body was shaking slightly. This is the rhythm of being invincible. As soon as he thought about it, he put away the halo immediately. The red corona instantly entered Li Haoyan's body, and a faint translucent red halo appeared behind him. Then, Li Haoyan turned off the halo display function, and the halo behind him quietly disappeared, and everything returned to normal. He chuckled and thought that special equipment like Halo must be hidden well. Slowly develop and hit it deadly. After doing all this, Li Hao-Yin left the preparation room contentedly and canceled the camp confrontation copy. The dungeon hall of Tsinghua College was already filled with jubilation at this time. Everyone was excitedly guessing the female boss's occupation and true level. In a secret area behind the copy hall, with a flash of white light, Li Hao-Yin's figure slowly emerged. When Wang Qingfeng and the other two saw their junior brother coming out, they immediately went to greet him. Wang Qingfeng patted Li Hao-Yin's shoulder heavily and laughed. "Young junior brother, well done. This time, Sakura country really suffered a huge loss. Haha." Ling Xuahan also had a look of satisfaction on his face. Yes, not only did Kambi Kinjin's son die, but even the 3 ministers of Amaterasu were killed by my junior brother. Kambi Kinjin must be going crazy now. Jiang Zhen's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Not only that, the Sakura country professionals that junior brother killed in the faction confrontation were basically low and middle-level elite professionals of Amaterasu. The loss of Amaterasu Guild this time is really not small." Li Hao-Yin smiled coldly. "The Sakura country has become more and more arrogant in recent years. If we don't show them how powerful we are, they will treat the tiger as a sick cat." Ling Xuahan nodded in agreement, a murderous look flashing in his eyes. "Well said. These idiots should be killed mercilessly." At this time, Wang Qingfeng seemed to suddenly remember something and asked curiously, "By the way, junior brother, didn't Kobe Ichiro activate the camp energy storage before? So many people died in this faction confrontation dungeon, and there were even 3 powerful professionals over level 70. The aura, attributes, and effects produced should be good, right?" After hearing what Wang Qingfeng said, Ling Xuahan and Jiang Zhen remembered the existence of the halo and looked at Li Hao-Yin with the same curiosity. Li Hao-Yin smiled mysteriously. "More than good, the effect of this halo is so strong that it is even more epic than epic." Having said that, Li Hao-Yin simply stopped explaining and directly displayed the halo and made the effect of the halo public for the 3 to see directly. Psychic Bloom. Directly increase the spiritual power by 1,000 points? Wow. This is indeed the brilliance produced by sacrificing so many lives. The basic value has been increased a lot. However, when the 3 of them saw the final halo effect, they were so shocked that they almost jumped up on the spot. Chapter 65, Zuixinlu Celebration. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 3 consecutive gasps were heard one after another, almost sucking all the air out of the area. Double happiness? Damn it, this is not double happiness. It's quadruple happiness. It's spiraling to heaven. Wang Qingfeng's eyes almost popped out. Oh my god, this is simply the magic equipment for the magic profession. Ling Xuahan opened his mouth slightly, his eyes full of envy. You know, as vice presidents of 2 of the 3 major guilds in Donglong, they both have halos. But when their halo effects are compared with Li Hao-Yin's, it's like the difference between blue equipment and epic equipment. Not to mention being compared, they're not even worthy of being mentioned. Jiang Zhen's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Even his voice was trembling. For ordinary magic professions, this is a magical equipment, but for my junior brother, this is more than a magical equipment. It is basically a bug. The spiritual power consumption is halved and the quantity is doubled. With just this one piece of equipment, the number of superpowered weapons of my junior brother has been quadrupled. Wang Qingfeng looked at Li Hao-Yin with burning eyes. "Junior brother, this halo can increase your spiritual power by 1,000 points. Your total spiritual power should have exceeded 3,000 now, right?" Li Hao-Yin nodded. "Yes, my spiritual power value is now more than 3,300. Ling Xuahan began to calculate very quickly. 3,300 spiritual power points. If calculated based on the spiritual power consumption of a tank, the normal consumption of summoning a tank is 16 spiritual power points. A total of more than 200 tanks can be summoned. On this basis, combined with the double happiness effect of the halo, the number will directly quadruple to more than 800 tanks." The pupils of the 3 people trembled at the same time. My god, 800 tanks and unlimited ammunition. With this amount, let alone unlimited ammunition, just 1 round of volley would be enough to finish off any professional below level 60, unless they have special abilities. Even if he was a level 60 or 70 professional, He would definitely die if he was bombarded by Li Haotian with unlimited ammunition for 1 minute. Doesn't this mean that Li Haotian, who is only level 30 now, is already strong enough to crush 90% of professionals below level 80 in a head-on battle? This is the real mechanical god of war. Even with the identities and shrewdness of Wang Qingfeng and the other two, they were almost unable to control themselves at this moment. Cuckoo. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly came from Li Haotian. Li Haotian froze, and suddenly an embarrassed look appeared on his face. Wang Qingfeng and the other two were stunned. Jiang Zhen suddenly said with a smile, "Hey, I almost forgot that because of the incident in Sakura country, junior brother hasn't even had dinner yet." Wang Qingfeng also laughed and shook his head. "It's my fault. I was so happy that I even forgot to eat." He waved his hand and said with a smile, "To celebrate my junior brother's killing of the 3 ministers of Sakura country, I will treat you. Let's go to Zuixinlu. Oh, by the way, junior sister, please go back and bring Yu with you." Yu said before that she would wait for junior brother to come back to eat together, but I didn't expect that she has been delayed until now. I'm afraid she hasn't eaten yet. Jiang Yu is Jiang Zhen's daughter. She's also very familiar with Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan, and they often get together. Moreover, the little girl has a sweet appearance and a good personality. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan both treat her as their own daughter. Speaking of this little girl, Ling Xuahan smiled coldly. "Yes, I almost forgot about that girl. Then you guys go first, I'll go pick up Yu." Jiang Zhen bowed and said with a smile, "Thank you for troubling second senior sister." Ling Xuahan waved his hand nonchalantly, tore open a crack in space, stepped into it, and disappeared. Zuixinlu is the most upscale and luxurious hotel in Tianjin City. According to legend, the owner behind Zuixinlu is the royal family, and the chefs here are all imperial chefs who once cooked for the royal family. What's more important is that all the ingredients used in Zuixinlu are delicacies from mountains and seas obtained from hunting monsters, and they are extremely precious. Not only can it satisfy the appetite, it also has many benefits for professionals and is equivalent to a food supplement. The imperial suite on the top floor of Zuixian Tower was now occupied by 5 people, 3 adults and 2 children. Jiang Wu had just sat down when her bright eyes fell on Li Haotian first. She pouted and said, "Haotian, you really enjoyed this wave of experience. I said I would wait for you to come back for dinner, but look, it's already dark and dinner has become a midnight snack." Li Haotian looked at Ling Xuahan in surprise. Second senior sister. "You didn't tell her?" Ling Xuahan spread his hands. "I brought her here, and I haven't had time to tell you yet." Jiang Zhen shook his head helplessly, while Wang Qingfeng looked at Jiang Wu with an amused expression and said jokingly, "Yu, don't blame Haotian. He was risking his life to find a place for our Donglong Empire just now. He didn't even have time to eat. Looking for a place for the East Dragon Empire?" Jiang Wu was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "Uncle Wang, what do you mean by this?" Ling Xuahan chuckled and pouted at Li Haotian. "Junior brother, show your new equipment to Yu." Jiang Wu already knew Li Haotian's background, and with her identity, it was impossible for her to leak Li Haotian's secrets. Therefore, Wang Qingfeng and others did not plan to hide it from her. Seeing the 3 senior brothers and sisters looking at the fun, Li Haotian shook his head in amusement and muttered to himself, "You are so old, but you still have such a strong desire to play. After you have shocked yourselves, you still want to see others shocked." Jiang Wu looked confused. "New equipment? There shouldn't be any equipment that a low-level professional can catch Aunt Ling's eye, right?" Jiang Wu looked at Li Haotian and asked curiously, "Did you encounter the Abyss dungeon again?" In her opinion, below level 50, it seems that only the top-quality legendary orange equipment produced in the Abyss dungeon is worthy of a second look from Ling Xuahan and others. Li Haotian did not explain, but directly removed the concealment and revealed the halo behind him. As a circle of translucent red light appeared behind Li Haotian, Jiang Wu's big eyes slowly widened. Her rosy lips slightly opened, and she asked in surprise, "Halo? Where did you get this special equipment? Isn't this thing only produced in faction confrontation copies?" Jiang Wu spoke subconsciously, but she stopped abruptly before she finished her words. Then, under the interested gazes of Ling Xuahan and others, Jiang Wu's eyes suddenly widened. The look she gave Li Haotian became more and more shocked, and she even subconsciously covered her mouth with her hand. Chapter 66. Encounter with Beida. Jiang Wuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He stared at Li Haotian intently and exclaimed, You are? Sure. Jiang Zhen smiled and quickly stopped his daughter from finishing her words. Facing Jiang Wuyu's horrified gaze, Li Haotian smiled and nodded slightly. Jiang Wuyu still had an expression of disbelief and subconsciously looked at Wang Qingfeng and the others, as if he needed them to confirm his guess. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan also nodded with interest. Although the answer in his heart was confirmed, Jiang Wuyu's face was still full of disbelief. Today, the faction confrontation launched by Sakura country against the East Dragon Empire caused a huge disturbance. Although Jiang Wuyu did not go to the dungeon hall, he had been following the incident at home through live broadcast on the internet. But because the mysterious strong man was a female boss, she had never connected the female boss with Li Haotian. What's more, in her opinion, facing the three ministers of the Sakura country, who are level 70 professionals who have retained the ability to strike with all their strength, even if Li Haotian's infinite ammunition is very powerful, he can't be their opponent. In addition, given how much his father and others value Li Haotian, they should not let Li Haotian participate in this kind of murderous faction confrontation copy, because it is too dangerous. If something unexpected happened to Li Haotian, it would be a huge loss. That's why she never expected that the mysterious powerful man who caused an uproar in the entire Donglong Empire today was actually Li Haotian. Jiang Wu looked at Li Haotian in confusion and said in shock, How on earth did you? Li Haotian chuckled and simply displayed his attribute panel. Jiang Wu looked over subconsciously, and just one glance made her pupils shrink slightly. You're 30 so soon? Later, when she saw Li Haotian's skills and talents, her pupils dilated. Heavy tank? Machine mechanical substitute? Oh my god, this! A strange light flashed in Jiang Wuyu's beautiful eyes, and she covered her little mouth even tighter. Combining Li Haotian's previous talents and skills, Jiang Wuyu immediately realized why Wang Qingfeng and others dared to let Li Haotian participate in the confrontation between the Sakura country and the Donglong camp. With Li Haotian's current spiritual power value, coupled with the terrifying number of superpowered weapons, Li Haotian's frontal attack power is invincible below level 50. In addition, the mechanical substitute solved the problem of Li Haotian's weak defense. Not to mention that the three ministers of the Sakura country only had one chance each to use their full strength. Even if they had 10 chances, they would not be able to do anything to Li Haotian. Then, Jiang Wuyu turned his gaze behind Li Haotian with anticipation in his eyes. The halo was produced by the sacrifice of so many professionals, and judging from the situation, even Ling Xuahan and the others highly praised it. The effect of the halo must be amazing, right? As Li Haotian opened the halo attribute, Jiang Wuyu's eyes suddenly widened. The spiritual power value directly increases by 1,000 points. And this halo effect, double the happiness? Hiss! Jiang Wuyu gasped, his eyes widened, and the shock on his face was even more exaggerated than before. This halo effect seems to be tailor-made for Li Haotian. The scene of rockets firing indiscriminately appeared in Jiang Wu's mind unconsciously, and her delicate body trembled suddenly. Haotian, the mechanic, is really a pervert. Seeing Jiang Wu's cute expression, Wang Qingfeng and others burst into laughter. Yes, that's the taste. It's really cool to see other people shocked. In the cheerful atmosphere, all kinds of precious and exquisite dishes were served on the table, focusing on their color, aroma, and taste. Li Haotian's eyes lit up as he watched. He ate with great relish, eating Garrido sashimi with one chopstick in the left hand and braised potted duck with the other. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the ingredients of Zuixinlu were indeed as legendary. None of them were ordinary. After taking a few bites of delicious food, Li Haotian even felt that his strength, speed, spiritual power, and other attributes had increased to a certain extent. Although the growth amount is small, only 1 or 2 points, it is permanent growth. No wonder Zuixinlu is known as the most luxurious hotel in the Donglong Empire. It is indeed extraordinary. Wang Qingfeng and others just took a few bites, then stopped with a smile and watched Li Haotian eat with relish. Although the food in Zuixinlu is very beneficial to professionals, it also has its limits. After reaching a certain limit, the effect of permanently increasing attributes will no longer occur. Given Wang Qingfeng and the others' identities, they had naturally reached this limit long ago. Not to mention them, even Jiang Wu Yuyu, as Jiang Zhen's daughter and the goddaughter in Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuan's eyes, had already eaten to her limit. So, after filling her stomach, Jiang Wu Yuyu put down her chopsticks and watched Li Haotian eat up the food with a smile. After fighting in camps for half a day, Li Haotian is really hungry now. After watching for a while, Jiang Wu felt a little urgent, so he excused himself and went to the bathroom. But she didn't expect that when she came out after solving her physiological problem, she ran into her old enemy head-on, and her pretty little face suddenly sank. Jiang Wu Yuyu, why are you here? A cold female voice with a hint of hostility sounded in surprise. Jiang Wu's voice also turned cold. Why? Zuixinlu is owned by your family? You can come, but I can't. Yunlan's expression changed, and she was about to retort, but Yun Miao beside her spoke first. Yun Miao's expression changed slightly, and he asked in a cold voice, since you are here, Jiang Zhen and the others should be here too? Did you book Sunrise in the East? Although Jiang Wu didn't have a good impression of Yun Miao, the other party's identity was there after all, so she had to hold back her temper and said, yes. Sunrise in the East is the imperial suite where they are staying. There was a gleam in Yun Miao's eyes, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Jiang Wu didn't know that her question, just now, was actually a test. Yun Miao was naturally very clear about Jiang Zhen's identity. As Master Li's youngest disciple, although Jiang Zhen did not hold any important position in Tsinghua College, his status was definitely not low. The reason why he did not hold a powerful position in Tsinghua College was, firstly, because his cultivation was not enough, and secondly, because he valued Jiang Wu Yuyu more and hoped to spend more time with his daughter. But in fact, Jiang Zhen is highly valued by Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuan, and the relationship between the three is also very good. Normally speaking, even with Jiang Zhen's status, he would rarely go to the imperial suite of Zuixinlu for dinner unless there was something special. But today, something special happened. That is, the faction confrontation copy instigated by the Sakura country. You know, Yun Miao's status in Beida College is not low. But even she had no idea that the Donglong Empire actually hid such a female boss. Chapter 67. Empty Seat in the Emperor's Box. Because of the ban on the country suddenly issued by Marshal Li, Beida College was secretly extremely sensitive to any unusual movements in the Donglong Empire. And today, ever since that female boss suddenly appeared in the faction confrontation copy, Beida College immediately began to gather information everywhere. Among the low-level professions in the Donglong Empire, there are only a few powerful ones. And the powerful professionals are basically in various powerful guilds. Since this female boss is not a member of the Return of the Dead, she is most likely a member of the Dragon Group or the Nuclear Elite. But why had Yun Miao and the others never heard of him before, or even knew that such a monstrous genius existed? Is it possible that there is something special about the identity of this female boss, or some special reason that Marshal Li has kept her hidden? What made Yun Miao even more puzzled was how this mysterious woman killed so many people, including Kobe Ichiro. You know, even if it is a mid-level professional who is above level 50 and has entered the faction confrontation copy through level and equipment balance, it is impossible for him to kill so many enemies by himself. What's more, the three ministers of Sakura country are here in person. However, it was precisely because the three ministers of the Sakura country entered the copy that Yun Miao and others suddenly came up with another guess. Could it be that this mysterious woman, like the three ministers, had to use the Golden War Pass to enter? The reason why she was able to kill so many people in Sakura country, in addition to her own mystery and strength, may be because her level was too high and her basic attributes and number of skills far exceeded others. It is precisely because she also possesses the ability to strike with all her strength that when facing the three ministers of the Sakura country, she can unexpectedly burst out and kill the three of them in an instant. After killing the other person, she immediately chose to withdraw because she had used up all her trump cards, so she used the excuse of having a midnight snack to withdraw. If this is true, then the true level of this mysterious female boss is probably at least level 70. Moreover, he is a monstrous genius who has been hidden by Master Li for who knows how many years. So, when Yun Miao saw Jiang Wu Yuyu just now, he immediately thought of the excuse that the female boss used for having midnight snack. If that female boss is really the person that Marshal Li has been hiding and is a powerful monster above level 70, then her identity and status are definitely not simple. At this time, with this kind of person, if she really wanted to have a midnight snack, it would be reasonable to choose the Imperial box of Zuixinlu, right? If we continue to think in this direction, if Jiangzhen accompanies this female boss to dinner, or even if Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan show up in person, it seems not surprising. Thinking of this, Yun Miao's eyes flashed, and he immediately made a decision. She suddenly put on a smile and said to Jiang Wu, "It just so happens that I have something to discuss with your father about screening foreign professionals. Since your father happens to be here, I'll go say hello to him." After saying this, Yun Miao turned around immediately without waiting for Jiang Wu to react and walked quickly towards sunrise in the east. As a frequent visitor here, Yun Miao naturally knew where the Imperial Suite was. Seeing Yun Miao leaving quickly, Jiang Wu was stunned at first, then his face changed slightly. As Jiang Zhen's daughter, Jiang Wu Yu is still very vigilant and sensitive about certain things. You know, in addition to Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan, Li Haoyan is also in the box. It was reasonable for me to have dinner with Wang Qingfeng and the others by relying on Jiang Zhen's relationship. But what about Li Haoyan? On the surface, Li Haoyan is just a freshman who has just entered Tsinghua College. Even if he performed outstandingly during the college selection, it would be impossible for him to sit down and eat with people of the level of Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan as soon as he entered the college. Unless, for some reason, Li Haoyan was valued by Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan. She hurriedly chased after him and shouted, "Wait, Senior Yun Yu." However, Yun Miao did not give Jiang Wu any chance to stop him. She took 2 steps at a time and quickly arrived at the door of sunrise in the east. Grab the handle, quickly turn it open with a click, and step in. Entering the suite, Yun Miao's gaze quickly turned towards the dining table, and his pupils contracted slightly. Li Oyan. At this time, there were 4 people at the table. She was already very familiar with 3 of them, one of whom was of course Jiang Wu's father Jiangzhen. The other 2 were the leaders of the Dragon Group and the Nuclear Peace Elite, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan. Marshal Li's 3 disciples actually gathered here. In addition to these 3, there was the extremely arrogant new professional that Yun Miao had met in Xixiang City before, Li Haoyan. Seeing Li Haoyan, Yun Miao's eyes suddenly flashed with suspicion, and an incredible thought immediately popped up in his mind. Is it him? Could he be the mysterious strong man in the faction confrontation copy? But then, Yun Miao immediately dismissed the idea. No, that's not right. There should have been another person in the room just now. Yun Miao's gaze immediately passed over Li Haoyan and fell on the empty seat next to him. There's an empty seat on each side of Li Haoyan. There was a pink jacket hanging on the empty chair back on the left, and it was obviously the style that the little girl liked. Needless to say, this is naturally Jiang Wu Yu's seat. And on the right side of Li Haoyan, there is also an empty seat. There is a small bowl on the table in front of the empty seat with a half-bitten shrimp in it and some food scraps next to it. It looked as if a customer had eaten halfway and suddenly left. Yun Miao looked at the empty seat steadily, his eyes sweeping across the open window next to it, with a gleam in his eyes. At this time, Li Haoyan was looking at Yun Miao with surprise. It seemed that he had never expected Yun Miao to suddenly barge in. Wang Qingfeng had a faint smile on his face and spoke slowly. "Isn't this teacher Yun Miao? What a coincidence, we actually met here." Yun Miao glanced at Wang Qingfeng and the other 2 with a slightly gloomy look and suddenly smiled and said, "I didn't expect that Vice President Wang and Vice President Ling would be here too. The 2 presidents are very busy with official duties, and it's rare for them to have time to come to Zuixinlu for dinner. I wonder who owns the empty seat over there. Why is there no one there?" Yun Miao's light swept towards the empty seat on Li Haoyan's right, and he asked with a tentative smile. Li Haoyan spoke immediately, as if in a hurry. "No one, this is where I sat before. I accidentally spilled some water on the seat when I was drinking just now, so I moved here." As he spoke, Li Haoyan took half a shrimp from the bowl and stuffed it into his mouth, as if he was afraid that Yun Miao would not believe him. Chapter 68. Yun Lan, the Great Wisdom. Yun Miao's eyes swept across the bowl in front of Li Haoyan, clearly disbelieving it. "You greenhorn, you actually want to use such a poor excuse to deceive me." Yun Miao sneered in his heart. Behind Yun Miao, Jiang Wu looked at the empty seat next to Li Haoyan, and a look of surprise flashed across her pretty face. Then, she reacted immediately, looked at Li Haoyan with admiration. The panic in her eyes subsided quietly, and she returned to her seat and sat down. Jiang Wuyu smiled and said, "Senior Yuan, aren't you going to talk to my dad? My dad is right there." Jiang Zhen raised his eyebrows and said with a half-smile, "Oh, Teacher Yuan wants to talk to me about something." Yin Miao looked deeply at Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan, then looked at Jiang Zhen and smiled. "It's not a big deal. I just want to ask Teacher Jiang, should Teacher Jiang already know about today's faction confrontation copy? I wonder if Teacher Jiang knows who that mysterious strong woman is. I didn't expect that there is such a heroine in our Donglong Empire. I really want to meet her." Jiang Zhen smiled faintly. "So that's what happened. To be honest with you, Teacher Yuan, I'm also very curious about this female hero. It's a pity that this female hero may be an ascetic monk hidden among the people. She is not well known, and I have no chance to see her." "Really? That's such a pity." Yin Miao glanced at the empty seat next to Li Haoyan with a smile. "Oh, by the way, Vice President Wang, Vice President Ling, you two are usually very busy with official duties. How come you have time to come and have dinner with the juniors today?" Yin Miao changed the subject and looked at Li Haoyan. Wang Qingfeng smiled faintly, looked at Jiang Wuyu, and said in a teasing tone, "Yu was raised by Xuahan and I. She is looking for a boyfriend, and, as the elders, we naturally have to come over to help check." Huh. Yin Miao was stunned. She didn't expect that Wang Qingfeng's answer would be like this. Jiang Wuyu's body also froze, and then her pretty face flushed slightly. She stared at Wang Qingfeng and said coquettishly, "Uncle Wang, what are you talking about?" At the same time, Jiang Wuyu subconsciously glanced at Li Haoyan, who had a calm expression on his face. Yun Yao's gaze swept across Jiang Wuyu's face, revealing a look of understanding and confusion. Beside her, Yinlan also looked at Li Haoyan in surprise. She didn't expect that Li Haoyan had only been in Tsinghua College for a short time, but he had already caught up with Jiang Wuyu. Yin Miao looked at Wang Qingfeng meaningfully. "So that's how it is. Haha, I didn't expect Vice President Wang to care so much about the younger generation. He is so busy at work, but he still takes time out to care about his children's love life." Taking one last look at the open window, Yin Lan's smile faded, and he said calmly, "In that case, I won't disturb you from having a meal. Goodbye." After saying that, she turned around and left decisively. "Goodbye, I won't see you off," Jiang Zhen said with a faint smile. After closing the door, Yin Miao took Yin Lan and left quickly. "Teacher, the empty seat next to Li Haoyan," Yin Lan asked in a low voice. Yin Miao's eyes gleamed, and he said with certainty, "Just now, there was definitely another person in the box, but that person was startled by us and left through the window in advance." "Humph, that brat Li Haoyan is trying to cover up with that lame excuse. It's ridiculous. I've eaten more salt than he has eaten rice." Yun Miao snorted coldly, and then said, "When I went in just now, I was secretly paying attention to Li Haoyan's every move. When the boy was picking up the shrimp, he glanced towards the window unconsciously. He was obviously hiding something. The person sitting next to him should have quietly left through the window before we went in." Yin Miao paused for a moment, his tone concealing excitement. "If I'm not mistaken, the person who is worthy of Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan coming here to accompany her should be the mysterious female boss in today's faction confrontation copy." Although Yun Lan had expected this, she was still surprised to hear the teacher say this. "Teacher, so the mysterious female boss is from the Dragon Group or the Nuclear Elite?" Yin Miao nodded heavily. 9 out of 10. Moreover, that woman is very likely a master secretly trained by Marshal Li. The previous ban on the country may even have been issued because of that mysterious woman. If I'm not mistaken, that woman should be the secret weapon that Marshal Li prepared for the upcoming international war. Yin Lan asked in confusion. "But teacher, if that mysterious woman is really the secret weapon secretly cultivated by Marshal Li, then why did she take the initiative to expose herself before the international war copy? Won't this attract the attention of other countries in advance?" Yin Miao shook his head and said, "No, it was just an accident." There was a thoughtful gleam in her eyes, as if she had seen through it all. To play a role in the international war instance, that woman's true level must be at least above level 70. Moreover, her profession should be very special. It is even possible that she is a unique super god profession like Marshal Li, whose strength is far beyond that of ordinary phantom gods. If it was a known phantom profession, even if she also used the Golden Battle Pass, it would be impossible for her to slaughter so many professionals from Sakura country in the faction confrontation copy, including a genius like Kobe Ichiro and the 3 ministers of Sakura country. I guess, according to Marshall Lee's original idea, the ban on the country was issued just to protect her. After all, as the international war is approaching, all countries have begun to prepare secretly. Especially for a first-tier country like our Donglong Empire, it will naturally attract the attention of all countries in the international community. Marshall Lee's move was to combat spies from other countries and keep her secret. But Marshall Lee probably didn't expect that the reaction of Sakura country would be so fierce. They did all these things and killed so many of us. Yuan Miao shook his head and said, if it weren't for the faction confrontation instance instigated by the Sakura country, that mysterious woman would never have revealed her existence in advance. She would have definitely hidden until the international war instance began to give everyone a surprise. After listening to Yuan Miao's analysis, Yunlan was full of admiration. Teacher is indeed a wise man. Just a chance encounter tonight, but he has thought through the cause and effect. Yuan Miao pulled the corner of his mouth with some pride. It's all just experience. When you see more things in the future, you will naturally be able to think clearly. Yunlan was convinced. Yes, teacher. Yuan Miao nodded slightly. Yes, but speaking of which, it was also a coincidence tonight that I happened to run into Wang Qingfeng and the others at Zuixinla. Now that we know that the woman is Marshall Lee's person, then next we can find a way to find out her specific information. To be honest, I'm really curious about what that woman's occupation is. Yuan Miao's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he murmured in a low voice. Chapter 69 Life is like a play. It all depends on your acting skills. Listening to Yuan Miao's mumbling, Yunlan's thoughts drifted in another direction. She asked doubtfully, Teacher, if that mysterious female warrior is really a powerful professional of over level 70, or a secret weapon secretly cultivated by Marshall Lee for the International War Dungeon, then it does make sense for her to appear here. But what about Li Haoyan? Even if he upgraded quickly in the early stage, and I don't know how he defeated the phantoms of Jiang Wuyu and me. But no matter what, he's just a low-level professional in his 20s. How can he sit and eat with people like Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuan? Hearing his apprentice's question, Yuan Miao only thought for a moment, and then said with an expression that showed he knew the truth. If I'm not mistaken, that mysterious strong woman might have some connection with Li Haoyan. As he spoke, Yuan Miao seemed to confirm his guess and nodded heavily. That kid Li Haoyan is very likely the disciple of that strong woman. And the reason why he was able to upgrade quickly and even kill you and Jiang Liu's phantom in a short period of time is probably inseparable from that strong woman. Yuan Miao's eyes sparkled, and he became more and more excited as he spoke. I guess that the ability of that strong woman is very likely related to beast taming or summoning, but in terms of strength, it is far beyond that of ordinary beast tamers and summoners. Also, her summons should be able to be loaned out to others temporarily, just like a beastmaster. So, maybe the reason why Li Haoyan levels up so fast is not because of a dungeon bug, but because he has used external forces that far exceed his current level. Yuan Miao looked at his disciple with a smile that showed he saw through everything. Lanner, didn't you notice? Just now at the dinner table, the empty seat of that strong woman was next to Li Haoyan, and on the other side was Jiang Wuyu. What does this mean? It means that the person who was originally sitting in the empty seat has a close relationship with Li Haoyan. Her status is equivalent to that of Li Haoyan's elder. It is because of her that Li Haoyan was able to get so close to Jiang Wuyu as soon as he entered Tsinghua College, and they even became boyfriend and girlfriend. Yuan Miao sneered. Jiang Wuyu looks cheerful and generous, but in fact, she is just as arrogant as you. If Li Haoyan is really just an ordinary orphan, I don't believe Jiang Wuyu would agree to be his girlfriend so easily. Humph. So even though this guy is just a shabby mechanic, he is so different from others. The reason is not because of how strong his profession is, nor because his abilities are special. It's just because there is a powerful professional of over level 70 hiding behind him. I guess that woman was attracted by Li Haoyan's unprecedented full spiritual power. Hey, it's just a pity. Man proposes, God disposes. Although Li Haoyan has full spiritual power, the profession he awakened is the most useless phantom profession, the mechanic. I have to say that the woman was very kind to Li Haoyan. After Li Haoyan awakened to such a rubbish profession, she was still willing to use her abilities to protect him and even found a way to send him to Qinghua. Yin Lan suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Yun Miao pondered and said, however, in this case, Li Haoyan is a clue. We can use Li Haoyan to find out the true identity of that woman. I just don't believe that now that the truth has been revealed, that woman can still hide forever, humph. The two figures walked farther and farther away, and Yun Miao's voice slowly dissipated in the corridor. Sunrise Oriental Suite. After Yun Miao left, Jiang Wuyu was about to speak, but was stopped by Ling Xuahan with a look. Jiang Wuyu immediately shut his mouth, and the room fell silent. After a moment, Ling Xuahan carefully sensed for a moment and made sure that Yun Miao and the others had gone far away. Then he waved his hand. As a silver-white light spread out and a faint spatial fluctuation enveloped the entire room, Ling Xuahan gently nodded to everyone. Okay, everyone can talk now. After receiving Ling Xuahan's signal, Jiang Wuyu controlled her voice, glanced at the empty seat next to Li Haoyan, and asked excitedly, Auntie Ling, did you leave this empty seat on purpose for them to see? Ling Xuahan looked at Li Haoyan with admiration. This is all thanks to Haoyan's quick wit. After we heard your loud shout outside the door, we immediately guessed that Yun Miao might rush in to check the situation. Originally, I wanted to take Haoyan and avoid them directly, but Haoyan said that even if we could avoid them this time, he would get along with us more in the future and would always be seen by others. Instead of doing this, it is better to divert attention and direct the focus to other directions. Wang Qingfeng nodded in appreciation. I have to say, Junior Brother has really considered this carefully. From Yun Miao's perspective, her meeting us tonight was completely an accident. Only an accidental encounter like this would make Yun Miao firmly believe that the female boss really exists. Jiang Jun couldn't help but laugh and said, That's right. Moreover, Haoyan just performed the 4 words of playing hard to get to the extreme and completely highlighted a panicked young man who has no social experience but wants to hide it. Ling Xuahan chuckled and said sarcastically, People like Yun Miao who claim to be an old hand in the world will only believe what she saw with her own eyes. And Haoyan's performance just now is enough to make her believe in the existence of the female boss. Wang Qingfeng smiled and nodded. Not only that, I suspect that Yun Miao has probably already automatically filled in a lot of information and speculations about that female boss in his mind. In the future, her attention to Haoyan will drop significantly. Even if she sees us often with Haoyan, she will not focus on Haoyan himself. She will only use Haoyan to inquire about and think about the imaginary female boss. Listening to everyone's discussion, Jiang Wuyu chuckled and looked at Li Haoyan. Haoyan, do you think Yun Miao and the others will think that the female boss is your distant relative or something? Li Haoyan chuckled and said teasingly, Why does she have to be a distant relative? Can't she be my confidant? Jiang Wuyu glared at him with his almond-shaped eyes and said, Humph, wishful thinking. You are just a low-level professional, and you dare to hope to have such a powerful confidant. Li Haoyan sighed and nodded. That's right. Even if a level 30 scum like me really wants to find a confidant, I'm afraid I can only find a low-level professional like you. Jiang Wuyu raised her eyebrows, picked up a chicken leg, and stuffed it into Li Haoyan's mouth, angrily saying, Okay, you dare to slander me? Go eat your chicken leg. Wang Qingfeng and others burst into laughter. Chapter 70, Encrypted Video Call. After dinner, it was almost late at night. Li Haoyan had been playing the faction confrontation dungeon for half a day and was mentally tired, so he did not go to the Endless Altar again. Instead, he returned to his new home with Jiang Jun and others to rest. The next day, Li Haoyan was called out by Ling Xuahan and Jiang Jun early in the morning to continue his monster-killing mission. At this time, in the Sakura country Amaterasu headquarters, in the conference room, Kenji and Kobe stared at the big screen with a gloomy look. On the big screen was a middle-aged man with neatly combed blonde hair and a serious face. Kenji and Kobe, why did you start an encrypted call with me? Parker Williams asked in a deep voice. Kobe Kenjin said respectfully in a low voice, President Parker, I got some news about the woman from the East Dragon Empire. Oh, Parker Williams sat up straighter, his eyes becoming more serious. Tell me about it. Although Kenjin Kobe did not say who that woman was at this moment, apart from the woman who killed the 3 ministers of the Sakura country in the faction confrontation copy, There was obviously no one else worthy of Kenjin Kobe's seriousness. Kobe Kenjin said in a deep voice, "According to the information I received, that woman should be a secret weapon secretly cultivated by Master Li, prepared for the next international war copy. And the reason why she was able to kill so many warriors from our Sakura country is that it is very likely that her profession is a super god profession similar to Master Li, and her strength is far beyond that of ordinary phantom gods. At the same time, we speculate that her actual level is probably above level 70, and she also participated in the faction confrontation dungeon through the gold battle pass. And the reason why she was able to kill Abe Hidia and the others in the end was probably because she used her full strength attack ability. Super God class? Level 70. Parker Williams' eyes suddenly focused. He did not ask where Kenjin Kobe got the information from or whether it was credible, and he seemed to have no doubts about it. The light in Parker Williams' eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about the possibility that Kenjin Kobe mentioned. After a moment, he slowly said, "Your guess is reasonable. The combat power shown by that woman in the faction confrontation instance is indeed far beyond the existing phantom profession. If it was just an ordinary phantom god class, even if she could kill those 3 guys from your Amaterasu, her speed shouldn't be that fast. So, she is most likely a super god class." Parker Williams paused for a moment, his voice sinking slightly. "But I think her actual level is not necessarily 70. Maybe she is at the peak of level 60. Kambi Kenjin asked in confusion, "Why?" Parker Williams said calmly, "Back then, Master Li showed up after he reached level 70. At that time, he was already invincible among his peers. Although the attack power of Master Li's awakened creator is not particularly outstanding, he is very strong in self-protection and flexibility. Unless his spiritual power is exhausted, no one can do anything to him. But I am sure that if Master Li was replaced by that mysterious woman, he might not be able to carry out such a one-sided massacre. At least, when it comes to the speed of killing people, Master Li certainly can't compare to this woman." At this point, Parker Williams' eyes were solemn. This woman's awakened profession is definitely far superior to Master Li in terms of attack power, and her ability should be very good at group battles. Therefore, every time she fights, she can kill all the opponents within a few minutes. Kenjin Kobe was shocked when he thought about the time taken for the previous faction confrontation copies. He was horrified and said, "In that case, isn't that woman more terrifying than Master Li?" Parker Williams shook his head slightly. "No. On the contrary, as long as we know who she is much less threatening than Master Li." Kobe Kenjin wondered why. Parker Williams smiled faintly. "Every professional is not perfect. They have advantages and disadvantages, even the super professional. Master Li's ability to protect himself as a creator is the best in the world, but his attack power is much more mediocre. This woman's attack power is so strong, so her ability to protect herself will definitely not be so outstanding among professionals of the same level. Otherwise, why would she leave immediately after killing your 3 ministers?" Parker Williams sneered, but felt a little relieved. "So, I think this woman might be a super god profession with high attack and low imitation, good at group battles, similar to the mechanic of the East Dragon Empire. With this level of attack power, even if she is a professional at level 60, she may be able to kill your 3 ministers." Kinto Kobe suddenly realized and said, "Sodai Zyga." Parker Williams' eyes flashed with coldness, and he said, "If that's the case, then although this woman is still worthy of attention, she is much easier to deal with than Master Li." Kobe Kenjin gritted his teeth and said, "Hey, President Parker, this woman killed my child. If you have a plan against her, please let me participate." Parker Williams' eyes flashed coldly, and he nodded slightly. "I understand. Now that we know some of her details, we will naturally find a way to get rid of her before the international war instance starts. With this woman's ability, if she were to participate in the international war instance, she would be a considerable threat to us, Humph." After saying that, Parker Williams hung up the encrypted video call. As night fell, Li Haoyan finally returned after a day of gaining experience under the guidance of Ling Xuahan. His level also rose from level 30 to level 34, and he was only 1 step away from unlocking the next skill. There was no provocation from the Sakura country today, so Li Haoyan finally had dinner on time. After finishing his meal, Li Haoyan, under the guidance of Ling Xuahan, once again came to the secret area of the Tsinghua College dungeon hall. Today, he is going to enter the Endless Altar and starts solo. Wang Qingfeng had other things to deal with, so he didn't come. Jiang Zhen and Jiang Wu, two idle people, followed curiously. Ling Xuahan glanced at the world rankings on the Endless Altar and introduced it to Li Haoyan. The Endless Altar can be regarded as a special single-player dungeon. All professionals can play it and can enter at any time to produce a large amount of experience. But in reality, for most people, this copy is not very useful. Why? Li Haoyan asked curiously. Ling Xuahan showed a helpless look on his face. Because the monster levels and levels in this instance correspond 1-to-1, and the higher the level, the more monsters there are. Chapter 71, Endless Altar. Ling Xuahan paused, then continued. There are a total of 100 floors in the Endless Altar, and each floor can only be refreshed once. But so far, no one in the world has been able to pass it. Even our teacher only reached the 93rd floor at best. Li Haoyan was immediately shocked. Is it so difficult? Jiang Zhen nodded seriously. Yes, it is indeed difficult. The levels of the monsters in the Endless Altar correspond to the number of floors. For example, the monsters on the first floor are level 1, the monsters on the 10th floor are level 10, and the monsters on the 95th floor are level 95. But if that's all, it's not that difficult for professionals of the same level to deal with monsters of the same level. Even if the level is higher than mine, it won't be a big problem. Especially after level 50, the strength of mid and high-level professionals who have completed Advanced Awakening will be greatly improved. For those powerful professions, it is no problem for one person to kill hundreds or thousands of monsters alone. After all, monsters have relatively simple abilities, and their skills are not as rich as those of professionals, and they are even worse in terms of intelligence. Ling Xuahan sighed helplessly, but there are too many monsters in the Endless Altar. As each level increases, the total number of monsters increases by the square of that level. For example, the monster on the first floor is a level 1 monster, and the 10th floor is 10 squared, which means 100 level 10 monsters. The 50th floor is 50 squared, which means there are 2,500 level 50 monsters. The 93rd floor is even more exaggerated. 93 squared means there are 8,649 level 95 monsters. Li Haoyan was surprised and said, that is to say, the higher the level, not only will the level of the monsters be higher, but the number will also increase exponentially. But then, he frowned and said, it feels a little strange. If the difficulty is this high, with hundreds or even thousands of monsters appearing at the same time, I'm afraid 99% of the professionals won't be able to defeat more than a few levels, right? Especially after reaching level 30. The number of monsters has exceeded 1,000. With this number of monsters, except for a few professions that are good at group battles, other professions will probably be killed by monsters in a matter of minutes. Jiang Zhen shook his head slightly. Second senior sister just mentioned the total number of monsters on each floor, but after the battle begins, these monsters will not appear at once. There will be a gradual process, and then the difficulty will gradually increase. For example, there are 2,500 monsters on the 50th floor. The first batch will have 10 monsters, the second batch will have 30 monsters, the third batch will have 100 monsters, and then more and more monsters will come out until all 2,500 monsters are gone. There is a certain interval between each batch of monsters, which is considered as a buffer time for professionals to adapt. If you kill all the monsters in the first batch, the next batch will appear immediately. But even so, after the 50th floor, the total number of monsters is still very terrifying. Even if the attack power is sufficient, the spiritual power may not be able to support the consumption. After hearing Jiang Zhen's explanation, Li Haoyan nodded. I see. Ling Xuahan said, so although the Endless Altar give a lot of experience points, it is actually a bit useless for most professionals. Because solo play is too slow and the risk is too high. After a professional enters the Endless Altar, there are only 2 ways to exit. One is to clear that level, and then there will be 2 choices. One is to enter the next level, and the other is to choose to exit. Second, if you cannot defeat the battle on that level once it starts, you must persist on that level for half an hour before you can choose to quit midway. What if you can't hold on for half an hour? Li Haoyan asked. Ling Xuahan spread his hands. Then we can only die under the siege of monsters. If the monsters in the Endless Altar had not appeared in batches, from a few to many, giving the professionals a chance to buy time. I'm afraid few professionals would dare to go in and challenge. Jiang Jun smiled and said, Now, most professionals use the endless altar as a trial ground to hone their skills or combat techniques. After I have a new breakthrough, I will go into the altar to try and see if I can surpass the number of monsters I killed before and persist for a longer period of time. This is a good standard to measure my own growth and strength. Ling Xuan's eyes suddenly showed excitement, staring at Li Haotian. Junior brother, for other people, the endless altar is quite dangerous, but for you, it is an excellent place to gain experience. Because the monsters in the endless altar have no level experience penalty. That is to say, even if you're only in your 30s now, as long as your attack power is sufficient, you can defeat as many levels as you want. This is equivalent to accumulating experience by killing monsters above your level. For low-level professionals, the leveling speed can be greatly improved in a short period of time. Hearing Ling Xuan's words, Li Haotian's eyes suddenly lit up. No level experience penalty? Holy shit, that would be so cool. With the number of superpowered weapons that Li Haotian can summon now, he is not really afraid of the large number of monsters. In fact, the more monsters there are, the more excited he becomes when fighting them. The mechanic with unlimited ammunition is full of confidence. Thinking of this, Li Haotian immediately rubbed his hands and prepared to start his own monster-killing journey. At this time, Ling Xuan handed Li Haotian 2 small porcelain bottles and reminded him, Junior brother, this is the Tianling pill and the Xinling pill. After you go in, take one of each. Hearing this, Jiang Wu next to him exclaimed, Xinling pill? This is too extravagant. Li Haotian also looked surprised. He opened the orange-red bottle and poured out an orange-red pill. Is this the legendary Xinling pill? Ling Xuan smiled and nodded. Yes, this thing is really difficult to make. Only alchemists above level 70 can refine it, and the success rate is extremely low. The 10 in there are all the stocks of the Dragon Team and the Nuclear Elite. Taking Xinling pill together with Tianling pill can quadruple your experience points and last for half an hour. It is best for you to use it now. Li Haotian was touched. Thank you, second senior sister. Ling Xuan smiled coldly. We are all family. Why should we be polite to second senior sister? Go ahead and be careful. Yes. Li Haotian nodded heavily and walked towards the transmission area. There was a flash of light, and when the world in front of Li Haotian's eyes became clear again, he suddenly found that he was standing on the edge of a huge altar. The altar is round in shape and covers an exaggerated area. At a glance, it is roughly estimated to be more than 10 kilometers in size, and the ground is engraved with mysterious patterns. In the very center of the entire altar, there is a big one representing that this is the first level of the endless altar. At this time, Li Haotian was standing on the edge of the altar where there was a separate small circle. Li Haotian knew that this was the safe zone of the endless altar. Once the professional is ready and steps out of this safe zone, the challenge begins. Chapter 72 is really stuck with a bug. At this moment, a line of prompts appeared in front of Li Haotian. First challenge to the endless altar, basic information registration in progress. Ding dong. Information registration completed. Name, Li Haotian. Country, East Dragon Empire. Guild, Nuclear Elite. Occupation, Mechanic. Level, 34. Li Haotian was stunned. What's going on? Do I need to register my information to brush the endless altar? In this way, wouldn't my identity be exposed? But then, the reminder that appeared in front of him immediately dispelled Li Haotian's concerns. Is the information public? Call. Li Haotian immediately breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his head. It turns out that you can hide your own information. I was shocked. Hide all. Li Haotian gave immediate response. Hide completed. Name? Seeing this familiar string of question marks, Li Haotian smiled and said, Now I can let go and do it. He immediately took out the 2 bottles Ling Xuan gave him, poured out a pill from each, and stuffed them into his mouth at the same time. Looking at the countdown for a quadruple experience appearing before him, Li Haotian nodded slightly. Then he just thought about it for a moment and started moving. As soon as he thought of it, densely packed heavy tanks appeared in front of Li Haotian and lined up in front of him. Summoning a tank consumes 16 spiritual power points, and Li Haotian's current total spiritual power is more than 3,300 points. Combined with the double happiness effect of the halo, Li Haotian summoned a total of 800 heavy tanks. Looking at the superpowered army in front of him, Li Haoyan felt extremely proud and took a step forward, leaving the safe zone. With a buzzing sound, the entire altar seemed to suddenly come alive. The mysterious patterns on the ground instantly lit up, and a huge white light gate quietly rose from the center of the altar. Then, a strange red creature crawled out from the light gate. That is the monster on the first level of the endless altar, the red slime. Li Haoyan grinned and issued an order in his mind. With a loud boom, 800 tanks opened fire at the same time. Under such terrifying concentrated firepower, the strange red creature immediately exploded into pieces. Kill the red slime and gained 400 experience points. Li Haoyan's eyes lit up as he looked at the floating prompt. Wow, this experience value is really high. You know, this is only the monster on the first level. Excluding the bonus of the fourfold experience pill, there are still 100 experience points. It is twice as powerful as the boss in the level 10 dungeon Dark Forest. If you reach a high level, won't your experience points soar? Congratulations on passing the first level of the Endless Altar. Do you want to continue the challenge? Continue the challenge. Li Haoyan made his choice immediately without saying a word. A layer of white light quickly rose from under his feet, submerging Li Haoyan. After the white light faded, Li Haoyan found that he had arrived at the second floor, and the number in the center of the altar changed from 1 to 2. Li Haoyan subconsciously looked around. His body suddenly shook, his eyes suddenly widened, and even his mouth couldn't help but open. Because he suddenly saw that in front of him, the 800 tanks were neatly arranged. Not a single one was left behind. Li Haoyan was a little confused. What is going on? Didn't Second Senior Sister say that when a professional clears a level and chooses to continue, all panel attributes will be reset? Could it be that the skills that have already been used will not be reset? Li Haoyan immediately opened his property panel to check. Spiritual power value, 2345. Reset indeed. He once again checked the remaining duration of these heavy tanks, 53, 52, 51. Li Haoyan's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. He didn't expect that he had been accused of having a bug before. And today, he seemed to have really encountered a bug. The superpowered weapons that have been summoned will not disappear when you continue to challenge the next level, but their duration will be extended. What does that mean? This means that if Li Haoyan kills monsters fast enough, his superpowered weapons can accumulate far more than the limit that his current spiritual power can summon. It's like a snowball. With every level up, Li Haoyan's super weapons can double. Then, it became more and more terrifying, and the firepower became stronger and stronger. Even in the later stages, the superpowered weapon he summoned for the first time would disappear because the 1-minute time limit had expired, but the superpowered weapons that followed could still accumulate to an extremely exaggerated number. This is at least dozens of times what Li Haoyan can summon with his current spiritual power. This is simply an invincible rhythm. Li Haoyan didn't know that this was not actually a copy bug, because he is the only professional in the world who can summon superpowered weapons and can keep summoning them as long as he has spiritual power. Even for other similar professions, such as beastmasters and summoners, their pets and summons are all fixed, and there is no possibility of repeated summoning. Once their pets or summoned creatures are injured or even die in the process of killing monsters, they can only wait for natural recovery before they can be summoned again. Therefore, even if their summoned creatures follow their masters to the next level when they choose to continue the challenge, at most they can save a little spiritual energy when activating skills, but it will not bring any additional bonus to the professional's combat effectiveness. Therefore, there will be no loopholes in such rules that professionals can exploit, except Li Haoyan is an exception, because his superpowered weapon exists through the continuous consumption of spiritual energy, and there is no limit on quantity. Thinking of this, Li Haoyan dared not delay any longer. As it took a step forward, another 800 tanks rushed out. Buzz, a huge white light gate appeared again in the center of the altar, and 4 green, strange creatures slowly crawled out from it. On the second floor, the number of monsters is 2 squared, a total of 4 green slimes. Boom! A total of 1,600 tanks roared at the same time, and the 4 slimes were blown to pieces in an instant. Kill the green slime and gain 1,600 experience points. Kill the green slime and gain 1,600 experience points. 4 prompts popped up in succession, making Li Haoyan look excited. Wow, this endless altar is quite fair. As the number of levels increases, the number of monsters increases exponentially, and the experience points also increase exponentially. According to this rule, the original experience value of the third level should be 3 squared multiplied by 100. The original experience of a single monster is 900. Combined with the quadruple experience pill, it is a full 3,600 experience points. According to what Ling Xuahan said before, as the levels go up, the monster's experience growth will slow down, but for a low-level professional like him who is only in his 30s, it is still really good, and he can't wait. Congratulations on passing the second level of the Endless Altar. Do you want to continue the challenge? Continue. A flash of white light appeared, and Li Haoyan appeared on the third floor. This time he was even faster. In order to save time, he didn't even see the scene in front of him clearly. He stepped out of the safe zone in one step and threw out 800 tanks again. Chapter 73. There's something wrong with the monster's spawning speed. At the moment Li Haoyan stepped out of the safe zone, the huge white light gate appeared again in the center of the altar, and 9 huge dark purple spiders crawled out of the light gate, with ferocity flashing in their eyes. This is the monster on the third floor, the violent spider. Boom! 2,400 tanks fired at the same time, and the 9 violent spiders turned into blood mist and dissipated before they could take a few steps. Kill the violent spider and gain 3,600 experience points. Kill the violent spider and gain 3,600 experience points. It is indeed so. Seeing the kill notification floating in front of him, Li Haoyan showed joy on his face. Seeing the huge amount of experience points coming in, Li Haoyan became itchy and began to move up to the higher levels quickly. Outside, Ling Xuahan, Zhang Zhen, and others glanced at the Endless Altar global rankings from time to time while chatting. Jiang Weiyu said with anticipation, "I wonder what level Haoyan can reach." Jiang Zhen laughed and said, "With that halo, Haoyan's superpower weapon has quadrupled out of thin air. If he summons all the tanks, that means 800 tanks working at full capacity for 1 minute, and there is no ammunition limit. With this kind of firepower density, I don't think it will be a big problem to reach level 50. Ling Xuahan calculated secretly in his mind and said with a smile, "The attack mode of the mechanic is quite special. When there is sufficient ammunition, all of them are range-covering strikes. The attack power of the heavy tank's main gun is indeed strong, but in the later stages, when a number of monsters increases, the tank's attack coverage is not as good as the rocket launcher." Jiang Zhan's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Second senior sister is right. The single-shot firepower of the tank main gun is indeed greater than that of the rocket launcher, and the range is also longer, but the coverage density is indeed much smaller. If Haoyan summons rocket launchers, the spiritual power consumed is only a quarter of that of tanks. Converted into quantity, he can even summon more than 3,300 rocket launchers. This level of rocket launchers provides firepower coverage, which is even more powerful than 800 tanks. After all, when measuring the attack power of a mechanic, the number of superpowered weapons is the most important thing. Ling Xuahan nodded and said, "Yes, even if it is a low-level superpowered weapon, when a number reaches a certain level, the terrifying attack power will even far exceed that of high-level superpowered weapons." If Haoyan realizes this, after the 50th floor, instead of summoning tanks, he might as well summon all rocket launchers. With more than 3,300 rocket launchers firing at full power for 1 minute, there should be a great chance that he can reach the 60th floor. Jiang Wu said with some concern, "But the attack range of the rocket launcher is much shorter than that of the tank. If the monster gets too close to us, won't the danger increase greatly?" Hearing this, Jiang Zhen laughed and said, "Yu, have you forgotten Haoyan's new talent? With a mechanical substitute, it's hard for him to die, so what danger is there to be afraid of?" Ah. Jiang Wu Yu just remembered this and stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. Ling Xuahan glanced at her teasingly and said jokingly, it's okay. Worrying too much can cause confusion. Aunt Ling can understand." Jiang Wu's pretty face turned red, and she pouted unwillingly. "Auntie Ling." At this moment, Jiang Zhen, who had been focusing on the Endless Altar global rankings, suddenly fixed his eyes and said in surprise, "Haoyan has entered the rankings." Where? Let me see." Jiang Wu looked up quickly. Ling Xuahan also exclaimed in surprise and looked intently at the ranking list. The Endless Altar is accessible to all professionals from all over the world, and there are a large number of people who can enter. Therefore, the global ranking will only record professionals who have passed the 30th level challenge. Afterwards, each subsequent level will be ranked according to the time required to clear it. As for those below level 30, firstly, the professionals are still novices among novices, their combat power is limited, and they can't fight for several levels at all. Second, for players below level 30, leveling up by clearing dungeons or finding someone to guide you is relatively faster and safer. Naturally, no one would go and seek hardship by soloing the Endless Altar. After reaching level 30, the strength of the dungeon will instantly increase significantly, and the upgrade speed will be greatly slowed down. So at this time, most professionals will choose to buy themselves better equipment at level 30. Most children from wealthy families will get themselves a set of artifact-level pink equipment at this time. If they are lucky enough to get a legendary orange equipment or a level 40 pink equipment, they will continue to replace it. Otherwise, it will be used until level 50, which is recognized as the most cost-effective solution. The powerful phantom professions and first-line professions will also have a large gap with other ordinary professions at this point, which can be regarded as a watershed among low-level professionals. For example, Ichiro Kobe from Sakura Country was extremely lucky, and in several Abyss copies, he actually collected a complete set of level 40 legendary professional exclusive suits, almost raising his combat power to the peak below level 50. If he hadn't met the pervertly Hao Ian, his combat power would have reached the ceiling below level 50. Jiangwu looked at the string at the end of the ranking list and couldn't help laughing. Haha, it's the string of question marks again. All the information is hidden. It should be Hao Ian. Ling Xuan was a little confused and muttered to himself. Strange, Hao Ian's monster-killing speed seems to be much higher than I expected. How come it's already level 30 so quickly? Jiang Zhen smiled and said, this is not surprising. There are only a few hundred monsters below the 30th floor, and their defense is even lower. Even if Hao Ian summons all 800 tanks, it will be enough to cover and kill this number of monsters in seconds. Ling Xuan nodded hesitantly. Having said that, she always felt that something was wrong. Beida College, Copy Hall. Suddenly, a new name appeared in the 33rd area of the ranking list. Yunlan. Yun Miao stood with his hands behind his back, also looking at the Endless Altar ranking list, with a rare faint smile on his stern face. There was a flash of light, and Yunlan, whose curves were not particularly bumpy and whose body was covered in sweat, suddenly teleported out. She was breathing heavily, but there was an excited smile on her face. Yin Miao nodded in appreciation. Well done. Although it was a bit difficult to pass the level, being able to pass the 33rd floor is already an exceptional performance. Lanner, your fighting skills have improved a lot compared to before. Yin Lan was delighted to receive the teacher's praise and nodded heavily. Yes. Thanks to the teacher for teaching me well. Thank you for helping me reach level 30. In Xixiang City, Yunlan saw that Jiang Wu had reached level 30 ahead of schedule, and a sense of urgency suddenly arose. So after she came back, she asked Yin Miao to help her kill monsters and level up, hoping to catch up with Jiang Wu Yu's progress. Chapter 74, Trypophobia in the Endless Altar. Fortunately, her experience value was not far from level 30, and Yin Miao valued her very much. So he took her to gain experience for 2 days and let her eat a few Tianling pills. Finally today, Yunlan's level was raised to 30, and she was dressed in pink. So, after changing his equipment, Yunlan thought about coming to the Endless Altar to test his combat power. Unexpectedly, she rushed to the 33rd floor in one breath. Generally speaking, with the strength of the Phantom God class, one can usually challenge enemies 3 or 4 levels higher than one's own level in the Endless Altar. As for first-line professions, they can only challenge those who are 1 or 2 levels higher than their own level. Only a super god profession like Marshall Lee can reach a level 5 levels higher than his own level, and it is 5 levels across a large level. In addition, there are differences in career orientation. A battle mage like Yunlan is not a profession that is good at group battles, but is more like a warrior and assassin. Therefore, Yunlan was actually at a disadvantage when challenging the Endless Altar. It's pretty good that she could reach the 33rd floor. Yunlan himself was quite satisfied with this. She said with some fear, the attacks of the Hell Goblin archers on the 33rd floor are too dense. Fortunately, the altar is large enough. Only by constantly moving can we avoid being targeted by those archers. Fortunately, my speed is not too slow, otherwise I would have died on the spot. Yuan Miao nodded slightly. Battle mages are not good at group battles, let alone long-range combat. The Hell Goblin archers are indeed more restrained against you. Yinlan looked up at the ranking list. Since she was close to the limit of clearing the level, her ranking was basically at the bottom of the 33rd floor. However, just as she was about to look away, suddenly, a strange name caught her eye, because that name is a series of question marks. At this time, the name with the question mark was following closely behind her, ranking first in the 32nd floor. Yunlan's pupils shrank instantly, and she pointed at the ranking list and exclaimed, "Teacher, look!" Yun Miao turned around in surprise, and his eyes suddenly froze. Ever since the faction confrontation copy that day, the name with a string of question marks can only represent one identity. That is the mysterious strong woman of the Donglong Empire. When Yun Miao saw this name with a string of question marks, he immediately thought of her. Yun Lan was surprised and asked, "Teacher, is this the mysterious strong woman?" Yun Miao narrowed his eyes slightly and did not answer the disciple's question immediately, but just stared at the name with the question mark without blinking. Then, within a few seconds, the question mark name instantly disappeared from the area on the 32nd floor. Yun Miao's body trembled, and he immediately looked towards the ranking list on the 33rd floor. The name with the question mark has reached the top of the 33rd floor. Yun Miao showed an expression of as expected on his face and nodded slowly. It's her. This level of clearance speed is simply impossible for a professional in his 30s to achieve. There is only one possibility for this person to clear the level so quickly. That is, her attack strength is far beyond the level of monsters of this level, which is equivalent to killing all the monsters instantly as soon as they appear. In just a few breaths, the question mark name disappeared from the 33rd floor again and appeared at the top of the 34th floor. Yun Miao said with a burning gaze, "This woman has been hidden by Marshal Li for who knows how many years. Judging from her current level, she is most likely already a strong warrior above level 70. Before, she had never come to attack the Endless Altar because she wanted to hide her existence. Now, although her true identity still needs to be kept secret, her existence as a person has been exposed. That's why she started brushing the Endless Altar now." Yun Miao chuckled and said, "Interesting, I want to see how high that woman can climb." In the Tsinghua College dungeon hall, Ling Xuan and the other two were also staring at the Endless Altar's ranking list, staring at the series of question marks. 45th floor, 46th floor, 47th floor. Seeing that name jumping up madly every few seconds, even Jiangzhan began to feel that something was wrong. With a puzzled and surprised expression on his face, he muttered to himself, "We are almost at the 50th floor. Why is Hao Yin still so fast? This is too fast. Is the firepower of 800 tanks so strong? That's a bit unscientific." Jiang Wu Yuyu's eyes were full of excitement and joy, and she was cheering for Li Hao Yin loudly. Hao Yin is so amazing. He can do it just like chopping melons and vegetables. I don't know what level he has reached now. After hearing what his daughter said, Jiang Zhen roughly calculated in his mind. According to Li Hao Yin's monster-killing speed, without experience penalty and with 4 times experience pills, his current level is probably close to level 40. Suddenly, Ling Xuan's eyes darkened slightly, and he whispered, "It's time to break through the 50th level." In the Endless Altar, at this moment, the originally empty space had already been filled with densely packed, superpowered weapons. Looking around, there's almost no place to step. Heavy tanks almost covered the entire altar with their black gun muzzles all pointing towards the center of the altar. Not only the ground, but even the sky is filled with various superpowered weapons. At the top of the center of the altar is a dense array of Barrett sniper rifles, and the circle outside the Barrett is Gatling machine guns. This area was planned by Li Hao Yin specifically for finishing the job. Because Gatling and Barrett have a higher coverage density, they can eliminate those fish that slip through the net more quickly and save time. And outside the Gatling gun, they're all rocket launchers. Looking at the number and density of rocket launchers is so terrifying that it can even make people develop claustrophobia. There are at least tens of thousands of them. The instigator of all this was squeezed to the very edge of the altar by these superpowered weapons and was sitting on a tank yawning boredly. Now, he was too lazy to see what kind of monster came out of the light gate. Anyway, No matter what kind of monster it was meaningless in the face of such a huge number of superpowered weapons. All he needs to do now is to fill the vacant position after the time of the super weapon summoned earlier expires. Apart from that, just mindlessly bombard the center of the altar. No additional operations are required. Unlike other professionals who have to jump up and down, run left and right to clear an altar, there's no need for any tactics or fighter planes. As long as there is enough firepower, all monsters are illusions and will die if they show up. Li Haotian looked at his attribute panel and murmured, "After I finish the 50th floor, the experience points should be enough for me to upgrade to level 40. TSK, this endless altar is indeed a good place to gain experience." The initial experience of a single monster is already far more than that of a boss of the same level. If it is combined with the quadruple pill, the experience value is growing visibly faster than leaks that have been injected with hormones. There is really no way to cut them all. Chapter 75, New Talent. Infinite Endurance. Boom! Another round of artillery fire, and thousands of Hell Knights were instantly reduced to ashes. 50 floors cleared. Ding dong. Congratulations on reaching level 40. Li Haotian's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the upgrade prompt appearing in front of him. While choosing to continue to rush through the levels, he quickly opened the attribute panel to check the new skills and talents. After reaching level 40, the attributes increased by upgrading increased from 5 points to 10 points, and the free potential also increased to 10 points. Without saying anything, Li Haotian added all the free potentials to the spiritual power value, and then quickly opened the talent column. At this time, there are 2 more skills in the skill column on the left side of talent. One was unlocked when he reached level 35, but Li Haotian was too lazy to check it before, so he planned to check it together when he unlocked the new talent at level 40. Level 35 skill, Wolverine. Skill description, summons Wolverine. Every minute Wolverine exists, 32 points of spiritual power are consumed. Note, Wolverine has 2 forms. One is humanoid, with more diverse fighting styles, and can be equipped with a variety of long-range superpowered weapons. The other is wolfoid, with reduced combat flexibility, but 3 times the speed and strength of humanoid. Note, when the spiritual power value reaches 0, Wolverine will automatically retract it. Seeing this, Li Haotian raised his eyebrows and said with satisfaction, "Wow, not only does it have independent combat capabilities, it also has dual forms. Isn't this the equivalent of a super infantryman? Not bad, not bad." Level 40 skill, laser cannon. Skill description, summons a laser cannon. Every minute the laser cannon exists, it consumes 50 points of spiritual power. Note, the laser cannon is a long-range light energy weapon with great power. It has the effects of armor breaking and penetrating. Its maximum range is 35 kilometers. Note, after the spiritual power value returns to 0, the laser cannon will automatically retract. Hiss! Li Haotian's eyes lit up, and he took a breath of cold air. Damn it, it's actually a super weapon with special effects. The mechanic is indeed a phantom profession. Starting from level 40, the attack effect of superpowered weapons has obviously increased significantly. If this number of levels were piled up, laser cannons with built-in penetration and armor-breaking effects would naturally be the nemesis of mages and heavily armored warriors. Not only that, Li Haotian also discovered a problem. The spiritual power consumption of the laser cannon skill is actually 50 points. You know, for all his previous super weapons, basically every time they were upgraded to 5 levels, the spiritual power consumption doubled compared to the previous skill. A level 35 Wolverine needs to consume 32 spiritual power points. He originally thought that a level 40 skill would consume 64 points, but unexpectedly, it was 50 points, which was much less than he expected. For Li Haotian, this means that his endurance can be improved further, which is definitely good news. After reading the skills, Li Haotian couldn't wait to look at the mechanic's exclusive talent on the right. Compared to the skills unlocked after leveling up, talent is the key. Mechanic exclusive talent. The 4th stage, life transforms into spirit. Note 1. After using a superpowered weapon to kill an enemy, 1,000th of the enemy's health can be converted into spiritual power and replenished to oneself. Note 2. Level 50 can unlock the 5th stage exclusive talent. Seeing this skill, Li Haotian's breathing suddenly became rapid. convert the enemy's life into spiritual power at a ratio of 1,000th? In this way, with the double happiness effect of the psychic bloom aura, wouldn't your endurance be greatly improved? In the past, although Li Haoyan's firepower was exaggerated, he still had a big disadvantage. The consumption might not keep up. For example, in the previous faction confrontation copy, Li Haoyan had to ensure firepower while also leaving a certain amount of spare strength. Otherwise, if too many superpowered weapons are summoned at one time, the natural recovery effect of spiritual power cannot keep up. This may cause a large number of superpowered weapons to suddenly disappear and be automatically retracted due to insufficient spiritual power. If that happened, Li Haoyan would be in danger. But now that he has the talent of life transformation, Li Haoyan is no longer afraid of facing group battles. It can even be said that the current Li Haoyan is truly born for group battles. The more enemies there are, the more fiercely he kills. After killing the enemy, the opponent's life will be converted into Li Haoyan's spiritual power at a ratio of 1,000th. These spiritual power points can support the consumption of the superpowered weapons summoned by Li Haoyan or summon more superpowered weapons. This is basically infinite mana recovery. Unbelievable. It's simply against the will of heaven. With this talent, Li Haoyan truly has the capital to fight against 10,000 or even a whole country alone. Li Haoyan looked towards the center of the altar with shining eyes, because he suddenly thought of the talent, life transformation, which was just perfect for brushing the endless altar. With the number of monsters in the endless altar, it is enough to bring him a large amount of spiritual power recovery effect. With this talent, the number of Li Haoyan's superpowered weapons can be increased again on the current basis, and the duration can also be extended. These chaotic thoughts seem complicated, but in fact, they just flashed through Li Haoyan's mind quickly. When he turned his attention back to the altar, the huge white light gate in the center flashed again, and hundreds of Cyclops appeared. As soon as Li Haoyan had an idea, he summoned more than 200 laser cannons to supplement firepower. When the surrounding artillery fire roared again, an expression of surprise appeared on his face, because he saw through the god's perspective that each of the monsters that appeared this time had a red, translucent light strip on its head. What is this? I don't think I've seen it before. As soon as this thought came to Li Haoyan's mind, the Cyclops were reduced to ashes in the kiss of artillery fire. At the same time, the red translucent light bar above their heads also disappeared instantly. Li Haoyan's eyes lit up, and he reacted immediately. Damn it, this is actually a blood bar. With this talent, he can actually see the opponent's health bar. As these Cyclops died, a new batch of Cyclops quickly spawned. A series of numbers also floated before Li Haoyan's eyes. Spiritual power recovery, plus 71. Spiritual power recovery, plus 71. Spiritual power recovery, plus 71. Combined with the numbers he had just seen in the light bar above the Cyclops' head, Li Haoyan was extremely excited. The Cyclops is a level 51 monster with high defense, thick health, and not weak attack power. Just now, Li Haoyan clearly saw that the health point of Cyclops was 71,000. According to the ratio of 1,000th, every time Li Haoyan killed Cyclops, he could recover exactly 71 points of spiritual power. Li Haoyan's body was even trembling slightly with excitement. You know, it only takes 50 points of spiritual power for him to summon a laser cannon, and that's without taking into account the double happiness. This is fucking. It has unlimited battery life. Chapter 76. Unbelievable speed of killing monsters in 1 second. At this time, the outside world, because Li Haoyan's speed in rushing through the levels was too astonishing, coupled with the extremely eye-catching series of question marks, he has been noticed by many people. In the dungeon halls of countries around the world, a commotion immediately arose. Is this the mysterious female boss? Baga, that mysterious woman from Donglong, shows up again. Hide your head and show your tail. Show your name if you can. The female boss is brushing the endless altar. Everyone come and watch. Sister is awesome. The little warm-hearted guy with 8-pack abs is looking for shelter online. He can be a milk, a wolf, and he can also lick. All kinds of messy discussions quickly began to emerge in major forums. In the Donglong Empire, countless professionals quickly heard the news and flocked to the dungeon halls in major cities, as if they were watching a live broadcast. Some people who had just come out of the dungeon hall were immediately frightened by the dense crowds of heads in front of them. After they found out what had happened from everyone's discussion, they decided not to leave and just joined everyone to watch the fun. In an instant, the atmosphere in the dungeon halls of major cities was so hot that it was comparable to the New Year's Eve. Parker Williams, president of the Source God Guild of the Free Federation, was also alarmed by this situation. Without saying a word, he immediately convened an online meeting of the presidents of all major branches and asked his subordinates to broadcast the situation in the copy hall. Although people outside cannot see what is happening in the Endless Altar, as experienced professionals, they can infer a lot of information just by looking at the mysterious woman's monster-killing speed, ranking, and other superficial features. While the people below were still connecting to the broadcast line, the presidents of all the major branches of the Yuan Guild had already come online. This shows how much they value the mysterious woman of the Donglong Empire. James Gordon, president of the Gotham branch, said first in a deep voice, "I just got the news that the woman has passed the 51st floor. People down there said that she was very fast in reaching the floors." Parker Williams looked a little grim. "Very quickly? Fire that subordinate of yours. He can't even use words." James Gordon was stunned, and he was a little confused. Is there something wrong with the judgment below? In fact, not that fast. At this moment, the big screen flashed, the broadcast line was connected, and the big screen showed the scene of the Source God General Assembly Copy Hall. The big screen flashed, and the image of the Endless Altar ranking was quickly enlarged. When everyone saw the name, with a string of question marks above, everyone's breathing paused at the same time. 57th floor. Ranked first in clearance time. James Gordon's pupils contracted instantly. Seeing this number, he finally understood why Parker Williams asked him to fire that subordinate. Because a few minutes ago, Parker Williams notified him of an online meeting, saying that the mysterious woman in Donglong was brushing the Endless Altar. After receiving this news, James Gordon immediately asked his subordinates to check the ranking information in the copy hall. Only a few minutes had passed from the time the subordinate reported the situation to now. But in just a few short minutes, the mysterious woman in Donglong had actually advanced from the 51st floor to the 57th floor. What the hell is this speed? Very fast. Even riding a rocket is not that fast. Did that woman always finish the map in seconds? It didn't even take her more than a minute to finish a layer. Just when James Gordon was stunned, the string of question marks on the 57th level ranking list suddenly disappeared. Everyone present was stunned at the same time, and then the big screen changed again, and the ranking list moved to the 58th floor. And the name ranked first is still that string of question marks. Bruno Collins, president of the Huadu branch, had a stunned expression on his face and asked doubtfully, "Isn't this too fast?" The total number of level 57 monsters has reached more than 3,200. What kind of profession is she in? How can she be so powerful that she can carry out such a one-sided group massacre? James Gordon asked in confusion. Another branch president frowned and said she was really fast. She killed almost all the monsters as soon as they appeared. There was no pause in between. This shows that these monsters were completely unable to resist her attacks. But if you think about it carefully, it's not too surprising that she has such fighting power, right? After all, we have received some information from Sakura country and have made some guesses. This woman is very likely to be a professional above level 70. If her level is peak level 70, and the profession she awakens is a super god profession of the same level as Masterly, or a super god profession that tends to be offensive and has outstanding group combat capabilities, then it makes sense that she can kill a level 57 monster so quickly, right? After hearing what the branch president said, the others nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with his analysis. Parker Williams, however, had a serious look in his eyes, fixed on the big screen. As the president of the Source God Guild, ranked second on the level list and a top professional at level 87, he always felt that things were not that simple. Donglong Empire, Tsinghua Academy Copy Hall. Ling Xuahan and Jiang Jun looked at each other, surprised and confused. How did Hao Qian do it? Is his super weapon so powerful? Jiang Jun asked curiously. Others don't know Li Haoyan's background, but they do. Li Haoyan is not a powerful professional of level 70 or above. Even after spending half a day gaining experience, his level has been improved. But Ling Xuahan only needed to make a rough calculation to find out that Li Haoyan's current real level was only in the early 40s at most. But for such a mechanic in his early 40s, it was like a piece of cake for him to kill a level 57 monster in 1 second. Even if Li Hao-Ian has unlimited ammunition, this speed of killing monsters is a bit too exaggerated. Jiang Wuyu didn't know what level the monsters over level 50 in the Endless Altar were. She only knew that Li Hao-Ian had a lot of super weapons, so it was not surprising that he could attack quickly. Therefore, she had no doubts about Li Hao-Ian's current performance. Instead, her eyes were filled with envy. Ling Xuahan hesitated and guessed something is not right. Even if Hao-Ian summoned more than 3,000 rocket launchers, they shouldn't be able to fire so fast. With his speed, he can crush monsters instantly without wasting any time. If we calculate based on this strength, the 60th level is far from Hao-Ian's limit. This kind of attack power is at least above the 70th level. Jiang Zhen raised his eyebrows slightly and subconsciously took a deep breath. 70th floor? Oh my goodness, at this level, even a level 68 elemental master like him would find it difficult. You know, the highest level he can pass now is only the 71st level. Doesn't this mean that Li Hao-Ian's current attack power is almost the same as his? Chapter 77. The venue is a bit small. Not enough. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Jiang Zhen's eyes showed shock. He suddenly discovered that his junior brother seemed to be even more perverted than they had expected. Ling Xuahan also frowned slightly, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, and a gleam of excitement flashed in the depths of her eyes. Third junior brother, we overlooked one thing. Jiang Zhen asked in confusion. What's the matter? Junior brother has been grinding until now. With the help of the quadruple experience pill, his current level should be over 40. This also means that junior brother's extraordinary mechanic talent has unlocked a new one. I guess the reason why junior brother's attack power is so strong may be related to his new talent that he unlocked. Jiang Zhen slapped his head and suddenly realized, yes, I almost forgot that junior brother can unlock a new talent every 10 levels. He immediately started to speculate excitedly. Could it be that junior brother's new talent doubles the attack power of his superpowered weapons, so he can crush monsters over level 50? Ling Xuahan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she shook her head slightly. I'm not sure, but I feel that the effect may be even more exaggerated than this. She did a simple calculation in her mind. If Li Hao-Ian now summoned more than 3,300 rocket launchers. So, even if the attack power of these 3,300 plus rocket launchers doubled, they should not be able to kill monsters so quickly. Unless the effect of that new talent isn't doubled, but multiplied several times. A few more minutes passed. At this time, the copy halls of various countries were no longer as noisy as at the beginning and became quiet again. Everyone stared at the endless altar ranking list intently, and the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard from time to time. Online meeting of the Free Federation. Now, the faces of all the branch presidents became solemn. Even the branch president who had said at the beginning, it's understandable that the mysterious woman Donglong has such a strong attack power. Now, closed his mouth with a look of astonishment in his eyes. On the ranking list on the big screen, the name with a string of question marks has disappeared from the 63rd floor and reached the top of the 64th floor. Too fast. The speed didn't drop at all. After jumping over a large level from the 50th floor to the 60th floor, the overall strength of the monsters has made a huge leap, but the woman's monster-killing speed has not slowed down at all. It's like he's gone mad with rage, and he's still finishing the pictures in seconds. There was even a hint of fear in Parker Williams' eyes. If calculated based on the attack power, the woman's true level is probably already at the peak of level 70, which is equivalent to the top combat power among mid-level professionals. In fact, he is almost reaching the level of an advanced professional, level 80. Because, judging from the results of this battle, she obviously still has a lot of strength left. James Gordon, the president of the Gotham branch, was also shocked. How many years has Masterly been hiding her? How come a level 70 peak super god professional suddenly appeared, and we didn't receive any news at all? Bruno Collins, president of the Huadu branch, also had a serious expression on his face. It is indeed a little unbelievable. Donglong has done a great job of keeping the secret this time, right? Doesn't that woman need to play large group dungeons or killing dungeons? Our people seem to have never encountered her in these multiplayer dungeons. Other branch presidents also began to feel the sense of crisis brought to them by this woman and sent private messages to each other and exchanged information. Parker Williams remained silent, but the ominous feeling in his heart became more and more serious. In the land of Sakura, Kenji Kobe sat in his office, also resting his chin on his hands, his eyes fixed on the endless altar rankings on the display screen. Unlike Parker Williams, the look in Kenji Kobe's eyes was no longer filled with fear, but with terror. Due to some historical reasons, the Sakura Kingdom and the East Dragon Empire have been at odds for many years. The Donglong Empire has a masterly, which is like a mace hanging over the heads of the Sakura Kingdom. And suddenly, a super god professional equivalent to the peak level 70 appeared in Donglong, and he was a monster with such amazing group attack ability. If, in the future, the Sakura Kingdom and the East Dragon Empire come into conflict again, and Master Li serves as a bodyguard for the mysterious woman, and the two of them come together, with Master Li's ability as a creator to protect his life, this woman will be able to attack without restraint. How strong will her destructive power be? What's more, the current Sakura country lacks high-level combat power like the three ministers, and the strength comparison between the two sides is even more disparate. Thinking of the death of the three ministers, Kenji Kobe suddenly trembled, and a look of surprise and doubt appeared in his eyes. Because he suddenly thought of one thing. Could the appearance of that woman be a conspiracy of the Donglong Empire, specifically targeting those high-level professionals in the Sakura country? She originally wanted to use the faction confrontation copy to lure high-level professionals from Sakura country into taking action, and then weaken the strength of the top leaders of Sakura country. Thinking of this possibility, Kobe Kenjin's eyes even began to show panic. Donglong Empire, Tsinghua College. Marshall Li leaned comfortably on the recliner in the room, looking at the endless altar ranking information on the display screen with admiration. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Kobe Kenjin was frantically adding drama to the Donglong Empire at this time. Otherwise, Marshall Li would have laughed at him. It's worthy of being a small country, and people live in fear every day. Of course, Marshall Li didn't know why Li Haoyan's attack power was so strong, even a little too strong. He shared the same guess as Ling Xuehan, thinking that it was the new talent unlocked by Li Haoyan that brought him a new combat power bonus. As for what the new talent is, just wait until Li Haoyan comes out, and then call him over to ask. Wang Qingfeng was also sitting in his office at this time, handling related matters while paying attention to the situation of his junior brother brushing the endless altar. He glanced at the overwhelming discussions and speculations on the internet, and actually felt a little admiration for Li Haoyan. He exclaimed in admiration, "Junior brother, this trick of mystifying is really brilliant." He fabricated a female boss out of thin air and diverted everyone's attention to her, and they believed it without a doubt. But then, Wang Qingfeng shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "But that's true. With the level of attack power displayed by Junior Brother, if it were me, I would not believe that he's just a low-level professional of level 30 or 40. Amid the attention and discussion from countries around the world, a certain female boss was looking at the endless altar in front of her, which was filled with densely packed, super-powered weapons with a troubled look on her face. Hey, I didn't expect that the restored spiritual power can also replenish and extend the time of super-powered weapons that have not reached their time limit in advance. In this way, they will not be wasted and the number of super-powered weapons can be guaranteed to the maximum extent." But then, he muttered with some dissatisfaction, "It's just that this place is a little small, there's not enough space." Chapter 78, A Female Boss Who Hides Her Rank. 67, 68, 69, 70. That string of eye-catching question marks broke through the 70th floor, and all the professionals in the East Dragon Empire dungeon hall were in an uproar. Fuck, I'm already on the 70th floor, and I'm still number 1. Awesome. So awesome. It's confirmed. This female boss is at least a peak level 70 super god professional. Even those phantom god professions that are good at group attacks can't match this speed. No. You guys are oversimplifying things. I feel like the female boss should be more than level 70. This kind of attack power is not something that a level 70 professional can achieve, even if it's a super god profession. I estimate that she is probably a professional above level 80. Hey, you know what? This is really possible. Our Donglong has hidden her for such a long time. Now that she dares to reveal her existence, it means that she is strong enough. Although level 80 is a bit exaggerated, it is also reasonable. Don't you find it strange? If this mysterious female boss is a high-level professional at the peak of level 70 or even level 80, why is her name not on the global ranking list? When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Yes, the global ranking list is automatically displayed. Even if the mysterious female boss hides her name, if she is really a powerful professional at level 70 or even above level 80, at least that string of question marks will be displayed on the ranking list. But so far, all the names above level 70 on the ranking list are already familiar to everyone. Not only did no unfamiliar names appear, but even the familiar question marks were gone. Could it be that the real level of that female boss is not that high? Or did she use some special method to hide her name from the ranking list? This female boss is becoming more and more evil. In the Free Federation, Parker Williams stared at the question mark name that topped the list on the 70th floor, and the fear and uneasiness in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. The eyes of other branch presidents also became serious. James Gordon, president of the Gotham branch, said, "If I remember correctly, the monster on the 70th floor is the Dark Terror Claw Bear, which has amazing defense and a natural skill called Dark Terror Claw, which also has extremely terrifying attack power. Except for being a little slower, this monster has almost no shortcomings. And the total number of monsters on the 70th floor has reached 4,900. But even so, when she attacked the 70th floor, her speed was only slightly slower than before, and it was still amazingly fast." Bruno Collins said solemnly, "This kind of attack power can definitely only be possessed by professionals above level 80. James Gordon asked in confusion, "But she is not on the ranking list. The high-level professionals in the East Dragon Empire are still the same as before. What's going on?" Finally, Parker Williams spoke in a low voice. "Although it is a little unbelievable, the East Dragon Empire must have used some special method to hide her level. This kind of strength is definitely not possible for a professional below level 70. Masterly, this old man actually hit it so deeply, huh?" Everyone looked at each other, frowned and thought, but no one refuted Parker Williams' point of view. To solo the Endless Altar, one can only rely on one's own strength and equipment. This requires pure hard power, and there is no room for falsehood. What's more, that woman had been fighting from a low level to the current level without even stopping in the middle. This also means that the woman never left the Endless Altar halfway. What does this indicate? This shows that Donglong, that woman, not only has a profound background, but is also extremely confident in her own abilities. Now everyone has confirmed that the mysterious woman is definitely a secret weapon secretly cultivated by the Donglong Empire and prepared for use in the next international war copy. The reason why she is still hiding her information is probably just to guard against being played tricks by other countries. Because she is most likely a high-attack, fragile mage type who is good at group battles. Although her attack power is extremely strong, her defense should be much weaker. She can kill at will in the Endless Altar because the environment inside is simple and the enemy's appearance pattern is fixed. But in the real world, if there's a powerful assassin who uses a complex environment to carry out assassinations, it would not be so easy for her to deal with it. If you're not careful, you'll capsize in the ditch and die on the spot. There was a cold light flashing in Parker Williams' eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Even as they were talking about this, Li Haotian's journey to the next level was still progressing steadily and rapidly. After reaching the 70th floor, the overall strength of those monsters has indeed increased significantly compared to the 60th floor. But with the talent of life transformation, Li Haotian's number of superpowered weapons has accumulated to an alarming level. Looking around, it has even filled the entire Endless Altar, whether in the sky or on the ground. They're Li Haotian's army of superpowered weapons. Even with a rough calculation, there are at least hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, due to his life transformation talent, Li Haotian's mana is now in a state of oversupply, so he has no worries at all. Taking the monsters on the 70th floor as an example, the Dark Terror Claw Bear has a health point of 130,000. According to the conversion ratio of 1,000th, Li Haotian can recover 130 spiritual power points every time he kills one. The total number of monsters on the 70th floor is 4,900, and the total amount of spiritual power recovered is 63,700 points. It can't be used up. It can never be used up. Fortunately, Li Haotian was able to recharge the excess spiritual power into the summoned superpowered weapons in advance, renewing them and extending their lifespan. Otherwise, if all this spiritual energy were used to summon superpowered weapons, this endless altar, which is only 10 kilometers in radius, might not even be enough. 75, 76, 77. Li Haoyan's ranking is still climbing up rapidly at a steady pace, crossing one level after another. In the endless altar, the terrifying dragon covered with hideous scales and emitting pitch-black flames had just emerged from the light gate when it was met with dense artillery fire. Boom, 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 boom. The hair-raising artillery fire poured down on these oppressive bodies, instantly knocking these sky overlords to the ground, leaving their broken wings in pieces and their bones exposed. But what is surprising is that these big guys with tenacious vitality are not dead yet. Li Haoyan raised his eyebrows, with a hint of interest in his eyes. Wow. At level 80, the monsters are much more durable. Compared to before, the individual strength is completely different, at least 10 times higher. Chapter 79, Free Federation Speculation, Alien World Instance. Level 50 to level 70 are all considered mid-level professionals. Level 80 is the real high-level professional. Compared with intermediate professionals, the difference is huge. The individual strength of the 80th level Fear Dragon is obviously far superior to the monsters of level 70 or above. He was able to withstand such an exaggerated wave of artillery fire and was not killed instantly. But that's all. Boom, 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 boom. There was another series of roars. Under the coverage of endless artillery shells, the Fear Dragons could only let out a helpless roar, and their health bars returned to 0. 80 floors cleared. In the outside world, that mysterious question mark name once again topped the 80th floor ranking list. In the dungeon hall of the East Dragon Empire, a scream like a landslide and tsunami suddenly erupted. The 80th floor. The 80th floor. With this monster-killing speed, the female boss is indeed a high-level professional above level 80. So strong. So strong. Hey, do you think this female boss's level is higher than Marshall Lee? I feel that her monster-killing speed is probably even inferior to Marshall Lee. Should it be? No way. After a professional reaches level 70, the experience required for each level up is ridiculously high. If there is no special adventure, the leveling speed will drop significantly. Yes, Marshall Lee is the one with the highest level in the world. If this female boss's level is higher than Marshall Lee, then she is almost at level 90, right? Yuan Miao listened to the discussions of the people around him, his eyes filled with unconcealable astonishment. Level 80? How is this possible? This woman is so much stronger than I thought. Beside her, Yinlan also had a look of shock and awe on her face. Teacher, is this mysterious female boss really a strong person of the same level as Marshall Lee? Why do I feel that her strength seems to be stronger than Marshall Lee? Yuan Miao came back to his senses and said in a deep voice, "It's different. Although this mysterious woman is most likely a super god professional like Marshall Lee, they are good at different things." From the previous faction confrontation instance, we can see that although the level and equipment of this mysterious woman were suppressed below level 50, the guys from Sakura country still had little resistance in front of her and were killed in minutes. This shows that this woman's group combat ability and attack power are far stronger than those of professionals of the same level. But Marshall Lee is different from her. Marshall Lee's advantage is that he controls everything. His combat flexibility and self-protection ability are the best in the world. Although his attack methods are diverse, his attack power is not that outstanding. So, although this woman's level is most likely above level 80, it's probably not as high as Marshall Lee's. It's just that her attack power is really absurdly strong. Free Federation, Source God, Guild Online Meeting. Parker Williams's face couldn't be uglier than before. The other branch presidents also looked at each other in disbelief. A high-level professional above level 80 suddenly appeared in the Donglong Empire, and his attack power was so incredible. But before that, they didn't receive any news at all? This is incredible. After level 70, if a professional does not participate in large-scale group dungeons, killing dungeons, and international war dungeons, and make outstanding contributions in them, the upgrade speed of the professional will be outrageously slow. But this woman has always been unknown in the past. How did she manage to get to that level? By killing wild monsters and world bosses? Impossible. Every time a high-level world boss appears, it will attract attention from the world. There are so many people participating in the encirclement and suppression of the world boss. If she takes action to cause damage, it is impossible for no one to notice her. As for wild monsters, that's even more nonsense. If a high-level player wants to level up by killing wild monsters, it's like an ordinary person wanting to become a billionaire by working. It's impossible even if you fight for your whole fucking life. Parker Williams frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly proposed a hypothesis. Maybe he upgraded through a copy of another world? Hearing what the president said, everyone suddenly understood. Because apart from this option, they really couldn't think of any other channels that woman could use to upgrade so quickly. The Alien World Copy, also known as the Secret Realm Copy, is a special copy independent of various regular copies in the world. If you want to enter the Alien World Copy, you can only do so through the Alien World contract produced in the major copies. The difficulty of the Alien World copies is usually greater and it takes a longer time. But correspondingly, the benefits of brushing copies of other worlds are also very high. Not only can it produce a large amount of experience points, but also various precious materials, as well as alien equipment with attributes that may even surpass the epic level. Bruno Collins, president of the Huadu branch, brightened his eyes and said, "What the president said might be true. If she mainly upgrades through the dungeon in another world, she will be able to hide it from everyone. Moreover, she may have collected a complete set of extremely powerful alien equipment, or even upgraded professional-specific refined alien equipment." Bruno Collins's speech speed suddenly increased. According to the research of professional scholars, the origins of all professionals at this stage are actually various large and small alien worlds. And those powerful phantom god professions are the pinnacle existences in those large alien worlds. As for the super god professions, it is even possible to automatically receive corresponding alien adventure missions. If Master Li really wants to train her with all his strength, then with Donglong's background, it won't be a big problem to secretly collect a large number of contracts from other worlds to give her experience. So, this mysterious woman was able to level up so high without anyone noticing. Moreover, there is some powerful and unique auxiliary equipment produced in the other world. The reason why that woman was able to hide her level on the level list may be the special effect of some auxiliary equipment. After hearing the president's reminder and Bruno Collins' analysis, the presidents of other branches all had expressions of "I see" on their faces. If that were true, then it would all make sense. Parker Williams nodded slightly. What Bruno said was exactly what he guessed. Otherwise, he really couldn't understand why such a powerful and mysterious woman suddenly appeared in Donglong. He glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Although we can guess why that woman is so powerful, it still cannot change the fact that she has grown up. Everyone, the international war instance will begin soon. Given this woman's strength, I don't need to say much about her threat." A ruthless look flashed across Parker Williams' eyes. "We must find a way to get rid of her before the international war begins." Chapter 80 is really off the mark. In the endless altar, Li Haoyan looked at the hell-bone dragon that was blasted into ashes in front of him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Ding dong! Congratulations on reaching level 45. After clearing the 83rd floor, Li Haoyan's unchanging monster-killing mission finally brought him some new surprises. Reaching level 45 means he can unlock a new skill. While controlling the superpowered army to continue charging higher levels, Li Haoyan opened the attribute panel, added 10 points of free potential to the spiritual power value, and then clicked on the talent column to check the newly unlocked skills. Level 45 skill, Strategic Bomber. Skill description, summons a strategic bomber. Every minute the bomber exists, 100 spiritual power points are consumed. Note, the strategic bomber has a speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour and a maximum range of 12,000 kilometers. It carries a variety of weapons such as airdropped bombs, cruise missiles, air-to-ground missiles, anti-ship missiles, and airborne machine guns. At the same time, it can also carry other superpowered weapons. Note, after the spiritual power value returns to 0, the strategic bomber will be automatically retracted. Li Haoyan's body trembled, and he excitedly waved his fist. Wow! Finally, there's an air control weapon. But then, he looked with regret at the army of superpowered weapons in front of him that had almost filled the entire endless altar. TSK, what a pity This venue is not suitable for strategic bombers to operate. There's not even enough extra space. Shaking his head helplessly, Li Haoyan could only close the attribute panel with an itch in his heart. He looked at the storm naga on the 84th floor and murmured, "There's still 16 floors left. According to the current experience increase ratio, if I can clear the 100th floor, I wonder if I can directly reach level 50. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what the new talent will be when it's unlocked at level 50. Alas, this endless altar is indeed a good place to gain experience, but it's a pity that each floor can only be refreshed once. It would be much better if it could be refreshed repeatedly. With a quadruple experience pill, this is much more efficient than going out to kill monsters in the wild." Second senior sister is the head of the nuclear elite. She should have a lot of things to do on a daily basis. If I always ask her to take me to gain experience, I always feel a little embarrassed. It's a pity that Ling Xuahan didn't know what Li Haoyan was thinking at the moment. Otherwise, she would definitely not be able to help but complain, "Junior brother, I didn't expect you to be such a nice person." Outside world, Tsinghua College. Comrade Ling Xuahan, who made Li Haoyan feel very embarrassed, was staring at the ranking list with dull eyes, and the name with a string of question marks jumped up another level easily. Beside her, Jiang Zhen couldn't help rubbing his eyes. If Ling Xuahan hadn't seen the same information as him, he would have even suspected that he was under an illusion. 85th floor. A professional at level 30 or 40 was clearing the endless altar and actually reached the 85th floor in one go. And looking at the current situation, this is still not the limit of his junior brother. Although the monster spawning speed has decreased compared to before, it is still incredibly fast. Beside her, Jiang Wu Yuyu finally sensed something was wrong. She turned to look at her father in confusion and asked, "Dad, didn't you say before that the monsters at the endless altar are difficult to deal with? Especially the high-level monsters after the 80th floor. Their individual strength is more than 10 times that of the monsters on the 70th floor. Why do I feel like Haoyan doesn't have any difficulty in fighting them?" Jiang Zhen tilted his head to look at his daughter, but didn't know how to answer. "You ask me, who should I ask?" Ling Xuahan was stunned and said, "Logically speaking, the monsters on the 80th floor are indeed very different from those on the 70th floor. Even I can't beat the monsters on the 80th floor now. How did Haoyan do it?" Jiang Zhen's eyes were filled with confusion. Could it be that the talent that Haoyan unlocked at level 40 is really so amazing? Below level 80, killing monsters is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Even if you reach the 80th floor, at most you will just be chopping bones and flesh instead of melons and vegetables. And the bones you'll be chopping are fragile bones. Are high-level monsters so vulnerable? Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild. Kenji and Kobe looked at the ranking information on the display screen with an expression of disbelief on his face. The 85th floor, this is also the highest floor he has been able to reach so far. But judging from the speed at which the mysterious woman in Donglong kills monsters, this is obviously not her limit. Doesn't this mean that the woman's strength is even stronger than him? The president of the Amaterasu Guild? Tsinghua College, the residence of Marshal Li. At this time, the number one person in the Donglong Empire was no longer leaning leisurely in the recliner, but standing straight in front of the display screen, staring at the ranking information on it, muttering to himself. That's impossible. Whether it's the Storm Naga on the 84th floor or the Hell Rainbow Dragon on the 85th floor, they're all high-level magic monsters. With the defensive power of their magic shields, even though Haoyan's superpowered weapons are numerous, they shouldn't be able to break through the defense so quickly, right? Marshal Li pulled his white beard subconsciously, doubting his life. Besides, the number of monsters on the 85th floor has reached an astonishing 7,225. How did he defeat them all in such a short time? That's really off the mark. The dungeon halls in all the major cities in Donglong were now in an uproar. It's already the 85th floor? Damn, with this monster-killing speed, could she be a level 90 professional? It's so scary, so scary. Everyone, no kidding, I feel like our Donglong is going to be invincible. Haha, I'm really looking forward to the next international war dungeon. With this female boss, we can definitely crush those self-righteous white-haired monkeys in the Free Federation. Yun Miao's expression was completely dull at this moment, and he looked stunned. Who is she? How could there be such a strong woman in Donglong? Countless little stars appeared in Yunlan's eyes, and her admiration was beyond words. In the endless altar, Li Haoyan looked at his experience points, which were still increasing rapidly, and felt extremely satisfied. My friends, who knows the feeling of frantically gaining experience points and leveling up? It feels so fucking good. 87, 88, 89. Free Federation, online meeting. Everyone was silent, their eyes fixed on the screen, staring at the question mark name that ranked first on the 89th floor. Parker Williams' clenched fists were so tight that veins bulged out, showing how extremely nervous he was at the moment. As the 8th level peak powerhouse ranked second on the global level list, and a top master who has awakened the super god profession of Imperial Knight, his current highest record in the Endless Altar is only the 90 level. At this time, Donglong's woman, whose name was not even revealed, was about to catch up with him. Chapter 81, Is This Kid Cheating? Roar! The angry, human-faced Lion King roared to the sky and spewed out Beast King roaring bombs containing violent energy in all directions, trying to blow the black gun muzzles that were firing at him into pieces. However, their number is too small, only a little over 4,000. Faced with an army of hundreds of thousands of superpowered weapons, it can't make much of a splash. Chiu, amidst the sharp whistling sounds, the incandescent laser cannons shot down densely like divine light, piercing through heaven and earth, intercepting the Beast King's roar in midair. Afterwards, rocket launchers, Barrett and Gatling machine guns, together with the main guns of heavy tanks, roared wildly, and a hail of gunfire instantly submerged the human-faced Lion King. Boom, 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 boom. The violent explosion resounded throughout the Endless Altar. 5 minutes later, the last human-faced Lion King returned amid the baptism of fire and began his journey to reincarnation. 90th floor cleared. Li Haoyan yawned out of boredom and muttered to himself, "It will take 5 minutes of continuous bombing to get rid of these guys." After the 90th floor, the overall strength of the monsters seems to be more than 10 times higher than that of the 80th floor. Fortunately, the super weapons I summoned won't disappear when I'm trying to reach a higher level. Otherwise, even with the talent of life transmutation, I'm afraid I could only reach the 70th level at best. At Tsinghua College, Marshall Lee watched the string of question marks jump to the 90th floor and was so shocked that he accidentally pulled out a small clump of his beard. Something's wrong. Is this kid cheating? A total of 8,100 Lion Kings. Even if they are divided into several waves, the number of the last wave will be as many as 3,000 to 4,000. This is not less than the number of his superpowered weapons. Given the individual strength of the human-faced Lion King, even if Haoyan has unlimited ammunition, he shouldn't be able to defeat it, right? What's more, that guy only took 5 minutes. This speed is much faster than mine at the beginning. Marshall Lee's mind was full of question marks. In the Amaterasu Guild, fear was even revealed in Kenjin Kobe's eyes. Being able to break through the 90th floor, this kind of attack power is far beyond his. In the Liberty Federation, veins popped out on Parker Williams' forehead. Although he had anticipated this scene, he was still full of disbelief when he actually saw it. What the hell is her awakened profession? This is unscientific. This is unscientific. In every dungeon hall of the East Dragon Empire, all the spectators were in an uproar. Shit, I think we all underestimated the female boss. I cleared the 90th floor in 5 minutes. With this level of strength, I think I have a chance to reach the 100th floor. 100 levels. We must beat him 100 levels. Could it be that the first pass of the Endless Altar will be taken by our Donglong Empire? Invincible. I wonder what the reward will be for the 100th floor. It's really curious. Empress begging for support. Whatever you say goes. If you want me to be on the bottom, I will definitely not be on the top. In the Endless Altar, the female boss classmate is slowly and steadily advancing towards the 100th floor. 93, 94, 95. Looking at the enchanting sea monster king slowly being annihilated in the gunfire, Li Haoyan couldn't help but smacking his lips. TSK, the difficulty after the 90th floor is really extraordinary. It is totally incomparable to the previous level. This is only the 95th floor. Why does it feel like the monsters are 10 times stronger than before? Are they targeting me on purpose? At this moment, the attention of all countries in the world has been attracted by Li Haoyan. High-level professionals from various countries were all paying attention to the mysterious female boss of the Donglong Empire who was trying to reach the next level. James Gordon, president of the Gotham branch of the Free Federation, glanced at the time on his watch and said in a deep voice, 8 minutes have passed, and she still hasn't made it. The 95th floor should be her limit, right? Bruno Collins, president of the Huadu branch, nodded slightly and said hesitantly, I feel like that's about the same. She only took 5 minutes to pass each level before, but it's already been more than 8 minutes. She must be feeling the pressure and starting to drag out time. Parker Williams' mouth twitched, and he glanced at the two of them. What the hell is that? This is the fucking 95th floor. When I fought on the 90th floor before, it took me more than 50 minutes to get through it. At Tsinghua College, Masterly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and murmured, Isn't it time? I'm already 95 years old. If this kid can beat him, he will be 2 levels higher than me. As the former number 1 on the list, and the only top master in the world who had cleared the 93rd floor, Masterly had a profound memory of the endless altar monsters after the 90th floor. When he was fighting at the 93rd floor, he also fought his way through it slowly, and it took him more than an hour. At that time, if there was one more monster on the 93rd floor, he might be killed by the monster. As for the 95th floor, it's simply unimaginable. The dungeon hall of Tsinghua College, a secret area. Ling Xuahan and Jiang Zhen were completely dumbfounded at this point. Even Jiang Wu Yuyu, who had been shouting loudly before, had already calmed down by now. Her eyes had been widened since Li Haoyan fought through the 90th floor. Above the 90th floor, so far, the only people in the world who have made it there are Marshal Li of the East Dragon Empire and Parker Williams, president of the Source God Guild of the Free Federation. Its difficulty and value can be seen even without experiencing it personally. But for Li Haoyan, the levels above the 90th seemed not that difficult. It was not until now, at the unprecedented 95th floor, that his speed seemed to finally slow down. But even so, Ling Xuahan and others felt that Li Haoyan still had a great chance of passing the 95th floor, because they watched the entire process of Li Haoyan clearing the endless altar from one map in the first few seconds, to 1 or 2 minutes per map at the 70th or 80th floors, to 5 minutes per map after the 90th floor. By now, although Li Haoyan had spent more than 8 minutes on the 95th floor in their eyes, this was simply because the difficulty of the monsters on the 95th floor had increased significantly, causing Li Haoyan's monster-killing speed to slow down. As for whether they can pass, the answer in their hearts is yes. As time passed by second, the onlookers in the dungeon hall began to whisper. What's going on? Has the female boss reached her limit? It's possible. The female boss's level should not be able to exceed Marshal Li. Even if the female boss's attack power is strong, it's almost the end of the 95th floor. Alas, I wanted to see the female boss clear the 100th floor, but now I have no chance. You're thinking about Peach. Do you think the 100th floor is so easy to beat? Just open your mouth and do it. If you can't realize your dream, it's not bad to look at other people's. You burp. Damn it. I passed the 95th floor. There's still hope for my dream. Chapter 82, Cleared 100th Floor. Endless Destroyer. Seeing the string of question marks appearing alone on the 95th floor on the display screen, the professionals of the East Dragon Empire breathed a sigh of relief, followed by wild cheers. 100 floors. 100 floors. The female boss is invincible. Clear. Clear. Go. Go to the top. Free Federation. Parker Williams' pupils shrank instantly. It's over. He actually passed. Is he really only level 80? Why do I feel like this woman might be level 90? A branch president muttered to himself. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone paused. 90 level, Parker Williams murmured. Did the East Dragon Empire really secretly train a peak level 90 professional? This is unscientific. How could they train such a super powerful person without making any noise? Could it be that the East Dragon Empire's gradual decline in the International War Dungeon in the past few years was just a pretense to paralyze us? Seeing the string of question marks in the ranking list, Ling Xuahan and Jiang Zhen both breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Xuahan murmured, more than 10 minutes. It seems that after the 90th floor, the strength of the monsters will increase significantly every 5 floors. Jiang Zhen nodded subconsciously. That should be the case. When Junior Brother fought on the 94th and 93rd floors, it took him about 5 minutes each. The monster strength should have just increased normally. But at 95, it's obviously much slower. Having said this, Jiang Zhen paused and looked at Ling Xuahan speechlessly. Jiangjin himself felt it was a bit ridiculous. Back then, Marshall Lee took more than an hour to reach the 93rd floor, but they all thought it was fast. Why did it suddenly feel like when it came to Li Haoyan, even spending only 10 minutes to reach the 95th floor was still too slow? With this reference time, all the discussions slowly subsided. They had begun to prepare to witness a miracle. Li Haoyan's speed of clearing levels has become stable again. Now, the time he needs to pass each level is basically just over 10 minutes. In the endless altar, as the light in front of him flashed again, Li Haoyan finally arrived at the last level. The 100th floor. Li Haoyan frowned and looked at his attribute panel, muttering, "The experience value is only 12%. According to the previous increase, even if I beat the 100th floor, it still seems that it is not enough for me to reach level 50. Oh, I thought I could reach level 50 after clearing the endless altar, but I didn't expect it to be so short." Ah! Li Haoyan stretched his body, which made his sleepy spirit excited. "But we're finally going to finish the fight. I wonder what the monsters on the 100th floor are." As the light in the altar lit up, Li Haoyan's eyes suddenly focused. This is actually... Li Haoyan opened his mouth slightly, feeling a little amused, because the person who appeared in front of him was another Li Haoyan. The monster on the 100th floor turned out to be himself. Li Haoyan just waved his hand, and large numbers of rocket launchers appeared around him. In just a blink of an eye, a total of 3,600 rocket launchers appeared around him. Seeing the other party's actions, the genuine Li Haoyan suddenly understood. Judging from the situation, the endless altar seems to have copied all of his abilities at this stage. After reaching level 49, his total spiritual power now exceeds 3,600 points. If all of them were used to summon rocket launchers, combined with the halo effect, that would be about 3,600 rocket launchers. But the problem is, the endless altar can copy all of his abilities, but it cannot copy the bugs of the endless altar itself, let alone the superpowered weapons he has accumulated in so many layers. After clearing so many levels of the endless altar, the number of superpowered weapons that Li Haoyan has accumulated and renewed through his life transformation talent has already reached hundreds of thousands. In the face of so many superpowered weapons, what use is this clone created by the endless altar? He will be crushed in a minute. Looking at the pitiful 3,000-plus rocket launchers surrounding the replica, Li Haoyan almost laughed out loud. To be honest, there is nothing wrong with the logic of the endless altar itself, because the copy it creates has all the abilities, equipment, skills, and character attributes of the original. In other words, no matter who reaches the 100th floor, he will have to face his complete self. Killing monsters is difficult, but defeating yourself is the most difficult. But the problem is that he happened to meet Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan's original strength and the combat power he has accumulated by exploiting bugs are completely on a different level. Boom, 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 boom. Fierce artillery fire had already sprayed out from around the replica, heading straight towards where Li Haoyan was. Obviously, this clone also has Li Haoyan's unique talent as a mechanic, the god's perspective. It's a pity that his firepower is too weak. Li Haoyan shook his head gently and uttered two words, "Goodbye." Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of thousands of superpowered weapons burst out at the same time, and the even more violent firepower instantly tore apart the more than 3,000 rockets surrounding the replica. The replica had a dull look on its face, its mouth slightly open. He seemed a little confused. His abilities were obviously the same as the other person's, so why did that guy have so many more guns than him? This was fucking unfair. Bang! The next moment, the clone of Li Haoyan exploded with a head full of questions. 100 floors, cleared. Ding dong. Congratulations on clearing the endless altar. The clearance reward is being calculated. Following this series of prompt sounds, a dazzling white light lit up from the entire altar. Afterwards, the light gate in the center of the altar quickly converged and condensed into a line of golden words. Endless Destroyer. This line of golden text seemed to have a physical entity, as if the gilded font was sealed by crystal glass, just floating in the air, shining brightly. Looking at this thing, Li Haoyan's eyes showed excitement and confusion. Endless Destroyer? What does this mean? It feels like some kind of title. He hesitated for a moment, finally gritted his teeth, and stretched out his right hand towards the line of golden words. A strange scene appeared. When Li Haoyan's right hand touched the line of golden words, the words immediately turned into a golden light and penetrated into his body from Li Haoyan's right hand like mercury. Afterwards, Li Haoyan felt his mind was slightly dazed, and the line of golden text turned translucent, floated above his head, and slowly drifted. Looking at the information coming from his mind, Li Haoyan's eyes suddenly lit up with a strange light. This thing is actually a special equipment. Title: Endless Destroyer. General attributes: all occupational basic panels are doubled. Title Effect 1. Summon a copy with 100% of your original abilities. Title Effect 2. Attack efficiency doubled, effective after wearing. Note 1. Summoning a replica can only be used once a day and lasts for 24 hours. If the replica is killed, it cannot be summoned again on the same day. Note 2. The replica has independent thinking and can share sensory information with the original body, but it absolutely obeys the original body. Chapter 83. The Heaven-Defying Title Attributes. Seeing the attributes of this title, Li Haoyan was stunned for a moment. Then, a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Once a day, you have a chance to summon a copy of yourself, with the same attributes and abilities as yourself. This effect is simple and crude for any professional, and is equivalent to doubling the combat power. Moreover, this replica is not a mindless dead thing. It possesses all the intelligence of the original body, can share sensory information, and is completely obedient to the original body. In other words, this clone can completely replace the original body to carry out certain dangerous tasks, and even if it dies, it can be summoned again the next day. For other professionals, this effect is already incredible enough. But for Li Haoyan, the actual function of the replica is even more perverted. Why? Because Li Haoyan has the unique talent of a mechanic. Other professionals will die if they are not careful, but Li Haoyan has a mechanical substitute. This also means that there is basically no possibility of death for Li Haoyan's clone. The existence time is 24 hours, and the cooling time is 24 hours. As long as the replica does not die, what is the difference between this and permanent existence? If faced with a battle, especially a large-scale battle, this clone will also have the talent of life transformation, like a fucking perpetual motion machine of war. One Li Haoyan is already perverted enough, and these two Li Haotians, my goodness, it's really scary just thinking about it. There was a gleam in Li Haoyan's eyes. Seeing this effect, he even figured out how to use it. From now on, whenever there is a battle, he will first throw out this clone of Li Haoyan to attract attention, and then hide in the dark as the sixth. Not to mention that it is impossible for the enemy to kill this clone. Even if they really kill it, they will find out that it is actually a fake. And once 24 hours have passed, Li Haoyan will be able to summon a new copy, and the copies will have endless descendants? TSK, this is just Tycoon. After a long time, Li Haoyan finally suppressed his inner excitement and shifted his attention to the second effect. Looking at the introduction of the second effect, Li Haoyan frowned slightly. Attack efficiency double, what does this mean? He thought about it and decided to just give it a try. Do as soon as you think of it. As soon as he thought about it, a Gatling machine gun appeared in front of Li Haoyan. It seems like the speed of using skills has increased. Feeling the changes that occurred when summoning the Gatling machine gun, Li Haoyan raised his eyebrows, as if he understood the meaning of this effect. With some excitement, he controlled the machine gun and aimed it at the other side and opened fire. Da-da-da-da-da. Rapid gunfire broke out suddenly. Carefully feeling the difference between the machine gun attack and the previous one, Li Haoyan excitedly waved his arms vigorously. It is indeed like this. The Gatling machine gun's original firing rate was 1,000 rounds per minute, but just now, Li Haoyan could clearly feel that the firing rate of the Gatling machine gun summoned this time had doubled. From 1,000 rounds per minute, it increased to 2,000 rounds per minute. It turns out that the so-called doubling of attack efficiency refers to the attack speed and release speed. For all professionals, whether it is physical or magical, melee or ranged, attack speed and release speed are extremely important attributes. Attack speed allows the attacks launched by professionals to hit the enemy at a faster speed, such as the magic cast by a mage, the chopping, slashing, stabbing, and slicing of melee professions, etc. The release speed determines how fast a professional releases skills. To put it simply, it is equivalent to the reading time when launching an attack or casting a spell. After these two speeds are doubled, the attack efficiency will naturally be greatly improved. If this effect were applied to Li Hao Yin, the actual effect would be even more perverted. The release speed is fine. After all, Li Hao Yin summons the super weapon with just a thought, and doubling it will not make much of a difference. But the effect of doubling the attack speed is simply amazing, because it increases the firing rate of super weapons. Moreover, it works on every super weapon. This means that if Li Hao Yin summons the same superpowered weapons now, the amount of ammunition these superpowered weapons can unleash per minute is twice as much as before. This is no different from summoning double the superpowered weapons, which is equivalent to doubling the overall attack power from the current level. And if we add the replica, then hiss. Thinking of this, Li Hao Yin couldn't help but take a breath. It's like an old cow taking her daughter on a plane, double awesome. At this moment, Li Hao Yin suddenly thought of something and muttered to himself. If attack speed and release speed are both counted as attack efficiency, then will the movement speed of superpowered weapons also be counted as part of the attack efficiency? For example, superpowered weapons like tanks and strategic bombers have built-in mobility capabilities. The faster they move, the higher their attack efficiency will naturally be. Logically speaking, there seems to be nothing wrong with this, right? Try it. Li Hao Yin's eyes showed anticipation. He thought again and summoned a heavy tank with a bang. Then, under the control of Li Hao Yin's mind, this heavy tank immediately roared, and the surging power pushed its body weighing dozens of tons, and it rushed forward like a wild horse. Li Hao Yin's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. Holy crap, it actually works. Even the movement speed of super weapons has doubled. Before, Li Hao Yin's heavy tank had a speed of about 80 kilometers per hour. But now, it has reached about 160 kilometers per hour. You know, this is a big thing, weighing dozens of tons. Just imagine that an array of heavy tanks weighing dozens of tons is crushing or chasing the enemy at a speed of 160 kilometers per hour. It can also carry out covering bombing at double the firing rate in the middle. Shit, just thinking about this scene makes my blood boil. Li Hao Yin's eyes sparkled. If the speed of a tank can be doubled, then the strategic bomber. With a swish sound, Li Hao Yin thought again, and a huge triangular bomber with a sharp appearance suddenly appeared in the air. Then, with a loud boom, a terrifying sonic boom exploded instantly, turning into a fierce shock wave that spread in all directions. Li Hao Yin only had time to shrink his pupils before the huge triangular bomber flashed across the sky. Oh shit, it's so fast. The original speed of the strategic bomber was 2,000 kilometers per hour. After doubling, it has now become 4,000 kilometers per hour. If Li Hao Yin had not reacted quickly and quickly retracted the strategic bomber, it would have crashed into the border of the endless altar. Chapter 84 Phase 5 Airdrop Support. Looking at the white trace left in the air, Li Hao Yin took a deep breath. 4,000 kilometers per hour, what does this mean? That's more than 3 times the speed of sound. If calculated based on the shortest distance from the coast of the East Dragon Empire to the Sakura country, Li Hao Yin's strategic bomber group would only need 10 minutes to reach the Sakura country and carry out a full-scale bombing. If Kenjin Kobe knew about this, he would probably never be able to sleep well from now on. Li Hao Yin was so excited that his whole body was shaking slightly. What an endless destroyer! As expected of a reward only available on the 100th floor, the attributes and effects are truly incredible. By the way, the basic attribute of this title is to double the basic panel. In other words, Li Hao Yin's total spiritual power value has now become more than 7,200 points. After Li Hao Yin has fully equipped himself with epic equipment, his basic panel will be greatly improved. By then, the effect of this basic panel will be doubled. Wow, it's simply unimaginable. Huh, what is this? Just as Li Hao Yin was admiring, he suddenly saw the small wooden box on the ground. Just now he was so busy looking at the attributes of the title that he didn't even notice the existence of this thing. Li Hao Yin picked up the wooden box curiously and opened it. I saw a bright orange pill lying inside. Li Hao Yin's eyes lit up. Pills? What effect does this have? He picked up the pill curiously, and information about the pill immediately came to his mind. Upgrade pill. After use, you can immediately increase 1 level. Note, the elixir is valid for 1 hour and can only be taken by those who have passed the level. It will become invalid after the expiration date. Damn it! Upgrade pill? There is such a thing. Li Hao Yin was immediately overjoyed. He was worried that the experience gained from the last level would not be enough to reach level 50, but he didn't expect that the reward after clearing the level, in addition to the title of Endless Destroyer, there would also be an upgrade pill. But then, he smacked his lips regretfully. There's actually a time limit. If I don't use it within an hour, will this thing become ineffective? Oh, what a pity. This thing doesn't seem to have any level restrictions. If I could keep it and wait until I reach level 69 or 79 to eat it, wouldn't it be more cost-effective? Under normal circumstances, anyone who can clear the 100th floor must be a professional, at least level 90. This upgrade pill would be most valuable if given to a professional of that level, because the higher the level, the slower the upgrade speed. It's a pity that Liao-Ian used a bug to refresh the Endless Altar, and he is only level 50 now. It's really a waste to give him this pill. Shaking his head helplessly, Liao-Ian thought for a moment and threw it into his mouth. If it is only valid for 1 hour, then there is no need to keep this upgrade pill. Take it early and enjoy it sooner. The pill melts in the mouth, and the experience points in the attribute panel are instantly filled up. Ding dong! Congratulations on reaching level 50. Liao-Ian was very excited when he saw the upgrade prompt appearing in front of him. When he reaches level 50, he will not only gain an additional skill, but more importantly, he will also be able to unlock an additional talent exclusive to mechanics. After level 50, the attribute point reward given for upgrading is increased again from 10 points to 20 points. At the same time, the free potential also doubled to 20 points. Liao-Ian added all these potential points to the spiritual power value, and then quickly opened the talent column to take a look. 2 more skills appeared. Liao-Ian was a little surprised. He suddenly saw 2 new skills appear in the skills column. Level 50 skill, Transformers. Skill description, summon Transformers. Every minute the Transformers exist, 200 spiritual power points are consumed. Note 1. Transformers are large, super-powered machines, 10 meters tall, and come in 3 types. Type A for the Navy, Type B for the Army, and Type C for the Air Force. Note 2. Each model has 2 forms. One is humanoid, with more diverse combat methods. The other is a vehicle. Type A is a submarine, Type B is an armored vehicle, and Type C is an armed helicopter. Note 3. Transformers can be equipped with other superweapons. Note, after the spiritual power value reaches 0, the Transformers will be automatically retracted. Liao-Ian's eyes lit up. Good job. It is over 10 meters tall and capable of attack by land, sea, and air. It is definitely a truly multi-purpose heavy weapon of war. And more importantly, this thing has a certain loading capacity. In terms of practicality, it is obviously much stronger than previous superweapons. When I reached level 50 and became a mid-level professional, the effects of my skills improved significantly. Liao-Ian suppressed the urge to summon a few Transformers to play with and continued to look at another skill. Achievement Reward Skill. Iron Man Armor, Exoskeleton Armor Stage 2. Skill Description, Summon Iron Man Armor. On the basis of the original version, it greatly increases the user's strength, defense, and speed, and adds flight and diving functions. For every minute the Iron Man armor exists, it consumes 200 spiritual power points. Note, after the spiritual power value returns to 0, the Iron Man armor will be automatically retracted. Liao-Ian's eyes lit up. It was another achievement reward. Moreover, the exoskeleton armor actually has a second stage. So, will there be a third stage later? What will the third phase be like? Shit, I'm suddenly looking forward to it. This time, not only the basic attributes have been increased again, but also additional flying and diving functions have been added. In this way, practicality is greatly enhanced. Looking at these 2 extra skills, Liao-Ian nodded with satisfaction. Next, it's the most important new talent. Liao-Ian immediately looked at the extra talents in the column on the right. Mechanic Exclusive Talent. Phase 5, Airdrop Support. Note 1. Within the God's Perspective range, you can summon superpowered weapons for airdrop support at any time and at any location. Note 2. Level 60 can unlock the 6th stage exclusive talent. Seeing the effect of this talent, Liao-Ian couldn't help but tremble all over. Summon superpowered weapons from any location within the God's Perspective. Holy shit, this is going to be a rhythm that goes against the will of heaven. Although this explanation is so simple and plain, the actual combat effect brought by this talent is extremely abnormal. As a mechanic, with the passive skill of superpower control, Li Haoyan can completely control superpower weapons anywhere within his field of vision. But even so, in real combat, super weapons still cannot be too far away from themselves. Because human vision is limited, once the distance is too far, it is impossible to accurately grasp the space and distance and achieve a perfect strike. Even if Li Haoyan has such a perverted talent as the god's perspective, there will still be a drawback. That is, when he summoned a superpowered weapon, he could only summon it around himself, and then control the superpowered weapon to drift to where Li Haoyan wanted it to go. In other words, such a process of summoning first, then moving to the destination is unavoidable, and it will definitely take some time to move. Chapter 85. Can't be defended. Can't be defended at all. But if you have the talent of airdrop support, you can skip this process completely. Moreover, after clearing 100 levels of the Endless Altar, Li Haoyan's god's perspective has expanded to a range of nearly 360 kilometers. In other words, Li Haoyan can now throw super weapons at will within a 360-kilometer radius centered on himself, and it can hit wherever you point with precise bombing. Li Haoyan's breathing suddenly became rapid. With this talent, his threat to the enemy can be said to have increased 100-fold in an instant. Just imagine, as long as the enemy enters the range of Li Haoyan's god's perspective, Li Haoyan can summon any super weapon at any place around the enemy at any time. For example, behind the back, above the head, and even between the legs. Then, out of the blue, I'll shoot you. Hiss. It's impossible to defend against it. It's impossible to defend against it. Thinking of the scene where the Gatling machine gun suddenly appeared under his crotch and fired wildly, even Li Haoyan himself couldn't help but shudder. This is fucking, it's scary just thinking about it. Putting aside these fierce tactics that suddenly popped up in his mind, Li Haoyan let out a long breath. This time at the Endless Altar, he gained so much that it was simply beyond description. Just 2 words, awesome. Broken voice. Just as Li Haoyan was excitedly counting the spoils in the Endless Altar, the outside world had already exploded. Ever since Li Haoyan reached the 90th floor, the Endless Altar ranking in the dungeon hall has become the focus of attention of everyone in the world. Especially after he reached the 95th floor, even those cows and horses who advocated early going to bed and early getting up were woken up by their relatives and friends and gathered around to watch. And when Li Haoyan passed the 99th floor, everyone's heart unconsciously rose to their throat. Ling Xuahan and Jiang Zhen had already been shocked to the point of numbness by their junior brother. But looking at the bright 99 on the screen, their hearts couldn't help but beat rapidly. It seems that the first pass of the Endless Altar will be taken by my junior brother. Ling Xuahan murmured. Jiang Zhen nodded subconsciously. Even if the difficulty of the 100th floor will increase again, considering that junior brother only needs more than 10 minutes to beat the 99th floor, it won't take more than half an hour to beat the 100th floor, right? Jiang Wuyu felt a little dreamy at this moment, staring at the screen in a daze. She didn't expect that she, who originally just wanted to join the fun, would actually have the opportunity to witness Li Haoyan clearing the 100th level with her own eyes. Who could believe that a few days ago, this person who was about to clear the 100th floor had just awakened to his profession? Hiss. Haoyan, the mechanic, seems to have cheated. However, before Jiang Zhen finished his words, his eyes suddenly turned. Not only him, but all the people who were staring at the big screen were stunned for a moment at the same time, because they suddenly saw that the name with question marks, which had just been cleared for a few seconds after the 99th floor, disappeared again and reached the top of the 100th floor. The female boss of the Donglong Empire actually passed the 100th floor in seconds. Hiss. At Tsinghua College, Marshal Li once again pulled out his beard and gasped in pain. Crash! People from the Sakura country and the Free Federation, Kobe Kento, Parker Williams, and others suddenly stood up at the same time and pushed the chairs behind them to the ground. Even Kenjin Kobe rubbed his eyes a few times as if he had seen a ghost, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. After a while, Parker Williams said in shock, She actually cleared the 100th floor? James Gordon, president of the Gotham branch, finally came back to his senses, his eyes even filled with fear. Could it be that this mysterious woman, Dong Long, is really a professional above level 90? Bruno Collins, president of the Huadu branch, also had a dull look on his face. If she is really a professional above level 90, then if we want to deal with her, Isn't it just wishful thinking and courting death? There was silence. Level 90, that is a level that no one has been able to reach yet. Even the current #1 on the global level list, Master Li from the East Dragon Empire, is only level 88. Various lights flashed rapidly in Parker Williams' eyes, and it was obvious that his brain was overloaded as he thought about what he saw. After a while, he exhaled slightly and said solemnly, "She's indeed very likely to be a peak professional above level 90, but it is not impossible for us to kill her." A branch president said at a loss, "Master Li, who is level 88, is so strong. If this woman is really above level 90, how can we kill her?" Parker Williams said in a deep voice, "Indeed, she can pass the 100th floor. Her attack power is so strong that it is not an exaggeration to say that she is the best in the world. But have you ever thought that if she is really so strong that she is invincible, then why does she still hide her name?" When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they suddenly realized and showed a thoughtful expression. Parker Williams continued, "How glorious it is to reach the top of the endless altar. This is also a powerful deterrent for all professionals from all over the world. With so many benefits, she still chooses to hide her name. Why?" Parker Williams' eyes sparkled. "I guess that although her attack power is incredibly strong, her defense and self-protection ability are probably unimaginably low. The profession this woman awakened is most likely an extremely biased, super powerful group attack mage. The attack power is unparalleled in the world, but the defense, James Gordon's eyes lit up. "President, what you mean is that as long as we can find this woman, we still have a chance to assassinate her." Parker Williams nodded heavily. "Not bad." In the endless altar, Li Haoyan naturally didn't know that his act of hiding his name had diverted the thoughts of those in the outside world by tens of thousands of miles. After he counted his spoils, he confirmed again that nothing was missing, and then he chose to leave the endless altar with a satisfied look on his face. Tsinghua College, a secret area in the dungeon hall. With a flash of light, Li Haoyan's figure reappeared here. It finally came out. No wonder it's called the Endless Altar. This thing really takes a lot of time to fight. I fought for a whole night. Li Haoyan breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help muttering. Ling Xuehan, Jiang Zhen. Listening to Li Haoyan's complaints, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Zhen were speechless. Wasting time? Fighting all night? What kind of precise statement is this? You are a professional in your 30s, and you cleared 100 levels of the Endless Altar in one night, and you still think it's a waste of time? It's like pole vaulting in the toilet. That's too much.